Gu Yuehui didn't care about Yao Meili's gaze. She carried her basket and turned to leave. Yao Meili opened her mouth, wanting to stop her and say a few more words, but seeing her calm and composed expression, she gave up. In her opinion, Aunt Lin didn't need to worry about her daughter. She was not like most people. Yao Meili stood there, watching Gu Yuehui leave, then sighed with a smile and headed back to the supply and marketing cooperative. Gu Yuehui didn't leave Huangying Commune. It was already after 4 in the afternoon, and it was still early before work ended. She had one more thing to do. She wanted to surprise Tianjing after all. She bypassed the busy street of the commune and came to an old, run-down alley. The narrow, long alley felt stuffy. Some older women who didn't work anymore stood at the wind entrance, eating sunflower seeds and chatting. When they saw Gu Yuehui, who didn't fit in with the alley, they were stunned for a moment. Someone asked kindly, "Who are you looking for?" Gu Yuehui shook her head, smiled at the person speaking, but didn't say anything. She knew her way around and headed in one direction. After winding through the alley for about 7 or 8 minutes, she finally reached her destination. She looked up at the dark little house, a trace of sarcasm flashing in her eyes. She didn't knock on the door. Instead, she pushed open the gate and entered the yard. Then she kicked open the slightly ajar door, which was not very sturdy, and it swung open loudly with a bang. Inside, the noise of people playing cards suddenly stopped, replaced by Ren Tianxiang's furious shout. Who the dares to come and kick my door?" As he spoke, Ren Tianxiang, wearing a loose coat, pushed aside the curtain and stormed out, full of anger. His white shirt was wrinkled, and when he came out, he smelled of cheap white liquor mixed with the smell of dirty feet. Maybe because he had just been released from the police station, he looked a bit disheveled. Ren Tianxiang's beard was scruffy, his hair was wild, and his once handsome face looked a bit worn down by his gloomy mood. He was no longer comparable to Chen Yuesheng, and even Gu Ruerui looked better than him. She remembered that day when Ren Tianxiang was sneaking around outside Tianjing's house, not so obvious. But now what has happened? Gu Yuehui stepped back in disgust, but Ren Tianxiang was surprised by her sudden appearance. "How do you know I live here?" he asked, his tone showing his shock, but his eyes revealed a hidden joy because a prey had suddenly come to him. The last time he saw Gu Yuehui at the Dalhousie production team, he was happy to see she had lost weight. After all, when he first wanted to get close to the Gu family's treasure, he set his sights on Gu Yuehui. However, Gu Yuehui's appearance was really unappealing, and he felt quite repulsed and rejected her. Later, after being tricked by the Gu siblings and ending up in trouble with the authorities, he changed his mind and turned his attention to the charming Tianjing. Of course, Tianjing was just his second choice. Since Gu Yuehui had become prettier after losing weight, she naturally suited him better. Thinking this, Ren Tianxiang brushed the wrinkles on his clothes, and his anger faded. He cleared his throat and said, "Yuehui, why did you come suddenly? You didn't say a word, so I could come to pick you up." Gu Yuehui's lips curled into a slight smile, with a hint of mockery. "Ren Tianxiang, I thought you had understood from what happened last time. I didn't expect you to still be pretending to be clueless." Still not giving up, hearing this, Ren Tianxiang's mouth twitched slightly, but he steadied himself. Just as she was about to speak, some careless voices came from inside the house. "Tianxiang, what's going on? Who knocked the door? Do you need help? Just chase the person away, and you'll be back soon. You're in a good mood. What's wrong?" As they spoke, 2 shirtless men came out of the house, shoulder to shoulder. They reeked of alcohol, clearly not working for a long time, just hanging around billiard halls and video arcades to pass the time. Ren Tianxiang frowned, but then remembered that he already didn't have a good impression of Gu Yuehui, so he didn't care about these 2 troublemakers. One man stepped forward, slinging an arm around Ren Tianxiang's shoulder, and looked Gu Yuehui over with admiration. "Wow. Big sister? Look at that nose and eyes. TSK, good job, Tianxiang. Where did you find such a high-quality girl?" The other man also licked his lips and made a suggestive joke. It's that figure. A bit more muscular. Nian Tianxiang squinted as he looked at Gu Yuehui. "Usually, A young girl would scream in fear when faced with such a scene, but she remained calm. Her face showed no fear. Instead, a hint of mockery appeared. Such a woman made Nian Tianxiang feel a cold chill in his heart. Could she really be the delicate sister that Gu Tinghui mentioned? Gu Yuehui looked at Nian Tianxiang's two shady friends. Her eyes darkened, and her voice turned sharp. Are you gambling in a group? Nian Tianxiang, have you had enough of your games? As I know, group gambling can get you 3 years in prison, detention, or fines. You're quite bold. When I came here, I saw soldiers patrolling at the alley entrance. Maybe. Her gaze swept over Nian Tianxiang and the two men, making them all stiff with fear. Nian Tianxiang's face turned pale. He knew gambling could be caught, but he didn't realize it could lead to prison. He shivered, sweat pouring down his forehead, his palms sweaty. He hurriedly said, No, it's all a misunderstanding, Yuehui. They're my friends, just here for a meal. As he finished explaining, he pushed the two men and said, Go. You guys should leave first. The two men hesitated, but the word, prison, made their remaining sense of reason kick in. They quickly changed clothes, then left the room, passing Gu Yuehui without a word, with a cold snort to show their displeasure. Once they left, Nian Tianxiang let out a breath of relief. He looked up at Gu Yuehui, his smile fading. What do you want to talk about? Gu Yuehui was a very cunning person, always wary of everyone. She hated him deeply and wouldn't come to chat with him without reason. Plus, she had just mentioned gambling to threaten and intimidate him. This situation clearly wasn't friendly. Nian Tianxiang sighed inwardly. It seemed he couldn't get close to Gu Yuehui anymore. Instead, choosing Tianjing might be a better option. After all, the Tian and Gu families lived nearby, so he could find chances to approach. Gu Yuehui's expression was calm, her eyes showing no emotion. She asked, Nian Tianxiang, do you want Tianjing? Nian Tianxiang's eyes suddenly widened. He stared intently into her eyes. But when he met her gaze, an inexplicable coldness suddenly ran down his spine. Her words weren't meant to help him. Gu Yuehui quietly looked at him for a moment and said confidently, Ren Tianxiang, you want Tianjing, right? Ren Tianxiang's body stiffened immediately, and he looked at her with suspicion. What exactly do you mean? Gu Yuehui smiled casually. What I mean is, since you like Tianjing, you should take the initiative. If you thought of using sevoflurane to deal with me before, why not think of other ways to get Tianjing? Ren Tianxiang wasn't stupid either. He sneered. Last time, you left me at Tianjing's door just for this? Gu Yuehui was surprised. Who left you there? Didn't you go yourself? Ren Tianxiang's mouth twitched. He didn't expect her to be so cautious. They had been honest with each other, yet she still kept secrets. The last time it was her and Gu Tinghui. Who else could it be? Gu Yuehui lowered her eyes to look at the dirt under her feet. She spoke casually with a calm expression. Ren Tianxiang, you probably owe a lot of money outside, right? No. It shouldn't be a question but a statement. The reason Ren Tianxiang targeted the Gu family was partly to revive his fortunes using the family heirloom left by his ancestors, and partly because he was in urgent trouble. He owed high-interest loans. She only found out about this after marriage, when his true character was exposed. Ren Tianxiang, from a landlord background, was living a hard life. He struggled with work, and even daily meals were a problem. He initially mingled in the black market, then met some shady characters, and spent most of his time hanging out with troublemakers at video halls. As she said, Ren Tianxiang got involved in gambling. He owed a lot of money in high-interest loans. Otherwise, he wouldn't be desperate enough to use sevoflurane and marry her. Ren Tianxiang's pupils shrank as he looked at Gu Yuehui. When he caught the coldness in her eyes, he trembled all over. You. What kind of person are you? Are you really Gu Yuehui? How could you know so much? He simply couldn't understand. He had never interacted with Gu Yuehui before. Where did she hear all this? Even Gu Tinghui didn't know about this, or he wouldn't have been deceived and befriended him. Gu Yuehui suddenly smiled, but her smile looked unsettling. She said softly, How I know isn't important. What's important is, aren't you in a hurry to pay back your debts? Ren Tianxiang's heart was complicated. His lips trembled. Are you really so kind to want to help me? Gu Yuehui slightly curled her lips and glanced at Ren Tianxiang from top to bottom. She said coolly, helping you? Actually, I mean helping myself. Ren Tianxiang frowned, confused about where this was going, but Gu Yuehui continued. Tianjing has won Qin Yusheng over completely, spending a lot of money and grain on him. If you can control Tianjing, then all the money in Qin Yusheng's pocket will be yours. In that case, I can also get Qin Yusheng. Why not do it? Hearing this, Ren Tianxiang's face darkened first, but a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. He knew Qin Yusheng well. Not to mention the large labor team, even nearby teams didn't have a younger man as talented as him. He came from a good family, always had surplus grain, and was handsome and capable. If people disliked him, Qin Yusheng was loved by many. He remembered the last time at Tianjing's door, Qin Yusheng protected her fiercely. Seeing how close they were, it was clear they cared for each other deeply. If he could get a handle on Tianjing, Qin Yusheng wouldn't disobey. Ren Tianxiang's brow relaxed, and a big joy filled his heart. Gu Yuehui saw his expression, and a mocking smile flickered in her eyes, but it disappeared quickly. She said, Tianjing is very fake. For someone like her, if you want to get a real handle on her, you need real progress. You can use the anesthetic once, then again. As long as you choose the right moment, you can succeed. Ren Tianxiang's expression softened a little. He looked at Gu Yuehui and said, I really don't understand what's so special about Qin Yusheng that makes you care so much about him. Gu Yuehui's face turned cold, her eyes full of frost. There's no point in talking more now. Ren Tianxiang, time is limited. You need to get Tianjing soon to pay back the debt. Do you understand? Ren Tianxiang trembled slightly and stammered. Why yes. I understand. Gu Yuehui's icy expression melted, and she smiled. Good. Before leaving, she left one last message. My second brother, Gu Ruerue, is hospitalized at the county health clinic. Tianjing volunteered to take care of him. She will pass by Huangying Commune sooner or later. Ren Tianxiang, seize the opportunity. Don't let it slip away. Don't make me disappointed. Her soft voice carried behind her, cold, distant, with a hint of hostility. Ren Tianxiang broke out in cold sweat, and his breathing grew hurried. She's determined not to let Tianjing have a good life. Aren't they neighbors? Gu Yuehui left Ren Tianxiang's house and returned to the Dalhousie production brigade. Unfortunately, she didn't buy any cloth, or she could have made new clothes for shouting. When she arrived at the brigade, everyone was busy coming back from the fields. After eating, they would go to the office with their workbooks to record their work points. As soon as Gu Yuehui got home, she saw Yan Shouting sitting quietly on the Kong. She was well-behaved, sitting beside Gu Jifeng, not making trouble. Shouting, sister's back. Gu Yuehui smiled and reached out her arms to Yan Shouting. The little girl hesitated for a moment, then surprisingly also stretched out her arms, making a hugging gesture toward Gu Yuehui. Gu Jifeng was surprised and said, Wow, Shouting is so clever. Gu Tinghui, who was cooking porridge, also paused and smiled. Shouting is not stupid at all. Gu Yuehui felt a bit of joy. She remembered that Yan Xiaotong's illness was very serious. She couldn't take care of herself or respond normally, not even speak. How could this be? Had her condition improved?
Why?
Before she could figure it out, Gu Yuehui had already hugged the little girl into her arms. She put down the basket and looked at Gu Jifeng. Dad, was Shouting good today? Did she cause any trouble? Gu Jifeng chuckled proudly. What trouble could she cause? Shouting was well-behaved. Everyone in the brigade envies us for having another pretty girl. After saying that, he hesitated and asked, What about the second brother? Gu Yuehui's smile faded slightly, and her tone was a bit distant. Is third brother not back? Second brother was so angry at Tianjing that he ran off. I thought he had returned. That fool second brother. Gu Jifeng was furious, puffing out his cheeks and glaring. He wished he could crush the walnut in his hand. Gu Tinghui also sighed deeply and frowned. Third brother hasn't come back. It's probably just temporary. He's still in the county. Gu Yuehui shrugged and gently tidied Yan Xiaotong's hair, speaking calmly. Tianjing said she's been staying in the county to take care of second brother these days. Third brother probably has no place to go now. Gu Jifeng looked disgusted. That unmarried girl. Why is she so? He couldn't say anything harsh, but he understood in his heart that his foolish second son was falling for her. Gu Tinghuai looked a little uneasy and asked his calm sister, "Are we really not going to do anything? Will second brother really drift further away from us because of Tianjing?" "No," Gu Yuehuai said firmly. If she hadn't experienced her past life, she would also think that Gu Ruihui would sacrifice everything for Tianjing. However, Tianjing is never satisfied. She doesn't want a loyal dog that comes and goes at her command. She wants someone who can give her wealth and power, a stepping stone to be above others. Whether it's Gu Ruihui or Qin Yusheng, they are just insignificant dust on her path to promotion. She only needs them to bring temporary benefits. When the real opportunity comes, they will become burdens she wants to get rid of. So, Tianjing's future doesn't include Gu Ruihui from the start. Why worry about him going further away? Gu Tinghuai looked at Gu Yuehuai. Although he didn't know where her confidence came from, since she said it, he believed her. Gu Zifeng was furious, his temples throbbing. He was angry at his son Gu Ruihui for being useless. The family tried hard to treat his leg, but he didn't appreciate it. Instead, he trusted an outsider so much it's laughable. He shouted, "Just kick him out of the house. From now on, I don't want that son." Gu Tinghuai sighed and said, "Dad, stop saying angry words. If you kick him out now, it just plays into Tianjing's plan to run off with him. Let's eat first." Tonight, he made brown rice porridge again, but it had 2 eggs hidden inside. Gu Tinghuai served porridge to Gu Yuehuai and Yan Xiaodong. Each of them had an egg, and the aroma was tempting. Gu Yuehuai shook his head and smiled. "Brother, I'm on a diet. I won't eat. You and Dad share one each." Gu Zifeng was a bit unhappy. "Still on a diet? Who dares to say you're fat when you go out?" He looked at his daughter and thought she was perfect, beautiful and hardworking. "Isn't she better than Tianjing?" Gu Tinghuai also smiled bitterly. "Nuan, you can't skip meals just because you're dieting." While they were talking, there was a knock on the door outside. Gu Zifeng was drinking porridge and heard the noise. He put down his bowl. "What's going on? Is it time to record our work points?" Gu Tinghuai got up to open the door. He saw Wang Peixing standing outside and was surprised. "Director Wang? What's going on? Is Xiao Gu at home?" Wang Peixing looked at Gu Tinghuai. Seeing that he didn't seem upset, he guessed he probably didn't know about the morning's events and wasn't sure whether to mention it. "Director Wang?" Gu Yuehuai got off the bed and looked at Wang Peixing standing outside the door. He looked tired, probably from dealing with Li Hongmei all night. Although this matter was only slightly related to Wang Peixing, she didn't think she would hold a grudge against such a good team leader. "Little Gu, Wang Peixing's face showed apology as soon as he saw Gu Yuehuai. He wanted to speak but thought of Gu Tinghuai nearby, so he stopped and only handed over the basket. "The work points will start soon, so I won't disturb your dinner," Wang Peixing said and hurried away. Gu Yuehuai looked at the basket full of eggs, raised an eyebrow, and handed it to Gu Tinghuai. Gu Tinghuai frowned. "What does this mean? Why did Director Wang suddenly bring eggs to our house? Did Wang Peixing bring eggs to us?" Gu Zifeng also looked confused and asked Gu Yuehuai, Nan, what's going on?" Gu Yuehuai didn't hide it since after night, the news would spread quickly tomorrow. She told them about Li Hongmei's crazy behavior today and shared her guess that this was definitely related to Tianjing. Only she wanted to see her unlucky. What? That shrew Li Hongmei, after so many years, still hasn't learned her lesson. Daring to slander my daughter, I'll go shut her mouth. Gu Zifeng was so angry his eyes looked like copper bells. He slammed his bowl down loudly, ready to get off the bed, put on shoes, and find trouble with Li Hongmei. Gu Yuehuai sighed. "Dad, there's no need to make things worse. Li Hongmei was just a small person, clearly just a... Why bother with her?" Moreover, everyone in the team saw clearly that Gu Yuehuai had long been in love with Qin Yuesheng. Why would she abandon a promising young leader to like an older man with a wife? Tianjing's bad move was just to annoy her. "I still don't understand why you and Tianjing. Why does she keep targeting you?" Gu Tinghuai looked puzzled. He had already seen through Tianjing's character and knew she wasn't a good person. Why does she keep targeting you? Gu Tinghuai looked puzzled. He had already seen through Tianjing's character and knew she wasn't a good person to get along with. But over the years, because they were neighbors, they had helped Tian's family with labor, and their relationship was okay. When did things suddenly turn so hostile? Gu Yuehui couldn't answer that question. As for why Tianjing targeted her, she still doesn't understand. In her previous life, it was because Tianjing was the treasured one in the backyard, hiding a secret about a treasure and a murder to keep it safe. But in this life, her wariness and dislike for Tianjing clearly didn't happen overnight.
Could it be
that she is just like her? Gu Yuehui felt a chill, but after thinking for a moment, she realized she was overthinking. If Tianjing really was the same person from her past life, she wouldn't act so cautiously now. She would have already uncovered the backyard treasure long ago. If she isn't the same Tianjing from her past, then who is she? Gu Yuehui thought she had found a clue, but the clue was shrouded in fog, making it hard to see clearly. At that moment, the bell for work rang. Let's go, time to earn work points. Gu Yuehui fed the last piece of egg to Yan Xiaodong, then called over Gu Zifeng and Gu Tinghuai, who looked serious and unhappy, preparing to go to the feeding area to earn points. She only worked half a day today, but she could earn more than 10 points. Gu Tinghuai took the work record book. Seeing Gu Yuehui about to carry Yan Xiaodong, he handed her the book and picked up Yan Xiaodong himself. The girl was light, and holding her was easy. Gu Yuehui chuckled softly, glanced at Yan Xiaodong, who obediently hugged Gu Tinghuai's neck without crying or fussing. She didn't fight to hold her, and the family of a few people left the house, heading to the feeding area. Along the way, many people kept looking at Gu Yuehui, as if they knew what had happened this morning. Gu Zifeng's eyes widened in anger, and everyone else dared not look anymore. They quickened their steps toward the feeding area. Gu Yuehui, feeling bored, ignored the gossiping looks of others. Just as they were about to reach the feeding area, she suddenly saw a familiar figure behind the haystack, Chen Yusheng. He looked angry, muttering something she couldn't hear. In front of him, Gu Yuehui stopped in her tracks, slightly turned her body to look. This look made her furrow her brows tightly, her eyes dark and deep, as if they could drip water. Behind the haystack, the person arguing with Chen Yusheng was not Tianjing, but the young, beautiful widow who had truly married Chen Yusheng in her past life, Li Chaoying. Li Chaoying had come from the neighboring Fangzhen brigade. It had only been a year since she married, but her husband suddenly died of an acute illness. She has no children, and her in-laws constantly curse her for being unlucky. Her life is not easy. As the saying goes, a widow faces many troubles. Li Chaoying's in-laws watch her closely. Besides working in the fields, she has little free time. How did she end up involved with Chen Yusheng? At this time in her previous life, Chen Yusheng was busy with Tianjing, dreaming of earning bride price and 3 big household items. He shouldn't have started bothering Li Chaoying early on. Could it be because Gu Ruihui had problems in this life, and Tianjing focused most of her attention on him, causing the widow incident to happen sooner? Gu Yuehui thought for a long time. If Chen Yusheng now has a child with the widow, it would be easy for Tianjing to break free from this well-known relationship. Wouldn't that ruin her plans? In this life, Tianjing must struggle in the mud. Chen Yusheng is a good chess piece. She needs to use him well. Thinking this, Gu Yuehui stepped forward and interrupted Chen Yusheng and the widow's private talk. Captain Chen, what are you doing? Gu Yuehui looked at Li Chaoying behind the haystack. Since she is called a charming widow, she must be quite attractive. Her eyes are captivating, lips like ripe cherries, smooth and full. Li Chaoying is tall and slender. Even in loose clothes, her good figure is obvious. Such a widow naturally attracts attention in the village. However, Li Chaoying has high standards. She looks down on those without ability, and those with ability don't want to marry a widow. So, she hasn't remarried after years of widowhood. With the Qin family doing well, it's not surprising she would be involved with Chen Yusheng. When she saw someone approaching, Li Chaoying was first surprised, then saw it as an opportunity and showed a shy smile. If she could marry Chen Yusheng, she wouldn't have to worry about anything for the rest of her life.
Gu.
Gu Yuehui. Chen Yusheng looked at Gu Yuehui approaching from afar, his eyes a bit stunned. He had been going out early and returning late these days, never meeting Gu Yuehui. He had heard she had lost weight and secretly looked down on her. What could be so good about being thinner? Was she still so ugly he couldn't bear to look? But now, seeing her with his own eyes, he realized how shallow and silly his previous thoughts were. He never knew that Gu Yuehui could also have such a radiant, shining side. Her cheeks are fair, and the sunset glow falls on her, making her look like a shadow coming from the backlight. When someone approaches, their eyes immediately meet her beautiful, lively cat-like eyes, like glass, making people wish they could fall into them. Gu Yuehui's features are all beautiful, her tall, elegant nose, pink lips like cherry blossoms, and delicate features. Although her figure is still a bit full compared to an average woman, she is well-shaped, neither too big nor too thin. She no longer looks overweight or bulky, and anyone who sees her would say, "What a pretty girl." Gu Yuehui ignores Chen Yuesheng and looks at Li Chaoying, who is also staring at her in surprise. She slightly lifts her lips, but her tone is a bit sharp. "Sister Li, what are you and Captain Chen doing?" Li Chaoying sizes her up for a moment before recognizing Gu Yuehui. Her mood is complicated and a little annoyed. She didn't expect to meet Gu Yuehui, who is known as the most unpredictable person in the team. Everyone knows she is deeply in love with Chen Yuesheng and is eager to get married. If someone else had come, she might have just let her cling to Chen Yuesheng and spread some rumors. But since it's Gu Yuehui, she's not polite enough to just ignore her. How could she let her get close to Chen Yuesheng? Li Chaoying glares at Gu Yuehui with a sour look, but in the end, she says nothing and turns away irritably. Gu Yuehui watches her walk away before turning to Chen Yuesheng with a slightly mocking tone. "Tianjing hasn't been here these days. Can't you control yourself? Are you interested in that widow?" "Chen Yuesheng, I really overestimated you." Chen Yuesheng's lips tighten, and his previously amazed expression instantly darkens. Veins bulge on his neck as he lowers his voice angrily. "Stop talking nonsense. What can I do with the widow? She came to complain because her tools broke today. Don't believe everything you hear." Gu Yuehui sneers coldly, stretching out her tone. "Oh." Chen Yuesheng wants to say more but suddenly frowns tightly. "What did you just say? How do you know Xiaojing hasn't been in the team these days?" Gu Yuehui pretends to be surprised. She really isn't here. Could she have gone on a blind date? Chen Yuesheng is a little annoyed. "Can you stop slandering others?" Xiaojing went to Qing'an County to visit relatives. "You should know her sister married in Qing'an County, right?" Gu Yuehui raises her eyebrows, with a half-smile on her face. "Visiting relatives?" Tianjing said that. She was surprised at first, wondering how Tianjing managed to convince Chen Yusheng to let a man who loved her deeply care for her rival lying in bed unable to take care of herself. Was her love just a cover? So, she hadn't returned to the Dalhousie production team these past few days and had been staying in Qing'an County? Chen Yusheng, hearing this, looked at Gu Yuehui carefully and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Gu Yuehui chuckled softly, with a hint of meaning in his tone. "It doesn't mean anything." After saying that, she turned to leave but was pulled back by Chen Yusheng. Although he was a love-struck man, he wasn't as foolish as Gu Ruihui. His tone became serious. "Speak clearly. Did you see Xiaojing in Qing'an County?" "Yes. She told you to stay away from Widow Li, or she might fall into someone else's arms," Gu Yuehui said, shaking off Chen Yusheng's hand. Seeing Chen Yusheng's face twist with her words, she felt a bit pleased. After speaking, Gu Yuehui took her work notebook and went to catch up with Gu Zhifeng and Gu Tinghui. The two hesitated, glancing at Gu Yuehui and then at Chen Yusheng, who was standing by the haystack, staring tightly at Gu Yuehui. Nan, you and Chen." Gu Tinghui frowned but finally asked his doubts. Deep down, he didn't want his sister to have any connection with Chen Yusheng, especially since it was obvious he liked Tianjing. Gu Yuehui smiled slightly and said casually, "After all that's happened, I don't like him anymore. There's no time for hatred. How could she still like him?" Like Tianjing, Chin Yu-sheng in this life was destined to struggle and sink in the mud with her. Dreaming of marrying a widow and having children was just a dream. Gu Zhifeng heard this and sighed in relief. He grinned and said, "That's good, that's good. Dad was worried you'd be upset. Old Chen's family isn't a good place. Don't worry, Nan Nan. Dad will find you the best and most suitable young man." Gu Yuhuai paused slightly, looked up, and glanced at Yan Xiaotang, who was leaning on Gu Tinghuai's shoulder. She reached out and touched Yan Xiaotang's head but didn't reply. Instead, she was quietly thinking. The best and most suitable young man. She had already found him in her previous life. On the way back from the breeding station, Yan Xiaotang fell asleep. When she got home, Gu Yuehuai took off the little girl's clothes and tucked her into bed. Gu Zhifeng and Gu Tinghuai, exhausted from the day, also went to bed early after washing up. Gu Yuehuai locked the door, looked at Yan Xiaotang peacefully sleeping, then entered the sumer space. Inside, the scent of fruit and wheat filled the air. Gu Yuehuai began another round of work. The wheat ears were already piled high in the thatched barn, and grinding was becoming urgent. It's worth noting that the ginseng seedlings had grown to about finger length. Gu Yuehuai continued planting wheat seeds. With the new year approaching, storing enough food was very important. She tidied up the field and the space, then checked the grassland. She collected over 100 eggs and saw that the little rabbit she just caught had already grown visibly bigger, happily munching on grass, looking very peaceful. After working, Gu Yuehuai sat by the well, drinking water and eating lychees. After finishing the water, she ran around the thatched house a few times before leaving the space. She lay beside Yan Xiaotang, glanced at the girl's delicate features, and suddenly wondered if her willingness to hug her today was because of the space well water. Since Yan Xiaotang was the one besides her who drank the most from the space well, perhaps only this could have an effect. If so, could her brain injury heal over time? Could she become a normal person? This thought made Gu Yuehuai's breath catch, but she quickly forced a bitter smile and pushed the idea away. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. She couldn't guarantee that the space well water would completely cure Yan Xiaotang, only that she hoped it could help her recover a little. Gu Yuehuai pressed her lips, tucked the blanket around Yan Xiaotang, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. The next morning, after breakfast, Gu Yuehuai took Yan Xiaotang to the breeding area to work. She still had 4 walls to paint on, and after counting the time, it would take about half a month. She wondered if her carefully painted murals could become a stepping stone for her to get a suitable job. She thought this because she remembered that after each team's murals were finished, the commune would send people to promote them. A large group of officials would sit in a promotional vehicle with loudspeakers, broadcasting promotional messages. Later, they would hold on-site exhibitions of the murals to praise each team. She is capable of doing this job well, but she needs to do even better than others in her team. This way, her skills will be noticed, and she might even become a role model for promotion. Once a leader notices her, assigning tasks will be easier. However, she had been working until noon and was feeling sleepy. Yan Xiaotang then carried her back home. Just as she was about to put Yan Xiaotang into bed and go make lunch, she saw Gu Xilai rushing home, panting heavily. Gu Yuehuai frowned, poured a cup of water from the thermos, and handed it to Gu Xilai, asking curiously, "Third brother? Why did you come back so suddenly? Did second brother have an accident?" Gu Ruelai was very happy with Tianjing by his side, so he was unlikely to have any trouble. Gu Xilai took the cup and drank it all before catching his breath. He looked at Gu Yuehuai, paused for a moment, then said, "It's her, that woman. She went to the clinic to see second brother." Gu Yuehuai was momentarily stunned, then raised her eyebrows. She had just learned some information about Lin Jinshu from Yao Meili yesterday. Today, she took the initiative to visit? How did she find out that Gu Ruelai was in the hospital? Gu Xilai continued, "You know who I mean, right?" Gu Yuehuai smiled. "That woman. Aren't we all clear about her among us siblings?" For a moment, neither of them spoke. Gu Yuehuai turned around and started busying herself at the stove, casually asking, "Did third brother come back just to talk about this?" Gu Xilai seemed a bit embarrassed, hesitating before saying, "No money or food stamps left." I came back to get some. Tianjing said. He was supporting second brother. Gu Yuehui quickly cooked rice and cracked a few eggs, planning to make a simple tomato and egg stir-fry. Yan Xiaodang was still young, and eggs are an essential nutritious food every day. Tianjing, Gu Shilai wrinkled his nose, seeming reluctant to talk about that person. Go ahead and cook. I'll go find Dad and Big Brother, Gu Shilai said, then hurriedly left. Gu Yuehui squinted, thinking about why Lin Jinshu suddenly came to visit. It wasn't that she disliked her, but in her previous life, she never knew about Gu Ruelai being bitten by a wolf, so she also never knew Lin Jinshu visited. Where did she hear that Gu Ruelai was at the county clinic? Her eyes filled with thoughts. After a while, she decided that the person spreading the news was someone specific. Nye Peilon, her aunt who had changed her name. Gu Ruehui was hospitalized. Their family didn't talk much about it to others. Since Lin Jinshu married into the city, she also lost contact with her old friends from the labor team. If anyone were to bring this up casually, it would probably be Aunt Nye Peilon. That day, she met Nye Peilon at the county health clinic, but her attitude. Gu Yuehui smiled indifferently. It seemed that Nye Peilon had cut ties with her father but still maintained a relationship with her former sister-in-law, Lin Jinshu. That made sense. She was never one to act without benefit. Lin Jinshu had married the secretary of Huanging Commune, which was no ordinary connection. She didn't want to bother her simple-minded younger brother, but kept an eye on her former sister-in-law, the official wife. However, with Gu Ruehui's bad temper, even if Lin Jinshu came, she wouldn't get a warm reception. Lin Jinshu's situation didn't seem as repulsive or hateful to Gu Xiaohui as he outwardly appeared. He quickly called back Gu Jifeng and Gu Tinghuai. The father and sons looked complicated, with furrowed brows. Gu Yuehui saw their troubled faces and waved. Dad, elder brother, third brother, time to eat. Gu Jifeng looked at her with difficulty. Nan, can the third brother talk to you? Shall we go? Go somewhere. His words carried hints of hesitation, complexity, and emotions others might not understand. But to Gu Yuehui, he just seemed like a man who was abandoned by his wife but remained unchanged. Yes, she knew Gu Jifeng loved Lin Jinshu. That feeling hadn't changed from the beginning to the end. But now Lin Jinshu was remarried and had children. Things had changed completely. No matter how much they regretted or how complicated it was, what could they do? Instead of entangling themselves in the past, it was better to forget each other from the start. She didn't suggest Gu Jifeng go to the health clinic to see Lin Jinshu. Gu Tinghuai suddenly looked up and said to Gu Jifeng, Dad, you don't need to go. Nan, and I will go instead. Gu Yuehui pursed her lips. Although Gu Tinghuai didn't know how Lin Jinshu was living after leaving the labor team, it was clear he shared her view. She didn't want their stubborn father to dwell on the past anymore. The aroma of scrambled eggs with tomatoes filled the air. Unfortunately, Gu Jifeng, who usually cared deeply about eating, had no appetite at the moment. He sat on the Kong bed, lost in thought, silent for a long time. Gu Yuehui pressed her lips lightly and broke the silence first. Let's eat first. Yes, let's eat first, Dad. We can talk after we finish. Gu Shihui, who has been mostly in the background, nodded repeatedly. He hasn't eaten well these days at the county health clinic. Taking care of patients is even more tiring than working. He also misses Gu Yuehui's cooking. Her food smells good and tastes great, always making people hungry. Gu Tinghuai didn't speak, but automatically went to serve rice at the stove. During this, he exchanged a look with Gu Yuehui. The siblings understood each other perfectly, sharing a silent bond that others couldn't interfere with. Soon, the meal was ready. Gu Yuehui didn't wake Yan Xiaodang, but left a portion for her on the stove. Dad, don't think too much. Just eat first, Gu Yuehui said, pushing chopsticks into Gu Jifeng's hand and urging him with a frown. Gu Jifeng looked at his children beside him. He didn't pick up his chopsticks. After a moment of silence, he looked at Gu Shihui, who was already eating quickly. Third brother, what did your mom say? Gu Shihui paused, then started coughing hard, almost spitting out his food. Gu Tinghuai's face twitched, and he irritably handed him a glass of water. Gu Shihui recovered, and looked at Gu Jifeng with surprise. Dad, are you still thinking about that? Don't tell me you still have feelings for that woman. Are you planning to rekindle old flames? Get back together? Hearing this, Gu Jifeng's face darkened. He stared silently at Gu Shihui. Gu Shihui chuckled and took another bite of food. After chewing thoroughly, he said, I advise you not to think about it, Dad. That woman didn't go alone. Her partner went with her. When he said this, not only Gu Jifeng's expression changed, but even Gu Tinghuai, who was watching from outside, looked surprised. He had known for a long time that Lin Jinshu left the brigade to marry into the city and get food rations. But as a son, he had also hoped she hadn't married and that there might be a second chance someday. Partner? That's really ironic. Gu Yuehui ate calmly, without saying a word. This matter should have been shared with the family long ago, but after her rebirth, she focused on Tianjing and didn't think much about Lin Jinshu. In theory, Huang'an Commune wasn't far from the Dalhousie production brigade, so she might have run into Lin Jinshu by chance. But she knew well what Lin Jinshu had been through all these years, so it wasn't surprising. Gu Jifeng's hand trembled when he heard Gu Shihui's words. His chopsticks hit the edge of the bowl with a sharp sound. He looked a bit stiff, and his voice became hoarse. Is that so? Gu Shihui looked at his pitiful appearance and couldn't help but sigh. Yes, and judging by that person's clothes and style, they must be living quite well. So, Dad, don't think about that woman anymore. When he first saw Lin Jinshu, wasn't he excited? But now, after calming down, that excitement felt like a cold splash of water from head to toe, completely cooled off. Since she has already married someone else without any attachment, why should our family keep dwelling on the past and feel sad? Gu Jifeng wiped his face and picked up his bowl, eating loudly. He said nothing, which made Gu Yuehui and the others look at each other in silence. After finishing the meal, Gu Tinghuai took on the task of washing the dishes, while Gu Yuehui looked at Gu Jifeng and asked, Dad, are you okay? Gu Jifeng forced a laugh, showing a smile that was even more painful than crying. What could be wrong with me? When she left back then, I was both father and mother to you all. I raised you. Don't worry, Dad can handle this. He knows what he's doing. Gu Yuehui looked at him and felt a bit uncomfortable, but she knew she shouldn't interfere in her parents' matters. She couldn't just let Lin Jinshu divorce and reconcile with her dad, could she? Not to mention how difficult that would be. What about the twin children Lin Jinshu gave birth to for the Qin family? If, after nearly 20 years of hardship, Lin Jinshu still remained the same as before, someone who looked down on poverty and longed for city life, then she might have the ability to look back at this family. But was it necessary? Her dad deserves better. No matter how outsiders see her dad, how unruly or wild he might seem, he has always been the best father in the world to her. She hopes he can be safe and happy in this life, that all her wishes come true, and that she gets everything she desires. Gu Jifeng's eyes turned a little red. He turned to Gu Yuehui and said, No matter what, she is still your mother. I won't go to Qing'an County, but you two should make a trip. It's been over 10 years since you last saw her. This time, it can also fulfill your wish. Gu Yuehui's eyes trembled slightly. She finally realized that he had always knew that her longing for a good life since childhood was because Lin Jinshu didn't take her away or let her live in the city. She had thought about asking Lin Jinshu when they met again why she didn't take her away when she was still a baby. However, this obsession was already resolved in her past life. Although she and Lin Jinshu did not meet at the right time last life, and she didn't ask that question, after seeing her helpless mother's love, she suddenly felt at peace. As she initially said, everyone has their own choices. She had no right to question Lin Jinshu, who brought her into this world. She seemed happy, but she was never truly happy. Maybe this is the price of choosing wealth and status, abandoning those she cared about. Gu Tinghuai came back from washing dishes and heard this, so he said, I'll take Nan Nan. Third brother, you should rest at home. Tonight, I will stay at the clinic to take care of the second brother. Gu Shihui was happy at first, then hesitated. Is that okay, big brother? You have to work tomorrow. Gu Tinghuai smiled. Take a leave. You've been tired these days. Rest at home. No need. We're all back. Tianjing said she will stay at the clinic to take care of second brother. Why should we refuse her kindness? Gu Yuehui smiled, but the happiness didn't reach his eyes. Gu Shihui's mouth twitched. He looked at Gu Yuehui and gave a thumbs up. Good. Tianjing kept saying she would take care of him, but we might interfere with her efforts. Who knows how easy it is to feed, wash, and serve him when he needs to go to the bathroom. Will Tianjing still be able to get married in the future? Gu Tinghui also seemed to think of this and sighed. This can't be right. Brother, haven't you heard the saying? To destroy someone, you must first make them go crazy. Second brother is now full of her. But caring for someone always involves emotions. It depends on whether Tianjing goes crazy first or second brother regrets first, Gu Yuehui said slowly, without feeling that this idea was bad. Gu Ruai was already deeply in love. Extreme measures are needed to make him understand that his peaceful stay at the clinic is thanks to the family's care, giving him peace of mind. And the jokes Tianjing told him had no real use at all. Gu Tinghui and Gu Shihui exchanged looks, both with complicated expressions. The once naive but harmless sister had truly changed. Of course, this was something they couldn't say aloud. Gu Jifeng felt no enthusiasm and waved his hand, saying, "That's enough. You all pack up and go. Later, the third brother will ask for leave for you." Gu Tinghui nodded. Just as he was about to leave with Gu Yuehui, he suddenly heard Gu Jifeng say, "Nan Nan, go to the supply and marketing cooperative later to buy some things to bring over. You and your mom haven't seen each other in over 10 years. We can't be too shabby." Gu Yuehui pursed her lips and nodded, saying, "Got it, Dad. Don't worry about it." The siblings left the house. Gu Jifeng sat on the Kong, looking like a clay sculpture. Gu Shihui glanced at him, feeling annoyed by his lethargic appearance, and couldn't help but say, "All right, Dad. The woman with the bad attitude can't see you anyway. What's the point?" After saying that, he pouted and added, "I think second brother's behavior completely inherited from you. Exactly the same." "Little brat, what are you talking about?" Gu Jifeng was furious. He raised his hand and swung it toward Gu Shihui's head. Gu Shihui chuckled and said, "That's more like it, Dad. You're not suited to be a sad, resentful husband." Gu Jifeng watched Gu Shihui run away, his tense face relaxed. After a moment, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "That little brat." Meanwhile, Gu Tinghui and Gu Yuehui were heading to Huanging Commune. "Nan Nan, what are you thinking?" Gu Tinghui turned his head to look at Gu Yuehui, who was calmly enjoying the scenery, looking like she was lost in thought. His tone was complicated. He who had lived with her for a few years felt some emotional ups and downs. As they got closer to Qing'an County, he became more nervous. She, who had never met her biological mother, was surprisingly calm, as if she was about to face a stranger. Such calmness was impressive. Gu Yuehui raised her eyebrows slightly. "What am I thinking? Are you talking about Lin Jinshu?" Hearing her directly call that name, Gu Tinghui's eyelids twitched, and he didn't know how to respond. Gu Yuehui was unhurried and smiled slightly. "What do you think? To me, Lin Jinshu is no different from a stranger. But big brother, when you see her later, don't cry or you'll be laughed at." Gu Tinghui was taken aback and shook his head with a bitter smile. Cry? He probably wouldn't do that, right? The two of them arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative in Huanging Commune. As soon as they entered, Gu Yuehui saw Yao Meili sitting behind the counter. She looked absent-minded, as if lost in thought, and seemed a little annoyed. Gu Yuehui wasn't interested in giving gifts and turned to ask Gu Tinghui, "Big brother, what should we buy?" Gu Tinghui frowned and hesitated as he looked at the colorful items on the counter. He had never given a gift before, so he didn't know what to buy for his mother, whom he hadn't seen in over 10 years. When he heard the familiar voice, Yao Meili immediately looked up. Seeing Gu Yuehui, she seemed to come alive. "Yuehui, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you." Yao Meili's face had a slight blush. When she got excited, her calm and gentle expression became lively. Gu Yuehui smiled softly. "Is your head okay now?" Yao Meili reached up and touched her bandaged head, shaking her head. "It's fine now." After speaking, she remembered Wang Qing and moved closer to Gu Yuehui. lowering her voice. That Wang Qing was fired from the supply and marketing cooperative for intentionally hurting someone. She found someone, but I went to find Qin Mu and told her not to let her come back. Gu Yuehui was a bit surprised and raised an eyebrow at Yao Meili. She had always thought Yao Meili was a bit old-fashioned and conservative. She didn't expect her to meet her ex-boyfriend because of Wang Qing. This move really surprised her. Yao Meili smiled. By the way, why are you here today? Nan, do you know this comrade? Gu Tinghui looked a bit surprised. Working at the supply and marketing cooperative was a coveted job, considered a stable, well-paying position. Who wouldn't look up to someone with such a job? How does Nan know him? Yao Meili was stunned. She looked at Gu Tinghui and guessed his identity. After all, Gu Yuehui was still young and probably hadn't had a serious relationship yet. He looked honest and was very close to Gu Yuehui, so he must be her brother. However, from his face, he didn't seem to resemble Lin Jinshu much. He probably took after his father. Yao Meili confidently extended her hand to Gu Tinghui. Hello, comrade. I'm Yuehui's friend. Hello, Gu Tinghui said nervously, shaking her hand. His ears turned slightly red. He had never shaken hands with a girl before. Yao Meili smiled, thinking that men in this rural team were quite nice. Gu Yuehui looked at both of them and said straightforwardly, I just want to buy something to visit Lin Jinshu. Yao Meili was a bit surprised. She still remembered her attitude yesterday. But soon, she became excited and said happily, You finally understand. You probably don't know what to buy, right? Let me tell you, Aunt Lin loves to eat these rice snacks. You can bring her some. Gu Tinghui was a bit stunned. You also know me. My mom, Yao Meili nodded seriously. Yes, I know her. We're quite familiar. Aunt Lin is really kind. You and she get along very well, and in the future, her life will be better. Gu Yuehui wasn't interested in talking about Lin Jinshu. She pointed at the gift box of pastries on the counter and said, No need to trouble yourself. Just take this gift box. Also, I won the cloth from last time. Yao Meili looked at her but said nothing, just nodded in agreement. In the end, they spent a little over 5 yuan. Pastries are not cheap, and a gift box costs about 3 yuan. Plus, the fabric and thread, they spent quite a bit. When they left the supply and marketing cooperative, Gu Tinghui looked a bit worried. That much money could cover most of his wages for over half a month. After thinking for a moment, Gu Tinghui hesitated and asked, Nan, the jewelry you took to Zhou Lan City's consignment shop, will the money from selling it be enough to pay off the debt? Gu Yuehui smiled. Big brother, are you worried I'll spend all the money? Don't worry about the debt. Gu Tinghui sighed with a bitter smile. It's not that I worry you'll spend it all. I just hope you understand that earning money is hard. When buying things, you should be careful. The pastry box is a bit expensive and not suitable for our family. Gu Yuehui nodded sincerely and apologized. I understand, big brother. I won't spend money like that again. She just didn't want to put too much effort into choosing gifts. Later, when she went to the health clinic, she wasn't sure what to expect. After all, she knew that Qin Wanjian wasn't a good person to get along with. Definitely a smiling tiger. He was truly infatuated with Lin Jinshu, but his obsession was filled with possessiveness and dominance. The children of Lin Jinshu and other men, in Qin Wanjian's eyes, were just unwanted, trash. He didn't want to see again. Could he really abandon these feelings and go to the health clinic to see Gu Ruihui? Who knew what his real intentions were? Gu Tinghui saw her being so obedient and felt he shouldn't put too much pressure on her. He softened his voice and said, No, I was too harsh. Don't take it to heart, Nan. Gu Yuehui was silent, then chuckled softly. How could that be? I really think Big Brother is right. Gu Tinghui sighed in relief and then remembered the sales clerk at the supply and marketing cooperative. He looked puzzled and asked, Nan, how do you know that sales clerk? How does she know? About her family? Gu Yuehui paused and squinted slightly, saying, Her name is Yao Meili. She almost married Lin Jinshu's stepson. Stepson? Gu Tinghui's expression flickered with surprise. After a moment, he regained his composure and looked at Gu Yuehui with a complex gaze. He said, Nan, you seem to know a lot about her family. Why didn't you tell us earlier? I only found out yesterday. Gu Yuehui shrugged. She recounted everything from yesterday. With Yao Meili around, she managed to hide all the details about Lin Jinshu that she knew from her past life. I see. No wonder Yao Meili was so friendly to you, Gu Tinghui said with understanding. While they were talking, they arrived at Qing'an County. As soon as they entered Qing'an County, Gu Tinghui became more nervous. His body stiffened, and he started walking awkwardly. Gu Yuehui shook her head and said helplessly, Big brother, are you sure you want to go to the clinic like this? Gu Tinghui cleared his throat, but his voice remained dry. I don't want to. My body just doesn't listen to me. After all, she's my biological mother. Gu Yuehui bit her lip and nodded. All right, it's okay. I'll hold your hand. She forgot that Lin Jinshu was not just the mother she had already let go of, but also the biological mother of several brothers. As they spoke, she reached out and took Gu Tinghui's hand. The two of them entered the clinic one after the other. Before reaching the ward, they saw He Lanzhong and Cui Hejia standing at the payment counter. Gu Yuehui raised an eyebrow and called out, Comrade He. He Lanzhong turned around sharply. When he saw Gu Yuehui, his eyes lit up. However, when he saw her holding hands with Gu Tinghui, his smile froze for a moment. This change was fleeting. He hurried over to Gu Yuehui, still smiling happily. Comrade Gu. Gu Tinghui sized up He Lanzhong. As her brother, he naturally looked at any man who desires his sister with suspicion. But after a careful look, he couldn't find any fault with He Lanzhong. He was tall and broad, dressed in a military coat and black leather shoes. His family background seemed quite good. His face was handsome with well-defined features. Besides looking a bit playful and mischievous, there didn't seem to be any other issues. However, thinking of the equally superficial Ran Tianxiang, Gu Tinghui's expression grew cold again. No matter who they are, as long as they are men, they should be observed carefully. You can't trust someone just by their appearance. He Lanzhong also noticed Gu Tinghui's expression. His smile faded slightly, and he awkwardly said, Comrade Gu, are you here to see your brother today? And who is this? Gu Yuehui smiled and said, My older brother. Hearing older brother, He Lanzhong first relaxed a little, then quickly put on a sincere smile and reached out his hand. So you're Gu de Gu. I'm He Lanzhong, a friend of Comrade Gu. You can call me Lanzhong. Gu Tinghui frowned and looked at the hand reaching toward him. He was reluctant but shook it. Flattering without sincerity is usually for selfish reasons. Gu Yuehui said from the side, Brother, when we paid for Air Ji's treatment, it was Comrade He who helped. Hearing this, Gu Tinghui was a bit surprised. But he didn't show any flattery or excitement. Instead, he slightly bowed to He Lanzhong. Comrade He, thank you. Without your help, our second brother might be in trouble. After thanking him, Gu Tinghui seriously said, Don't worry, we will pay you back with interest. If he was unsure at first, now that he knew He Lanzhong was the one who lent the money, he was sure. He must have some feelings for their girl, otherwise, who would lend over 100 yuan for surgery? He was grateful, but not so foolish as to be blinded. He needed to watch and see. Gu de Gu, there's no need to be so polite, He Lanzhong said awkwardly. Just then, Cui Hejia came over from the payment area. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, a serious face, and looked trustworthy, more so than He Lanzhong. But as soon as Cui Hejia spoke, he ruined his serious image with teasing words. Old He, I see you volunteered to come with me for the health checkup. Turns out there's a reason. He Lanzhang's ears reddened. He hurriedly waved his hands. Don't listen to him. Gu Yuehui's cold gaze swept over Cui Hejia. He took out a stack of money from his pocket, counted out 140 yuan, and handed it to He Lanzhong. I promise to pay you back soon. He Lanzhong looked at the money handed to him, unsure whether to take it or not. He didn't want to settle things with her so clearly, but after spending time together, he realized Gu Yuehui wasn't someone who liked to take advantage of others. If he didn't accept, they probably couldn't remain friends in the future. Suddenly, he thought of something and, feeling a bit shy, said, About the IOU, I was in a hurry today and didn't bring it. How about this, Comrade Gu? We meet at the state-run restaurant tomorrow at noon. I'll bring the IOU then. Gu Yuehui slightly frowned, glancing at He Longjang's expectant look. After a moment of thought, she agreed. The IOU was indeed a trouble, but it wasn't about whether she trusted He Longjang. She just didn't want others to hold her accountable. Tomorrow is fine. She also had some things she wanted to clarify with him. She wasn't stupid and could see He Longjang's feelings for her. However, she knew his feelings were likely misplaced. When she agreed, a hint of happiness appeared on He Longjang's face. Meanwhile, Cui Hejia squinted and looked at him. Tomorrow at the state-run restaurant? Gu Yuehui said, then we'll go first. He Longjang nodded, watching Gu Yuehui and Gu Tinghui walk away, his gaze lingering for a long time. Cui Hejia looked at him and suddenly smiled. He Longjang turned to look at him annoyed and said, what are you laughing at? Cui Hejia crossed his arms, looking at He Longjang with a half-smile. Laughing at you liking her, but not daring to say it. Don't talk nonsense. He Longjang looked flustered, glancing around to make sure no one was listening, then let out a sigh of relief. His innocent expression made Cui Hejia laugh so hard he couldn't straighten up. After laughing for a while, Cui Hejia finally calmed down, patted He Longjang's shoulder, and hesitated before saying, you like this girl, but what about Zhu Rongrong? When mentioning Zhu Rongrong, a faint smile disappeared from He Longjang's face. His handsome face turned a bit cold, and his voice was low but firm. I won't marry Zhu Rongrong. Hearing this, Cui Hejia smiled slightly. Not marrying Zhu Rongrong? Will your brother agree? He Longjang frowned slightly, seeming to think of something. A hint of sadness flickered in his eyes, and he avoided answering. He said, have you paid the fee? Let's go. Cui Hejia shrugged and didn't say anything more. On the other side, Gu Yuehui and Gu Tinghui arrived at the door of the ward. The latter's previously eased tension began to spread again. However, when Gu Yuehui forcefully pulled him into the ward, the tension instantly disappeared. Because Lin Jinshu was not there, the small room only had Gu Ruihui lying on the bed, and even Tianjing was nowhere to be seen. Gu Tinghui frowned and strode over quickly. Gu Ruihui, lying on the bed with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and said angrily, go away. I told you I don't want to see you. Second brother, Gu Tinghui scolded. Gu Ruihui suddenly opened his eyes, looked at his older brother, and was a bit stunned. He slowly sat up and, seeing Gu Yuehui beside him, reached up to ruffle his hair, speaking somewhat irritably, you're late. That woman has already left. Gu Tinghui didn't know whether to feel relieved or frustrated. He sat down nearby and was silent for a moment before saying, you know your father has feelings for her, yet you still cause trouble in front of her and act so unruly. She is your mother. Why did you come to see if you had any problems? Do you really want to make yourself look like an ignorant troublemaker? Do you think she will look kindly on the old Gu family that raised us? Have you given him any face? Gu Yuehui looked calm, neither speaking nor commenting. It was Gu Ruihui, who usually listened to Gu Tinghui. Now, hearing this, a trace of regret appeared on his face. He had been so focused on venting his anger and resentment that he forgot about these matters. Now, thinking carefully, he noticed the expression on the woman's husband's face when he looked at her, clearly full of mockery and disdain. Brother, Gu Ruihui opened his mouth, but felt that whatever he said now would be wrong. Gu Yuehui casually placed the box of pastries on the bedside table. Tianjing, isn't she supposed to be taking care of you all the time? Gu Ruihui frowned and looked at her impatiently. Everywhere I look, there's you. Little Jing went to see that woman and hasn't come back yet. You should worry less about others' affairs. Gu Tinghui tapped Gu Ruihui's head and said seriously, what are you saying? Do you know that the money for your surgery was borrowed from Nanan and her friends? I know you're hot-tempered, but I didn't realize you couldn't tell friend from foe. Gu Ruihui, look at what you've become now. Nanan is your biological sister. How could she harm you? Gu Ruihui was a bit afraid of Gu Tinghui, but after hearing his words, his lips drooped slightly, showing he didn't think he was wrong. He knew the money for the surgery was borrowed from Gu Yuehui, but he had promised to pay it back. Is it unreasonable for a sister to borrow money to save her brother? Does he really need to be grateful and kneel to thank her? She might not even be able to handle it. All right, big brother. Since he's already gone, let's go back, Gu Yuehui said without looking at Gu Ruihui, knowing full well that he had been brainwashed by Tianjing. Talking more wouldn't help. Gu Tinghui was very disappointed and no longer paid attention to Gu Ruihui. He turned around and said, "Let's go." Gu Ruihui opened his mouth to stop him, but at that moment, a fashionable woman with a small bag in her hand walked into the ward, wiping her eyes. Gu Yuehui looked at her, paused, and Gu Tinghui also froze in place, silent for a moment. The woman brushed past Gu Yuehui and went to Gu Ruihui's bedside, handing him an envelope. "Why are you back again? You should hurry." Seeing Lin Jinshu's expression turn unpleasant, Gu Ruihui wanted to curse loudly, but when he looked up at Gu Tinghui, his words caught in his throat. "Take it. Consider it. A little token of my feelings," Lin Jinshu said, then turned and left. Gu Yuehui said, "Ms. Lin, wait a moment." Lin Jinshu hesitated, then turned to look at Gu Yuehui. When her eyes met his, which looked very much like hers, her pupils widened in shock. She then became flustered, her eyes reddening as she whispered, You are. I am Gu Yuehui," he replied calmly. "Our big brother, Gu Tinghui. I suppose you no longer remember what we look like," Gu Yuehui said with a smile, pointing to Gu Tinghui, who was speechless. His tone was composed and steady, without any excitement or joy from reuniting with his biological mother after so many years, just as if he were facing a stranger. While speaking, Gu Yuehui looked Lin Jinshu up and down. Sure enough, as Yao Meili had said, no matter how broken and helpless her mental state was, at least on a material level, she enjoyed comforts and satisfaction that the Gu family could not provide. Lin Jinshu still had long hair, topped with a fashionable wide felt hat. She wore a pinkish wool sweater and long pants made of fuzzy fabric, and her feet were in clean leather shoes. This entire outfit, from top to bottom, probably cost no more than 20 yuan. People say that clothes make the man and gold makes the Buddha, but with Lin Jinshu's beauty, even in tattered clothes, her elegance cannot be hidden. She has a lovely face, with delicate eyebrows like willow leaves and bright, charming eyes that shine with allure. Perhaps because she takes good care of herself or because of her natural youthful appearance, she looks no older than 30. When Gu Yuehui heard her, her expression turned very sad, but this was the truth. She couldn't find words to defend herself, and seeing her own child treat her like a stranger, her heart was still filled with pain. Gu Yuehui shook her head calmly and comforted her gently. "Don't cry. We've all moved on. Can't you let go too?" Gu Tinghui's throat moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but then felt confused and silent. Gu Yuehui turned around, picked up a box of pastries from the bedside table, and casually took out an envelope from Gu Ruihui's hand. "Hey, what are you doing?" Gu Ruihui shouted angrily. Gu Yuehui didn't bother with him. She walked over to Lin Jinshu and politely said, "This is for my father, and this, you can take it back too. Second brother says he's grown up and can support himself. Even if he's in the hospital, he has someone to care for him, so he doesn't need your money." She returned the envelope. Tianjing, being greedy by nature, would be delighted if she knew she could use Gu Ruihui to get close to Lin Jinshu and Qin Wanjing. That would cause a lot of trouble later. Lin Jinshu silently took the pastry box and the envelope. When she opened her mouth, she felt her throat hurt. Gu Yuehui glanced back at the angry Gu Ruihui and softly said, "Let's go, Ms. Lin. My older brother and I will see you out. Second brother needs to rest, so it's better if you don't come again." Lin Jinshu pursed her lips, feeling sad and overwhelmed, but she could only swallow her pain and forced a gentle smile, saying goodbye. Gu Yuehui saw her sadness, but pretended not to notice. As she left the ward, Gu Yuehui turned back and smiled at Gu Ruihui, her voice sincere and gentle. "Second brother, rest well. With Tianjing taking care of us, you don't have to worry." Before Gu Ruihui could understand what that meant, Gu Yuehui and the others had already left the room. "What do you mean? With Tianjing here, they don't have to worry? What does that mean?" Gu Ruihui looked confused. After a while, he finally realized what was going on and responded cautiously. "Why hasn't the third brother come back? not to mention Gu Ruihuai's side, where he was scratching his head in frustration. On the other side, the three-person group led by Lin Jinshu, with Gu Yuehuai and Gu Tinghuai slightly behind, was also very awkward. The three of them walked outside the health clinic. Lin Jinshu tried several times to say something caring, but seeing Gu Yuehuai's face, which looked like hers but lacked warmth, she felt a tightness in her throat, as if cotton was stuck there. Gu Tinghuai looked down and didn't look at Lin Jinshu. He seemed to be lost in thought. Gu Yuehuai glanced at her older brother and suddenly asked, "Ms. Lin, where is Tianjing?" The woman who was taking care of second brother in the ward when you arrived. Tianjing was always eager for benefits. When she had a chance to connect with the commune secretary, could she let go of this opportunity? Hearing Gu Yuehuai's words, Lin Jinshu paused, a trace of sadness flickering in her eyes. Ms. Lin, each word felt like a knife stabbing her heart. Of course, she thought about it, but she had no face to ask Gu Yuehuai to call her mom. After all, she had never taken care of her since birth, not even fed her a few bites. She truly was not a qualified mother. Lin Jinshu composed herself, gathered her thoughts, and asked, "That Tianjing, what is her relationship with Ruihuai?" Thinking about how Tianjing had been so attentive to her and old Qin just now, Lin Jinshu frowned. Although many people often came to ask old Qin for favors, she was used to such flattery. But thinking that this person might marry her son in the future, she couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. As a mother, she always hoped her son would marry a better wife. Not necessarily very beautiful, but at least honest and kind. In her opinion, Tianjing was too scheming, not suitable for her simple second son. Gu Yuehuai smiled casually and said, "It doesn't matter." He added, "Her father is Tian Dayo, but she's about my age. You probably haven't met her." This ordinary remark made Lin Jinshu tremble slightly. Yes, she couldn't even remember her own biological daughter, let alone someone else's. Lin Jinshu let out a soft sigh, then turned to Gu Tinghuai, speaking gently, "That Tian girl is sharp-minded. Ruihuai can't handle her. Tinghuai, you're the eldest brother. Please talk to him properly, okay?" She looked carefully at her eldest son, her own biological child, feeling a mix of sourness in her heart. Among the children, only this one was closest to her. She still remembered the day she left. It was pouring rain, and Gu Tinghuai, barely reaching her thighs, held her tightly, crying and begging her not to go. But she had truly had enough of the hunger and hardship in the countryside, especially with her family's decline. Her younger brothers were still small and crying for food. As fellow landowners, they would face a tough future. As the eldest sister, she had to take on the responsibility of her family. This burden wasn't something that Gu Jifeng's simple words of "I love you" could carry. They were no longer young masters and misses. Life required basic needs: firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. The youthful days of playing music, chess, calligraphy, and painting couldn't fill their stomachs. Gu Tinghuai listened to Lin Jinshu's earnest advice and finally looked up at her. The mother in his memory was already blurry, only a vague silhouette. Now, seeing her face clearly, with features matching that silhouette, he realized that over the years, only they remained, no one else. She was still beautiful, even young enough that her true age was hard to tell. It seemed life hadn't worn her down. Gu Tinghuai didn't say much about Tianjing and Gu Ruihuai's matters, only replying softly. Seeing that Gu Tinghuai had nothing to say to her, Lin Jinshu felt a pang in her heart. She turned to look at Gu Yuehuai, who had no expression on his face. She pressed her lips, forced a smile, and said, "All right, I'll go now." Gu Yuehuai nodded, and together they watched her leave. Gu Tinghuai looked at her back and was silent for a long time. It wasn't until Gu Yuehuai teased, "What's wrong, big brother? After so many years, seeing your real mother again makes your heart race? Want to recognize her?" She didn't mind her brothers recognizing Lin Jinshu as their mother. After all, her identity was undeniable. As for herself, she only had her father in her life. What Lin Jinshu did in the past hurt them, no doubt. But the one who suffered the most was Gu Jifeng, who loved her deeply. So, if it was about forgiveness, she wasn't interested. She also didn't plan to interfere with Lin Jinshu's canary life anymore. Everything could wait until their family's life truly changed. Gu Tinghui's mouth twitched, and he gave Gu Yuehui a light tap on the head. You really say whatever's on your mind. After saying that, he looked back at the health clinic, hesitating. Are we really leaving? Not caring about the second brother anymore? Gu Yuehui gently lifted her eyelids and looked at Tianjing, who was happily walking into the health clinic. She said, Big brother, look, someone who can take care of us has arrived. Why are we still making a fuss? Seeing Tianjing, Gu Tinghui couldn't help but frown. Perhaps influenced by his sister, he now also felt a strong dislike whenever he saw Tianjing. Tianjing was lost in thought and didn't notice Gu Yuehui and Gu Tinghui. When she passed by them, she heard a light comment. What are you thinking about? You're smiling so much your teeth are almost falling out. Tianjing stiffened all over. She looked up at Gu Yuehui, first frowning, but when she saw Gu Tinghui standing nearby, she immediately lowered her head and acted meekly, speaking softly. Big brother Gu, Yuehui, you've come. Gu Yuehui looked at Tianjing with a half-smile. You're so happy to meet the secretary of Huangin Commune. Hearing this, Tianjing suddenly looked up at her. She thought of Lin Jinshu, who had turned back halfway and then left earlier. She felt annoyed inside. Her mother and daughter must have met. In the novel, Gu Yuehui's later reputation as the favorite of the story never faltered. Not only does she have a loving male lead, her father and 3 brothers spoil her, but she also receives love from her stepfather, stepbrother, and biological mother. Whether or not this love is mixed with interest doesn't matter. She's the favorite, loved in love, family, and friendship. She just can't stand seeing others so happy.
But why?
Why does Gu Yuehui have such good luck? She had just secretly hinted that Gu Ruerui should go crazy, drive away Lin Jinshu and Qin Wanjian, and then smoothly connect with that network. How could Gu Yuehui and Lin Jinshu's mother and daughter meet again? Is it really the heroine's fate?
No.
She doesn't believe it. All of this can be changed. Since she was favored by the master of time travel, how could she lose to a local? Secretary of Huangin Commune. Gu Tinghui was momentarily stunned, then suddenly thought of something, and his expression slightly changed. He looked a bit complicated. Although her clothes showed Lin Jinshu was doing well, he didn't expect her to marry the head of Huangin Commune. Thinking of her father's deep affection, he didn't know how to react. Tianjing took a step back, looking anxious and repeatedly waving her hands.
I
don't know anything about the secretary. Gu Yuehui didn't respond immediately. She looked calmly at Tianjing, her eyes emotionless. When she suddenly mentioned Huangin Commune secretary, Tianjing's face showed shock. But then she denied knowing Qin Wanjing's identity.
Why?
Because Qin Wanjing hadn't revealed her identity in the hospital room just now. So, what was Tianjing shocked about? Was she surprised that Gu Yuehui knew Qin Wanjing's identity? Or was she shocked that Qin Wanjing was the secretary of Huangin Commune? If it was the latter, she should have said, the secretary of Huangin Commune? Are you talking about that Qin uncle just now? That would be a normal reaction. Therefore, it was the former. She was shocked that Gu Yuehui knew Qin Wanjing's identity, especially since she hadn't met Qin Wanjing before. Given Lin Jinshu's personality, she wouldn't boast about becoming a government wife after a second marriage. Moreover, Tianjing, who is usually eager to gain benefits quickly, wouldn't be so enthusiastic about chasing after someone if she didn't know Qin Wanjing's identity. When she returned, she looked happy, as if she had gained something big. Gu Yuehui stared at Tianjing for a long time without speaking. Her mind kept replaying Tianjing's actions since her rebirth. The more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. She believed her initial guess was correct. The Tianjing in front of her was no longer the same Tianjing from before. She knew there was a treasure hidden in the Gu family's backyard, which is why she spent so much effort and energy on Gu Ruerui, a man with few advantages. She also knew Qin Wanjing's background, which is why she was so eager to flatter and please her. Could she, like her, have been reborn? But how could that be possible? If she really was Tianjing from her previous life, how could she act so cautious and submissive now? The Tianjing she knew was a decisive woman who held power and wealth. Before her rebirth, she was almost at the top of Z country's high society, commanding respect. If she had been reborn, why would she be so naive? Yes, naive. Tianjing now was as innocent as a child. Although she had some tricks, to someone who had lived for decades, her actions seemed laughable, like playing house. Lies, accusations, rumors, these were all petty tricks easily broken. Even when she lightly mocked or teased him, he became a little restless. His emotions were obvious, unlike the successful person from his past life, Tianjing. Speaking of which, besides knowing some things he shouldn't, everything he showed was similar to his previous life. So, where did things go wrong? Who exactly is he? Gu Yuehuai's eyes were calm and deep, making Tianjing shiver. She trembled her lips and asked, Yuehui, why are you looking at me like that? Gu Tinghuai also noticed that Gu Yuehuai was upset and worriedly said, Nan Nan. Gu Yuehuai pressed her lips and tightly held the cloth flower in her hand. She suppressed her feelings and said calmly, if you don't know, then just don't. You said you would take care of second brother, so it's up to you. We will go home first. After speaking, Gu Yuehuai pulled Gu Tinghuai and left the clinic. Tianjing frowned tightly, feeling a sudden strong unease in her heart, but she didn't know where it was coming from. She clenched her silver teeth, turned her head to go into the clinic, and suddenly realized, had she been handed Gu Ruerui? What does that mean? No one is watching over him? How can she help him go to the bathroom? Tianjing's face turned pale with anger. She ran a few steps to chase after them, but the brother and sister from the Gu family had already disappeared. On the way home, Gu Yuehuai remained silent. Nan Nan? What's wrong? Gu Tinghuai looked worried, not knowing what had upset his sister. Gu Yuehuai snapped back to herself, shook her head, and chuckled softly. It's nothing, big brother. I was just thinking about how to tell Dad about Lin Jinshu when we get home. Gu Tinghuai sighed in relief and said irritably, is this a big deal? Dad's not made of clay. He's used to this after all these years. Don't worry, he's tough and he understands. But even so, thinking that Gu Jifeng had only stayed with their family all these years, while Lin Jinshu had remarried and even had other children, Gu Tinghuai still felt uncomfortable, though he couldn't quite explain why. Gu Yuehuai nodded, and the two quickened their pace. When they arrived at the Dalhousie production team, it was already 4:30 p.m. Gu Jifeng was sitting in the yard, looking around anxiously. His worried expression was obvious. To comfort him, Gu Xiaohui held in Xiaodang and sat beside him. This man seemed unremarkable, but he was very patient with children. Yan Xiaodang happily sat in Gu Shihui's arms, listening to him tell a fairy tale. Dad, Gu Tinghuai, who is tall, immediately saw the restless Gu Zifeng. Gu Zifeng suddenly jumped up from the stool and quickly opened the yard door to greet him. You're back? How is it? Gu Tinghuai wanted to honestly say how things went, but seeing his father's expectant face, he hesitated. He suddenly understood what Gu Yuehuai meant when she said he didn't know how to tell his father about Lin Jinshu. Should he say she married early and her husband is the secretary of Huangying Commune? Or that she had another child? For Gu Zifeng, these words felt like a sharp sword stabbing into his heart. Gu Yuehuai shot her older brother a look that said, good luck, then took the little girl, Yan Xiaodang, from Gu Shihui. When the girl saw her, her eyes seemed to brighten, no longer so dull. Gu Yuehuai watched happily and asked, sister is back. Did you eat well? Gu Shihui smiled, gently ruffling Yan Xiaodang's head. Looking at her pretty face, his heart softened a little. This little girl may be small, but she has a big appetite. She finished all the food I left on the stove. Gu Yuehuai's eyes curved happily as she encouraged her. Really? Come on, let's go to the room. Sister will cook some soup for you, okay? Yan Xiaodang blinked but didn't speak. Gu Yuehuai wasn't discouraged. She carried the girl back to the room and left the tricky problem of Lin Jinshu to Gu Tinghuai. She placed Yan Xiaodang on the bed and started working in the kitchen. Vegetable and egg drop soup, simple yet nutritious, perfect for a child's afternoon snack. While cooking, Gu Yuehui kept thinking about Tianjing. In the end, she concluded that Tianjing was not reborn. She probably didn't have memories from her previous life, and what she knew seemed to be some secret matters. And these secrets, her past self probably also knew. Thinking carefully, Tianjing in her previous life seemed almost divine, like a lucky koi fish, always catching opportunities just right and rising with the tide. She used to think Tianjing's luck in digging up antiques behind the house was just good fortune. Now it seemed there was no such luck, only outsiders with knowledge deliberately getting involved. As for how Tianjing knew, only she herself probably knew the answer. Vegetable egg drop soup is simple and quick to make. While Gu Yuehui was feeding Yan shouting soup, Gu Tinghui also told Gu Zifeng everything that happened at the health clinic today. He clearly wasn't as easygoing as Gu Tinghui made it seem. When he entered the room, he looked 10 years older. Dad, don't be too sad. You two weren't really on the same path anyway, Gu Shihua sighed, trying to comfort his old father. Unfortunately, he's never been good at saying nice words, and he immediately stabbed a few more words into Gu Zifeng's chest. Gu Tinghui's eyelids twitched. He lowered his voice and said, "Enough, you two. Say less." Gu Yuehui pretended not to hear their words and said, "Everyone, drink some soup to warm up." Gu Zifeng sat on the kong, a traditional bed, looking worn out. He no longer played with the walnuts in his hand and seemed lost in thought. "Dad, why don't you find us a stepmother?" This caused a big shock. Gu Tinghui and Gu Shihua immediately turned to look at Gu Yuehui, their faces twitching with a mix of speechlessness and frustration. Gu Zifeng was stunned for a moment, then scolded with a tired smile. "What are you saying? Dad has been alone all these years. Do you think I'd go find someone now?"
Don't worry about Dad.
"As long as you all stay healthy, that's enough." Gu Yuehui raised an eyebrow. "Haha, I'm serious. Maybe she can even give me a little brother or sister." "You're really losing your mind." Gu Zifeng glared at Gu Yuehui, and most of his weariness faded. Gu Shihua happily sipped his vegetable soup and said, "Haha, I think Yuehui is right. Dad, you've been so worried because you've been lonely all these years. Maybe I, as your son, can help find someone for you?" "Help find someone? You're such a big fool." Gu Zifeng bent down and threw his shoe at Gu Shihua. This distraction made the atmosphere in the room much better. "Oh, by the way, how's the second brother?" After joking, Gu Zifeng asked about the disappointing Gu Ruerui. Gu Tinghui and Gu Yuehui exchanged glances and said he seems fine. He should be able to be brought home in a few days. Gu Zifeng nodded. "It's better to bring him back early, so we don't have to spend extra money staying at the health clinic. A man should be brave. If a wolf bites him, he shouldn't cry and call for his mother. Let's bring him back soon." At this moment, Gu Shihua chuckled and said, "Second brother agreeing to come home? Come back, Tianjing, and how is she taking care of him?" The room fell silent again. Finally, Gu Shihue broke the silence, curiosity in his voice. "Hey, you guys just came back like that? Did second brother say anything? Tianjing is willing? Now, it's hard to clear their names. Maybe second brother's wish has already been fulfilled." Gu Yuehui chuckled softly, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Not clear? Tianjing will find a way to clear her name." Gu Yuehui held Yan shouting gently, softly stroking her bangs, and said calmly, "Second brother isn't thinking clearly. Let him stay outside for a few days. Maybe it will help him wake up." Gu Shihue nodded in agreement. Honestly, these past few days at the health clinic felt almost like being in prison. Gu Zifeng didn't mention Gu Ruehui and Lin Jinshu anymore, and went to rest in the inner room. Whether he accepted today's news internally or not, at least he would take some time to digest it. Gu Tinghui was restless and decided to go to the vegetable garden behind the house too. Gu Yuehui handed Yan Xiaodang to Gu Shihue, asking him to continue telling stories, then looked eagerly at Gu Tinghui. "Brother, I want some rice grains, but we don't have any at home. Can you help me get some?" When it comes to popularity, perhaps no one in the Gu family is more well-liked than Gu Tinghui. He is loyal and honest, which is why he and Ren Tianxiang became close friends. Rice grains? Gu Tinghuai looked at her in surprise but didn't ask further. He nodded and said, I'll ask around to see who has some. We have spinach at home, so I can trade it for some. After saying that, he put down his and left. Gu Yuehuai breathed a sigh of relief. Rice should be settled now, right? Gu Tinghuai took about half an hour to return with the rice. Before he arrived, she was already waiting for a dusty mother and son, the woman probably in her 30s, and the child around 10.
Niad.
When the woman saw Gu Yuehuai, her face lit up with a smile. Gu Yuehuai was a bit surprised. Auntie? This woman was the one she met at the black market, selling small rabbits. She was from the neighboring Fan Zhen brigade. She bought a rabbit from her before, left her address, and asked her to catch another one later, promising to buy it. She had planned to wait 4 or 5 days, but unexpectedly, it had only been a day, and she was here. The woman's eyes still showed some shyness, but when she thought of the rabbits in the basket, her face lit up with hope and excitement for the future. Gu Yuehuai nodded and smiled, saying, Yes, come inside with me. The woman was happy and pulled her son to follow her inside. Gu Xiaohui sat on the Kong bed, holding Yan Xiaodang and telling her a story. When he saw a stranger enter the house, he paused for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Gu Yuehuai lead the person directly into her room, not giving him a chance to ask questions. He looked at the closed door of Gu Yuehuai's room with confusion, feeling that this sister was even more mysterious. Can a person's temper really change so quickly? As soon as they entered the house, the woman took down the basket and lifted the weeds inside to show Gu Yuehuai. Gu Yuehuai peeked inside and was surprised, saying, So many. The basket was filled with small gray rabbits, all curled up into fluffy balls. Counting them, there were 18 in total. The woman smiled and said, My son has loved mountain rabbits since he was little. We used to eat them ourselves, but life has been hard, and we need to save grain. Without strong workers at home, we can only trade rabbits for money. Gu Yuehuai glanced at the boy beside her. The boy, who was about 10 or 11, looked shy and timid. 18 rabbits cost 3 yuan 60, Gu Yuehuai said without bargaining, handing over the money. When the woman received it, she trembled with excitement. Selling rabbits these days had brought in a lot of money. When leaving, the woman felt a bit embarrassed and asked, Near, will you still collect rabbits in the future? Gu Yuehuai smiled apologetically. Auntie, these days every family is having a hard time. I have too many rabbits and can't raise them all. If the little rabbits don't sell, you could catch some big rabbits and sell the meat on the black market. Hearing this, the woman was disappointed at first, but then thanked her repeatedly. Finally, she happily left with her son. Gu Yuehuai kept 4 rabbits outside and put the remaining 14 into her summer space. As soon as she left the room, she heard Gu Xiaohui's voice ask, Who are they? Holding the rabbits, Gu Yuehuai looked at Gu Xiaohui and Yan Xiaodang and said plainly, They're the ones selling small rabbits. I met them at the black market last time. I asked a few questions, and they came to deliver today. Small rabbits. Gu Xiaohui was surprised. Yan Xiaodang seemed to be drawn in and nodded happily twice. Gu Yuehuai smiled, found a deep basket, lined it with dry grass, and placed the little rabbit inside. Yan Xiaodang squatted next to the basket, looking inside with great fascination. Gu Yuehuai gently patted her head and softly said, From now on, Xiaodang will feed the little rabbit, okay? Yan Xiaodang didn't speak. He reached into the basket with his small hand, seeming to want to touch the rabbit, but hesitating. Gu Yuehuai smiled slightly, picked up one rabbit, and held it in her palm, then approached the young girl. She blinked and finally reached out to touch the fluffy little rabbit, but was startled by how soft it was. Yan Xiaodang looked at the rabbit, then at himself, as if feeling something was different. Gu Xiaohui watched nearby and couldn't help but laugh. This little girl is quite funny. Just as he finished speaking, Gu Tinghuai returned. He lifted the curtain and asked, What are you laughing at? Big brother. Gu Yuehuai let Yan Xiaodang play with the rabbit himself. She stood up and looked at Gu Tinghuai, who smiled helplessly and handed her a paper bag. Here, as expected, rice grains. But where do you plan to plant them? Gu Yuehuai was delighted, took the rice grains, but didn't answer. She looked at Yan Xiaodang, who was seriously playing with the rabbit, then at Gu Shihuai sitting on the Kong reading a book. Third brother, I've been running around all day and am very tired. I plan to rest for a while. Shouting, I'll leave it to you. Gu Shihuai twitched his mouth. You really don't treat me as an outsider. Gu Yuehuai pretended to smile politely, then hurriedly entered her room. Gu Tinghuai shook his head with a smile, then suddenly saw the rabbit in the basket and exclaimed, A rabbit? Where did it come from? Gu Shihuai raised his chin and pointed toward Gu Yuehuai's room. Where else could it come from? Always so mysterious. Gu Tinghuai was momentarily stunned, then shook his head with a smile. Gu Yuehuai immediately locked her door and entered the space of the Sumeru realm. The wheat had ripened again. The little rabbit happily ran across the grassland. She believed that soon it would grow and multiply into a group, just like a flock of chickens. Although the poultry still looked thin, from nothing to something was already a good start. Gu Yuehuai plucked some wheat ears and picked up the eggs, then began planting rice. The rice seeds looked dry and flat, and their quality seemed poor. She frowned, scooped a ladle of well water, and soaked the rice seeds in it. Once the seeds absorbed enough water, she would start planting. Gu Yuehuai tidied up the storage room and thought about visiting Heilongjiang tomorrow. She decided to bring some local specialties as a gift. Since fresh lychees are out of season, she couldn't bring those, but she could bring some dates. She also added eggs and chili peppers, making it a nice gift. Heilongjiang helped her out of a difficult situation and was a good person. However, she couldn't return his feelings. Tomorrow, she planned to be clear about that. After finishing her chores in the Sumeru space, Gu Yuehuai left the room. Yan Xiaodang was still watching the little rabbit. It seemed she was a young girl with a curious nature, completely captivated. She was more lively than when she was just sitting quietly. Xiaodang, come here. Let me measure you. We're going to make a new outfit, okay? Gu Yuehuai took a measuring tape and approached Yan Xiaodang. She helped her stand up and measure her shoulder width, waist, and other parts, then cut the fabric accordingly. Winter was coming soon, and cotton was essential. But in the 1970s, cotton was bought and sold through a plan system with quotas and ticket supplies. The purchase price was high, which was one reason people didn't often make new clothes. If she remembered correctly, the price of cotton fluff at this time was about
2 yuan per kilogram.
Cotton fluff was processed cotton that could be used directly. Yan Xiaodang was young and small, so making a cotton coat and pants would only require about a pound of cotton fluff. But without cotton tickets, there was little she could do. Maybe she could grow some cotton? Gu Yuehuai started to think seriously. Little girl, when did you learn to make clothes? Gu Tinghuai, who was sitting on the Kong and talking to Gu Shihuai, looked at Gu Yuehuai measuring Yan Xiaodang with a proper technique and asked in surprise. Gu Yuehuai paused for a moment, then smiled lightly. I know a lot. Don't underestimate your sister. Does she really know a lot? Yes, she does. In her past life, her family members died one after another. She survived under his protection, constantly studying. She learned everything she had neglected before out of laziness, even more than she needed. She kept enriching herself, waiting for the right moment to take revenge. That was the only way she could numb her emotions and avoid the pain of wanting to die. She kept a close eye on Tianjing's movements day after day. But unfortunately, she was too strong. She eventually rose to a level where even looking up to her was impossible. This life, revenge seemed hopeless. Tianjing set her sights on the Yen family, on him. To protect the last person who loved and cared for her, she made a decision to leap from the ivory tower and end her tragic yet foolish life. Thinking of the past, Gu Yuehuai's fingers trembled slightly, her body cold, her lips pale. She thought she had grown, but the pain from the past was too deep. Whenever she remembered, it felt like falling into a dark abyss. Gu Yuehuai spoke lightly, but Gu Tinghuai felt uneasy hearing her. Gu Shihua also pursed his lips, his eyes complicated. In the past, Gu Yuehuai was spoiled and selfish, making it hard for others to know how to care for her. It turned out she had changed, without them noticing. Gu Yuehuai didn't want to talk more about this. When she saw the door to the inner room open, she asked. Dad has gone out. Gu Tinghui nodded. Yes, he went to dig vegetables behind the house. He said he would cook dinner tonight. Just as Gu Yuehui was about to say something, she suddenly heard a series of hurried footsteps outside the yard. What's that noise? Gu Tinghui was surprised. He got off the Kong bed, lifted the curtain to look outside. It was already dark. He stared for a while before exclaiming, Second brother? Why are you back? He hurriedly left the room. Gu Shihua was also startled. He quickly got off the bed to help. Gu Yuehui remained still, her expression calm to the point of indifference. She knew Tian Jing wouldn't surrender easily. She wouldn't just let herself and Gu Ruelai be tied together. Forget about caring for others. Her reputation was at stake, and she couldn't afford the costs either. Sure enough, just after making her decision in the afternoon, she sent the person back that night. Gu Ruelai was clever, but not stupid. Could he not understand Tian Jing's intentions? This was interesting. Had Tian Jing given up targeting the Gu family? Or had she given up the treasure buried behind the house? Or was she wrong from the start? While Gu Yuehui was thinking, Gu Tinghui had already carried Gu Ruelai back from outside. He placed him on the outside Kong, thinking it would be easier to eat later, and took out a blanket to cover his legs. Gu Shihua asked beside him, Second brother, why are you back? Does Tian Jing not want to take care of you? Gu Ruelai clenched his hand on his lap, a cold smile in his slender eyes. He suppressed the anger in his chest and said, You all are trying so hard just to make Xiaojing leave me. You all left, leaving her to take care of me alone. How could she do that? Only Gu Yuehui could think of such a mean way. For a moment, he tapped the head of the bed and said fiercely, Gu Yuehui, you're even more annoying than before. Is that so? Gu Yuehui's voice was calm and steady, with no embarrassment after others spoke harsh words. Am I not helping you by doing this? If Tian Jing really cared about you, she wouldn't have packed her things and sent you back overnight. Second brother, haven't you figured it out? She doesn't want anything to do with you. Tian Jing, she thinks you're poor. Ask yourself, how do you compare to Qin Yuecheng? After Gu Yuehui finished speaking, Gu Shihui couldn't help but hold his breath. His words hit Gu Ruelai like a thunderbolt. But honestly, he really is not better than Qin Yuecheng in any way. Gu Ruelai's forehead veins bulged, his fists clenched tightly, staring at Gu Yuehui as if he was looking at a sworn enemy. Seeing this, Gu Shihui stepped forward and blocked between them, acting as a peacemaker. Yuehui, say less. Honestly, it's harsh to hear, but isn't it true? Gu Yuehui shrugged and stood up, walking slowly to the bed. He looked down at Gu Ruelai, who was glaring with anger, as if he wanted to struggle and slap him. Gu Yuehui couldn't help but chuckle softly. What? You don't like what I said? Get out. Gu Ruelai gritted his teeth, his voice like it was forced out through clenched teeth. Second brother, Yuehui's words may be harsh, but you should think carefully about Tian Jing. Don't just get confused because she says a few nice words. Gu Shihui took a few steps forward and subtly kept Gu Yuehui behind him. Gu Yuehui looked at Gu Shihui's thin back, momentarily stunned. Gu Ruelai was furious at Gu Shihui's protective move and shouted harshly, Third brother, you've really been bought. Shut up, second brother. What are you saying? The voices of Gu Zifeng and Gu Tinghui sounded at the same time. They entered the room quickly. Without saying a word, Gu Zifeng grabbed Gu Ruelai's ear, and his palm landed heavily on his back, without mercy. Gu Ruelai, I should have known you were a selfish wolf from the start. When you were born, I should have thrown you into the cesspit to drown. Isn't Nan already sacrificing enough for you? Do you think you can keep this leg just because of that? For a woman, you went up the mountain to hunt rabbits, got caught by wolves, and still expect your family to clean up after you. Gu Ruelai, do you think you're living a miserable life? I'm even blushing for you. Gu Jifeng used all his strength, scolding and hitting at the same time. Gu Ruelai kept his mouth shut, showing a tough attitude. Gu Yuehui had already told Gu Shihui to hold Yan Xiaodang and go inside when the beating started. She watched quietly as Gu Ruelai stubbornly took the loud slap without showing any regret. He even resented his biological father because of Tian Jing.
Why?
In the past life, Gu Ruihuai's feelings for Tianjing were very reserved. He was never so persistent or firm. Gu Yuehuai suddenly frowned, lost in thought. This life had many changes. The only thing that seemed to spark Gu Ruihuai's feelings was this visit to the health clinic. Gu Ruihuai was not unaware of himself. In the past, he never expressed his feelings because Tianjing only saw him as a brother and didn't show any romantic interest. But this time, she was willing to take the initiative to care for him, which was a breakthrough. He saw hope and found the motivation to keep going. At this moment, Gu Yuehuai felt both amused and helpless. She wanted revenge. The sharpest weapon would be to target Tianjing. But now, her second brother was blocking her, making her revenge even harder. Could her only chance be Tianjing getting married? Had Gu Ruihuai given up? Would he really give up? Gu Yuehuai looked at Gu Ruihuai, who was biting his teeth and refusing to beg for mercy, and started to doubt. Finally, Gu Tinghuai couldn't stand it anymore and stepped in. Dad, your strength should be used for work. Wasting it on beating your own son is pointless. The second brother's health isn't good. If you hurt him again, you'll have to spend more money. Gu Jifeng raised his voice. If I don't beat him, he won't learn his lesson. Whether it was because he had become rebellious or because Tianjing had said something at the health clinic, Gu Ruihuai suddenly sneered after hearing Gu Jifeng's words. Then just kill me. If I can't marry Tianjing in this life, I'd rather die. His words were shocking and deafening, startling everyone in the room. Upon hearing this, Gu Jifeng paused and staggered slightly. He looked at Gu Ruihuai, who had a fierce expression and was risking everything. Gu Jifeng suddenly felt he never truly knew his son. Was he really the same second son from before, known for his sharp tongue but little presence? Gu Tinghuai's body hair stood on end as he shouted, "Second brother, are you crazy?" Gu Ruihuai's pupils were slightly red as he glanced at Gu Jifeng, Gu Tinghuai, and Gu Yuehuai. Despite his leg injury, he suddenly lifted the quilt and got off the bed. Gu Ruihuai was not very muscular, but he was tall. His narrow eyes narrowed further, and his gaze was as sharp as a knife. However, even sharper than his eyes was his words, cold and ruthless. I'm not crazy. It's all of you who are crazy for Gu Yuehuai, because she dislikes Tianjing. You all hate her and target her. Do you want to take away my right to find happiness? Grandmother once said, if a person has no love, are they even human? I've been ignored by you since I was young. I was sad. Now, finally, someone sees me. I want to sincerely be with her. Why do you want to tear us apart? What did Xiao Jing do wrong? Why do you have such prejudice against her? His words made the room fall into dead silence. But it wasn't over. Gu Ruihuai's gaze suddenly fixed tightly on Gu Yuehuai. His voice turned fierce, with a hint of madness in his eyes. Gu Yuehuai, why don't you go die? If you die, no one will stop me and Xiao Jing anymore. At this moment, what appeared in Gu Ruihuai's mind were the tearful eyes of Tianjing and her heartbreaking words. Second brother Gu, let's not contact each other anymore. Uncle Gu, big brother Gu, third brother Gu, they all listen to Yuehuai. And Yuehuai. We continue to see each other. They might not even recognize you. I don't understand. I got hurt because of you. I came to take care of you. What did I do wrong? Just now, Yuehuai told me that as long as she's with me, I will never have a good life. I'm so scared. I'm sorry, second brother Gu. I will take you back now. From now on, let's not meet in private. After saying this, Gu Ruihuai didn't wait for a response. In the next moment, he dragged his injured leg and lunged at Gu Yuehuai. His large hand tightly grabbed her neck, his pupils bloodshot, like a beast that had lost its mind. Gu Yuehuai's pupils shrank, and her throat was suddenly squeezed, a painful suffocation taking over her. She looked at Gu Ruihuai's fierce face so close, feeling suddenly unfamiliar. The second brother who had taken her in and cared for her in her past life seemed distant and unreachable. Gu Zifeng and Gu Tinghuai turned pale with shock. They shouted and tried to pull Gu Ruihuai away, but he seemed possessed, with incredible strength. For a moment, they couldn't move him. Gu Ruihuai, you're crazy. Nan Nan is your sister. Second brother, let go. Please let go. Nan Nan, Gu Zifeng and Gu Tinghuai trembled all over, never expecting such a tragic sibling fight to happen in the Gu family. Gu Yuehuai struggled to pry Gu Ruihuai's hand off, but suddenly she heard his hoarse voice scream, Gu Yuehuai, why don't you just die? You're so selfish. Living only harms the family.
Yusti.
Die. His blood-curdling curses froze Gu Yuehuai in place. Suddenly, she felt powerless, releasing her hands. In a daze, she seemed to see the tragic scene of her family in her past life. They stood before her, cold and emotionless, with hatred in their eyes almost bursting out. It was her fault that the family suffered, that her family was harmed. A flash of white light flickered before her eyes, and a tall figure appeared. He was backlit, so she couldn't see his face clearly, but he reached out his hand toward her. His fingers were long, elegant, and beautiful, with a large palm and veins clearly visible beneath thin skin, full of vitality. Gu Yuehuai looked at this familiar hand and suddenly felt a deep desire to live. She began to struggle fiercely, even grabbing Gu Ruihuai's neck. Finally, at the last moment, Gu Zifeng and Gu Tinghuai pulled apart the frantic Gu Ruihuai, wrenching his arms behind his back. They were so anxious they broke out in cold sweat. Gu Yuehuai took a few steps back, clutching her sore neck and coughing violently. Gu Ruihuai, you're really crazy, completely mad. Gu Tinghuai trembled like a leaf in the autumn wind. His eyes were wide, as if he still couldn't believe what was happening. Gu Zifeng's face was pale, and he looked exhausted. For a father, nothing was more painful or shocking than seeing his son kill his daughter with his own eyes. Gu Ruihuai stopped moving and let them hold his arms, but a pair of sharp, fierce eyes kept staring at Gu Yuehuai, full of killing intent that hadn't eased. Because the noise outside was too loud, Gu Xiaohui couldn't help but open the door and come out with Yan shouting. What's wrong? Did something happen? He asked, looking at the scene in front of him, feeling a bit stunned. But no one answered him at first. After a while, Gu Ruihuai gradually calmed down, then sneered and broke free from Gu Zifeng and Gu Tinghuai's grip. See how scared you are. Gu Tinghuai looked at his brother with despair, knowing he was not quite himself, even seeming a little crazy. He knew it would be hard to turn him back this time. Tianjing, she really is a disaster for our Gu family. At this moment, Gu Zifeng looked up at Gu Ruihuai with eyes that seemed sad and lifeless. After a moment, he spoke in a hoarse voice. Gu Ruihuai, the Gu family temple is small, and it can't keep a big Buddha like you. From now on, don't come back.
Dad.
Gu Xiaohui looked shocked, his voice trembling. Gu Tinghuai's lips moved, but he finally looked away. He couldn't say any more please. His second brother was already crazy. Staying at home would only bring trouble. Gu Ruihuai also seemed stunned by Gu Zifeng's words, his expression stiffening slightly. Suddenly, he smiled, but his eyes were full of sadness. His voice was filled with a sense of abandonment, anger, and pain. It's all because of Gu Yuehuai. Before, I ignored myself for her, and now she's driving me away again? Haha, how ridiculous. Truly laughable. Gu Ruihuai shouted with a hoarse voice. After speaking, he dragged his injured leg and tried to leave. Gu Yuehuai watched his resolute back, and her eyes flickered with sadness as she looked at Gu Zifeng, who had lost some hair. She opened her mouth to speak, but her throat was burning painfully, and her voice came out hoarse and gravelly. Gu Yuehuai closed her eyes, enduring the pain, and said, Second brother, Tianjing isn't as good as you think. Once you leave home, she won't see any use in you, and will abandon you. Or maybe she'll see you only as a tool to make money. Are you willing to go to the black market for Tianjing? The militia has been strictly checking lately. If you go a few more times, you'll definitely end up in jail. Second brother, turn and look at Dad. He's already worried enough about this family. Do you really want to let him see us fighting like this at his age? Each word fell into Gu Ruihuai's ears, making him pause slightly. But in just a moment, he hurriedly turned his back and walked into the night without looking back. Gu Shihui held Yan Xiaodang and took a few steps after him. Seeing Gu Yuehuai's hoarse, unpleasant voice and the red, swollen handprints on her throat, he stopped. The family atmosphere sank to a low point. Finally, Gu Jifeng broke the silence, saying, "All right, let's cook dinner." He waved his hand and sat cross-legged on the Kong, absent-mindedly playing with a walnut. Gu Tinghuai responded with a muffled, and buried his head over the stove, afraid that if he moved any slower, he might start crying. He is honest and kind-hearted. Most of his younger brothers and sisters were raised by him. The second brother is mischievous, so he naturally doesn't pay as much attention to Nanwan. But if neglect is involved, it truly hurts his heart. However, today he also saw the pain in the second brother's heart. But isn't Nanwan innocent? What the second brother did only makes the loved ones hurt more. Gu Tinghuai wiped his eyes with his hand, continued cooking, and couldn't help but think of Gu Ruihui, who had left home far away. It was so late, cold in late autumn, and he hadn't eaten. Where would he stay tonight? Suddenly, Gu Yuehuai stood up and strode out the door. "Nanwan, where are you going?" Gu Jifeng hurriedly called out. Gu Yuehuai ignored him. She went straight into the neighboring yard, calmly knocked on the door, and soon heard Tianjing's voice. "Who's there?" As she spoke, footsteps approached and the door opened. Gu Yuehuai's eyes were cold. Before Tianjing could react, she tightly grabbed her neck with her finger, with force that matched what she had just experienced from Gu Ruihui.
Ah, help.
Tianjing's veins bulged on her neck, her face full of pain. Her face turned bright red, her eyes widened, her lips trembled. It felt as if the hot blood flowing inside her froze in an instant. She looked at Gu Yuehuai in terror, struggling to save herself. But unfortunately, Tianjing, who had long been used to sneaky farm work, could never compare to Gu Yuehuai, who was empowered by the well water from the space. Gu Yuehuai's fingertips were icy cold. Her lips had lost all their color, yet her tone was calm and frightening. "Tianjing, I've been thinking, should I just kill you quickly, or slowly torment you to make myself happier?" I want to save. Tianjing listened to Gu Yuehuai's words and felt her heart grow cold. She traveled into the story, and before she could fully show her talents or pursue her dreams, she wondered how she could die. Gu Yuehuai looked calmly at Tianjing struggling in her hand. She seemed like a humble, pleading ant, but the slender neck in her grip gave her a bloodthirsty urge. She almost wanted to squeeze a little harder. "Baby, don't do anything stupid." Gu Zifeng and Gu Tinghuai rushed out. When they saw Gu Yuehuai holding Tianjing's neck, they were shocked and looked around nervously, afraid others might see this terrifying scene. Gu Zifeng trembled and almost cried. He had just gone through the heartbreak of losing his son and daughter, and now he faced the tragedy of his daughter becoming a murderer. If she kills someone, can she still live? Gu Tinghuai hurried over to stop her, but before he could get close, Gu Yuehuai released her grip. Tianjing, lacking oxygen, fell to the ground, clutching her neck and gasping heavily. Perhaps hearing the noise, Tian ran out of the house. She looked at Gu Yuehuai and her sister in horror, froze for a moment, then suddenly ran back into the room and slammed the door shut, as if afraid Gu Yuehuai would follow. Gu Tinghuai went to Gu Yuehuai and reached out to pull her back. Seeing that Tianjing was okay, he let out a sigh of relief. Gu Yuehuai slightly curled her lips, her eyelids lifting gently. She opened her mouth and said, "Tianjing, Gu Ruihui has already been kicked out of the family by my father. He is no longer part of the Gu family. If you still want to rely on him for anything, I advise you to forget it." Tianjing was speechless. She looked up at Gu Yuehuai, who was calm and composed, yet seemed to see through her. An uneasy feeling crept in. Her cheeks trembled slightly, and she lowered her head, covering her neck. Gu Yuehuai squatted down slightly. Tianjing shrank back. Today was just a small lesson. Forget about Gu Ruihui. If you dare to extend your claws further into my family, I won't hold back anymore. Trust me, I have countless ways to make you disappear quietly. Her words were not boastful exaggerations. She has some knowledge of medicine, otherwise, she wouldn't recognize sevoflurane. Between letting Tianjing die happily and making her wish she were dead, she chose the latter. Tonight, she was just returning the favor. Gu Ruihuai's debt had to be paid by someone. Accepting the near strangulation calmly was impossible for her. Even if she truly wanted to kill Tianjing, she wouldn't do it herself. If she killed Tianjing, she would have to pay with her life, which wasn't worth it. "Are you afraid I will report to the village chief?" Tianjing coughed and looked up at Gu Yuehuai, her voice full of anger. Gu Yuehuai smiled lightly, hiding his mockery. "Go ahead. See if the secretary believes you or me. Gu Ruihuai is in the hospital, and Tianjing takes good care of him. Their bond is strong. Unfortunately, her family can't afford 100 yuan bride price, but Gu Ruihuai insisted on marrying Tianjing. In the end, he was kicked out of his home. What a touching love story. Think about it. If Chen Yuesheng knew you went to Qing'an County not to visit your married sister, but for Gu Ruihuai, what would he think? First there was Ren Tianxiang, then Gu Ruihuai. Can you still be the most important woman in his heart? Oh, maybe you don't care. After all, you never planned to marry Chen Yuesheng, but, women's reputations get ruined easily. Then it's all over. What do you think? Gu Yuehuai spoke with a gentle, teasing tone. Tianjing looked at Gu Yuehuai, and cold sweat broke out on her back. She was wrong from the start. Her understanding was wrong. Gu Yuehuai, the heroine of this story, was not a spoiled fool. She was clearly a lunatic. Completely crazy. She had known for a while that Gu Ruihuai would act after hearing her words, but she didn't expect him to be kicked out of his home directly. It was a big mess, and she was happy to see the Gu family fall into chaos. But why did this fool drag her into it? If he had been more careful, Gu Yuehuai wouldn't have targeted her, and she might not have almost lost her life. "Nan Nan," Gu Tinghuai called softly, cautiously. "Big brother, let's go home." Gu Yuehuai stood up, hiding his smile. He looked down at Tianjing with a commanding gaze. His clear eyes suddenly deepened, making Tianjing shiver. "We'll take our time." A soft, gentle voice drifted into her ears with the night breeze. Tianjing clenched her fists tightly, biting her lip hard to keep from making a sound. "Girl." Gu Jifeng's voice was full of pain. He wanted to comfort his daughter, but didn't know what to say.
Dad, ai fine.
"Let's go home," Gu Yuehuai said. His face was still a little pale, but he smiled faintly, just like before, with no obvious signs of trouble. Gu Jifeng looked at Tianjing and silently nodded. The three of them went home. Gu Shihui was anxiously holding Yan Xiaodong, waiting. When they arrived, he hurriedly asked, "Where did you go?" "Yuehuai, you." Gu Yuehuai shook his head.
Ai fine.
"Is dinner ready?" After feeling angry, she calmed down and thought that what just happened wasn't a big deal. Gu Ruelu. She wanted to make up for it, but the deeper Gu Ruelu's feelings for Tianjing, the less likely he would turn back, and no one could say for sure. She only hoped that Gu Ruelu could live well in this life and not become a stumbling block on Tianjing's path to success. Gu Tinghuai nodded and scooped out the porridge from the pot. The evening meal was simple, no hard bread or noodles, just rice porridge. It wasn't too thin and used water from the well in the space, so it smelled very fragrant. Gu Yuehuai fed Yan Xiaodong dinner. The little girl started to feel sleepy while eating. After finishing a bowl of porridge, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Gu Yuehuai chuckled softly, carried Yan Xiaodong into the room, and just took off her clothes when the girl turned over and curled up in bed, snoring loudly. It looked like nothing could wake her, no matter the wind or rain. Gu Yuehuai tucked her in and left the room. Gu Jifeng, Gu Tinghuai, and Gu Shihui sat on the Kong bed. No one spoke, but the atmosphere was much heavier than usual. If they had to compare it to something, it was like when Lin Jinshu abandoned her husband and children. Gu Yuehuai lowered her eyes, feeling a bit disappointed. "Dad, brother, I'm going to sleep now." She had said everything she needed to. Gu Ruelu was stubborn and beyond help. From now on, the bridge is the bridge, the road is the road. Losing one person to worry about was probably a good thing. Gu Jifeng nodded and said, "All right, go to sleep early." Then he turned to Gu Tinghuai and Gu Shihui. "You two should sleep too. Tomorrow, everyone goes to work, including the third brother. Gu Shihue hesitated for a moment and nodded. He actually wanted to read books, but earning work points was something everyone had to do. Otherwise, how would the family eat and drink? Gu Yuehui originally wanted to say a few words to Gu Shihue, but thinking about how her family had gone through so much last life and still managed to get into a good university, she stayed silent. Everyone has to work hard now. It's a normal part of life. She didn't say anything else. After washing up, she returned to her room. As soon as she entered the summery space, the smell of rice and wheat filled her nose. Gu Yuehui took a deep breath of fresh air, but it caused a prickling sensation on her neck. She slightly smiled, splashed some well water on her neck, and the pain eased. She let out a soft breath, then got up to gather rice stalks by the field. The golden rice grains bent the stalks, and each head was dotted with shiny yellow grains, like fields of gold. Gu Yuehui sniffed the rice aroma again, feeling much happier. She broke off some rice, replanted it, and then went to the grass to collect eggs, as usual. After finishing her chores in the space, Gu Yuehui packed some dates, eggs, and chili peppers into a basket, preparing for tomorrow's visit to Heilongjiang's state-run restaurant. In the morning, she went to work and then hurried to the state-run restaurant in Huangin Commune at noon. Thinking about her plans, Gu Yuehui left the space, lay on her bed, and carefully recalled everything that happened today. Suddenly, she remembered Tianjing had gone back early to the Dalhousie production brigade. She wondered how Ren Tianxiang was going to act. But Ren Tianxiang was a troublemaker. He would definitely be after Tianjing's money and wouldn't give up until he got what he wanted. Compared to Tianjing, Gu's treasure made others more jealous, but he had no chance to find her, so all efforts would be in vain. Gu Yuehui closed her eyes, pushed Gu Ruerue out of her mind. Some things weren't within her control. Her second brother's fate could only be decided by himself or Tianjing. The next day, Gu Yuehui got up early and took Yan Xiaodang to the breeding station. She threw herself into her busy painting task. Recent unexpected events made her realize she couldn't waste more time at the breeding station. She needed to finish the wall painting as soon as possible. If she could get a job through this, it would be great. If not, she had to think of other ways. The morning flew by quickly. Besides Wang Peixian coming over with a guilty look to apologize again, nothing else happened. To avoid suspicion, he also brought along Secretary Wang Fu. The awkwardness of the situation was too much for outsiders to understand. Gu Yuehui didn't mind and simply took a day off casually. Over the past few days, she kept requesting leave. If she had been working at the factory, she might have faced the risk of being fired soon. But everyone in the team knew her family had been busy because of Gu Ruehui, so they understood. She was hardworking and performed well, and her job was irreplaceable, so Wang Fu didn't say much. She smoothly took her leave, and after noon, Gu Yuehui carried a basket and held Yan Xiaodang as she headed to the commune. Why bring Yan Xiaodang? Naturally, it was to find a reason to refuse Heilongjiang. He was her fiancé's sister. Gu Yuehui walked slowly, holding Yan Xiaodang, stopping now and then. After a long while, they arrived at the state-run restaurant of Huangin Commune. Heilongjiang was standing at the door, sometimes checking his watch, sometimes looking into the distance, looking a bit anxious. He seemed worried she wouldn't come or that something had happened. But when he saw Gu Yuehui carrying Yan Xiaodang, his face lit up with joy. "Comrade Gu," he hurried to meet her. Seeing Yan Xiaodang, he wasn't surprised and said, "Is this your sister? Such a pretty little sister. Here, brother gives you some candy." He then took out 2 large white rabbit milk candies from his pocket. Gu Yuehui looked at him in surprise. A grown man going out, still carrying candies? Heilongjiang looked a bit embarrassed under her gaze and shyly explained, I just like to eat sweets." Gu Yuehui chuckled and said, "Let's go in. Today, it's on me. Don't try to pay." She still had some ration tickets, not many, but enough to eat at the state-run restaurant. Heilongjiang smiled but said nothing. The two of them found a seat, sat down, and ordered a few dishes written on the small blackboard. Before they even warmed up, Gu Yuehui took out money and handed it to Heilongjiang. Heilongjiang hesitated. He wanted to say something else, but saw Gu Yuehui's insistence. He could only awkwardly take out an IOU from his pocket. The IOU was quite wrinkled, showing it was often looked at. When he handed it to Gu Yuehui, he seemed reluctant. He didn't count the money, but casually stuffed it into his shirt pocket. He joked with a smile, "I have a big sum coming in. When the bill comes, don't try to argue with me." Gu Yuehui smiled softly, reached out to pat Yin Xiaodong's head, and was about to introduce him again when suddenly a shadow appeared over her, followed by a voice filled with tears and anger. "Who are you? Why are you eating with Comrade He?" Gu Yuehui's eyebrows moved slightly, subtly blocking Yin shouting behind her, and she looked up at the visitor. Upon seeing her, she was momentarily stunned. She recognized this person. They had met once before and was one of her first business contacts, the person who drew the clematis on her white canvas shoes. Now, those same shoes were on her own feet. If she remembered correctly, her name was Zhu Rongrong, living in the County Revolutionary Committee compound. Gu Yuehui was not stupid. After recalling what Zhu Rongrong just said, she understood what was going on. She turned her head to glance at He Lanzhang, only to see his face was a bit unhappy. He said, "Comrade Zhu, Comrade Gu, is my friend, not your prisoner. Do I need to report who I eat with to you?" Zhu Rongrong's face changed. She looked at He Lanzhang in disbelief. "What did you say? Say that again?" He Lanzhang closed his eyes briefly, his voice even lower. "Comrade Zhu, stop making trouble. If you want to eat, just eat peacefully. Don't disturb us." Zhu Rongrong was furious. She wanted to make a scene, but seeing He Lanzhang's cold expression, tears started to fall uncontrollably. She choked out, "Disturb? Do you think I'm disturbing you? He Lanzhang, didn't you say you wanted to marry me?" He Lanzhang suddenly stood up, his face pale with anger. "When did I say I wanted to marry you? Those words were just spoken by my brother and your father. Did I agree?" Zhu Rongrong hesitated, stammering, If you don't agree, why did you come to my house for dinner? How could you not like me? Aren't you afraid my father will be angry?" He Lanzhang, think carefully. After saying that, Zhu Rongrong felt a bit regretful. She came today to try to fix things, not to anger He Lanzhang. She pursed her lips and forced a smile on her chubby face. "Comrade He, I'm sorry I spoke without thinking. But this matter isn't something you can just refuse. Brother Hongzhang said you would marry me." He Lanzhang coldly replied, "He said you would marry. If you want to marry into the He family, then marry Hongzhang." After saying that, He Lanzhang calmly sat down again and gave Gu Yuehui an apologetic smile. Gu Yuehui didn't expect that even a meal could cause such trouble. She hadn't thought that Zhu Rongrong and He Lanzhang had this kind of relationship, nor that arranged marriages based on family ties were a common idea back in the 1970s. He Lanzhang's words made Zhu Rongrong feel ashamed, and others in the restaurant started pointing and whispering about them. Zhu Rongrong had never been treated like this before. She looked at He Lanzhang with tears in her eyes, then finally directed her anger at Gu Yuehui, shouting hysterically, "Is it because of her? Did you change your mind because of this woman?" He Lanzhang clenched his fists in anger, his face full of fury, and shouted, "Stop causing trouble." Zhu Rongrong gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "Ha! The more you defend her, the more guilty you seem. Brother Hongzhang wouldn't agree to marry a woman with such an unclear background. Wake up and see the truth." "Shut up!" He Lanzhang's body tensed, and his words came out with gritted teeth. He opened his mouth to speak but looked at Gu Yuehui, worried she might get angry at his words. However, Gu Yuehui shook her head calmly and said, "Comrade He, it seems we can't have dinner together today. I will take my sister home first. If I leave her hungry, her brother will definitely blame me when he arrives." When she mentioned her brother, a shy smile appeared on Gu Yuehui's face. This gentle, polite remark instantly calmed the tense atmosphere. Isn't she your sister?" He Lanzhang asked with a forced smile, his tone a little tense. Gu Yuehui was slightly surprised. "Once I marry her brother, she will naturally be my sister." He Lanzhang paused, looking as if he had been deflated, his expression fading. Zhu Rongrong's eyes flickered with suspicion at first, but when she saw He Lanzhang's suddenly unpleasant face, She felt relieved and decided not to cause trouble. She said, "Next time you get married, don't forget to invite me and Helanjang." Her words revealed her happiness, but they made Helanjang's face turn even darker. Gu Yuehui didn't reply. She just smiled and said, "The dishes have been ordered. It's on me." After speaking, she took in Xiaodang to pay the bill, left the basket on the table, and turned to leave the state-run restaurant. Life is already hard enough. After surviving so many difficulties, she didn't want to stumble over love issues. Besides, she only cared for one person. How could she be involved with someone else? But did He Lanzhong get married in his past life? Gu Yuehui shook her head and decided not to pursue this question further. She looked down at Yan Xiaodang, who was quietly holding her around the neck. She softly said, "Are you hungry? Would you like me to cook chicken for you when we get home?" Yan Xiaodang blinked and held her tighter around the neck. Just as she left Huangning Commune, she heard He Lanzhong calling out behind her, "Comrade Gu." Wait a moment. Gu Yuehui stopped and turned to see He Lanzhong riding his bike after her. His mood seemed better now. Although he wasn't smiling much, he looked cheerful and bright. Gu Yuehui saw him stop his bike and asked, "Comrade He? What's going on?" He Lanzhong smiled politely and said, "I'll take you back. Aren't we friends? You left me so much food and supplies. Surely you wouldn't expect us to walk all the way back without a ride." He patted the back of his bike. "Come on, get on." Gu Yuehui hesitated for a moment, looked at Yan Xiaodang, and didn't refuse again. "All right, thank you." He Lanzhong shook his head and, once they were seated, pedaled toward Dalhousie production team. On the way, he apologized. "Sorry about what happened earlier." Gu Yuehui chuckled softly. "It's okay, no need to worry about it." He Lanzhong was silent, initially wanting to explain about Zhu Rongrong, but then thought it was a family matter and not something to discuss with Gu Yuehui. So he stayed quiet. He was someone who could easily let go of things. If he liked someone, he liked. If not, he didn't. Since there was no fate between them, he wouldn't force it, but they could still be friends. They rode in silence. Bicycles are faster than walking, and soon they arrived at Dalhousie production team. This was He Lanzhang's first time visiting Dalhousie. There were many production teams under Qing'an County. He had once considered joining the countryside to work, but then he heard a group of educated youth from Beijing had come to the countryside, so he decided to wait. Now he had offended Zhu Rongrong and her behind-the-scenes supporter Zhu Feng. It was clear he couldn't join the same team as the Beijing educated youth. His future looked bleak, and he didn't know where to start over. Maybe, like his older brother, joining the army would be a good choice. He Lanzhong thought to himself. Well, I'll be leaving now. Having delivered him, He Lanzhong saw no reason to stay longer. Gu Yuehui thought for a moment and said naturally, "You haven't eaten breakfast. Why not come to my place and eat?" If I ignore other things, He Lanzhong is truly a loyal friend. Otherwise, he wouldn't be her comrade. She was willing to share a meal with him, and today Gu Shihui also went to work, so He Lanzhong could help watch Yan Xiaodang while she cooked. He Lanzhong was surprised, but did not refuse. As soon as they entered the house, they smelled a faint rice aroma, the leftover porridge from when Gu Jifeng and others returned at noon. If she didn't cook, they would eat plain, oil-free food 3 times a day. Gu Yuehui sighed softly, but suddenly remembered that after bringing back the money, she hadn't turned some into the public account. Maybe her father didn't have a single penny in his pocket now. She found this both funny and a bit sad. She asked He Lanzhong to watch Yan Xiaodang first and went back to her room. When she came out, she was holding a chicken with its neck already broken. He Lanzhong looked surprised. "The chicken. You left it in the room?" Gu Yuehui smiled. "It's from the countryside, don't mind." Hearing this, He Lanzhong quickly waved his hands, embarrassed. "No, I didn't mean that." Gu Yuehui quickly heated some water, cleaned the chicken, and prepared to make a big plate of chicken stir-fry. The only rice at home was brown rice. Though it was a bit awkward to serve guests, they hadn't bought fine rice for a while, so she decided to cook brown rice. She sliced some red chili peppers, stir-fried them, and even cooked a separate bowl without chili for Yan Xiaodang. The big plate of chicken was cooked until the sauce was thick, with potatoes added, filling the air with a tempting aroma, truly delicious. He Lanzhang sniffed the smell of the meat, pursed his lips, and looked at Gu Yuehui with complicated feelings. Her cooking skills surpassed even those of professional chefs at state-run restaurants. Besides, the aroma alone was enough to make anyone hungry. At this moment, Yan Xiaodang, who had been sitting quietly in He Lanzhang's arms, suddenly started struggling. Gu Yuehui quickly said, "Comrade He, please watch the fire and make sure it doesn't burn." He Lanzhang nodded repeatedly. "Got it." Gu Yuehui took Yan Xiaodang and went to the yard to take her to the bathroom. When she returned, she suddenly saw Tianjing standing in the neighboring yard, looking at this side with a cold expression, her gaze fixed on He Lanzhang's bicycle. Noticing Gu Yuehui's gaze, Tianjing withdrew her eyes and went straight into the house. They had already completely fallen out last night, and their relationship was now hostile. Naturally, they wouldn't speak to each other. Gu Yuehui remained indifferent, holding Yan Xiaodang, and went back inside. She returned home, and Tianjing immediately opened the door and stepped outside. She stood at the doorway, frowning as she looked at the bicycle in the neighbor's yard, lost in thought. All the characters from the early part of the story flashed through her mind, but she just couldn't think of anyone besides Qin Yusheng who owned a bicycle and might be connected to Gui Yuhui. Could they be part of the story? Why do you ask about young men? She always felt that anyone who might be involved with Gui Yuhui, the female lead, would be a man. After all, she was known in the novel for her ability to attract men easily. Any man she met would fall for her at first sight. Gui Yuhui now cares about her appearance and has started to lose weight. Her romantic prospects will only grow stronger. Thinking this, Tianjing clenched her hand by her side. She also remembered last night's near-death experience, when she was almost strangled. Fear and anger surged inside her. She was glad she hadn't acted rashly and turned back. She really wanted to report Gui Yuhui, but now Gui Yuhui was no longer as infamous as before. She had even taken on a mural painting job at the breeding station. The novel didn't detail this part, and she didn't know about it either. But the female lead was truly destined. Just a slight breeze was enough for her to rise. In the 1970s, technical workers were highly valued. Gui Yuhui's career was on the right track, and her reputation had improved significantly. Plus, Wang Peixing valued her. If she wanted to complain, someone would listen. Last night, it was dark and no one passed by. Even her sister Tian was just an onlooker. Who would care about her? Moreover, Gui Yuhui was skilled at confusing black and white, reversing facts easily. If she really went to complain, she might end up worse off herself. Since she dared to do it, she must be confident she could handle the consequences. But she wouldn't just swallow this anger. She had to find a chance to get back at her. Being driven away might actually be a good thing. Right now, she could use this to her advantage. Thinking of this, Tianjing smiled slightly, carrying her basket as she headed to Huanging Commune. Gui Yuhui didn't know Tianjing was scheming again. After bringing Yan Xiaotang back to her room, she served the chicken meat. When He Lanzhang was served, she was a bit nervous, but once she tasted the chicken, she couldn't hold back. Even when paired with brown rice, the dish tastes excellent, making people salivate. The chicken is tender and delicious, infused with a hint of chili and peppercorn flavors, making it spicy and fragrant. Soon, he finished a bowl of rice, and Gu Yuehui refilled it for him. He Lanzhang felt a bit embarrassed. He knew how important food was to every family in the production team. Coming to someone else's house to eat so well made him feel ashamed, but when he saw the rice handed to him, he didn't refuse. Gu Yuehui didn't mind and fed small pieces of chicken into Yan Xiaodang's mouth one by one. The young girl ate happily, her small mouth rosy and shiny with oil. "Since when did you start dating?" After eating and drinking, He Lanzhang looked at Gu Yuehui, who was gently feeding Yan Xiaodang, and felt a soft glow shining on her, prompting him to ask. Gu Yuehui paused and smiled. It's been a long time. It really has been a long time, in her heart for a long time. But they never officially became a couple. She never agreed to be with him before she died. She didn't want her presence to cause trouble in his family. She owed him enough already, and she couldn't hold on to the hope of being with such a good person with a determined heart. Heilongjiang was silent for a moment, then said, I should go back now. Thank you for your hospitality today. Your cooking is really good. When Xiaodong's brother marries you, he will be very lucky. Gu Yuehui slightly curved her lips. Then I won't see you off. Heilongjiang nodded and rode his bike away. Gu Yuehui washed the dishes and took Yan Xiaodong to the feeding area. Seeing she looked a bit sleepy, she told Wang Peisheng and laid to the office bed, covering her with a quilt. Only after she fell asleep did she go back to work. To finish her tasks quickly, Gu Yuehui focused fully and sped up her work. Meanwhile, Heilongjiang rode his bike home. When he was near Huangying Commune, he was suddenly called back. Comrade! Comrade! Wait a moment. A young woman's voice called out. Heilongjiang turned around in confusion, looking at the delicate woman with gentle features and almond-shaped eyes. He asked curiously, Are you calling me? Do we know each other? Jing Tian glanced at Heilongjiang and then looked at his bicycle, recognizing it as the one she saw earlier in Gu Yuehui's yard. She smiled and said, Comrade, I am Yuehui's neighbor. My name is Tian Jing. I just saw your bicycle. Are you going home? Hearing the name Gu Yuehui, Heilongjiang relaxed a little. He returned her a smile and said, Yes, going home. Comrade Tian, are you heading to the commune? Tian Jing nodded curiously and asked, Who are you? Why are you looking for Yuehui? Heilongjiang pursed his lips and replied, I am a friend of Comrade Gu. My name is Heilongjiang. Tian Jing silently repeated the name in her mind, then recalled the characters from the story, but she didn't recognize this person. Her mood eased, thinking as long as he wasn't a character from the novel, it was fine. However, seeing Heilongjiang's military coat, leather shoes, bicycle, and handsome face, she couldn't hide her jealousy. She wondered what Gu Yuehui saw in such a high-quality man. Compared to Qin Yusheng, this man was much better. His demeanor suggested a good family background. If only she could. Tian Jing composed herself and smiled gently at Heilongjiang. Do you like Yuehui? She knew how to talk to men, understanding what to say to quickly break their defenses and make friends. Heilongjiang liked Gu Yuehui. She didn't need to look at him to understand from his tone. When he mentioned friend, it was clear how uncomfortable he was. He wanted to see her as a partner, but had no right. She thought she had broken the ice, expecting him to ask about Gu Yuehui, but instead, Heilongjiang's expression darkened and said, Comrade Tian, please don't say that again. It's not good for Comrade Gu, she was already engaged. His words about liking her were useless, and might even cause trouble for Gu Yuehui. Hearing this, Tian Jing froze in place, unsure how to respond. Heilongjiang then said, I have something at home. I need to go now. Without waiting for her reply, he mounted his bicycle and sped away. Tian Jing watched his figure disappear into the distance, her face turning pale with anger. She stomped her foot hard and cursed inwardly. Nuts. No wonder he likes that crazy Gu Yuehui. After being rejected by Heilongjiang, Tian Jing looked upset. She carried a basket and walked to the black market in Huanging Commune. She strolled from the street corner to the end of the street and finally saw Gu Ruihui at an unremarkable corner. He was holding a bag of grain, squatting in the cold wind, looking very poor. Tian Jing frowned and approached Gu Ruihui. She said irritably, You ran so far. Even if someone wanted to buy grain, it would be snatched by others. How can you do business like this? Gu Ruihui's smile, which had appeared when he saw Tian Jing, suddenly froze on his face. He didn't expect her first words after seeing him to be like that. Looking at Tian Jing's slightly fierce expression, Gu Ruihui muttered uncertainly, I am here. If the militia comes, I have time to run. Tian Jing's brow furrowed tighter, and her voice was tinged with anger. Run? Where to? Is there anything more important than making money now? This bag of grain is from me, as your capital. If you don't work hard, won't I suffer losses too? Gu Ruihui's hand suddenly clenched tightly, and he looked at Tian Jing with a strange expression. Is she the gentle and kind Tian Jing he used to know? Could it be true, as Gu Yuehui said, that he left the Gu family and lost his usefulness, so she...
No, impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Gu Ruihuai's eyes flickered constantly. After a moment, he softly said, Xiao Jing, did something upset you? Hearing this, Tianjing came back to herself. She knew her emotions had been wrong just now, making Gu Ruihuai suspicious. She took a deep breath, and her anger eased a lot. She forced a smile and said, Sorry, I just met Yuehuai. Tianjing hesitated, looking at Gu Ruihuai with sadness. Did she trouble you again? Gu Ruihuai's eyes widened suddenly, teeth clenched, and his tone was full of hatred. Tianjing touched her neck and said nothing. Gu Ruihuai exhaled a foul breath and softened his voice. It's okay. Don't worry. I will get revenge for you sooner or later. Tianjing shook her head, hesitated for a moment, and softly said, Second brother Gu, as long as you work hard and make a good life in the future, I don't mind. But do you really think working in the black market can make you stand out? If you could find a proper job, it would be much easier. I heard some big factories even provide housing. Upon hearing this, Gu Ruihuai frowned with some difficulty. Finding a job isn't that easy. Tianjing slightly curled her lips and gently patted Gu Ruihuai's chest. If you have connections, it's naturally easier. Connections? Gu Ruihuai looked puzzled. He thought for a moment and said, Although my eldest aunt has status in the county, we haven't been in contact for over 10 years. My uncle and second aunt are just ordinary workers. How could we have such connections? Tianjing's eyelids twitched. She was a bit annoyed by Gu Ruihuai's naivety, but still patiently explained, Aunt Lin. Do you know who Aunt Lin married in her second marriage? The secretary of Huanging Commune, Qin Wanjing. If you can talk to Aunt Lin, with her guilt over you all these years, she will definitely try her best to find you a job, and by then, she just needed to speak softly and kindly. Wouldn't the job be hers? Thinking this way, the tenderness in Tianjing's eyes almost overflowed. However, Gu Ruihuai's face suddenly changed. If someone else had said this, he would have been angry. But seeing the trust and admiration in the eyes of the person he loved, Gu Ruihuai couldn't bring himself to refuse. In the past, working with old Gu in the black market, fighting alongside his older brother, he never felt that making money was hard. Now that he was alone, he realized that even the first step, recruiting customers, required great courage. He couldn't do it. If he couldn't earn money, how could he give Tianjing a good life? How could he compare to Chen Yuexing? Xiao Jing, don't worry. Gu Ruihuai said seriously, then took Tianjing's hand. As for what he meant by don't worry, Tianjing understood perfectly. If there was a benefit coming her way, and it could help her escape the fate of working for the collective, she naturally didn't mind being pulled by Gu Ruihuai, even if it was just a small gesture. While they were lost in their tender moment, on the other side of the street, a tall man with sharp features and prominent cheekbones was glaring with veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes filled with anger. This man was Chen Yuexing. Today, he was shopping at the supply and marketing cooperative with the commune members. The busy farming season was over, and the team was distributing supplies to each household: grain, cooking oil, cotton, firewood, and so on. As the squad leader, Chen Yuexing's work in procurement was naturally important. But he didn't expect to run into Tianjing. Because of Gu Yuehuai's words, he had already begun to doubt Tianjing's purpose for going to Qing'an County. However, he never expected that the truth was even more unbelievable. When did Tianjing start secretly seeing Gu Ruihuai? Seeing them openly holding hands on the street, he suspected they might have done even more inappropriate things. And what about the former Tianxiang? Chen Yuexing couldn't bear to think further. In his heart, Tianjing was always gentle, quiet, pure, and innocent. How could she be a shameless liar who liked to flirt with men and trick him out of his money? He closed his eyes, clenched his fists at his sides, and thought about the times he had given Tianjing money and supplies. He felt utterly foolish. He wanted to go over and confront her, but in the blink of an eye, Gu Ruihuai and Tianjing had disappeared. Tianjing. Chen Yuexing slowly called out her name, his anger and heartbreak mixing. All of you who took from me will spit it out. He was never someone who liked to suffer losses. Otherwise, after Gu Tinghuai saved him, He wouldn't have taken back the gifts he had sent to the Gu family through Gu Yuehui. Tianjing's deception enraged him. He wouldn't let her get away easily. He remembered the bicycle ticket he had told his uncle about, and he slapped his face hard. He couldn't believe he had wanted to buy a bicycle for such a woman. He must be crazy. Gu Yuehui didn't know about the chaotic scene happening at Huanging Commune. After Yan Xiaodong woke up, she carried the little girl out and sat nearby, helping her paint a wall mural. It wasn't until nightfall that she packed up and prepared to leave the breeding station. On the way out, she asked Wang Fu, secretary, "Do you know if any family in our brigade has an unused stone mill? I want to buy one." A stone mill was an essential tool for all brigades. Even for coarse grains, they had to be processed with a stone mill. However, some production brigades were poor, and not every family had their own millstone. Usually, a few dozen households shared one stone mill, which was kept outdoors. During busy farming times, they had to queue to use it. The Dalhousie Production Brigade was relatively well off among the dozens of brigades under Qing'an County because the village had 2 skilled stone masons. Almost every household had a stone mill. The Gu family, on the other hand, had been idling and not participating in collective labor, so they didn't get any grain and naturally didn't need a stone mill. She wanted to find a stonemason to make a grinding stone, but she also needed to go up the mountain to find stones and polish them. It would take at least 3 or 4 days. It might be easier to buy one ready-made, especially since the wheat and rice in the space are waiting to be processed. While she had time, she wanted to grind the grain early, so she could have food during the new year when supplies might run low. Grinding stone. Wang Fu looked at Gu Yuehui. Seeing that her strong workers had started working recently, he relaxed a bit and said, "I haven't paid much attention to that. When everyone comes to record their work points later, I'll ask about it." Gu Yuehui paused slightly and shook her head. "No need. I was just asking casually." The secretary doesn't need to trouble himself. If they had to visit each household to collect, she might as well buy one from the supply and marketing cooperative. At this moment, Wang Peixing hesitated and said, "I remember. The Hammer family has an unused grinding stone." Wang Fu was surprised and asked, "Hammer? Wang Hammer?" Gu Yuehui frowned slightly. Wang Hammer was actually an unlucky man. He was the widower of the pretty widow Li Chaoying, who had a falling out with Qin Yusheng. Li Chaoying died early from an illness, just a year after they married. So, the grinding stone at Wang Hammer's house actually belonged to Li Chaoying's family. She and Li Chaoying had met a few days ago, and it wasn't a friendly encounter. She probably wouldn't sell the grinding stone to her. Even if she did, she would ask for a high price. Thinking of this, Gu Yuehui suddenly said, "Secretary, I had a bit of a disagreement with Widow Li. Can you help me get the grinding stone back? I'll pay you whatever it costs." Wang Fu's mouth twitched. He didn't want to agree, but he remembered Gu Yuehui's good painting skills and her hardworking attitude. She always worked honestly, never cheating or slacking off. She earned 25 work points a day, not just loafing around. She was a good member of the team. He, as the secretary, hadn't given her any special treatment before. Now that she asked for something, refusing wouldn't be right. Before Wang Fu could speak, Wang Peixing said, "All right, I'll handle it for you tonight." Gu Yuehui was happy and thanked him with a smile. She carried Yan Xiaodong home. As she left, Wang Fu glared at Wang Peixing and said, "You're too easygoing. She says something and you agree. If Widow Li finds out, what will happen to us?" Wang Peixing sighed and smiled bitterly. A few days ago, little Goose suffered a lot of hardship. As her uncle, I feel a bit guilty. What can I do? Getting a grinding stone isn't a big deal. Wang Fu shook his head and said nothing more. Meanwhile, Gu Yuehui returned home and waited quietly for Shiremo. It was almost time to finish work, and she guessed that Gu Jifeng and the others would be back soon. However, before they arrived, the sound of bicycle brakes came from outside the yard. Gu Yuehui slightly frowned, told Yan Xiaodong to sit on the Kong, and walked to the door. She lifted the curtain to look outside. As soon as she saw who was coming, Gu Yuehui's lips pressed into a thin line. In the past few days, Gu Ruerui had caused her to feel dizzy and forget about serious matters. A man and a woman, both middle-aged, rode the bicycle over. The woman got off the back seat, looked through the curtain at Gu Yuehui, and seemed hesitant to recognize her. After a moment, she asked, "Are you Nan?" Gu Yuehui nodded. "Second aunt, it's me." After saying that, she turned to the middle-aged man who had parked the bicycle and called out, "Uncle." Indeed, the visitors were Gu Yuehui's uncle Gu Tianfeng and second aunt Gu Yinfeng. They weren't like the eldest aunt, who had changed her name and surname out of disdain for her background. In fact, these two were more kind-hearted than Nye Peilon. They still maintained some contact with the family. Gu Yinfeng's eyes looked strange, and her tone was odd as she said, "You've changed quite a bit, little girl." She remembered when she last saw Gu Yuehui. She was chubby and looked stronger than her own son. She didn't expect that in just a few months, she had become so pretty. She looked even more charming than her mother. But it would be even better if she lost a little weight. Gu Yuehui smiled and said, "Uncle, second aunt, please come inside. I'll pour you some water." Gu Yinfeng was even more surprised. She remembered Gu Yuehui as someone unattractive and unfriendly, selfish and aloof. Usually, they only exchanged a few polite words when they visited. Now, she was different. She was even offering to pour water. Not only Gu Yinfeng, but even Gu Tianfeng, a man of few words, looked at Gu Yuehui more carefully. They didn't refuse, and since they came to discuss something, it was not good to just stand around outside. They went inside the house. Once inside, the topic naturally turned to Yan Xiaodong. Gu Yuehui didn't want to talk about him much, and quickly dismissed the subject. She poured 2 glasses of water for Gu Tianfeng and Gu Yinfeng. Seeing these relatives who seemed to belong to distant memories, she found there was little to say, and sat silently to the side. Gu Jifeng's siblings are not biologically related, and they do not look alike. Their personalities are very different. The eldest, Gu Tianfeng, is quiet and listens to his wife for most things. The second, Gu Jinfeng, looks very proper and is very smart. She was often praised by teachers in her girls' school, which helped her marry the deputy secretary of the County Revolutionary Committee, an important official, even more distinguished than Qin Wanjing. The third, Gu Yinfeng, is smooth-talking and likes to let others take the lead. She is not really disliked, just a typical small-town person. The youngest, Gu Jifeng, is her father. He was spoiled as a child and once gambled away the family property. Although he studied abroad, he didn't learn anything useful and ended up working in the black market after falling on hard times. Each sibling has their own life, but Gu Jifeng still cares a lot about them. After a while, Gu Yinfeng got off the bed, pacing anxiously on the floor. She frowned and asked, "Where did Dad go? Why hasn't he come back?" Gu Yuehui looked at her and said, "Dad and my brother are at work. They should be back soon." Hearing this, Gu Yinfeng's eyes widened in surprise.
What?
"At work? Your dad? And your brother?" Before she could explain, there was a noise outside. Gu Jifeng was the first to lift the curtain and come in. "Nanzi, is your eldest uncle here?" Before she could speak, Gu Yinfeng happily said, "Jifeng. Second sister is here too." Gu Jifeng looked at Gu Tianfeng and Gu Yinfeng, her worries fading, and she smiled. "Big brother and second sister haven't eaten yet, right? Nanzi, go call your brother back and ask him to make some food." Gu Yinfeng hurriedly waved her hand. "No need, no need. No trouble. We came today for something important. After talking, we have to go back, so we won't eat." She had eaten here before, just porridge, sweet potatoes, and pickled vegetables. Nothing special. After saying that, she went to the bed, gave Gu Tianfeng a look, and signaled him to get to the point. Gu Tianfeng crossed his arms and sat silently on the edge of the bed, fully embodying the quiet, serious older brother. Important matter? What important matter? Gu Jifeng was stunned and didn't react immediately. Gu Tianfeng knew that delaying was not helpful, so he asked, "Zifeng, are you currently financially comfortable? My second sister and I need some money recently, but with so many mouths to feed at home, we can't save much. What do you think?" After Gu Tianfeng spoke, the atmosphere grew quiet. Gu Tinghui and Gu Shihui happened to hear this as they entered the room. They exchanged a look, both feeling heavy-hearted. Gu Tinghuai knew that Gu Yuehui had gone to Zholan City to sell jewelry, but he didn't know exactly how much money was made. Recently, there had been some expenses, and with Gu Yuehui's surgery debts, it seemed difficult to free up more money now. It was bad luck for him, like drinking cold water and getting a toothache. Gu Zifeng wasn't worried. He knew what his daughter had, and although he didn't know the exact amount from the sale, he believed they could cover the debts easily. Still, he was caught off guard when his older brother mentioned it. Uncle. This. Gu Shihui opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Gu Yinfeng. Zifeng, my brother and I have borrowed money from you for some time. We're in a tight spot now and need to ask for it back. You can't say we haven't, right? Gu Yinfeng's tone was a bit sharp. She was clever and could tell from the expressions of the younger ones that the family was still struggling, barely able to eat. She thought if she had known earlier, she wouldn't have been so soft-hearted and lent the money. Gu Tianfeng also frowned. If he didn't get the money back today, his wife would come knocking on their door tomorrow. He still cared about family ties. His wife was hot-tempered, and if she went there herself, she might ruin their relationship completely. The best solution was to get the money back today. Thinking this through, he organized his words and said, Zifeng, your eldest sister's 2 daughters are going to the countryside to join the work-study program. They're planning to hold a farewell dinner at the state-run restaurant. As their uncles, we should go empty-handed, right? Our sister-in-law's family and friends all have status and influence. We can't be the ones to lose face. Your second sister, and I think, each of us should give 50 yuan to dress up the 2 nieces. Gu Yinfeng nodded in agreement. As a relative in an official position, it was important to maintain good relations. If she didn't put in some effort now, it would be hard to ask for help later. Ning Peilon was already influential, and without some effort, they would waste this connection. Upon hearing this, Gu Jifeng couldn't help but gasp in surprise. 50 each? Honestly, he is also an uncle. Does he really have to pay this amount? Seeing Gu Yinfeng's shocked expression, Gu Zifeng couldn't help but sneer. Back then, the Gu family was well known as wealthy landowners. They had money. Now look at how narrow his son's view is. TSK, fortunes change over time. She said, Zifeng, for your older sister and her family, 50 isn't a lot. Anyway, she didn't invite you, so you've saved that money. Her tone carried a subtle hint of disdain, which made Gu Tinghuai and Gu Shihua look unhappy. Gu Zifeng also felt a bit embarrassed. He rubbed his hands nervously, unsure of what to say. At this moment, Gu Yuehui entered the room and came out with a cold voice. Uncle, second aunt, enough talking. Bring out the IOU. Let's settle everything today. Hearing this, Gu Yinfeng looked suspicious. Settle everything? Do you think you can settle it just because you have money? Gu Yuehui curled her lips and opened the paper bag in her hand. Inside was a neat stack of banknotes. She shrugged calmly. I owe you. Wow. Seeing the thick stack of money, Gu Yinfeng couldn't help but gasp. She looked at Gu Yuehui and then at Gu Zifeng, then smiled flatteringly after a moment. Zifeng, where did you guys get such a big windfall? If you found a way to make money, don't forget that second sister knows about it. Even Gu Tianfeng, who is usually quiet, was surprised. He worked at a meat factory in the county. Usually, he had enough to eat and drink, even having meat for every meal. He was one of the few outside the older sister who was living well. But their family rarely saved much money all year. A few years ago, when Gu Zifeng borrowed money, if the interest hadn't been high, his wife probably wouldn't have agreed. Now, the stack of money Gu Yuehui held was at least 200 or 300 yuan. Could it really be the big windfall Gu Yinfeng mentioned? Otherwise, there's no way to explain where this money came from. Gu Zifeng stared blankly at the money in Gu Yuehui's hand, ignoring Gu Yinfeng's words. He knew those things were valuable, but seeing them in person was still shocking. Since the new society began, their family rarely had extra money. After building a new house, they often went hungry. Such a large sum of money was truly hard to believe. Gu Tinghuai and Gu Shihui also took a deep breath and looked blankly at their sister, who was holding money and appeared calm. Suddenly, this sister, who had never shown much brilliance before, seemed to stand tall. Uncle, second aunt, please bring out the IOUs, Gu Yuehui said. She didn't have time to chat with others. Since her rebirth, she had been focused on settling debts and relieving her family of heavy pressure. Today was the day it finally happened. Hearing this, Gu Tianfeng and Gu Yinfeng exchanged glances and took out the IOUs from their inner pockets. Gu Yuehuai looked at them and said, "The principal is 50 yuan from uncle, 50 from second aunt. Each year, the interest is 5 yuan. It's been 3 years and 8 months, so I won't count the remaining 4 months. Each of you owes 70 yuan. I hope I didn't make a mistake." Gu Yinfeng was overjoyed and nodded quickly. "That's right, 70 yuan. Exactly 70. Gu Yuehuai nodded, counted the money, and handed it to Gu Tianfeng and Gu Yinfeng. "Uncle, second aunt, check it. If everything's fine, I will tear up the IOUs." As soon as they received the money, Gu Yinfeng eagerly checked it and happily said, "Tear it up, tear it up." Gu Tianfeng coughed lightly, pocketed the money, and was pleasantly surprised to recover the debt. Not only the principal but also the interest was paid. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing that everything was in order, Gu Yuehuai tore up the IOUs and threw them into the stove. Careful and correct. As the IOUs burned completely in the flames, all the external debts of the Gu family were paid off. For the Gu family, in this generation, it was a historic step forward. Gu Zhifeng felt complicated and couldn't help but walk over to Gu Yuehuai. He wanted to say something, but didn't. Instead, he gently patted her shoulder. He didn't expect that, in the end, it was his daughter who helped the family clear the debt. Gu Tinghuai and Gu Shihui exchanged a look, their eyes filled with mixed feelings, joy, relief, and a sense of ease they couldn't hold back. Gu Zhifeng thought for a moment and then said, "Big brother, second sister, stay for a meal." The 4 siblings had grown up together, but after the family fell into hardship, their closeness faded. They said they kept in touch, but in reality, they only saw each other a few times a year. Today, finally free from debt, they could sit together peacefully and equally for a meal. He didn't want to miss this chance. Gu Tianfeng looked at Gu Zhifeng with hopeful eyes and sighed softly. In the end, he nodded. Gu Yinfeng pouted, feeling a bit unhappy, but the bulging money in her pocket made her reluctant to leave. Forget it, save a meal, eat plain porridge with salted vegetables. She wouldn't be picky anymore. Moreover, she wanted to ask where Gu Zhifeng had gone to make so much money. She worked at a cotton factory, and whether it was earnings or benefits, they couldn't compare to her older brother Gu Tianfeng. Plus, with many children at home, things were often tight. Luckily, her husband had influence at the factory, or life would be even harder. If Gu Zhifeng really had a way to earn money, then she could hold her head higher at home, right? Gu Yuehuai saw what Gu Yinfeng was thinking and initially didn't want to bother. But seeing Gu Zhifeng happily preparing dinner, he pressed his lips together and didn't want to spoil his father's mood. Recently, he had been gloomy because of Lin Jinshu and Gu Ruihui, so finally seeing a smile was a relief. Gu Yuehuai handed Yan Xiaotang to the idle Gu Shihui, went inside, locked the door, and took out 10 eggs and a hen from the space. The rabbit had grown quite a bit, but it was still too early to eat meat. He left the space, carrying the hen and eggs out of the room. Gu Yinfeng had been watching her usually lazy niece, initially suspicious about why she had locked the door inside. But when she saw her take out a hen and some eggs, her eyes lit up. She jumped off the Kong bed, hurriedly stepped forward, and looked at what Gu Yuehuai was holding, unable to hide her joy. Wow! Did my girl hide a hen in her room? Such a fat hen. It must be expensive. And these eggs. Oh, Zhifeng, life at home has really improved. It's even better than when my brother and I lived in the city. She turned to look at Gu Zhifeng, giving her a proud glance at her simple-minded younger brother. She had thought they'd be eating salted vegetables and sweet potatoes again tonight, but now they could have chicken. Gu Tianfeng wasn't tempted. He'd eaten plenty of meat in the past and wasn't so easily fooled. But he knew very well how life was at Gu Zhifeng's house. Though the younger brother had studied abroad when he was young, he was unlucky and, in the end, couldn't escape the label of being a landlord's son. He is well known in the production team as a street kid, usually doing small businesses secretly. He originally thought his younger brother would eventually get caught and go to jail, but unexpectedly, he hit a lucky streak. Somehow, he got some money, and now the family can enjoy chicken and eggs. Gu Tinghui took the hen and looked surprised, saying, "Nan Nan?" Gu Yuehui was calm and smiled, replying, "I took her to the commune to buy her this noon." After saying that, before Gu Tinghui could speak, she added, "Big brother, you go clean the chicken, I will cook." "Okay." Gu Tinghui responded, heated some water, and went outside to handle it. Gu Yuehui started chopping vegetables, planning to cook a big dish of chicken again, simple and filling. The family's rice was just coarse rice, cooked with well water, which tasted very good. Dad, Gu Zifeng, valued family bonds. Although the older uncle and second aunt had their flaws, they hadn't done anything wrong in past lives. She was willing to cook a meal for them now. Being kind to others is better than being mean. While Gu Yuehui was preparing vegetables and cooking rice, Gu Zifeng was also busy. He sat with Gu Tianfeng and Gu Yinfeng on the Kong, a traditional bed, hesitating and asking, "Are the two girls from the older sister's family going to the countryside to work?" "Of course. The authorities have called for young people to go to the mountains and countryside, to the broad world of rural areas," Gu Yinfeng said proudly, looking like a cultured person. Afterward, she sighed deeply. "My kids also have to go." The young people refers to city youth, and going to the countryside means leaving books behind, moving from the city to rural areas, joining production teams and earning work points, sharing in the harvest and food. Talking about this, Gu Yinfeng was full of complaints. In big city families with many children, only one can stay. The rest have to go to the countryside. If they stubbornly stay in the city, they won't be given jobs. How can they survive without work? Gu Zifeng couldn't speak up because his family was from a rural production team and didn't need to go to the countryside. Gu Tianfeng was a bit annoyed by his sister's fussiness and frowned, saying, "Going to the mountains and countryside is a necessary path for revolutionary youth. What's there to complain about? If the leaders hear this, they might not give your kids good jobs. Forget us, Palon's family is official too, but they still have to go to the countryside. We must obey the arrangements and calls from above and be good comrades." Listening to this serious speech, Gu Yuehui couldn't help but smile slightly. Her eldest uncle and aunt favored boys over girls. Their family had 2 daughters and 1 son. When they went to the countryside to work, it was the daughters who went, while the precious only son stayed at home. Gu Yuehui didn't think working in the countryside was bad. In fact, it might help her brother get a good job later. Gu Yinfeng clearly understood this too and rolled her eyes at Gu Tianfeng. However, she usually didn't like to offend people, especially not her older brother who worked at the meat factory. Gu Zifeng took a sip of water, stayed silent for a moment, and asked, "Big sister, have you and your family gone over there?" Gu Tianfeng didn't answer, but Gu Yinfeng's eyes lit up. "Zifeng, do you want to go too? Maybe I can talk to Big Sister and you can go later." Gu Zifeng's lips moved as if to speak, but just then Gu Yuehui, busy working nearby, said, "Dad, you have to go to work. You don't have time to attend the farewell dinner organized by the eldest sister." Gu Ruihui was hospitalized. When she met Nia Palon at the county health clinic, she understood her attitude toward the Gu family. If her father really left without asking, he might face a lot of shame. Besides, they hadn't contacted each other for over 10 years, and now she was rushing to send 50 yuan to her family's child? That sounded ridiculous. This kind of relative, others could acknowledge if they wanted, but their family wouldn't get involved. Hearing this, Gu Zifeng looked at Gu Yuehui and nodded. Nan Nan is right. Gu Yinfeng cleared her throat and suddenly smiled. "You're not going? I heard that Lin Jinshu is going too." A few days ago, she was surprised to hear about Lin Jinshu. She had thought she was dead abroad all these years. To her surprise, she found out about her from her own eldest sister. She never expected that the proud, high and mighty daughter who married into the Gu family and looked down on everyone would, after running to the countryside, have such a fate, marrying the secretary of Huangying commune and becoming a government wife. But then, thinking of her face, she felt relieved. Women, after all, look good, and their future is usually bright. Thinking this, Gu Yinfeng couldn't help but glance back at Gu Yuehui. If this girl tidied herself up a bit and lost some weight, She might even be prettier than her mother. Maybe someday she could find a good man who's an official, just like her mother. When she heard the name Lin Jinshu, Gu Jifeng's mood instantly became chaotic again. Gu Yinfeng pretended not to notice and instead leaned closer to Gu Jifeng with a mysterious look. She asked, "Jifeng, do you know that Lin Jinshu got married again? Guess who she married?" She looked eager to share the gossip, which made Gu Tianfeng frown. Yinfeng, which man would want to know that his wife remarried? This Gu Yinfeng always talks about things she shouldn't. Gu Yinfeng rolled her eyes. What's the big deal? It's been over 10 years since she left. Now, she's just someone I know. I don't believe Jifeng isn't curious. Right, Jifeng? Second sister told you that Lin Jinshu actually married Huanging Commune's secretary. She suddenly raised her voice. Qin Wanjing. Jifeng, do you know Secretary Qin Wanjing? Gu Jifeng pursed her lips tightly and didn't answer. She looked at Gu Yinfeng with a frown. Second sister, you knew about this a long time ago. Gu Yinfeng hurriedly waved her hand. Oh, how could I? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have told you. Then she realized something and asked, you knew? When did you hear about Lin Jinshu? Gu Tianfeng also looked at Gu Jifeng. Everyone in the family knew how much he liked Lin Jinshu back then. Did you hear it from Big Sister? Gu Jifeng asked. Gu Yinfeng nodded, sounding a bit regretful. Big Sister saw Lin Jinshu a few days ago when she was at Huanging Commune for an event. Who would have thought that after she ran away, she could still marry an official? At that moment, Gu Tinghuai came back holding a cleaned chicken. He said, Nan, this chicken is really fat. It wasn't cheap, right? Suddenly, everyone's eyes focused on the chicken in Gu Tinghuai's hands. Gu Yinfeng was so happy her teeth almost showed. She urged, Nan, cook the chicken well, make it tasty and easy to eat. Gu Yuehuai ignored her. Suddenly, she heard Gu Tinghuai lower his voice. Nan, Chen Yusheng is outside the yard. Chen Yusheng? Gu Yuehuai's eyes slightly lifted. She thought for a moment, then half-closed her eyes. Brother, cut up the chicken. If I don't come back later, just stir-fry the chopped chili. I'm going to check something. Chen Yusheng was part of her plan for revenge, so she couldn't act rashly. Gu Tinghuai nodded. Go ahead. If anything happens, just shout loudly, understand? Gu Yuehuai smiled faintly and responded. As she left, Gu Yinfeng cheerfully said, Jifeng, why has your daughter changed so much lately? You are becoming more beautiful. Do you have any plans for her in the future? Second sister is looking for a husband for you in the city. Hearing this, Gu Tinghuai, who was busy nearby, kept his mouth tight and looked unhappy. Gu Jifeng also frowned and said in a low voice, Second sister, forget it. Nan is still young. I don't want to marry her off so early. Gu Yinfeng listened to his firm words and couldn't help but curl her lips, thinking silently, good intentions are taken for granted. But she only asked casually, after all, you're just a girl from the village. Do you really think it's easy to find a city household registration? Many healthy and pretty girls from villages look for city folks just for the household registration. Does she really want to go through all that trouble? TCH, Gu Yuehuai has lost weight and looks better, but his character isn't good. What's so great about that? She thought about it, but knew she couldn't say it out loud. Moreover, Gu Yinfeng's real purpose wasn't just that. She forced a smile and said, If you don't want to look, then don't. Why get angry? I know you treasure your little girl. I won't say more. But I have to ask you something. You can't hide it from me. Gu Jifeng was stunned. What is it? Gu Yinfeng didn't hold back and asked directly, How do you make your money? If you have any way to earn money, don't forget about your second sister. You know our family has many difficulties, Jifeng. You need to help us. Gu Tinghuai was chopping chicken and, upon hearing this, silently rolled his eyes. He knew that Auntie's personality wouldn't change. Meanwhile, inside the house, there was a lively atmosphere. On the other side, Gu Yuehuai stepped outside and immediately saw Chen Yusheng standing at the edge of the yard, head bowed, looking gloomy. Gu Yuehuai narrowed her eyes. Chen Yusheng's expression didn't seem right. Did Tianjing have something happen? Thinking this, she looked toward the Tian family's house. The inside was dark, as if no one was home. Gu Yuehui approached and asked through the fence, "Captain Chen, why are you free to come here today?" Hearing the noise, Chen Yusheng suddenly looked up. When he saw Gu Yuehui, a look of embarrassment flashed in his eyes. Gu Yuehui looked at him thoughtfully. Chen Yusheng's eyes were bloodshot, as if he was tormented by something and a little crazy. He looked very despondent, completely different from his usual confident self. Suddenly, Chen Yusheng spoke. His voice was hoarse, and he stared at Gu Yuehui without blinking. "You already knew that Tianjing went to Qing'an County for your brother." Gu Yuehui understood clearly that he had uncovered Tianjing's lies and came here to confirm the truth. Last time, she only showed a little difference, planting a seed of suspicion in Chen Yusheng's mind. He was waiting for the right moment, like when he gave the bride price to Tianjing for the engagement, to strike then. Unexpectedly, Chen Yusheng was lucky and found out early. "TSK." Gu Yuehui sneered inwardly but kept a calm face and asked, "Did you meet them in the black market?" Hearing this, Chen Yusheng was stunned. "How did you know?" "Gu Ruerwei was kicked out of the house by my father. Tianjing stayed at the clinic day and night to take care of him, finally winning his heart. In his mind, Tianjing is more important than us family members. Tianjing often hangs out in the black market, so it's normal she influences my second brother." Gu Yuehui said this calmly, with no change in her expression, making Chen Yusheng's face turn darker. He was a bit angry. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "So I wouldn't be deceived by her." Gu Yuehui couldn't help but laugh. "Why should I tell you earlier?" "Chen Yusheng, Tianjing isn't a good person." "Do you think you're a good person?" "Don't act like we're close. My bad reputation is all because of you." Chen Yusheng paused, looking up at Gu Yuehui's cold, mocking face in the night. He felt uncomfortable. If she had lost weight earlier and not been so obsessed and foolish, he wouldn't be so heartless toward her. Gu Yuehui knew that Chen Yusheng's values followed his appearance, but she didn't care. She sneered and asked, "I heard you often send money and grain to Tianjing, even prepared 100 yuan bride price for her." Chen Yusheng's heart sank. His lips moved, but he said nothing. "Forget it, I don't want to hear this. But you're here today to confirm something, right?" Gu Yuehui looked at Chen Yusheng with a half-smile. She wasn't a kind person who repaid evil with good. Tianjing deceived him like this, secretly entangled with other men. Chen Yusheng wouldn't swallow this insult easily. In the past, Tianjing was good at manipulating men, but she never gave Gu Ruerwei a chance, nor was she involved with Ren Tianxiang. Even her first love, Chen Yusheng, was dealt with cleanly before Song Jinan arrived. Times have changed. Throughout her life, Tianjing has been pushed step by step. First, Ren Tianxiang tarnished her reputation, then she was fined for stealing grain at the commune, losing face. She also failed to get the treasure behind the house to help her find a job. Every mistake led to another, and her situation kept worsening. She was eager to succeed, but her actions were soon noticed. Chen Yusheng caught her small clues. Chen Yusheng looked uncomfortable. He didn't know why. After discovering Tianjing had been lying to him, his first instinct was to find Gu Yuehui. One reason was to confirm the truth, and the other, he simply wanted to see her. Maybe because she had become thinner and more beautiful, he kept recalling how she used to chase after him. He always knew how much Gu Yuehui liked him. Whatever she had, money or grain, she would send it to him through Chinin. He used to look down on it, but now he thought no one treated him better than her. Was he always just a person with bad habits? Because Tianjing was pretty, he was happy to be the fool who filled her family's gaps. But Gu Yuehui, being ugly, made him look down on her sincere feelings and trample on them. At this moment, Chen Yusheng felt disgusted with himself. Gu Yuehui didn't care about his silence. She stepped closer and softly said, "If you want the money and grain back from Tianjing, you can only make the rumors bigger. Let the commune members help you. Then Tianjing will have to return them to save her reputation." After hearing this, Chen Yusheng tensed up and didn't know how to answer. He didn't want to part with Tianjing peacefully. If she lied to him, she would have to pay a price. But hearing her say this made him feel awkward and embarrassed. His feelings were complicated. "I know. Can you?" Chen Yusheng looked at Gu Yuehui approaching. His throat moved, and he reached out to tuck her loose hair behind her ear. But before he could speak or move, he heard Tianjing's voice. "Chen Yusheng, what are you doing?" Tianjing's voice was full of disbelief. Even though her tone was still gentle, to Chen Yusheng, it sounded disgusting. He turned his head toward the rural path in the dark. Tianjing carried a basket in her hand. From far away to near, she stared at him without blinking, her eyes shimmering with tears. Her accusatory expression reflected in his eyes, but it also looked like a clown on stage, funny and sad at the same time. Chen Yusheng looked at her calmly, neither panicked nor guilty. Tianjing's heart sank. She tightened her grip on the basket hanging on her arm and hurried toward Chen Yusheng. Her voice was full of sorrow and a hint of crying as she asked, "Chen Yusheng, what are you doing?" She also glanced at Gu Huai nearby, as if watching a show. Suddenly, Chen Yusheng smiled and took 2 steps back. "What am I doing? Haven't you seen everything?" Hearing this cold remark, Tianjing's face turned pale instantly. Chen Yusheng knew her feelings very well. She had put a lot of effort to win over the girl she loved, the main female character's first love. Now, they were close to talking about marriage. She just needed to earn a little more money, and then she could stop. But where did things go wrong? Why does her plan always fail whenever she encounters Gu Huai? Could it be that Chen Yusheng was confused by Gu Huai's face? That he was trying to steer the story back on track? Chen Yusheng wasn't a good person in the novel, but after fully realizing his feelings for the main female, Gu Huai, he changed. He became a loyal dog to Gu Huai. Even after she married someone else, he never changed. She originally wanted Chen Yusheng to fall deeply in love with her, just like in the story, and become her tool. Or maybe, did Gu Huai tell her about going to Qing'an County to take care of Gu Rui Huai? Tianjing's heart sank even deeper. When she first went to the clinic, she really just wanted to visit a patient. Later, when she saw Gu Rui Huai needed comfort, she took the chance, hoping he might help her get the special power she wanted. That power, it was much more tempting than Chen Yusheng. She always thought Chen Yusheng loved her deeply. Even if he found out about this, she believed she could just cry and complain about Gu Rui Huai, and he would forgive her. But she didn't expect. Tianjing looked at Chen Yusheng again. In his eyes, she saw no love, only disgust. "Yusheng, did Gu Huai say something to you? Please listen to my explanation." Tianjing was tearful. She dropped the basket on the ground and reached out to grab Chen Yusheng's arm. Gu Yuehuai coldly watched her use her usual tricks. If it had been Gu Ruehuai, he would have already embraced the woman after she shed her first tear. Unfortunately, the main character in this event was Chen Yusheng, a selfish man just like her. He had tolerated Ren Tianxiang before only because he hadn't seen certain things with his own eyes, trusting Tianjing. But now, seeing her with Gu Ruehuai, he couldn't swallow his anger at her betrayal. Chen Yusheng harshly pushed away Tianjing's hand. "Don't touch me with your dirty hands from another man. I find it disgusting." Tianjing's pupils shrank, and she staggered. Chen Yusheng waved his sleeve and sneered. "Explain? Explain what? I saw everything with my own eyes today. Tianjing, you're really clever, fooling me around." "What? You're bored with me and have your eyes on Gu Ruehuai? If you like someone better than me, fine." "Him?" Haha, talking about this, Chen Yusheng couldn't help but clench his veins with anger. He initially thought he was betrayed by the woman he loved, feeling heartbroken. But later, he realized his pain wasn't pure. It was more like resentment for losing. How could he compare to Gu Ruehuai? Gu Yuehuai stood quietly nearby, listening. When he heard Chen Yusheng belittling Gu Ruehuai, he didn't react. Tianjing's face turned pale. Her lips trembled, feeling both wronged and angry. "You didn't listen to my explanation. How can you say that about me? You said Gu Ruehuai isn't as good as you. How could I like him?" Chen Yusheng noncommittally tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Is that so?" Tianjing clenched her teeth and tentatively grabbed Chen Yusheng's hand. He didn't pull away, so she breathed a small sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, of course. Yusheng, my heart has only ever belonged to you. Are we both going to get married?" Gu Ruihui said he went up the mountain to catch rabbits for me and got bitten by a wolf. I felt guilty, so I went to the clinic to see him. When Yuehui saw us, he accused me so unfairly. You believed him, and now my reputation is ruined. I don't know where you saw that, but it's all a misunderstanding. Truly, just a misunderstanding. As she spoke, Tianjing suddenly burst into tears. Her tears made her look so pitiful. Gu Yuehui crossed his arms and quietly watched Tianjing pretend. If she were still the same clumsy, round-faced girl, perhaps Qin Yusheng, would really believe her words. But unfortunately, a beautiful face is enough to make someone find their way back, and Tianjing's plan clearly failed. Qin Yusheng slowly withdrew his hand, looked at Tianjing, and said plainly, I won't say much else. 30 yuan, plus 100 jin of grain, 70 jin of coarse grain and 30 jin of fine grain, must be delivered to my house within 3 days. Otherwise, hearing this, Tianjing's body trembled slightly. She suddenly looked up at Qin Yusheng, surprised at his harshness. Not only did he cut off their relationship completely, but he also wanted to take back everything he had given her before. Qin Yusheng coldly added, Otherwise, don't blame me for not remembering the past. Tianjing's fingers clenched slowly, and anger flashed in her eyes. She suddenly took 2 steps back, looked at Qin Yusheng and Gu Yuhui with strange eyes, and sneered. Qin Yusheng, you see Gu Yuhui has changed and looks better, so you want to come back. Qin Yusheng paused and shouted sharply, Shut up. It's clear you're secretly involved with another man and trying to smear me. Tianjing, you used to pretend to be gentle and kind, but now it's just disgusting. Tianjing suddenly laughed, leaning forward and backward, then wiped away tears from the corner of her eye after a while. Disgusting? Ha! Men are really unfaithful. You held me and said you loved me and wanted to marry me, but why didn't you find me disgusting then? Since things had already come to this point, she was no longer afraid of making Qin Yusheng dislike her even more. Now she had found another way out. She was about to start working at the factory. Who cared about a small team leader from the production team? If Gu Yuhui wanted her, she would give her back. Soon, the youth going to the countryside, and Gu Yuhui could forget about her. Thinking this, Tianjing bent down to pick up the basket on the ground and calmly said, Breaking up is fine, but don't expect me to pay back the money or grain. I haven't asked you for a breakup fee yet, Qin Yusheng. Don't push your luck or we'll go all out. By the end, her tone carried a hidden fierceness, which truly stunned Qin Yusheng. Gu Yuhui squinted at her, eyes full of sharp light. Yes, that's Tianjing, usually pretending to be delicate and weak. It's not hard for me to see through her. She looks annoying when she's not suffering. Qin Yusheng finally reacted and almost laughed in anger. Breakup fee? He was not usually a kind person and lowered his voice to say, Tianjing, who do you think you are? The Tian family has many problems. If it weren't for me, could you live so well? If you want to fight to the end, fine. I want to see how you plan to fight to the end. Tianjing suddenly covered her mouth and smiled, her eyes bright and charming, but her words were like poison to Qin Yusheng. What? Do you want me to tell everyone your secrets? Then she looked thoughtfully at Gu Yuhui beside her. Now that you're the team leader, do you? Qin Yusheng's face darkened, and his hand by his side clenched into a fist. Tianjing, you're crazy. Tianjing suddenly shouted loudly. Yes, I am crazy. And it's because of you that I've gone mad. Gu Yuhui watched the scene of 2 people fighting and felt strangely happy inside. In the past, the princess and the faithful dog loved each other deeply, but now they were tearing each other apart with harsh words, wishing to swallow each other whole. This scene was much more interesting than killing someone. She watched with interest for a while, then was about to turn around and leave when she saw Secretary Wang Fu leading his 2 sons carrying a stone mill toward them. They walked slowly and looked exhausted. Gu Yuhui was happy and went out to greet them. Secretary, she called out, which also woke Tianjing and Qin Yusheng, who were arguing nearby. Qin Yusheng looked up and glared fiercely at Tianjing, whispering, Shut your mouth. If I hear anything I shouldn't, you better watch out. Without waiting for her response, he hurried over to Wang Fu and said, Secretary, It's time to record work points. What are you doing? Wang Fu looked at Qin Yusheng with some surprise. What are you doing here? Aren't you on bad terms with Xiao Gu? Qin Yusheng hesitated, unsure how to answer. All right, help us out. Let's carry this stone mill to Xiao Gu's house, Wang Fu said, not very interested in young people's affairs. He waved to Qin Yusheng and helped carry the stone mill into Gu's yard. Gu Yuhuai looked at the stone mill and felt pleased. She smiled and said, Secretary, thank you so much. Wang Fu waved his hand, took a few puffs from his pipe, and said with a smile, No need to thank me. Just make sure the mural in the breeding area is painted well for the team. That's more important than anything. Qin Yusheng watched nearby with some surprise. Although he knew Gu Yuhuai had changed, he didn't expect that even the village secretary would now greet her with a smile. It shows her reputation has truly improved, and she is no longer the same girl who is eager to get married. For a moment, Qin Yusheng felt a mix of feelings. Gu Yuhuai nodded and said, Secretary, don't worry. I will do a good job on the wall painting. It will be finished in a few days. Look, how much is this stone mill worth? Wang Fu shook his head. No need to spend money. Just transfer 100 work points to Widow Li and that's enough. The stone mill isn't very valuable. It's just a bit of trouble. The village has stonemasons, so they aren't short of such things. Li Chaoying's stone mill is just sitting idle, so it's better to exchange it for work points. In the countryside, people often prefer to trade goods rather than use money. Hearing this, Gu Yuhuai was a bit surprised. Looking back, she realized she had gained from this deal. She sincerely said, Thank you, Secretary. Then she turned to the two young men helping to carry the stone mill and said, Thanks also to you two for helping me bring the stone mill. I appreciate your effort. The young men, who had been puzzled at first, blushed when they saw Gu Yuhuai smiling and thanking them. Qin Yusheng frowned but didn't say anything inappropriate. The secretary chuckled, put a cigarette back in his pocket, and crossed his hands behind his back, looking somewhat mysterious. He said, All right, everyone get ready to record your work points. Today is a happy day, and I will announce something later. A happy day? Gu Yuhuai raised her eyebrows playfully, not understanding. She didn't remember any special celebration on this day in her previous life. During the time when young people went to the countryside, the village started managing grain quotas, and they found that work points and grain harvests didn't match. The village leaders were worried, and the commune even held an emergency meeting. Unfortunately, nothing changed. This year was a famine year. Although no one died of hunger, it was very hard. Almost everyone couldn't eat enough. Many people couldn't stand it and left their hometowns to settle elsewhere to find work. She really didn't know what the celebration was about. Wang Fu arrived quickly with people and left just as fast. Gu Yuhuai didn't plan to talk to Qin Yusheng. She turned around to go home and call her family to record their work points. But Qin Yusheng didn't want to leave just yet. He asked, Aren't you curious about what the village's happy event is? Gu Yuhuai looked calmly at Qin Yusheng and said, If you're thinking about hitting on me, I suggest you forget it. From the start, we have been enemies who can't get along. Don't dream about it and just make yourself sick. Hearing this, Qin Yusheng's face darkened. He frowned and said, I didn't think that. Gu Yuhuai nodded lightly and said, Oh, that's good. After saying this, she turned and went into the house without looking back. Qin Yusheng pursed his lips, lost in thought. After a while, when the bell for recording work points rang, he left the small courtyard of the Gu family. Meanwhile, Tianjing had already disappeared without anyone noticing. When Gu Yuhuai returned to her room, Gu Tinghuai was already chopping chicken. She said, It's time to record work points. Big uncle, second aunt, wait a moment. I'll come back and cook for you. Gu Yinfeng was eager and urged, All right, go quickly so we won't delay. Gu Shihui, holding Yan Xiaodang, looked at her suspiciously but didn't put the girl down. Instead, he carried her out. Gu Yuhuai looked at Gu Yinfeng thoughtfully, then glanced at her own room. She probably understood what she was thinking. However, she had already stored everything inside her summer space, so others couldn't get to her things even if they tried. Just as Gu Zifeng stepped out of the house, he remembered the 4 boxes of treasures he had dug up last time. He was startled and quickly pulled Gu Yuhuai aside. Girl, there are things in the house. Go lock your door. Money and valuables can be very tempting. If those things were discovered, it might cause trouble again. Gu Yuehui smiled and shook her head. It's fine. I've hidden everything already. Let's go quickly to the breeding area. The branch secretary said there will be good news announced today. Gu Zifeng rolled his eyes. Good news? What good news could there be? These villagers, working day and night facing the earth, their biggest joy is just to eat enough and stay warm. Eating enough and staying warm? Gu Zifeng's heart moved. They hurried to the breeding area. The late autumn sky darkened early, and it was hard to see the road. As Gu Zifeng and his group left the house, Gu Yinfeng jumped down from the Kong. She first lifted the stove lid to check, then looked at the steaming brown rice. She couldn't help but purse her lips and mutter, Zifeng's family is so stingy. They earn money but are so tight. We only come here a few times a year, and we can't even eat fine grains. Gu Tianfeng frowned as he looked at his sister and said impatiently, That's enough, say a few less words. Gu Yinfeng snorted, tucked her hands into her sleeves, and confidently walked into Gu Yuehui's room. Gu Tianfeng didn't like her behavior and scolded. Where are you going? Don't run around everywhere, come back. Gu Yinfeng looked around the room and found nothing, feeling a bit disappointed. She pouted and sat back on the bed, asking, Big brother, what do you think Shifeng's family does to make money? Do you think he doesn't want to tell us? Don't think everyone is like you, Gu Tianfeng replied. Zhifeng isn't that kind of person. He then added, You don't need to worry about how they earn their money. Returning the money is the important thing. Gu Yinfeng chuckled to herself, feeling that she and her big brother just didn't see eye to eye. Today, everyone was standing very close together, eager to hear what Wang Fu was saying. Our members have worked hard this year, actively taking part in group activities and doing farm work. The team also wants everyone to have a good life. Today, our big team is distributing supplies to everyone. Wang Fu first said a few words to boost everyone's spirits, then explained the purpose of today's gathering. As soon as he finished, the members who were recording work points cheered happily. Although these supplies would be deducted from their grain and vegetable allocations at the end of the year, the deduction was very small, much lower than what they would pay at the supply store. For the members, this was a great benefit. Wang Fu looked at the excited crowd and smiled, saying, All right, line up, everyone come one by one. Soon, the atmosphere became lively. Every household sent someone to go back and bring their oil jars. The Gu family was no exception. Gu Tinghuai was quick to act. As soon as he heard about the supplies, he hurried home to get his oil jar. The supplies were distributed based on the number of people in each family who participated in labor, including men, women, and children. Each person received 80 jin of raw grain, 1 jin of cooking oil, and 1 jin of cotton. It wasn't a lot, but it was enough to meet basic needs this month. Zhifeng also smiled happily. His family had never received such a distribution before. Now that they were actively participating in group labor to earn work points and receiving these supplies, he felt a strange mix of feelings inside. Gu Tinghuai and Gu Shihua also felt the same. The work was done quickly, and the distribution of supplies was organized efficiently, with bundles neatly prepared. Everyone hurriedly carried and took what they needed, returning home happily. Only during times like this could people feel truly joyful throughout the year. Gu Jifeng's family happily went back home. Seeing this, Gu Yinfeng's eyes lit up with excitement. Oh, this oil must be at least a few jin, right? She shook the oil jar and sniffed it happily. Cooking oil is such a good thing. It's rare in the city. Jifeng, can you bring me 2 jin when you go back? Gu Tinghuai twitched his mouth. This second aunt had fallen into her old habit of loving to get things cheaply again. Gu Jifeng also felt a bit embarrassed. After all, the oil was earned through the kids' hard work at home. He wasn't that foolish. Gu Yuehui smiled and said, Aunt, don't make my dad feel bad. You said the oil is good and we need to eat it too. Besides, my dad goes out every day to collect manure and his shoulders are purple from exhaustion. Why don't you feel sorry for him and just ask for things? When Gu Yinfeng's face suddenly changed, Gu Yuehui quickly added, But I know second aunt works at the cotton factory. Look, The few jean of cotton we got isn't enough for winter. How about trading some oil for cotton? Gu Shihui chuckled and agreed. Yes, second aunt, our cotton isn't enough. Maybe we can exchange it. Hearing this, Gu Yinfeng's face twitched, and she forced a dry smile. My girl really knows how to joke. She was someone who only took but didn't give. Cotton was just as scarce as cooking oil. Was she being foolish? Seeing Gu Yinfeng embarrassed, she stopped talking. Gu Yuehui didn't continue pressing and walked over to the stove to start frying chicken. She added 2 chili peppers, and the smoky aroma quickly filled the air with a rich, meaty scent. For a moment, Gu Yinfeng forgot her earlier displeasure and happily waited to eat. Once the chicken was cooked and rice served, she also fried garlic sprout eggs. The family's celebratory dinner officially began. When Gu Yinfeng saw the chicken on the table, she immediately grabbed 2 chicken legs for herself, worried others might take them. She didn't care that she was the elder, which earned her a big eye roll from Gu Shihui. She ate while saying, Nan's cooking skills are really good. If someone marries you in the future, life will be much better. Gu Yuehui fed and shouting some egg and glanced at Gu Yinfeng with a faint expression, saying, Second aunt, don't talk while eating or the rice will spill out. Gu Yinfeng blushed and said, Hee hee. Nan, this child. The meal was simple and quiet. After eating, Gu Tianfeng and Gu Yinfeng rode their bikes back to the commune. Gu Yuehui finished washing Yan Xiaodang and gently put her to sleep. Then she asked Gu Tinghui and Gu Shihua to help carry the stone mill back into the house. They looked confused and asked, Inside the house? Are you sure you want to bring it in? Gu Yuehui urged them repeatedly. Yes, I'm sure. I need it. Hurry up. Having a stone mill means having flour and rice. Life will get better and better. Tonight will definitely be a sleepless night. Stockpile food and prepare for hard times. As for Chen Yusheng and Tianjing, they want to part peacefully, but they need to ask her if she agrees. Gu Yuehui took the stone mill into her space and started grinding flour. Usually, flour from a stone mill is dark yellow, but because the wheat from her space is of very good quality, the flour she ground is very white, fine, and has a pure wheat aroma. However, after grinding about half a bag of flour, Gu Yuehui was exhausted and panting. She had gained some strength, but pulling the stone mill was really hard work. At this rate, she could only grind a few hundred jean of flour by the new year, which was not enough to meet her expectations. It seemed she needed to find a way to get a donkey or a cow. These animals can't be bought or sold easily, and private ownership is not allowed. Only wealthy teams could have such livestock. But every winter, cows give birth to calves. In cold weather, calves are easily frozen to death. They're usually brought into the house. She remembered that this winter was not only short of food, but also very cold. The 2 cows in the team were having a hard time. One was a cow that gave birth, but died during difficult labor. The calf was born, but didn't survive and froze to death. She remembered this vividly, because after the cow died, the secretary reported to the commune to request slaughtering the cow. The commune sent people to verify the cause of death, and once confirmed, the approval was given. Only then could the team organize to butcher the cow. The beef and the cow's offal were given priority to the team members and leaders of the commune. At that time, the famine was already beginning to show. Families couldn't even afford enough rice or meat. When the beef was suddenly distributed, everyone was reluctant to eat it, waiting instead for the spring festival to add a dish to their table. Because their family never participated in collective labor, they did not receive any beef. At that time, she was already married to Ren Tianxiang, who often complained about the beef issue. She couldn't forget his complaints. If she didn't interfere, the mother cow at the team would eventually die from difficult labor and be slaughtered. Even the calves that didn't survive would become part of the members' meals. Rather than let that happen, she decided to take the cow secretly. But she needed to think carefully about how to quietly bring the mother cow into the sumer space. While she thought, Gu Yuehui kept turning the stone mill mechanically. After a while, she filled a bag that was almost as tall as a person with white flour, which looked very pleasing. Gu Yuehui carried the flour into the storage room, waiting to fill the entire thatched hut with grain gradually. She harvested the rice, continued planting, and collected eggs. After finishing all her chores, she checked the time. It's already midnight 30. Worried that Yan Xiaodang might wake up at night, she quickly left the space. Just as she lay down to sleep, Gu Yuehui suddenly opened her eyes. She sat up abruptly, listened near the window, and squinted her eyes. This room is close to the back of the house. In the quiet night, there were no sounds of insects or birds, only the faint sound of the night wind. She was used to it, but tonight was unusual. She heard the sound of digging outside. Gu Yuehui slightly curled her lips, a cold smile in her heart. Tianjing was really desperate. Was she planning to leave the Dalhousie production brigade? She even dared to dig up her vegetable garden openly. So, her suspicion was correct. Tianjing indeed had some memories others didn't. In her previous life, she used those memories to access the Sumer space and expand her territory. Gu Yuehui got up and, under the cover of night, found her way to the inner room, waking up Gu Zifeng and the others. Nian Nian? Why aren't you sleeping? Gu Zifeng yawned widely, sat up from the Kong, and put on his clothes. Gu Yuehui lowered her voice and said, Dad, brother, be quiet. I heard some movement behind the house. I don't know if it's a thief stealing vegetables. Can you come with me to check? Suddenly, Gu Zifeng was fully alert. What? Thief. He quickly jumped down from the Kong, called Gu Tinghuai and Gu Shihuai to go outside, and before leaving, he grabbed a wooden stick leaning against the door to block it. Before leaving, Gu Yuehui stopped Gu Shihuai and said, Third brother, please go to the secretary's house. Gu Shihuai was smart and quickly understood that Gu Yuehui wanted to make a big fuss. In the team, there were also members who stole things secretly. Today stealing a melon at someone's door, tomorrow stealing vegetables from a neighbor. Anyone caught would be sent to the commune for criticism or even publicly scolded. He didn't say much, nodded to Gu Yuehui, and then disappeared into the night, heading to Wang Fu's house. Gu Yuehui closed the door and went to the back of the house with Gu Jifeng and Gu Tinghuai. Before she got close, she heard Gu Tinghuai shout loudly, Don't run, followed by a loud cry. Ah! Gu Yuehui raised her eyebrows, recognized the familiar voice, and slightly smiled. Tianjing was so angry today that she fainted from frustration after trying to dig out a treasure behind the house. Unfortunately, she didn't expect she had been busy until late, and as soon as she stepped out of the Sumer space, she was caught. This time, Tianjing's reputation as a gentle girl was completely gone. She slowly approached and saw Tianjing curled up on the ground, covered in dirt. Gu Jifeng and Gu Tinghuai stood nearby, coldly watching her. It looked like they had already hit her with sticks. Child of the Tian family, what do you mean? Revenge? Specifically digging up our vegetables? Look at what you've done. Gu Jifeng looked heartbroken, almost wanting to hit Tianjing again. Gu Tinghuai also frowned and said, This needs to be reported to the secretary. Gu Yuehui looked at the messy vegetable field, smiled faintly, and realized Tianjing was clearly showing her anger. The once healthy vegetables were now leaning and scattered on the ground, some crushed into vegetable water and no longer edible. The entire back area was turned upside down, with pits here and there. When she heard about reporting to the secretary, Tianjing sat up crying and begged, Uncle Gu, please don't tell the secretary. If you report it, my life will be ruined. Uncle Gu, I was blinded today. Chen Yusheng was angry because Yuehui wanted to break up with me. I lost my temper and did this. I'm sorry, Uncle Gu, I want to make it up to you. Can I compensate you? Please, I am only as old as Yuehui. If I report this to the party secretary, how can I live? Tianjing clung to Gu Tinghuai's leg, crying sadly. When she looked up with tears falling, I felt pity for her. Gu Yuehui chuckled softly, crossing her arms and quietly watching Tianjing pretend. Even now, she still wanted to hide her true intentions. Revenge? She just wanted to gamble everything on a chance, hoping to get something valuable like the Sumer space. If she succeeded, she wouldn't need to rely on Chen Yusheng or men anymore. It seems that Chen Yusheng's sudden change of heart today made Tianjing realize how cold men can be. She decided to rely on herself. Hearing Gu Yuehui's light laugh, full of mockery, A flash of hatred appeared in Tianjing's eyes. This Gu Yuehui kept ruining her plans and schemes again and again. She was truly a troublemaker. But looking at Gu Zhifeng and Gu Tinghui's indifferent expressions, Tianjing felt a headache coming on. She was really upset today because Qin Yusheng had triggered her. She thought she had complete control over her money and tools, but suddenly they started to have their own ideas and wanted to slip away from her grasp. She felt a bit panicked. Although she could get a formal job with Gu Ruihuai's help now, Qin Yusheng's support was also significant. Now she realized that men could not be trusted. Holding the key to her future in her own hands was more important. If she could take Gu Yuehuai's key, wouldn't everything be easier? The girl from another world and her key were inseparable. How frustrating. She had even started stealing instead of following proper paths, but still couldn't succeed. Was her luck really that bad? If she wanted to live peacefully in this era, she couldn't oppose the girl of destiny. Grinding her teeth, Tianjing thought about how many times she had fallen into Gu Yuehuai's hands. She couldn't help but wonder, was her crossing just an accident? Would she always be unable to beat Gu Yuehui? But she had to get through this difficult time first. Thinking this, Tianjing suddenly changed her approach. She knelt all the way to Gu Yuehui and begged humbly, "Yuehui, please, spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. Yuehui, I was blinded today and did something foolish. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please let me go. I won't dare again. I will repay all the losses to you." Tianjing's voice was trembling with tears as she knelt on the ground, very humble. She knew how much Gu Yuehui disliked her. At this moment, she could only lower herself as much as possible. Gu Yuehui had absolute power in the Gu family. If she asked to be spared, there might be hope. As long as this matter didn't become a big problem and the Gu family lost evidence, what could they do to her? As long as she could get through this difficult time safely, her moment of humility was nothing. Gu Yuehui looked down at Tianjing, who was begging at her feet, and secretly sneered. Although Tianjing was still young, she understood that sometimes strength was more important than age. No wonder she could go so far later. Gu Yuehui smiled slightly, crouched down, and softly said, "You want me to let you go? Beg me with a kowtow." Tianjing's pupils shrank as she looked at Gu Yuehui's light smile. She clenched her teeth tightly. "Don't want a kowtow?" Gu Yuehui shook her head regretfully and slowly stood up, ready to leave. "Wait!" Tianjing quickly called out to her. Gu Yuehui curved her lips and turned around, standing quietly as if waiting for the sinner's plea. "You have to keep your word." Tianjing closed her eyes, biting her lip as she looked at Gu Yuehui. Gu Yuehui only smiled without speaking. Tianjing exhaled heavily, releasing all her negative emotions. She lowered her head and respectfully kowtowed 3 times to Gu Yuehui. "Is that enough?" Tianjing, enduring humiliation, looked up at Gu Yuehui. Gu Yuehui's red lips curled slightly. "Not loud enough. You." Tianjing's heart was filled with anger. She wished she could the stick from Gu Zifeng's hand and hit Gu Yuehui to death. "Brother, why don't you go get the village secretary?" Gu Tinghui was stunned. He looked at Gu Zifeng and the two exchanged glances. They didn't care much about Gu Yuehui playing tricks on Tianjing. But if she really decided to let Tianjing go, they wouldn't say anything. Before Gu Yuehui finished speaking, Tianjing interrupted her. She gritted her teeth and said, "I kowtow." She made a firm decision and knocked her head 3 times on the ground with a loud sound, showing how much force she used. When she straightened up, her body swayed. Gu Yuehui chuckled softly. "I will let you go." Jingxin Tian felt a sudden joy and stood up, ready to leave. She thought this time had been mostly safe with only a few scares. But suddenly, she heard a loud, approaching noise of footsteps, accompanied by flashlights shining in the distance. Jingxin collapsed to the ground, her face pale as paper. She quickly looked up at Gu Yuehui, her voice filled with anger as she said each word clearly, "You never really wanted to let me go." Gu Yuehui sneered at her and laughed mockingly. "Why would I? I did let you go, but these vegetables are all grown by my older brother. If I decide not to let you go, then I won't. Seeing her teasing, cold gaze, and hearing the footsteps getting closer, Jingxin's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Stealing, damaging someone else's vegetable garden. What kind of punishment would that be in the 1970s? She probably wouldn't go to jail, right?
If she.
While Jingxin was lost in her thoughts, Gu Shihui had already arrived with Secretary Wang Fu and a group of villagers who had been awakened from their sleep, all looking displeased. When the flashlight illuminated the messy garden, everything became clear. Wang Fu frowned and looked at Jingxin, who was sitting on the ground. Jingxin, is it you again? Recently, whenever something happened in the team, it was always related to her. At first, he thought Jingxin from the Jing family was gentle and capable. Many young men in the team liked her. If Chen Yuexing hadn't been so eager, she might have been quite popular. But now, his opinion had changed. This Jingxin girl was just good at acting. She was not genuine at all, which made everyone unable to see her true nature. Now it was obvious. Jingxin was lazy at work. Not just that, she was also stealing chickens and doing sneaky tricks. Look at what she did to the Gu family's garden. Can the vegetables still be eaten? Wang Fu looked at the ruined garden with a sigh, feeling quite sad. In the countryside, people work from sunrise to sunset, just to get enough to eat. Wasting food is really not a good thing.
I
didn't do it, Jingxin said with a frightened look, waving her hands quickly. She could only insist she wasn't responsible or else. Gu Zhifeng sneered coldly and directly exposed her lie. If it's not you, then who? I came with a stick and saw you digging the ground. Look, everyone, whose shovel is that in the field? Thinking of the shovel, Jingxin felt a pang of regret, and a faint glimmer appeared in her eyes. She gave up. She couldn't get through her current difficulties. Even if she kept hiding the treasure of antiques and gold, what could she do? Maybe she could turn the tables by revealing that the Gu family secretly hid treasures. This matter could be big or small. As long as she insists that she saw the Gu family burying the treasure with her own eyes, she might not profit from it, but she could make the Gu family suffer and lose everything. Years ago, the landowners were suppressed, their homes taken, but the Gu family secretly hid their wealth, hoping to rise again and exploit the workers. She wondered how she could turn things around with such a reputation. Tianjing looked resentful, then suddenly appeared innocent and sad. Tears welled up in her eyes as she cried out, "Party secretary, I really didn't do it. I was just trying to find evidence that the Gu family had bad intentions." Evidence of bad intentions? Wang Fu paused, confused. Gu Yuehuai's dark eyes showed a hint of surprise. He didn't expect Tianjing to be so eager to survive that she would even consider exposing the gold and antiques here to escape trouble. Party secretary, the Gu family. Their ancestors were landlords. Everyone should know that, she said softly, wiping her tears. She stood up and walked to the messy vegetable patch, whispering, "Here, buried with the Gu family's wealth." This caused a big stir. Gu Zifeng's face changed suddenly, and he looked at Tianjing in disbelief. He didn't know about this. Where did Tianjing hear it from? Wang Fu also stopped smoking his pipe, staring at Tianjing in shock. "What did you just say?" Tianjing had now calmed down completely. She stepped on the ground firmly and said loudly, "The landlords exploited the farmers. After they were overthrown, the roots of the tree were still alive. Here, buried are the treasures for the Gu family to rise again." If people were just suspicious before, after hearing her words, they were all shocked. Is Tianjing crazy? How can she say such things? I don't think so. The Gu family's ancestors were landlords. Haven't you heard? Even the older siblings adopted by Gu Zifeng came out to testify. The Gu family is unkind. It's normal for such people to leave a backup plan. Ugh, I always thought this family was lazy, but they could build houses. Turns out they didn't pay their taxes properly. Party secretary, we can't ignore this. Who knows what plans the Gu family has? Do they want to become landlords again? For a moment, Tianjing's destruction of the vegetable garden and her attempt to steal were quickly suppressed. All the villagers were furious, their voices filled with anger as they stared fiercely at Gu Zifeng. Gu Tinghuai, and Gu Yuehuai. In the past, in the eyes of the landowners, farmers and tenants were not even considered people. They were even less valuable than livestock. If they really returned to the days of being exploited by landlords, they would rather die. Wang Fuxin took a deep breath, then smoked a dry pipe. After a while, he raised his hand to stop the villagers' accusations and discussions. He looked at Tianjing and said seriously, "Tian family girl, you can't say things carelessly." Tianjing suddenly sneered and raised her voice, so everyone could hear clearly. "I didn't say anything wrong. It's true that the Gu family has bad intentions. Today, I just want to expose their ugly faces." Listening to her righteous and noble words, Gu Yuehuai almost laughed out loud. Gu Jifeng was so angry his hands trembled. "You're so young and talking nonsense. If this is really about that, why didn't you clarify earlier? Why did you kowtow and admit fault to my girl? And I didn't even know about this." "How do you know?" Gu Tinghuai also frowned and sternly scolded, "Tianjing, heaven is watching. Aren't you afraid of retribution?" "Exactly. Some people just open their mouths," Gu Shihua said coldly with crossed arms. "If we really had treasures, would we be living like this, lying without blinking?" Tianjing was clearly not an easy person to deal with. Tianjing remained very calm. She said, "You don't know? Uncle Gu, it's not good to speak too early. Isn't that treasure buried by you yourself? I saw it with my own eyes when I was young. Don't try to deny it now." Gu Jifeng's mouth twitched, stunned by Tianjing's words. If he weren't involved himself, judging by her expression, he might even believe her nonsense. At this moment, a light applause sounded. Tianjing turned to look at Gu Yuehuai clapping. She smiled calmly, showing no sign of panic. Gu Yuehuai, with a half-smile, said, "Tianjing, you still remember things from when you were young. Your memory is quite good." Then she changed the subject. "Secretary, I wonder what punishment will be given for slandering a comrade." Wang Fu looked at Gu Yuehuai. Recently, his impression of her had improved a lot. After hearing this, he thought carefully and said, "Slandering a comrade, the team will hold a criticism meeting. Tianjing will be taken aside for education." Gu Yuehuai nodded thoughtfully and said, "If she is lying, then it proves that Tianjing stole and damaged my family's vegetable garden tonight. She needs to compensate for our loss and undergo re-education through labor." This statement caused quite a stir. Re-education through labor is a form of punishment. Nowadays, villagers have no way out. They can only stay under the control of the production team. For crimes like theft or fighting, people are publicly criticized and educated. If the situation is serious, they are sent for labor reform. This isn't a punishment from the team, but must be reported and taken to a reform camp. However, the re-education period is usually short, about 6 months to a year, never more than 3 years. Tianjing's face also changed. If she hadn't read the novel and knew all the details, she might have been scared into silence by Gu Yuehuai's words. She was sure that the family's treasures were in that land. Wang Fu was also shaken by Gu Yuehuai's words, which made him doubt Tianjing's story. He frowned, smoking a dry pipe, and after a while, looked up at Tianjing. "Do you have any objections to what Gu said?" Tianjing bit her lip. "I really saw it when I was young, and I remember it clearly. But who knows if they moved the treasure somewhere else halfway? I can't say for sure. If they hid it elsewhere, would I still be punished?" She wasn't stupid. Even if she was certain the treasure was here, she wouldn't leave herself with no way out. Suddenly, Gu Yuehuai let out a short, sharp laugh. "Tianjing, you've said everything. What's the point? Do we have to just stand here like wooden dolls and let you spread false accusations? If everyone in the team just randomly accuses others, how can we work together? What does collective labor rely on? It relies on the sincere enthusiasm of all members. You're just like a rat dropping," he added, glancing at Tianjing with disdain. Her quick tongue always kept her sharp, and she wouldn't let Tianjing get the better of her. Sure enough, this remark cooled down the crowd, who had been excited about the landlord topic. They looked at each other, doubtful, and cast suspicious glances at Tianjing. Tianjing clenched her teeth, but didn't know how to defend herself. Wang Fu waved his hand and said seriously, "All right, just do as Xiaogu said. Go. Gather the tools and dig." Several young men agreed quickly. On the way here, they said they were catching a thief. Each carried farming tools, all skilled workers. They started digging the ground with shovels. Soon, the small vegetable patch was turned upside down. A sweaty young man frowned and shouted, "Party secretary, there's nothing here." Tianjing's heart jumped to her throat. She gasped, "Impossible." She had hoped that once the items were dug up, Gu Yuehuai's expression would change. She even thought about how to get close to those items and find a special advantage. But how could there be nothing? How could there be nothing? She was a time traveler with a godlike view. In this small world, there was nothing she didn't know.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Wang Fu's face was now calm. One hand was behind his back, and the other held a pipe. Tianjing couldn't help but shout, "Keep digging deeper. There must be something. There has to be." The young men had already turned over the vegetable patch. They realized they had been tricked and no longer wanted to work hard. "Party secretary, there's nothing here." Tianjing was just lying. Exactly, all that effort was for nothing. "Forget it, just fill the land back up for Gu Jiaping." "What kind of work is this?" "Tianjing, I used to think she was pretty and wondered if I could marry her." "Ha, thank goodness Chen Yuesheng was watching out for me. If a scheming woman like her had entered my family, would it still be good?" They whispered among themselves loudly, without lowering their voices at all. Hearing this, Tianjing felt a terrible headache coming on. There were no treasures or special powers here, as described in the book. So, what was all her effort tonight for? She had unintentionally handed a huge mistake to Gu Yuehuai and sent herself to reform school. What hope was left for her life? The young intellectuals were going to the countryside. The male lead, Song Jinan, was about to arrive. How could she leave at such a critical moment? Wang Fu was too tired to listen anymore. He waved his hand, and someone stepped forward to grab Tianjing. He said, "Tomorrow, inform the members to hold a criticism meeting." Gu Yuehuai looked at the vegetable garden that had been dug up and smiled. When he got home, Gu Yuehuai went to see and shouting. The girl was still sleeping peacefully and was not disturbed by the noises outside. Outside, Gu Zifeng had already lit the kerosene lamp. He was wearing a coat and sitting quietly on the Kong bed. Gu Shihua couldn't help but ask, "Dad, is what Tianjing just said true? Did we really bury something behind the house?" He knew his father well after 20 years of being father and son. If Tianjing was making things up, Gu Zifeng wouldn't have such an attitude when he got home. Gu Tinghuai suddenly remembered the jewelry Gu Yuehuai sold in Zhoulan City. The family's belongings had already been thoroughly searched, so how could there still be jewelry? He had suspected this before, and now hearing Tianjing's words, he felt these two things might be connected. Gu Zifeng said nothing, frowning in silence. After a while, Gu Yuehuai came out of the house. "Dad, brother, go to sleep. Things have come to this point. Tomorrow, we just need to attend the criticism meeting. We didn't do anything wrong, so why worry?" Gu Shihua wanted to say something but was stopped by Gu Tinghuai, who pulled him back inside. Gu Zifeng saw no one was around and got off the Kong. He looked into Gu Yuehuai's room and lowered his voice. "Nanan, have you hidden the things well? This matter probably won't be settled easily." He said that they buried a treasure behind the house, and this would become a big topic tomorrow. People were already struggling to eat, and if they could get the treasure for free, who wouldn't be happy? But it might attract more attention to the Gu family later. Maybe someone would really take Tianjing's words seriously. If the items weren't taken out, it wouldn't be safe. Gu Yuehuai whispered, "Dad, don't worry. The items were stored in the summer space, and no one could find them even if they dug 3 feet into the ground." From the start, Tianjing's problem was her own dilemma. She couldn't solve it, and now she had involved herself, saving her some effort. However, Tianjing's actions didn't warrant a heavy punishment. Even if she went to labor reform, she wouldn't be sentenced for long. Of course, she hadn't expected to use this matter to get rid of Tianjing. That would be too easy on her. The night was full of tension. The next day, The team members worked as usual, waiting for the end of the day to hold a criticism meeting. However, good news doesn't spread far, but bad news travels quickly. The news that Tianjing had stolen from the Gu family yesterday was also spread, and soon after, the story about the Gu family's hidden treasure became a hot topic. Some team members couldn't even wait to finish their work and ran early in the morning to see the commotion behind the Gu house. The Gu family members had already gone to work early and paid no attention to the gossip about the back of the house. They let the team members search the vegetable fields freely, appearing calm and unconcerned. They openly ignored anyone asking questions, as if Tianjing's story was just a joke. Gu Yuehui was quietly painting a mural at the breeding station with Yan shouting, while Tianjing was held in the cattle shed, waiting for the evening to be criticized. Tiande and Tian, as relatives, planned to be present at the scene. Wang Peixing also heard about it when he arrived. He sat in his office and carefully asked Wang Fu about what happened last night.
Wang Fu looked tired.
He was already old and had been through a lot. He annoyedly recounted everything from last night and finally shook his head and sighed. Who would have thought that Tian's girl is such a person? I don't know what grudge or feud they have, but it's always their business. Wang Peixing also shook his head. It's been a long time since we held a criticism meeting in our team. Wang Fu didn't react much to the criticism meetings. They used to happen every day a few years ago, so it wasn't a big deal. What he was curious about was something else, so he asked, "Do you think the Gu family really hid something? Think about it. When the Gu family was still landowners, they were quite prominent, just like the Rin family in the city, TSK." Wang Fu said with a complex expression and finally sighed, "It's normal for them to keep some backup." Wang Peixing's face turned serious. "How can you think that way? The Gu family isn't part of the landowning class. We have to trust the higher-ups' judgment. We can't just suspect our team members without proof. Tian's girl has no evidence, and you're stirring trouble." Wang Fu rolled his eyes and tapped his pipe. "What trouble am I stirring? The team is lively now. Everyone's thinking about digging for treasures." Wang Peixing sighed. "Foolish. No matter what others thought, after work that evening, the criticism meeting for Tianjing officially began. Rows of tables and chairs were moved out, and people sat on the platform. The members at the front held small notes and sat below, while some stood to the side, all waiting to see Tianjing stand on the stage and face criticism. Gu Yuehui continued painting the wall mural, ignoring the chaos around her. Today, Tianjing couldn't escape her fate. Instead of worrying about the fuss, she decided to finish the mural quickly. If she could get a job before the new year, that would be the best outcome. More and more villagers gathered, filling the pig farm area completely. As it grew darker, making it hard to paint the mural, Gu Yuehui packed up her supplies. She carried Yan Xiaodang and found Gu Jifeng sitting in the front row. The Gu family, as victims, had taken a prominent position. The criticism meeting was a big event. Almost every household sent people, adults and children, talking loudly and making noise. At the top, behind the stage, stood Tian Dio with a serious face and Tian clutching his clothes in fear. As relatives of Tianjing, they had to attend. They couldn't resist criticizing their family members or show any capitalist tendencies. On the stage, there were a thermos and a teapot, simple but functional. A banner with the words, "Criticism Meeting," hung along the table. Soon, some people came out of the office, men and women, all leaders from the Dalhousie production brigade. There was Secretary Wang Fu, Security Director Wang Peixing, Women's Director Huang Fengying, and others like the accountant and staff, all sitting on the stage, waiting to judge the class enemies. As night fell, someone lit oil lamps and flashlights, illuminating the pig farm brightly. Gu Yuehui told Gu Jifeng to hold Yan Xiaodang, then stepped back into the crowd. As she merged into the crowd, Chen Yusheng grabbed her arm. Gu Yuehui frowned and pulled away, coldly asking, "What are you doing?" Chen Yusheng hesitated, noticing her dislike, and his face showed bitterness. He took a deep breath and asked, "What exactly happened yesterday? Did Tianjing really steal from your house? You'll find out soon." "Why are you in such a hurry?" Gu Yuehui replied calmly, uninterested in explaining. Gu Yuehui's indifference made Chen Yusheng annoyed. He wasn't really worried about Tianjing. He just feared she didn't want to be sent for labor reform. If she tried to save herself and dragged him down, his team leader position would be at risk. At this moment, Wang Fu on the podium turned to the person beside him and asked, "Has Lady Chue not arrived yet?" The person replied, "He's on his way. He should be here soon." The criticism meeting mainly targeted petty thieves, people with capitalist tendencies, or those who broke community taboos. For serious offenses, individuals were forced to undergo labor reform. In such situations, families who cared for their relatives would cause trouble, requiring the militia squad leader to maintain order. Therefore, when each team held a criticism meeting, they would invite important figures like Lady Chue, the militia captain of the commune, to attend. As the armed forces officer, he was a strong presence for ordinary farmers. Chen Yusheng turned his head to look at Guiyu Huai's cold side profile and said, "Once my uncle arrives, it will start." Guiyu Huai remained expressionless and ignored Chen Yusheng's words. Chen Yusheng pouted, feeling a bit unhappy. He wanted to say more but suddenly heard a loud noise. The noisy crowd gradually quieted down. It turned out a group of young men carrying guns had gathered around the animal pens. Lady Chue stepped out from the crowd and confidently climbed onto the podium. He chuckled, "Our great labor production team is lively. While other teams worry about paying grain taxes, we're holding a criticism meeting." Tiandu looked at the militia and the imposing Lady Chue and shrank back nervously. He had cursed Tianjing 1,000 times in his mind, thinking he must punish his unworthy daughter severely later to show the team he was fair and unbiased. He definitely didn't want to get involved. Wang Fu didn't comment on Lady Chue's words. Once he sat down, he said in a deep voice, "Bring the person here." Soon, Tianjing, with messy hair and clothes wrinkled and smelling faintly of cow manure, was brought from the cattle shed. She looked unkempt and lacked her usual brightness, giving off a gloomy aura. Lady Chue looked at Tianjing thoughtfully. He remembered her. His nephew seemed quite fond of her. If she was sent to labor reform, he couldn't marry her. At this moment, Chen Yusheng also looked up with a complex expression and gazed toward the front. As soon as Tianjing appeared, the villagers sitting below started talking. Some close women shared roasted pumpkin seeds, chatting and munching as they discussed. "I heard that Tianjiani has gotten into trouble this time. Gu's daughter was sent to re-education through labor by the party secretary." Wow, re-education? Tianjing isn't even married yet. Would Captain Xiao Qin really want his future wife to go to re-education? Well, we don't know if Captain Qin agrees, but I heard that these two had issues. Yesterday, Captain Xiao Qin even went to Gu Yuehuai's house. Their relationship is really complicated now. Before Wang Fu could say anything, Du Tian suddenly rushed out, grabbing Tianjing's hair and hitting her the back. He shouted while hitting, "You won't behave. You're making your father ashamed." "What's wrong? Did I not feed you enough? Who told you to go out stealing?" Wang Peixian couldn't stand it anymore and stopped him. "Enough. As a father, is it right to hit your daughter so hard?" Du Tian vented his anger, then quickly nodded and bowed. "Secretary, Director, this isn't my fault. If you want to punish or scold, go ahead.
Just don't involve me."
I really have nothing to do with this." Tianjing didn't shout or cry out at all. She took the beating and still stood straight. Gu Yuehuai watched this scene calmly, feeling pleased but not satisfied. What Tianjing is suffering now is nothing compared to what the Gu family went through in the past. She will make them pay back every debt, one by one. Maybe sensing Gu Yuehuai's gaze, Tianjing slowly lifted her head. She didn't even look at Chen Yusheng standing beside Gu Yuehuai. Instead, she stared directly at Gu Yuehuai, as if looking at something dead, with cold and resentful eyes. Chen Yusheng was startled by Tianjing's look. He was standing very close to Gu Yuehuai, and her gaze made him feel like a beast was staring at him. His back broke out in a cold sweat. But when he hesitated and looked at Gu Yuehuai, he saw her calm expression, her dark eyes showing no emotion. Gu Yuehuai wasn't scared by Tianjing's fierce look. A faint smile played on her lips. For a moment, Chen Yusheng felt very complicated. He suddenly realized that the two women, Gu Yuehua and Tianjing, both deeply entangled with him. Neither was simple, and he only looked like a fool. Finally, Wang Fu cleared his throat and gave a critical summary. People like Tianjing are enemies of the class. Such dangerous individuals must undergo labor education. Today, she will pack her things and go to the Laogai camp in Whitezwang for re-education. Whitezwang is a remote village under the Huangying commune, located in the mountains with a tough environment. The labor camp is actually a construction site for farmland infrastructure organized by the commune in Whitezwang. There, every person in re-education does the hardest, most tiring work. They don't earn work points and must bring their own food and bedding. Tian Dio opened his mouth, unsure whether to feel happy or sad. He was glad that he wasn't personally implicated, but he felt sad that his daughter was so beautiful. She could have married well, yet now she was being sent for re-education. Thinking this, he couldn't help but look down at Chen Yusheng. He was very satisfied with Chen Yusheng, his future son-in-law. Chen's family was well off, with plenty of money and food. He genuinely wanted to marry Tianjing, and perhaps he could even ask for a large bride price. But if Tianjing really went to the re-education camp, the Qin family would never accept such a daughter-in-law with a blemish. His dream of asking for a big bride price would be shattered. Tian Dio felt conflicted. He was afraid to plead for her, worried it might cause trouble for himself, and also afraid he wouldn't get any benefit. Wang Fu couldn't really have Lei Dachu act as a backdrop. In the end, he asked Captain Lei about Tianjing's re-education period. Lei Dachu glanced at Chen Yusheng, then hesitated before saying, "It's not a big deal. Since it's her first offense, after compensating for the damage, she can go for a month of re-education." Wang Fu paused and looked at Gu Jifeng, who was sitting at the front, suffering. "Comrade Gu, do you agree?" Gu Jifeng held Yan Xiaodang and said nothing, instead looking at Gu Yuehua among the crowd. Gu Yuehua nodded, agreeing to the 1-month re-education. After all, Tianjing's actual harm was limited. Wang Fu seemed to avoid mentioning her ridiculous words last night to prevent making the situation worse. Accusing someone of class betrayal could normally be a crime, but now the Gu family's vegetable garden behind their house had attracted attention from many sides. If the issue continued to escalate, the Gu family might never have peace again. The treasures left by the old landlord were enough to attract the attention of anyone with bad intentions. Gu Jifeng received the signal and nodded, saying, "All right, let's do it this way." Wang Fu nodded and said, "Take her away. Tian Dio, remember to pack her bedding and bring the grain ration." Hearing this, Tian Dio's initial worry instantly disappeared. He looked unhappy and said, "Party secretary, what does this have to do with me? Our family has no grain. People are starving. How can I have the time to take care of her?" Chen Yusheng, for reasons unknown, stepped forward and said, "I have paid her grain ration." Hearing this, Tian Dio immediately relaxed and smiled. Captain Chen is kind to Tianjing. Chen Yusheng frowned. He didn't want to be involved with Tianjing anymore, but he was afraid that saying something harsh might provoke her to say things she shouldn't. So he stayed silent. He didn't speak, and others saw that as his silent agreement. Tianjing stared fiercely at Gu Yuehua, ignoring everything he said. Gu Yuehua, with a cold smile, thought that everything was settled. Even if she was only sentenced to a month of re-education through labor, it was enough for Tianjing to learn her lesson. Most importantly, with this reputation, it would be hard for her to clear her name later. Moreover, with the youth going to the countryside soon, she wondered if she could catch a lucky break and marry Song Jinan. At this moment, the anger in Tianjing's eyes faded. She also curled her lips into a smile, her scarlet eyes peering through her messy bangs at Gu Yuehua. She opened her mouth but said nothing, silently speaking a word to Gu Yuehua. Gu Yuehua's smile faded, and she looked coldly back at the crowd behind her. Tianjing's words were, "Gu Yuehua, you're celebrating too early. If there was any hope for this matter to turn around, it would only be because of one person." She looked at the figure squeezing out of the crowd, her gaze suddenly sharp. When she looked back at Tianjing, her eyes showed deep disgust. This person was truly an indestructible cockroach, always able to turn things around at the last moment. But this time, even if she cut all ties completely, she would not let Gu Ruelai interfere with this matter. Yes, the person who ran over crazily was Gu Ruelai, who had already been kicked out of her home.
No.
You can't take her away. I know she dug up my family's vegetable garden. She didn't do it on purpose, and she's not a thief. You may not believe others, but I am from the Gu family. Don't you believe me either? Gu Ruelai's face was flushed, and sweat soaked her hair. He pushed through the crowd, ran straight to the podium, and pulled Tianjing away from two militia members carrying guns, shielding her behind him. His eyes scanned the surroundings cautiously, as if everyone from the Dalhousie production brigade was a bad person trying to break up a couple. Gu Ruihuai's sudden appearance made Gu Tinghuai and Gu Shihua in the crowd pause for a moment. Gu Zifeng's face darkened like water might drip from it. He looked at Gu Ruihuai and suddenly felt that just sending the son away from home was too easy. For Tianjing, he was willing to risk everything, even his life. What had he done? He actually snatched Tianjing from the militia members with guns. Was he trying to risk his own life? Wang Fu, Wang Peisheng, and other officials looked confused. They looked at Gu Zifeng and Gu Ruihuai, unsure what was happening. Did their family's disagreement lead to reporting Tianjing's situation? Did Chue Lei pounded the table, making the porcelain teacup shake loudly. He sneered, "Haha, this is interesting. Gu Zifeng, are you guys playing us?" Gu Zifeng's face twitched, and he shouted loudly, "Don't listen to that brat. Tianjing's matter can't be ignored." Gu Ruihuai looked at Gu Zifeng, his throat moving, and said sharply, "I told you. This has nothing to do with Tianjing." Wang Fu frowned and said unhappily, "Gu Ruihuai, the verdict has already been made at the meeting. Stop causing trouble. Do you think the militia squad is just for show? If you keep messing around, we'll criticize you along with the team." Gu Zifeng's forehead veins bulged. Holding Yan shouting in his arms, he restrained his temper and shouted in a lower voice, "Second brother, get down." Wang Fu stood up and commanded, "Take her away."
No.
Gu Ruihuai blocked in front of Tianjing, not allowing anyone to approach. After a moment, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and shouted with a stiff neck, "Don't arrest her. I'll go instead." As soon as he said that, the noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. Tianjing was stunned for a moment, looking at Gu Ruihuai with a dazed expression. She had always regarded this person as a stepping stone, even a tool. She never had genuine feelings for him, only use. In other words, if Gu Ruihuai weren't the brother of the heroine Gu Yuehuai, she wouldn't even glance at him. However, this person, when she was alone and helpless, abandoned even by her own father, still stood up and blocked all the rumors and harsh words, like a mountain that, though not very broad, could shield her. This feeling was very complicated, so much so that she temporarily forgot he was just a tool. While everyone was stunned, Gu Ruihuai spoke slowly and clearly. "I said, I will go to re-education for her." Hearing this, Gu Zifeng immediately widened his eyes, raised his eyebrows, and his forehead bulged with blue veins. His tone was full of uncontrollable anger. "Fool! Do you even know what you're saying?" Gu Tinghuai squeezed out of the crowd and was about to pull Gu Ruihuai away. "Second brother, don't be foolish. Come back with me." Gu Tinghuai grabbed Gu Ruihuai's arm, trying to pull him back. But Gu Ruihuai forcefully shook off Gu Tinghuai's hand, stared fiercely, and shouted loudly, "Don't touch me. I know what I'm saying. To me, Tianjing is more important than anything. She's the only one who cares about me." Hearing this, all the Gu family members felt a chill in their hearts. Tianjing is the only one who cares about him? Gu Yuehuai looked cold. Since her rebirth, she had always thought that family was about working together, and her previous life confirmed this. But Gu Ruihuai kept breaking her illusions. That night, when Gu Ruihuai was tempted by Tianjing to kill her, she understood everything. It's too hard to make Gu Ruihuai turn back. To him, Tianjing is like a sip of cool water in the desert, completely different from what she thought, like a rare treasure. Only Tianjing could shatter Gu Ruihuai's illusions and make him wake up. But their family's repeated interference only made Gu Ruihui more rebellious. Gu Shihui couldn't listen anymore. He looked at Gu Ruihui with a very unfamiliar expression. After a moment, he sneered and said, "Gu Ruihui, are you even speaking human words? You're grown up, and your eyes are just for show? Have I ever missed feeding you? Or have I and Big Brother ever ignored you? I know you always want to compare yourself to Yuehui, but she's a girl. She lost her mother when she was young. Can you be like her? Yes, Gu Yuehui used to be wild, but she has turned over a new leaf. She's changed, and so have you. Do you think there's any difference between who you are now and the old Gu Yuehui? You even worse than her, you know? At least she tortures us with material things, but you torment us mentally. Dad, how do you feel hearing these words?" Gu Ruihui's face turned pale, and his eyes trembled slightly, but he dared not look at Gu Zifeng. At this moment, Tianjing also snapped out of her shock. She looked at Gu Ruihui, whose expression was becoming hesitant, and her heart tightened. There was no time for feelings now. A tool is just a tool. No matter when, it should do its part to help change the situation, just like now. Tianjing reached out and grabbed Gu Ruihui's sleeve, loudly saying, "In the vegetable garden behind the Gu family house, buried treasures like gold and jewelry. I've seen Gu Zifeng bury them when I was a child. Yesterday, I wanted to find proof and hand those treasures over to the team, but I was falsely accused of theft and damaging property. Comrades, do you really think I am that kind of person? Have you forgotten? What kind of people are the Gu family? Can we really trust what they say?" Although the incident from last night was widely talked about, there were still people present who didn't know about the treasures. Like Lei Dachu and Gu Ruihui. Lei Dachu's face grew serious, and a glint appeared in his eyes. Treasures? Wang Fu and Wang Peixing exchanged looks, both showing seriousness. Then Wang Fu said, "After hearing Tianjing yesterday, I had people dig around the house. Nothing was found. Stop listening to her nonsense. Back then, the Gu family's money was all lost to Gu Zifeng in gambling. The remaining dishes, bowls, tables, chairs, and benches were all taken away. When he returned to the labor team, he had nothing with him. Where would he hide money? Enough. Stop spreading these baseless stories. Who can be responsible if it causes chaos?" Gu Ruihui also looked confused, opening his mouth to speak, but Tianjing pinched him. "Second brother Gu, you should know the Gu family best. Tell me, is this true? I didn't lie. Gu Yuehui is slandering me. I just want to find proof for the team. Why am I being sent to re-education?" Tianjing's voice was a little aggrieved. Her eyelashes fluttered like fans, and finally, tears welled up and fell down her cheeks. Gu Ruihui looked at Tianjing, who appeared weak yet distressed, and he felt his heart almost break. He truly didn't know about the so-called treasure, and even if he was foolish, he understood that if he confirmed Tianjing's words, the Gu family would never have peace again. The entire family might even be labeled as landlords, rich, counter-revolutionaries, bad elements, or rightists. Living as a landlord, rich, counter-revolutionary, bad element, or rightist was very hard. Everyone knew it was almost like being in prison. Although he had opinions about his family, he never thought of causing them trouble. Of course, Gu Yuehui was an exception. Gu Ruihui looked uncertain, and Tianjing felt anxious. She wanted to strike hard again, give Gu Ruihui some sweet rewards, and make him fully side with her, so she could bring down the Gu family and make sure they never rise again. At this moment, Gu Yuehui stepped forward. Standing below the stage, she smiled softly and said, "That really is a heart-wrenching lie." Gu Ruihui frowned and looked at Gu Yuehui. He now only felt dislike for his sister. He had no feelings left. Gu Yuehui didn't care about his expression. She had already said that Tianjing wouldn't escape today. Even if she was eloquent, what could she do? If Gu Ruihui dared to testify, she could also throw dirt on him. When that happens, his testimony might not even matter. "Your acting is so poor. Only Gu Ruihui might believe you. Comrades, a few days ago, I reported Tianjing and Chinyin for cheating during group activities, which caused them to send 30 pounds of grain to my house. Everyone knows how hard life is for the Tian family. Tianjing has hated me for a long time. Last night, she said it was revenge because I caused Qin Yusheng to want to break up with her. So she came up with a foolish plan to ruin my family's vegetable garden. Because of the arrival of the party secretary, she changed her story and falsely accused my family, spreading lies and slandering others with such confidence. Tianjing, whether you go to this labor camp or not, you will go. If the team doesn't discipline you, I will report to the commune and even to the county revolutionary committee. I won't give up. Gu Yuehuai's words were firm, shocking the uncertain members into silence. Lei Dachu's suspicious expression also turned calm. The Gu family's life over the years was well known. No proper work, just hanging around outside. If they had treasures, they would have sold them for money long ago. Why wait until today to be accused? Tianjing's face was red, and she bit her lip, choking as she said, I'm not lying. What I said is true. Second brother Gu, please speak. Are you going to let Gu Yuehuai keep saying these things about me? Gu Ruihuai pursed his lips but said nothing. He couldn't say anything that would harm the Gu family, but he also couldn't ignore Tianjing's words. Everyone was watching the scene unfold. As the sky darkened, Gu Ruihuai was in pain, and blood was even flowing down his pant leg. But because he wore dark pants, no one noticed. After a while, he said with pale lips, Secretary, Director, I said I will go for her. Please, let Tianjing go. Tianjing looked angry. She didn't expect things to come to this point, and Gu Ruihuai still refused to testify or agree. He could have easily stopped Gu Yuehuai with one strike, and then no one would be able to stand in her way anymore. Wang Fu frowned, feeling speechless about Gu Ruihuai's words. He said, What do you think labor re-education is? A game? Gu Ruihuai begged. I can't watch Tianjing be punished. I am willing to go in her place. Secretary. Qin Yusheng, who was in the crowd, looked at Gu Ruihuai and Tianjing with complicated eyes. He was someone who almost married Tianjing. Now, seeing another man openly protecting her like this, he felt strange. Hard to describe, but it was uncomfortable. Of course, it wasn't jealousy. It was more like self-mockery. His feelings felt cheap. Before Wang Fu could speak, Gu Yuehuai suddenly laughed, a sharp, mocking laugh. She shot a sharp look at Gu Ruihuai and said coldly, Gu Ruihuai, you've been kicked out of the family by my dad. What right do you have to forgive Tianjing for the Gu family? Are you married to her? Are you her relative? Then what right do you have to go for her in labor re-education? Moreover, the organization is sending Tianjing for re-education to help her. Stealing, slandering comrades, causing discord, these are serious crimes. Such a person is like a rat ruining the pot of porridge. She only affects the team. Do you want to protect her? She should be punished for all her crimes. You can go with her for re-education. When she finished, Gu Zifeng and Gu Tinghuai moved their lips, as if about to speak. Even though they were angry at Gu Ruihuai, they were still family. How could they just watch him be sent away for re-education without doing anything? Upon hearing this, Tianjing almost fainted. She asked someone to send a message to Gu Ruihuai to have him come back and testify to save her, not to go with him to the labor camp. Now that things had reached this critical point, how could she leave the labor team? Moreover, once she left with Gu Ruihuai, she feared she would never be able to escape her connection with him. At that time, how could she get close to Song Jinan? She wanted to become a government official's wife, not marry a simple farmer. Hearing her angry words, Gu Yuehuai smiled and said, Haha, you're dreaming. The organization is fair and just. They won't falsely accuse good people, nor will they spare bad ones. Do you think the labor camp is somewhere you can go just because you wanna? After speaking, Gu Ruihuai glared angrily. Gu Yuehuai looked at him with a mocking smile, then clapped his hands and said cheerfully, But if you really can't let go of Tianjing, you might end up causing yourself trouble. You. Gu Ruihuai suddenly staggered. Tianjing frowned, watching Gu Ruihuai fall, but she didn't reach out to help him, causing him to land directly on the ground. Gu Ruihuai cried out in pain. The nearest Gu Tinghuai saw this and widened his eyes. He quickly carried him and shouted, Sixth uncle. Sixth uncle, come check on my second brother. His leg is bleeding. sixth uncle was the barefoot doctor of the labor team. His medical skills weren't advanced, but during the season, he would go up the mountain to gather some common medicines that could treat headaches, fevers, or stop bleeding and reduce swelling. For minor illnesses and injuries, villagers didn't want to spend money at the clinic, so they all went to see sixth uncle. Originally sitting on a small stool, sixth uncle stood up and called to Gu Tinghuai, "Come to my house and take a look." "Okay." Gu Tinghuai nodded and quickly ran with Gu Ruihui on his back, worried that the boy on his back might cause trouble. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to find a wife, and his leg wouldn't be saved. How could he live his life then? This commotion caused by Tianjing became clearer as Gu Ruihui left. Wang Fu felt a bit tired. He took out a dry tobacco pipe from his waist, took a few puffs, then waved his hand and said, "Take him away. Send him there tonight, so there won't be any more trouble." Several militia members looked at Lei Dachu. Seeing him nod, they led Tianjing away. Tian Du also looked gloomy as he dragged Tian home. With such a bad omen in the family, it was hard not to have bad luck. They only took bedding, but now they had to bring her grain too. Why didn't she throw her into the cesspit when she was born? Tianjing knew there was no way to change things anymore, so she didn't go crazy again. She looked coldly at Gu Yuehui. As she turned away, her sharp voice reached Gu Yuehui's ears. "Gu Yuehui, just wait and see." Rows of tables were cleared away, and the banners were taken down. The lively event was over. Tianjing had already been sent to reform school, and everything was settled. Some members who had come to watch left with small notes, while others took their work points books to record their points. Everyone was busy with their own things, and no one mentioned the matter anymore. Gu Jifeng's face showed no emotion as he held Yan Xiaodang and went to record his work points. Gu Shihui looked at him and said, "Enough, stop thinking about it. Go record your points." Today, he saw his sister in a new light. Every word and sentence was sharp and effective, making Tianjing and his foolish second brother obedient. His speaking skills were really good. If he trained well, he might even become a diplomat someday. Thinking this, Gu Shihui smiled first. People like them, who are rural folks, no longer have the chance to go to school. How could they have such opportunities? The family recorded their work points, and then went home. They didn't visit Uncle Lu to see Gu Ruihui. When they got home, it was already dark. Gu Yuehui lit the kerosene lamp and started cooking dinner. There wasn't much at home, so they made simple porridge and fried a pot of eggs. The fragrant scallion scrambled eggs made Yan Xiaodang blink. She sat on the kong, waiting patiently to be fed, her eyes brighter than a few days ago. Gu Yuehui thought for a moment, took a small bowl, and scooped some eggs for her. He also handed her a spoon. At first, Yan Xiaodang looked confused. After Gu Yuehui demonstrated, she was silent for a long time before slowly reaching out her small hand to take the spoon. Clumsily, she dug into the bowl of eggs and finally managed to put some in her mouth. Her eyes lit up with joy. "Xiaodang is so good." Gu Yuehui's eyes showed a smile, feeling relieved. As she had hoped, she fed Yan Xiaodang water from the space well every day, and it really improved her mental state. If she kept healing her with water from the space day after day, maybe Yan Xiaodang would fully recover someday. When that happens, he would probably be very happy too. Capital city, Beijing. For over 1,000 years, the capital has been a place of talent and beauty, a gathering of dragon veins. In the 1970s, Beijing was filled with narrow alleys and many traditional courtyard houses. In the morning, the state-run restaurant at the entrance displayed signs offering tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, and bean juice. Of course, this was just how ordinary people saw Beijing. There was also a mysterious place here called New Beijing, or the Compound by locals. The compound was located on Yuchuan Road, where many wooden watchtowers stood along the street, each guarded by soldiers carrying guns. Getting closer, you could see large courtyards with guards at the gates, standing straight and alert, making people feel respectful and cautious, not daring to step over the boundary. These courtyards covered a large area, and only special people lived inside. At the deepest part of one courtyard, it was lively. Over a dozen young people gathered, chatting animatedly with a young man packing his bag, acting as if they were the main concern. These young people had all been assigned to live in the courtyard since birth. They wore military coats and sturdy boots, both men and women, all smiling warmly, clearly not struggling to make a living. Fifth brother, are you really leaving? If you want to gain experience, why go so far? It must be tough. Yeah, I heard that the countryside folks outside are very wild. They say wives and children are kidnapped. Just thinking about it gives me chills. Fifth brother, don't go. Fifth brother, you're an only child. You don't need to go so far to work in the countryside. It's hard, and coming back would be a hassle. Once you decide, there's no turning back. Why not stay here in the courtyard? Isn't that better? Everyone called the young man packing his bag fifth brother, implying he was about to go to the countryside to work. He didn't answer. Someone else called out impatiently. Fifth brother, hearing this, he looked up, revealing a very handsome face. His light brown eyes were gentle, with a straight nose and fair skin. His every move carried a refined, scholarly air. He was tall, slim, and upright, like a pine or poplar tree, standing out among the crowd. He shook his head helplessly and smiled. Why shout so loud? I'm not deaf. Someone in the crowd sighed and said loudly, well, we've all tried to persuade you. Can you stay? You leaving means we might not see each other for many years. The young man smiled gently and said, I must go. Xiaoyu still has 2 younger siblings to take care of. He can't handle everything alone, so I need to help him. Please don't say more. There's still a month left, and I'm not leaving right now. When people heard the name, Xiaoyu, the crowd suddenly grew quiet, eerily silent, giving a feeling of pressure like a storm passing through. After a moment of silence, someone hesitantly said, and at this point, what's the point of being so honest with him? We're no longer on the same path. His family has done wrong, and we should stay away to avoid being dragged down. Yes, fifth brother, the Yen family is now a place everyone avoids. Everyone wants to stay far away. Only you still care about old feelings, and now you want to go to the countryside with him. Can Uncle Song really let you go? Fifth brother, don't be foolish. The Yen family is no longer the same as before. You should think about Uncle Song and the family. Hearing this, Song Jinan frowned. His handsome face lost its smile, clearly displeased with these words. He is Yen Xiaoyu, and I am Song Jinan. We grew up in the same big courtyard, together. No matter what changes happen, our childhood bond is real. No matter what you think, he is always my brother. Stop saying that in the future. You know his temper. Song Jinan was never the type to speak harsh words, and these words were already quite strong. Still, he felt unsatisfied after saying them. He thought for a moment and then said in a heavy voice, You used to call Xiaoyu third brother more often than me. You were more familiar with him. Even though his family is in trouble now, that's no reason for you to kick him when he's down. After speaking, Song Jinan waved his hand and said unhappily, That's enough for today. You all should go back. The crowd looked at each other, then reluctantly left the courtyard. Song Jinan threw his luggage aside, walked out of the yard, and turned into the next one. The 2 courtyards looked exactly the same, except that the neighboring yard had some seasonal flowers planted. However, they seemed neglected for a long time, with drooping plants showing signs of decline, like the family living there. Song Jinan pursed his lips and walked through the yard into the house. He looked around but saw no one. Then he called upstairs. Is anyone there? Soon after, hurried footsteps came down from upstairs, and someone called out while running. Have you found her? Have you found Xiaodang? A girl about 18 years old ran down from upstairs. When she saw Song Jinan standing at the door, her bright eyes suddenly dimmed, which was very heartbreaking to see. She parted her pale lips weakly and called out softly, Fifth brother. Song Jinan looked at Yan Xiaoli's tired face and nodded silently. He asked softly, Xiaoyu and Xiaoyang haven't come back yet? Yan Xiaoli gave a bitter smile. If we can't find Xiaodang today, none of us can rest easy. How can we just sit at home and wait? We're about to leave for the countryside and Xiaodang. Suddenly, Yan Xiaoli seemed to remember something. Her eyes flickered. She bit her lip and suddenly knelt down in front of Song Jinan. Thud! A loud sound of her knees hitting the ground. Song Jinan's light brown pupils shrank suddenly. He quickly reached out to help Yan Xiaoli and asked anxiously, Xiaoli, what are you doing? Just say what you want. Is there anything you and I can't talk about? What are you doing? Yan Xiaoli suddenly sobbed. Fifth brother, can you help us find Shouting? My parents are unaware of her whereabouts, and our relatives see us as enemies and refuse to help. But we can't find Shouting on our own. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. My brother told me not to trouble you, but I just can't watch Shouting disappear like this. Fifth brother, please help us. Right now, besides you, almost no one will come to my house. I really don't know who else to ask for help. Please, fifth brother. She pushed away Song Jinan's hand, bowed her head, and knocked her forehead to the ground. The young girl, so beautiful, was crying tears all over her face, her swollen eyes showing how exhausted and anxious she had been lately. Her voice choked with emotion, tears falling like broken beads, splattering on the floor and making tiny splashes. Song Jinan's eyes looked sad. He reached out to help Yan Xiaoli and was about to speak when suddenly a voice came from behind him. Yan Xiaoli, get up. This male voice was very pleasant, clear and slightly tired and hoarse, with a deep tone, like a cello, very soothing. A tall man walked out from the yard, coming from inside to outside. He was backlit, so his face was hard to see clearly. Only his tall, broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted figure was visible. He wore a black jacket and black leather combat boots. Although his face was unclear, his fierce and proud aura was obvious. It made it clear he was not a kind-hearted person, very different from Song Jinan's gentle and warm nature. He strode quickly and brushed past Song Jinan. He suddenly grabbed Yan Xiaoli's collar and pulled her up from the ground as if catching a small chicken. His sleeves were rolled up, revealing his lean arm muscles when he exerted force. Yan Xiaoli, feeling itchy? His voice was calm but carried a hint of annoyance and hostility. Yan Xiaoli looked carefully at Yan Xiaoyu's expression. Her lips trembled, and she spoke with a crying tone. Brother, I'm just worried about Shouting. I don't know if she's eaten enough or if she's hurt. Yan Xiaoyu's thin lips pressed into a cold line. He raised his chin toward the upstairs. Go upstairs. Yan Xiaoli didn't dare say more. She nodded quickly and hurried upstairs. Song Jinan frowned slightly, showing some disapproval. Xiaoyu, you're being too harsh on Xiaoli. Yan Xiaoyu took a long step and sat down on the sofa. His slender, pale fingers pinched his brow. Song Jinan sighed and sat down on the sofa beside him. He said, Xiaoyu, don't worry. I've already told my dad about Shouting. He promised to send someone to look for her. It will be more effective than you and your siblings going out to find her yourselves. Hearing this, Yan Xiaoyu looked up, his voice low. There's no need to look anymore. Xiaoyu, don't act impulsively. Who's who between us? Do you still want to be polite to me? Song Jinan frowned, a bit upset, raising his voice. Yan Xiaoyu suddenly sneered, crossing his arms, with a half-smile. Fifth, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to? Song Jinan's brow furrowed even deeper, looking at him with confusion. Yan Xiaoyu pointed at the sofa armrest. His soft, crisp voice echoed in the living room. After a moment, he said, Your dad won't send anyone to find Shouting. What you're doing is useless. His tone was calm, but there was a faint trace of sarcasm and coldness underneath. Song Jinan suddenly stood up, his face turning red. Xiaoyu, what do you mean? Do you think my dad is the kind of ungrateful person who ignores our family friendship and plans to do nothing? Yan Xiaoyu looked up at Song Jinan, a hint of complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Feeling that his attitude might seem a bit rude, Song Jinan took a deep breath and said calmly, Don't worry. I will definitely help with Xiaodong's matter. Even if my dad doesn't help, I will find someone. After speaking, he didn't stay any longer and turned to leave the Yan family estate. Yan Xiaoyu watched his back as he left, his narrow, peach blossom-shaped eyes slightly squinting, and his deep black pupils like a dark abyss. At this moment, the sound of orderly footsteps came from outside. 2 young men peeked in. Although there were 2 of them, they seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 soldiers. When they saw Yan Xiaoyu sitting on the sofa, their eyes brightened. "Third brother, you're back?" Yan Xiaoyu lowered his eyes, black hair falling over his forehead, revealing a cold and unapproachable expression. "Third brother," one young man called out. Yan Xiaoyu turned to look at him, then immediately silenced himself. He got up from the sofa and headed outside, with the two young men following closely behind. The three of them reached the backyard. Yan Xiaoyu looked at the withered plants and trees, his lips pressed tightly, like a sharp blade. In the backyard, there was a large acacia tree, surrounded by piled stones. In the past, Xiaodong loved to sit and daydream under this tree. "Third brother," one young man took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Yan Xiaoyu. He took the cigarette but didn't light it, just rubbing it between his fingers. "How's the search going?" The two young men exchanged glances and shook their heads with some frustration. "We've searched all the streets and alleys in the capital, asked everyone we could, but there's no clue." Yan Xiaoyu's brow furrowed slightly, and a fierce light flashed in his black eyes. Noticing his mood, one young man suggested, "Third brother, maybe we should look outside again." The other young man agreed. "Yes, third brother." Xiaodong was only 4 years old when she was taken. She must be suffering a lot. "We can't give up." Yan Xiaoyu didn't speak. He walked to the acacia tree, looked up at the branches covered with dead leaves. He closed his eyes slightly, trying to calm the anger in his heart. He knew this matter wasn't anyone else's fault. At that time, when the family was in chaos, Xiaodong left the estate with the crowd. She couldn't speak for herself and was taken away, unable to rescue herself. Leaving the outskirts of the capital, it was as hard as climbing to the sky to find Xiaodong again. He knew in his heart that Xiaodong was probably gone for good. Perhaps seeing his bad mood, the two young men sighed and said, "Third brother, let's keep looking." Yan Xiaoyu looked tired. He raised his hand, pushing his messy hair back from his forehead to reveal his widow's peak. He spoke softly, "No need. Let them all come back. We won't look anymore." Xiaodong, Yan Xiaoyu suddenly smiled, but his voice was cold and sad. "I said, no need to look. Bring everyone back." The two young men had red eyes. They wanted to say more, but they knew his personality. He was firm and would not change his mind. The atmosphere was quiet and heavy. Everyone knew that a girl just 4 years old, kidnapped by human traffickers, would face a terrible fate. Yan Xiaoyu shook his head. This time, his voice was calm but full of sadness. "Let's see what fate has in store." Now, the Yan family was struggling. They had to leave the capital during the youth training program, or else not only would Xiaodong not be found, but Yan Xiaoli and Yan Xiaoyang might also be in danger. He couldn't protect so many people. The Yan family had once been very powerful. The old man was honest and upright, but he had made many enemies in the military. Now that they were down and out, some people saw them as a thorn in the side. In other words, if the old man didn't clear his name soon, the Yan family would stay in trouble forever. He wanted to give up everything, join the army, and start fresh, cutting down all the evil and bad influences. But now that Xiaodong was lost, if he left, his two younger siblings at home would be vulnerable and at the mercy of others. The best plan now was to leave the capital and stay out of the sight of those with bad intentions. As long as the mountain remains, firewood will always be available. He was different from the old man. He was never naive or blindly righteous. Only by keeping a chance could he plan something new. "Xiaodong, I'm sorry." Song Jinan returned home. He didn't pack his things again, but sat on the sofa, waiting for his mother to come back from work. His father worked in local government and only came home on Sundays or when he had work in the capital. He was very busy. His mother worked in Beijing at a public security agency, mainly responsible for missing persons. Song Jinan waited for over an hour. Finally, Officer Wang Hui, dressed in professional clothes and carrying a black shoulder bag, came back. "Mom, you're finally back." Song Jinan stood up to greet her warmly, happily taking Wang Hui's shoulder bag and hanging it on the coat rack at the door. He wore a friendly smile on his face. He is gentle and handsome, and his smile makes people feel warm inside.
Wang Hui naturalie 1% heure biologicale sont.
Seeing this, she first smiled, then thought about the recent heated events of young people going to the countryside. Her smile faded slightly, and she squinted her eyes as she asked, "What do you want to do?" Song Jinan didn't rush to speak. He simply pulled Wang Hui to sit on the sofa. He pursed his lips, looked at Wang Hui with his light brown eyes without blinking, and softly asked, "Mom, Uncle Yan will be okay, right? You know he's always diligent and dedicated. He's a good person, Mom. Our family has a long friendship with the Yan family. Xiaoyu and I grew up together. Don't you remember? The names Xiaoyu and Jinan were chosen by you and Aunt Qing to protect us. Xiaoyu and Jinan, all for our good. Can you help the Yan family? Talk to Dad and see if he can help." When Wang Hui heard the words, Uncle Yan, her face turned cold. She leaned back on the sofa cushion, crossed her hands on her stomach, and quietly watched Song Jinan, who was doing his best to speak up for the Yan family. His eyes were full of pleading, as if he wanted to kneel and beg her. Seeing no response, Song Jinan couldn't help but look up at Wang Hui. "Mom." Wang Hui slowly poured herself a glass of water, her tone calm. "Song Jinan, have you said enough? When you're done, I need to cook. Don't say these words again, or it will bring trouble to our Song family." Hearing this, Song Jinan's face suddenly changed. He stood up, incredulous. "Mom." When the Yan family had just had trouble, his family had also been visiting and pleading. How long has it been? Why has their attitude changed so quickly? Is this what it means to be ruthless in power? Wang Hui looked at the confused Song Jinan. Thinking of Yan Xiaoyu, who had a fierce personality since he was young, her heart was complicated. She didn't know whether to be happy about her son's innocence or disappointed in his dullness. She sighed, reached out, and took Song Jinan's hand, pulling him to sit beside her. "Jinan, you must understand that life doesn't always go as we wish. Now, the situation in the capital is complicated. You must not think that our Song family is still thriving. If we make even a small mistake, we could end up like the Yan family. If we fall on hard times, can you take on the family responsibilities like Yan Xiaoyu? It's not that our parents are heartless, but the Yan family offended the wrong people. Yan Shouji is stubborn and self-willed, and Ji Qing is quick to speak. They say that cutting one branch damages 100 others. Do you know how many people the Yan family offended when they were at their peak? It's not that we don't want to help the Yan family, but we simply lack the strength. Right now, the Yan family is like a hot potato. Whoever takes it will get burned. Originally, you weren't on the list to go to the countryside, but you insisted on causing trouble, wanting to wade into the Yan family's affairs. You even spread the news widely. Now, it's too late to regret. You decided on your own to go to the countryside. Do you know how angry your father is? Forget it. What's done is done. There's no use saying more. Your personality is gentle, and experiencing some hardship in the countryside might be good for you. It will be good training. Work hard, and when you return to the capital, you'll be able to get a good job naturally. Mom won't stop you, but as for the Yan family, you shouldn't get involved anymore." Wang Hui spoke earnestly, hoping her son, who had grown up in an ivory tower, would understand. With the current unstable times, even the Song family is struggling to protect itself, so how can they manage others? An enemy who doesn't die is not a true enemy, and the Yan family's prominence has attracted trouble. It's no wonder they are facing difficulties. Song Jinan's face was pale, and he didn't know what to say. Wang Hui shook her head, stood up to prepare dinner, but suddenly heard Song Jinan say, "Mom, I won't talk about the Yan family anymore, but Xiaodang, can you help? Xiaodang is only 4 years old, and you watched him grow up." Hearing this, Wang Hui paused, looked down at her son's pleading expression, and finally nodded. Song Jinan heaved a sigh of relief. Even if he couldn't help the Yan family, just finding Xiaodang would be a good thing. Yan Xiaoyu didn't know about the conversation between Song Jinan and Wang Hui. Even if he did, he would probably just sneer. Once, he used to call Song Shuhui and Annie, but after the Yan family fell on hard times, they immediately sided with those people to protect the Song family. He understood, but he felt deep disgust. Brother, what are you thinking? Dinner is ready." Yan Shaoli called a few times and waved in front of him. Yan Xiaoyu looked up and glanced at her, his dark eyes as black as ebony, making people feel uneasy. Yan Xiaoli immediately closed his mouth and sat quietly to eat. There wasn't much good food on the table, just some dry rice that had turned crispy, 2 plates of dark green vegetables, and not a single piece of meat. Since the family had fallen into hardship, Yan Xiaoli had taken on the task of cooking. Unfortunately, as a young girl who had been spoiled since childhood, she could easily play the piano and violin, but cooking was not her strong suit. At this moment, a slightly younger young man spoke softly. "Brother, are we really not going to look for Xiaodong? They had been searching for many days, leaving early and returning late every day, but had found no clues." Everyone knew that Yan Xiaodong had been kidnapped and taken away. He could be anywhere now, but who wanted to give up? Yan Xiaoyu lowered his eyes and said quietly, "We're going to leave Beijing." After speaking, he scooped up the rice in his bowl, not bothering with the vegetables. The dry, crispy rice was finished in just a few bites. Yan Xiaoli started to cry softly again. The family was already broken apart. Yan Xiaoyang bit his soft lip, wanting to say something but unable to speak. He knew his older brother had already sacrificed a lot for the family. When he made this decision, it must have hurt him deeply. As the second son of the family, all he could do now was support him, not rebel. Thinking this, Yan Xiaoyang forced himself to smile and change the subject. "I wonder what kind of place Qing'an County is. Xiaoli and I have never left Beijing before." When talking about going to the countryside to work, Yan Xiaoli's crying lessened a bit. She looked at Yan Xiaoyu and choked out, "Brother, why do we have to go to Qing'an County? It's too far away." Yan Xiaoyu raised his long eyelids and gave a gentle, clear, and pleasant smile, his voice full of meaning. Far. If it wasn't far, he wouldn't have chosen that place. Since that night when Gu Ruihui almost strangled her, their relationship has never been the same. She came back to pay off a debt. She has tried her best to make up for her second brother, but emotionally, she is truly exhausted. She even suspects that Gu Ruihui's care for her in the past life was perhaps out of guilt. Once certain feelings start, they are hard to stop. In her previous life, Gu Jifeng was reported by Tianjing and went to jail. At that time, Tianjing was mysterious and busy, so she couldn't have been watching the Gu family all the time. Who was her informant? And who was indirectly the executioner? She doesn't want to think badly of her biological brother, but his madness in this life has made her see clearly how much Gu Ruihui loved Tianjing. Gu Yuehui closed his eyes and stopped thinking deeply. Finally, Gu Shihui asked coldly, "How's your leg? You ran all the way back, are you disabled?" His words were a bit harsh, and hearing this, Gu Ruihui felt angry again. But now, he wasn't thinking about arguing. He wanted to go to labor camp with Tianjing. He couldn't just watch her go to the reform school. That place is for people who have committed crimes. What if something happens? Thinking this, Gu Ruihui spoke in a muffled voice, "Big brother, put me down." Gu Tinghui, with a dark face, heavily placed him on the bed. Gu Ruihui, unknowing of the situation, supported himself with his arms and tried to jump down. "Are you crazy? Didn't you hear Uncle Lu just now? Your leg is about to get infected. If you keep pushing it, it will get inflamed, and then we'll need imported medicine. Do you know how expensive that is? Our family can't afford it." Gu Ruihui, stop being stubborn. Do you want the whole family to die with you? Gu Tinghui stared at Gu Ruihui, feeling anger surge from his ribs. He wished he could punch his irresponsible younger brother hard. It was as if he was possessed by a ghost, repeatedly doing these stupid things. Gu Ruihui pressed his lips together and said nothing, but he was determined to leave. Gu Yuehui looked up at Gu Jifeng, who was lowering his head without stopping or insulting anyone. He was completely ignoring the situation. But among everyone present, except for the unfeeling Gu Ruihui, everyone knew how much he was hurting inside. Gu Yuehui sighed and cast a somewhat disgusted look at Gu Ruihui. When she was reborn, she felt happiness and guilt. After experiencing these days, her feelings for Gu Ruihui changed to disappointment, mockery, calmness, and now disgust because he ignored his family's feelings. "Are you trying to harm yourself as the eldest brother? Or just talking nonsense?" Gu Ruihui, you dislike me, so I don't have feelings for you either. But you should think about Dad. Do you want to cut off your limb? You might die. And surgery costs money. The county hospital probably can't do it. You'd have to go to the city or even Beijing. Do you have enough money for the trip? I'm afraid you won't make it that far. Do you want Dad to send his gray hair to bury his black-haired child? If you're heartless, fine. But I and the second and third brothers can't watch Dad suffer. Gu Yuehui's words are sharp and harsh. When these words reached Gu Ruihui's ears, he glared angrily, but he stopped in his tracks. Gu Yuehui shrugged with a smile. Gu Ruihui is indeed disgusting, but today he didn't tarnish the Gu family's name because of Tianjing saving some trouble. She also didn't hesitate to give him some advice. Of course, he probably wouldn't listen. But her words weren't really for him, but for Gu Jifeng. Let's not talk about whether you can save your life. Even if the amputation succeeds, do you think Tianjing will still like you? Of course, even if you're perfect, Tianjing wouldn't look at you. After the amputation, you won't be able to give her anything she can use. Will she still look at you then? Hearing this, Gu Ruihui's face turned very pale. He stopped moving and reached out to touch his painful leg, his eyes showing fear. He's not afraid of death, but he's afraid Tianjing will stop caring about him. Suddenly, Gu Yuehui clapped her hands.
Oh.
I almost forgot something important. After she spoke, she looked at Gu Ruihui with a half-smile. If I'm not mistaken, when you were at the clinic, she probably persuaded you to give her the vegetable patch behind the house, right? Did she tell you to go back and convince Dad? Hearing this, Gu Ruihui's face suddenly changed. When he first heard about gold and silver jewelry, he felt uneasy, but at the time, the situation was urgent, and he didn't think deeply about what was wrong. Now, hearing Gu Yuehui mention it, he finally understood where that feeling came from. Because Gu Yuehui was right. While at the health clinic, Tianjing Gwen spoke softly and kindly, daily sharing her hardships at home and hoping to earn extra money by selling vegetables. At that time, he didn't understand why Tianjing Gwen was so obsessed with the vegetable garden behind the house. Now, he finally understood. Suddenly, his mind flashed back to Tianjing Wen's picky and irritable behavior in the black market. His face turned pale with fear, and his body started trembling. Gu Ruihui moved his lips, then grabbed the wooden door frame, trembling as he said, I need to ask her. Gu Yuehui smirked. Ask her what? Whether she's been using you all this time. Gu Ruihui, don't be foolish. You already have doubts. Your firm love for her is starting to change. Do you still believe what she says? Even if you do, how much can you trust? Gu Yuehui rested his chin on his hand, speaking with a teasing tone, but his face showed no emotion. Are you now thinking that even if Tianjing Gwen doesn't love you, and is just using you, if you try hard enough, she'll see you? Or maybe go to the labor camp with her and over time develop feelings. Gu Ruihui, do you really think Tianjing Gwen wants you to go to the labor camp with her? That would only ruin her reputation. Don't believe me? Go see for yourself if Tianjing Gwen is willing to let you follow her. As he finished speaking, Gu Ruihui staggered, and everything around him fell silent. His fingers clenched tightly on the door frame, his knuckles turning white. He didn't argue with Gu Yuehui and limped out of the door. Gu Yuehui watched coldly. Now, she and Tianjing Gwen had completely torn apart, a relationship of mutual destruction. Gu Ruihui had also been kicked out of the house. What could he still use? Suddenly, Gu Yuehui's expression changed slightly. What could he still use? Honestly, Tianjing Gwen still had some leverage. Last time at the county health clinic, when she saw Qin Wanjian off, she looked happy, probably already thinking about how to use the situation. To truly gain real benefits, she could only rely on Gu Ruihui. Gu Yuehui pursed her lips, thought for a moment, then stood up, handed the young girl to Gu Jifeng, and headed outside. Gu Jifeng's expression changed slightly. Boss, third brother, quick. You guys go check if everything's okay. He still remembered the last time his second brother went crazy. His family's girl ran to find Tianjing and almost strangle her. This time was different. There were militia guards escorting her, and if someone saw, it wouldn't be a joke. Gu Tinghuai and Gu Shihuai hurriedly ran out but saw Gu Yuehuai standing quietly at Tianjing's yard gate. Inside the yard, in the dark night, militia members held lanterns that cast faint light. Gu Ruihuai stood face to face with Tianjing. One was tall, the other short, but in presence, Gu Ruihuai seemed to be overshadowed by her. Gu Ruihuai hesitated and said, "Xiao Jing, I want to go with you to the re-education camp." Tianjing looked at him calmly. She initially wanted to vent her anger at Gu Yuehuai on this fool, but since her work situation with Qin Wanjiang was still unresolved, she stayed silent. Seeing her cold expression, Gu Ruihuai felt a little disappointed. She didn't refuse, but it was clear she didn't want him to go. "I thought our relationship was already." Gu Ruihuai's throat moved as he tried to speak, his words dry and awkward. He wanted to describe their relationship, but then he remembered she had never said she loved him. Tianjing pressed her lips and forced a smile. "Second brother Gu, I'll be back soon. You don't need to suffer. Besides, your leg wound has reopened and the re-education camp can't let you rest properly." Her words sounded kind, but it was obvious she was rejecting him. Gu Ruihuai looked lost for a moment. Unconsciously, he thought of Gu Yuehuai's words just now. Everything was just a means to an end, all for her, for the Gu family's future, buried deep as a treasure. The pain in his leg was faint, but made his mind clearer. He wasn't stupid. He knew how ambiguous the relationship between Tianjing and Chen Yuesheng was. The two were almost getting married. Why would she abandon Chen Yuesheng and look at him? He had self-awareness. Compared to Chen Yuesheng, a promising squad leader, he was just a street kid with no skills, not even earning enough work points, unable to give Tianjing a stable life. "Are you afraid that if I go, it will?" Gu Ruihuai's lips trembled. "It will ruin your reputation?" Tianjing frowned and looked at Gu Ruihuai. "What's wrong with you today? Saying such strange things." "All right, second brother Gu, go back quickly. I have to leave now, or the secretary will come later to urge me, and that will be another trouble." As she spoke, Tianjing prepared to follow the militia guards to the re-education camp. She never wallowed in self-pity. Since she couldn't change the situation, she accepted it. After all, she couldn't die over such a small matter. As long as she kept her life, there would still be a chance to turn things around, right? When she and Gu Ruihuai passed by each other, he suddenly grabbed her arm. "Is there anything else?" Tianjing turned her head to look at him, her tone slightly impatient. Gu Ruihuai's lips turned pale. For some reason, he suddenly felt hopeless. He said, "Lin, my mom said she's having a hard time and can't find me a job." Hearing this, Tianjing's face changed. Her expression became a little fierce. "What did you say? No job? That's impossible. You are her own son." Gu Ruihuai looked at her silently, his body stiff, but his mind clearer than ever. Tianjing took a deep breath and said to two militia members, "Comrades, I have two more things I want to say to him privately. Can you give us a moment? I promise I won't run." She looked pretty, even though she was about to be sent for re-education. Her fresh appearance didn't look like she was raised in the countryside. The two young militiamen exchanged glances and didn't make things difficult. "We'll be just up ahead. Hurry up." After saying that, they took a few steps forward and waited by the roadside. At this moment, Tianjing saw Gu Yuehuai and his sister standing outside the yard. She sneered and shook off Gu Ruihuai's hand, showing her disgust without hiding it this time. Chen Yusheng and Gu Ruihuai made her realize that men are completely unreliable. Instead of continuing to get involved in a love triangle and damaging her reputation, it's better to cherish herself and wait quietly for Song Jinan. Anyway, Chen Yusheng saw through her now. He no longer loved her and even developed subtle feelings for Gu Yuehuai. As for Gu Ruihuai, he wasn't too stupid. He figured out that her kindness was just a way to use him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have talked so much tonight. He suspected her. But that's normal. She had never hidden her desire for the Gu family's backyard garden. She had some faint gratitude toward Gu Ruihuai, but that was all. Gu Ruihuai was no longer useful. She couldn't find her treasure, had no job, and the Gu family had given up on their son. Continuing to entangle with him was only harmful and pointless. Now, she just needed to stay calm and wait until she returned from re-education to deal with Song Jinan properly. In the novel, the male protagonist, Song Jinan, is gentle and kind, a very good person. Tianjin glances at Gu Yuehui, flicks her finger, and sneers. You're really useless. If you were half as smart as Gu Yuehui, you wouldn't be so easily played around by me. I've never liked you. I only used you. Gu Ruihui, look at yourself. You're not even as good-looking as Chen Yusheng. Your family is lazy and broke, and you think I want to be with you? That's just disgusting. Gu Yuehui, does your second brother feel heartbroken for breaking with your family because of me? After saying this, Tianjing touches her neck, her smile growing colder, her tone full of mockery. Your dear second brother almost choked you to death for me.
Haha.
Speaking of which, Gu Ruihui is quite useful. At least he can be my sharpest knife, stabbing you all over. TSK, what a pity. Even if you all reconcile, do you think the wounds in your hearts can be healed? Thinking about how your close family members will be separated forever, I feel at ease. In this game, you win. But don't be too proud. I will come back sooner or later. After saying this, Tianjing turns without looking back and walks toward the militia team. Gu Ruihui stares blankly at her retreating figure, eyes empty, as if his soul has been drained. His lips move instinctively, and he slowly says, "You never liked me?" Tianjing walks away, and Gu Ruihui suddenly feels dizzy, collapsing to the ground. Second brother. Gu Tinghui shouts loudly and rushes over. Gu Shihua is also startled. Did he faint from shock at the reality? Gu Yuehui stood still without moving. She quietly looked at Gu Ruihui, feeling nothing special inside. She thought there was no need to verify anymore. In her past life, it was Gu Ruihui who revealed to Tianjing that Gu Jifeng was selling rice dumpling leaves on the black market. Gu Ruihui is a person who loves to want her alive but hates to see her die. He has never had brotherly feelings for her from the beginning to the end. He took her in because his family was destroyed, and he felt guilty, wanting to make up for it. The reason he was willing to keep her even if his wife and children left him was because he never truly had his own wife and children in his heart. If in the first half of his life, his heart was only with Tianjing, then in the second half, it was probably only filled with guilt toward his father. It turns out she never really understood her second brother. Gu Yuehui watched Gu Tinghui and Gu Shihua hurriedly take people to find Uncle Six. Suddenly, she felt it was pointless and calmly turned back. Gu Jifeng heard the noise and looked up, lowering his voice. "Nanny, are you okay?" Gu Yuehui looked at the young girl sleeping in Gu Jifeng's arms, then gently took Yan's shouting from him. "Dad," Gu Ruihui fainted. "Big brother, and the others should be taking him to find Uncle Six. You should go check on him," she said softly. Hearing this, Gu Jifeng frowned, thought for a moment, then shook his head. Heaven's punishment can be forgiven, but self-inflicted harm cannot be survived. Since I said I would drive him out, I won't let him come back. Gu Ruihui is his son, but he's also a dangerous person who lacks sense. Even if he loves his son deeply, he wouldn't ignore his daughter. Moreover, in his heart, Nanny is the most important. His 5 fingers are not all equal. He has never hidden his favoritism. Gu Jifeng would never forget that night when Gu Ruihui's eyes were bloodshot, like a demon, fiercely gripping Gu Yuehui's neck, looking like a deadly demon. At that moment, he truly wanted Gu Yuehui's life. He could never let such a terrifying son come back. Today, he was willing to kill his sister for Tianjing. Tomorrow, he might kill the whole family for another woman. Gu Yuehui looked at Gu Jifeng for a moment, then curled her lips. She said nothing more, holding Yin Xiaodang and returning to her room. She tucked Yin Xiaodang into bed, locked the door, and entered the sumeru space. Inside the space, waves of rice and wheat swayed, and the aroma of grains filled the air, bringing peace to her heart. Gu Yuehui went about her daily chores, harvesting grain, planting, and collecting eggs. She was pleasantly surprised to find a new group of little rabbits. After stacking everything in the storage, she began her usual milling and pounding rice work. She worked for a long time, and only then did the bag finally fill up completely. She took her usual walk around the grassland a few times, drank some water from the space well, and then left. Outside, it was very quiet. She didn't worry about when her brothers would return. She simply changed into her sleep clothes and lay down on the bed to rest. She had been tired for several days and felt very exhausted. When Gu Yuehui woke up, she heard Lin Jinshu's voice. Her tone was a bit anxious, even with a hint of crying. Second brother's leg can't wait. I'll take him to the city right away. Gu Jifeng opened his mouth, seeming to have 1,000 words to say, but he couldn't speak at all. Gu Yuehui glanced at Yin Xiaodang. She was still sleeping peacefully, showing no signs of being disturbed. She got up and left the room. The small outer room was crowded with people. Gu Jifeng, Lin Jinshu, Gu Tinghuai, Gu Shihua, and Gu Ruai, who was lying on the Kong and unconscious, were all there. There was also a girl about 13 or 14 years old. The girl was beautiful, with a look that resembled Lin Jinshu. Gu Yuehui's eyes narrowed slightly. She had seen this person in her previous life. Qin Huahao, the daughter of Lin Jinshu, and Qin Wanjian, the older sister among the twins. Although Lin Jinshu's life in the Qin family was like that of a pampered bird, her two children lived like wealthy young masters. The Qin family was ruled by Grandma Qin. Although Grandma Qin didn't like Lin Jinshu, who used her beauty to attract her son, she loved the twins. Twins were considered very lucky by the old lady. Qin Huahao and Qin Yuanyuan were raised by Grandma Qin since childhood. They weren't very close to Lin Jinshu and, influenced by their grandmother, didn't respect her much. If Qin Wanjian hadn't kept her in check, Lin Jinshu's life would have been very difficult. At that time, her life was hard. Her father was in prison, her older brother had died, her second brother had married and moved away, her third brother had gone to the capital, and even he had joined the army. No news had come back. She had no choice but to ask her uncle and aunt for help and go to live with her biological mother. But after less than a month in the Qin family, she was bullied and suffered a lot at the hands of Qin Huahao and Qin Yuanyuan. The twins, fully spoiled by Grandma Qin, had become arrogant and even a bit cruel. She often finds bugs mysteriously appearing in her food and water splashing onto her while she sleeps. When she goes out, she is taken by two people to be publicly humiliated, and in the most frightening incident, their prank nearly caused her death. Thinking about these past events, Gu Yuehui feels a bit emotional. However, since her rebirth, she has experienced many things and doesn't easily lose her temper. She gently presses her lips together, temporarily putting these memories aside. Her appearance also draws everyone's attention to her. Lin Jinshu softly calls out, "Yuehui." Gu Yuehui nods politely and replies, "Ms. Lin." Hearing this, Lin Jinshu's eyes darken. Behind her, Qin Huahao, who is bored and dislikes this place, looks at Gu Yuehui with surprise. In her opinion, her mother's ex-husband's family is shameful to the Qin family. She didn't want to come at all, but thought she could use this chance to humiliate them. Unexpectedly, someone behaved unexpectedly. Shouldn't she have desperately clung to her mother? Qin Huahao's eyes spin as she curiously observes Gu Yuehui. Gu Yuehui ignores her gaze, glances faintly at Gu Ruai, who is lying unconscious on the bed, and then looks at Gu Zifeng. "Dad, what happened to Gu Ruai?" Gu Zifeng shakes his head, his tone heavy. "He was taken to your sixth uncle's last night. He had a fever, which had gone down, but early this morning, it spiked again. Sixth uncle said he needs to be hospitalized, and his leg might not be saved." Gu Yuehui nods understandingly, with little change in her expression. Despite his serious injury, he still managed to run around. The wound that was stitched up reopened, leading to bacterial infection.
No fever?
That's unlikely. With his current condition, he might really be doomed. Gu Ruai might have to have his leg amputated. Gu Yuehuai's indifferent expression makes Qin Huahao chuckle. She crosses her arms, looking disdainful, despite being only a teenager. Her words are very harsh. Hey, isn't he your real brother? Why don't you react? Haha, did your dad teach you to be emotionally distant? Lin Jinshu suddenly turns around and angrily shouts, Qin Huahao. Qin Huahao pouts, unafraid, and glares back at Lin Jinshu. TCH, why are you so fierce? The Gu family members had different feelings. After hearing Qin Huahao's words, Gu Jifeng's face turned pale again. Suddenly, he remembered the scene where Gu Ruihui almost strangled Gu Yuehui. Could it really be his fault? Gu Yuehui looked a little cold. Before he could speak, Gu Shihua sneered and said, Ms. Lin, you went to school when you were young, and Qin Wanjing is the secretary of Huangying Commune. How did you raise such a rude daughter? Gu Shihua's expression was cold and serious. His words had no politeness at all. Lin Jinshu's face also turned pale. Her words felt like a knife stabbing her heart. Qin Huahao clenched her teeth and glared at Gu Shihua angrily. Who do you think you are? How dare you scold me? You country bumpkin. A sharp sound echoed inside the house, and the atmosphere suddenly became quiet and heavy. Lin Jinshu's lips trembled as she pointed at Qin Huahao. She said sadly, Are you done? Qin Huahao, I really spoiled you. Qin Huahao covered her face, looking at Lin Jinshu with disbelief. You hit me. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she held back from crying. After a while, she suddenly sneered. You actually hit me for these country folks. I will go back and tell Grandma. Just wait and see. Qin Huahao made a harsh remark and then ran out through the curtain. Lin Jinshu felt a headache coming on. She looked at Gu Ruihui lying on the bed and then at Qin Huahao running out. She was caught in a dilemma. As the eldest son, Gu Tinghui couldn't act purely on feelings. The most urgent thing was Gu Ruihui's leg. Lin Jinshu had driven here, so she could easily take him to the city. Thinking this, he turned around and chased after her, saying as he left, I'll go find her. Lin Jinshu heaved a sigh of relief. She didn't want to waste more time here. She wiped her eyes and pointed at Gu Ruihui on the bed. Help me lift him into the car. I'll take him to the city. Gu Jifeng came back to his senses. He silently helped Gu Shihua carry Gu Ruihui out. At this moment, he knew he couldn't act impulsively. Although he didn't want to acknowledge Gu Ruihui as his son anymore, he couldn't just watch him with a broken leg. Since Lin Jinshu, the mother, was willing to help, he wouldn't refuse. Gu Yuehui didn't follow. He just glanced faintly and then looked away. Gu Ruihui didn't cherish himself, so why should he worry? This lifetime, our relationship has reached this point. She has already tried to save it, but it didn't work. So, from now on, we will each live our own lives peacefully. After this incident, if Gu Ruihui still causes trouble for Tianjing, she will cut ties with him. Gu Yuehui calmly prepared breakfast, boiling a few eggs and stir-frying some vegetables for a simple meal. She called Yan shouting to wake up, helped her wash up, and peeled the eggs for her to eat on her own. The little girl took a bite of the soft, white egg, her eyes brightening. She finished one egg, but still seemed eager for more. She looked at Gu Yuehui, hesitated, and slightly opened her mouth as if she wanted to speak, but was unsure how. She sat there quietly, lost in thought, in a long silence. After finishing her meal, Gu Yuehui looked at Yan Xiaodang and softly asked, What's wrong? Yan Xiaodang reached out and touched the remaining eggs in her bowl, then looked at Gu Yuehui. Although she didn't speak, her meaning was very clear. Gu Yuehui's eyes widened slightly, surprised and moved. She spoke softly. You want more eggs? Yan Xiaodang licked her lips but didn't nod or shake her head. She just stared at the eggs eagerly. Although she didn't get a response, Gu Yuehui was happy. Yan Xiaodang really changed. Now she could express some of her thoughts simply. It seemed that with time, she might recover and behave like a normal person. This was definitely great news, and it eased some of the gloom in Gu Yuehuai's heart. She peeled another egg for Yan, shouting. Just then, Gu Zifeng and Gu Shihui returned. Both looked unhappy. Gu Yuehuai pretended not to notice and calmly said, "Eat quickly. We need to go to work." Gu Zifeng nodded but didn't blame Gu Yuehuai for being cold. After all, what Gu Ruihui did that night was really annoying. If no one had stopped him, something bad could have happened. He wasn't a foolish father and wouldn't forgive his daughter if she asked him to. Gu Yuehuai glanced outside and asked, "Where is Big Brother?" Gu Shihui peeled an egg and quickly ate it. He felt that ever since Gu Yuehuai got better, the family was doing better too. He replied, "Big Brother went to the city with Lin Jinshu. Looks like he won't be back soon." Gu Yuehuai nodded, finished eating, and carried Yan, shouting. She said, "I'm going to the breeding station. The dishes are still here. I'll wash them when I come back at noon." After speaking, she left the house and headed to the breeding station. The house suddenly became empty and quiet. Gu Jifeng smiled bitterly and said, "Nanan still holds a grudge against the second brother." Gu Shihui ate 3 eggs before feeling somewhat full. "Dad, the second brother almost hurt her badly. Anyone in his position would find it hard to forgive. Children will have their own happiness, so just leave it be. By the way, Lin Jinshu, why is she suddenly so concerned about the second brother? She even agreed to bring him to the city to see his leg." Early that morning, Lin Jinshu drove to the Dalhousie production brigade, causing quite a stir. Now, everyone in the brigade knew that Gu Jifeng's ex-wife, Lin Jinshu, had become successful. Gu Jifeng didn't think much about it. He had always missed Lin Jinshu and didn't think badly of her. He said, "After all, she's the mother of the second brother. It's natural to take care of him more." Gu Shihui chuckled but said nothing more. He always felt that things weren't that simple. How did she know about the incident at the second brother's house? The second brother had no way to send messages, unless. Before he went to speak for Tianjing, he had been with Lin Jinshu. He knew very well how much his second brother disliked Lin Jinshu. No one understood that better than him. If Gu Yuehuai was the person he hated most, then Lin Jinshu would be second. Why would he go looking for her? What secrets were they hiding? Gu Shihui frowned, looked up at Gu Jifeng, and suddenly said, "Dad, the second brother probably has acknowledged Lin Jinshu again. He was never slow-witted. With a little attention, he could figure out the key points." Based on Gu Ruihui's personality, the reason he acknowledged Lin Jinshu was probably Tianjing. But this woman he was so obsessed with had given him and it was no wonder he couldn't handle it and had been unconscious ever since. Gu Jifeng was a bit confused and asked, "Acknowledged? You mean she's his mother? She needs to be acknowledged." Gu Shihui twitched his lips and said irritably, "I mean he won't come back anymore. He'll live with Lin Jinshu." Hearing this, Gu Jifeng's expression paused slightly. He didn't get angry or disappointed. His calmness made Gu Shihui look at him a little more. After all, he was the child he raised since childhood. Suddenly changing his attitude and following his wife, who had once broken his heart, he didn't seem to react at all. "Dad, aren't you angry?" Gu Shihui asked, raising an eyebrow. Gu Jifeng shook his head. "It's good that you follow your mother. From now on, don't let him come back." Hearing this, Gu Shihui's expression froze. He thought he was just joking when he said he would drive the person away, but it turned out to be serious. Considering Gu Ruihui's leg and his current mental state, Gu Shihui bit his lip. However, he couldn't find the words to plead. Life's choices change quickly. Since he chose Tianjing and abandoned Gu Yuehuai, this family had already turned away from him. Gu Yuehuai spent the whole morning at the breeding farm. Near noon, she carried Yan Xiaodang to Huangying Commune. She had important matters to handle today and needed to buy some cotton seeds and vegetable seeds. The Sumera space was like a magic tool. If she didn't use it well, it would be like a pearl hidden in dust. First, she took Yan Xiaodang to a state-run restaurant for some water dumplings. They were filled with pork and scallions. The dumplings were sold by weight, not by piece. She bought 1 jin for 1.4 yuan and a grain coupon. After eating and drinking enough, they went to the supply and marketing cooperative. The cooperative had many kinds of seeds. No tickets were needed. When she arrived, she didn't see Yao Meili and didn't mind. She mainly bought some cotton seeds to plant cotton. This winter was very cold, and cotton was an essential resource. As for the vegetable seeds, she bought a variety: radishes, garlic, onions, pumpkins, potatoes, tomatoes, and even the only fruit seed, watermelon. Gu Yuehai left the cooperative with Yan Xiaodang and went to that familiar, shabby alley. She confidently approached Ren Tianxiang's house, knocked on the door. It was quiet inside, no sound, as if no one was home. Gu Yuehai frowned, then knocked again. Before she could speak, a careless yet slightly sinister voice came from behind, along with hurried footsteps. "What is your relationship with Ren Tianxiang?" Her hand paused, and she looked back at the person approaching. It was a group of fashionable men wearing dark sunglasses, some young, some middle-aged. Leading the group was a middle-aged man dressed in a black coat. He wasn't wearing sunglasses, and a long scar ran across his eyes. If the scar had been an inch longer, he might have lost his left eye. But it was this scar that made him look more fierce. Yan Xiaodang felt a little scared. He reached out and wrapped his arms around Gu Yuehai's neck, burying his small face in her shoulder. Gu Yuehai gently patted the girl, and a faint light flashed in her eyes. She had seen this scarred man before in her past life. She didn't know his real name, only that people in the underworld called him Brother Guzi. He was a real street, the boss of the Yellow Oriole gang. This group of people usually hung out in barbershops and billiard halls. They were genuine troublemakers, the kind with blood on their hands. In her past life, shortly after Tianjing found the treasure behind her house, this group went to Gu's family, claiming that Ren Tianxiang was gambling and owed them over 200 yuan. At that time, Ren Tianxiang had already shown his true colors. The warmth and kindness he once had were gone, replaced by nothing but disgust for her. He knelt before her, crying and begging her to help him pay the debt, or they would cut off his. Unfortunately, Gu's family was very poor then and couldn't help him. This Brother Guzi cut off 2 of Ren Tianxiang's fingers on the spot. From then on, his temper became more strange and gloomy. He often beat her, which later laid the groundwork for Gu Tinghuai to kill him. She didn't expect to come here today and run into this mess. Ren Tianxiang was truly a scumbag. Gu Yuehai looked calmly at the group of fierce-looking people opposite her. The relationship between the creditor and the debtor. Hearing this, Brother Guzi was slightly surprised. "Isn't that a coincidence?" His expression improved a little, and he asked curiously, "He owes you money too?" "How much?" Gu Yuehai smiled softly. "And you?" "It looks like he owes quite a bit." "Is he not at home?" What she wanted to recover was a blood debt, not money. Brother Guzi let out a sigh and said gloomily, "Don't mention it. We've been waiting here since yesterday. That hasn't moved at all. Who knows, he's still not back inside." After speaking, he didn't wait for Gu Yuehai to reply. He waved his hand and said, "Brothers, let's go. Let's grab some food first." The group of men left in a rush. Gu Yuehai withdrew her gaze and turned to look at the door of Ren Tianxiang's house. She raised her hand and gently knocked, her voice soft. "They have already left." "Ren Tianxiang, I came here this time to save you." The room remained quiet. Gu Yuehai didn't mind and continued, "Tianjing was sent to a labor camp because she dug up my backyard. I don't know why she was so interested in my yard. She would rather be sent to reform school than stop digging." This statement was very powerful. As soon as she finished speaking, the door suddenly opened. Ren Tianxiang looked pale, but his eyes were full of tension. "Backyard? Your backyard was dug up by Tianjing." Gu Yuehai slightly curled her lips. "Yes, it was dug up." As for what she found, she didn't say. Ren Tianxiang's expression flickered with confusion and madness, as if he was thinking about something. When Gu Yuehai left, she said one last thing. "She has now been sent to the construction site at Weidazwang." Ren Tianxiang clenched his fists. As he watched Gu Yuehai leave, he suddenly went back inside, grabbed some things, and then chased after her with gritted teeth. He didn't walk side by side with her but followed at a distance, just close enough. This was an opportunity, and he had to hold on tightly. Tianjing, Tianjing. How did she find out the secret of the Gu family? Did she succeed? Of course, whether she succeeded or not, he had to get close to Tianjing. First, she had money, and if he could win her over, he would have a way to pay off his debts. Second, if she really found a treasure, it would be easy for him to make a comeback in the future. Gu Yuehui listened to the footsteps behind her, a faint smile curling her lips. Tianjing really thought that once she escaped Gu Ruiwei, everything would be fine? Ren Tianxiang already had impure thoughts about Tianjing. Now, with the added allure of antiques and gold, she would never be able to escape him in this lifetime. Working in the labor camp, facing each other daily, their feelings would surely grow rapidly. If their fate was truly intertwined and they married, she would definitely give a big gift. When Ren Tianxiang was about to follow Gu Yuehui back to the Great Labor Team, he took a turn at a fork in the road. Gu Yuehui looked back with a calm expression and headed to the breeding station. Yan Xiaodang was asleep, so Gu Yuehui borrowed the space at the breeding station to let her sleep well. Meanwhile, she continued painting the wall mural. At her current pace, in 4 or 5 days, the mural would be finished. She hoped for a pleasant surprise. Tianjing went to the re-education camp, while Gu Ruihui was taken to the city hospital by Lin Jinshu. Life then became peaceful. During the day, Gu Yuehui went to the breeding station to paint murals, and at night she worked in the Sumer space. She had no free time at all. A few days later, the mural project was finished. Wang Fu and Wang Peixing looked at the meaningful agricultural murals on the wall. Their eyes were proud and emotional. They felt proud because these murals showed their team skills, and emotional because this honor was given by Gu Yuehui. Gu Yuehui's reputation was well known before. Now, she had become the most popular woman in the team. One reason was her skills and talent. She was a woman who could earn 25 work points a day, which was the best in the village. Her reputation for being capable had already spread. Another reason was her face and appearance. If Gu Yuehui looked a little plump a few days ago, now she seemed a bit more full, less slim. Her curvy figure, with a prominent front and back, was still very attractive even in loose clothes. She was tall, with a slim waist and long legs. Her slender waist was complemented by her full chest, making her look capable and eye-catching. Although she was still young, she had a body that made all women envy. But more attractive than her figure was her beautiful face. Her eyes, like a cat's, were lively and sparkling like 2 bright glass beads. Her nose was small and delicate, and her lips, naturally rosy, looked beautiful without makeup. Perhaps because she rarely went outside, Gu Yuehui's skin was smooth and fair. Compared to other girls her age in the team, she had a very striking white complexion. Standing among the crowd, she looked like a crane among chickens. Her face was as charming as a peach blossom, stunning and captivating. Recently, many women had come to her door, hoping to marry her. But Gu Yuehui refused them all directly. Over time, her reputation for having high standards spread, covering her previous reputation as a girl eager to marry. Some people were still a bit upset, but after seeing Gu Yuehui, they thought her high standards were understandable. Wang Fu looked at her with emotion and said, "Little Gu, I thank you on behalf of the team." Gu Yuehui chuckled softly and shook her head. "Secretary, you're too polite. I was entrusted with this task and loyal to it. Besides, I haven't worked for nothing, earning 25 work points a day. Who wouldn't envy me?" Wang Peixing sincerely said, "You take your work seriously, and that's a contribution to the team." Gu Yuehui modestly smiled and pressed her lips together. Wang Fuzhong held his head high, looking proud. "Our team's wall painting is finished. I will report it to the commune for inspection. If it passes, it will be a great honor. Maybe other teams will come to see it too." He was quite confident, about 90%, that he would receive praise from the commune. After all, he had seen other teams' wall paintings. Most teams didn't have such talented people. The work was usually done by technicians sent directly from the commune. But compared to Gu Yuehui, they still fell far short. Gu Yuehui's eyes flickered slightly, but she said nothing. What she wanted was just this kind of opportunity. In the 1970s, skilled workers were very rare and highly valued. If the commune appreciated her wall painting, it wouldn't be hard to find her a good job. At this moment, there were many factories related to painting: clothing factories, fabric factories, advertising design factories, newspaper printing factories, and so on. Employment options were broad. It all depended on whether there were enough job openings. Gu Yuehui nodded and picked up Yan Xiaodong. Since the work has been handed over, I'll take Xiaodong back. If there's more work in this area, the secretary and director can call on me. I'll do my part willingly. Wang Fuzhong waved his hand.
All right.
Go ahead. Gu Yuehui nodded and left the breeding station with Xiaodong. Wang Fuzhong watched her leave, feeling a bit wistful and doubtful. When she came, she was a chubby girl. Now she's thin. Is our team working her too hard? Wang Peixing chuckled.
Don't worry about it.
A thinner Gu will be easier to find a good husband. Hearing this, Wang Fuzhong rolled his eyes irritably. Easier to find a husband? Not just easy, my son is interested too. Every time he comes home, he's asking around. Looks like there's going to be some news soon. Wang Peixing shook his head with a smile and turned back to his house. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, "By the way, how is Tianjing doing?" He finished speaking and sighed deeply. In the past, everyone praised Tianjin for her good temper. Little Gu resented her reputation for being eager to marry. Now look at the situation. It's completely turned around. It's quite surprising and unexpected. Wang Peixing pursed his lips but said nothing. Meanwhile, Gu Yuehui had already returned home. She placed Yan Xiaodong on the bed and asked, "Did your sister steam eggs for you? Is that okay?" The little girl blinked her eyes and nodded politely. Her expression showed no sign of any problem. She was just a bit more reserved than an average child. Gu Yuehui smiled warmly, reached out, and gently pinched Yan Xiaodong's small nose. Then she quickly prepared the steamed eggs. While steaming the eggs, she also mixed some flour, planning to make dumplings for dinner. Since there was no meat at home, she decided to make simple chive and egg dumplings. The flour in the house was pure white. She had borrowed some from the supply store and then exchanged it with flour from her space. The flour from her space was top quality, and the dough had a rich wheat aroma that made it very tempting. Recently, Gu Jifeng and Gu Shihui had both gained a hearty appetite thanks to her cooking. Gu Yuehui efficiently finished steaming the eggs, poured some sesame oil on top, and placed them on the small table for Yan Xiaodong to eat by herself. The little girl was now eating very quickly and no longer needed her to help. After Yan Xiaodong finished eating, Gu Jifeng and Gu Shihui returned from work. Before Gu Jifeng even stepped inside, he called out loudly, "Girl, your painting on the wall is really good. Everyone on the way here asked me where you learned to paint." "Oh, you really make your dad proud." Gu Shihui also had a smile on her face. Life had been smooth lately, and the family was very harmonious. Suddenly, he realized that the real cause of the family's heavy and chaotic situation was actually his second brother, Gu Ruelu. Gu Yuehui didn't respond to this comment. She smiled and asked, "Did work tire you out today?" "I plan to make dumplings tonight." "Dumplings?" "Yes, dumplings." Gu Jifeng and Gu Shihui exclaimed together in surprise, their mouths watering at the thought. It seemed that, apart from festivals, they rarely ate dumplings. Even when they did, it was usually plain noodles. They had seen the bag of pure white wheat flour at home. If they made dumplings with it, they would be both fragrant and beautiful. Gu Yuehui was amused by their reactions and nodded, saying, "Yes, we'll eat dumplings." After that, she started to work. The filling was already prepared, so she just needed to divide the dough into pieces, roll out the wrappers, and start making the dumplings. Gu Shihui went to wash his hands. Watching Gu Yuehui move smoothly at the stove, he felt a bit emotional. In the past few days, many young workers have been talking to him, asking about his sister. Thinking back to when Gu Yuehui was disliked by everyone, he felt a little uncomfortable. But as he looked at her graceful figure under the kerosene lamp, Gu Shihui couldn't help but click his tongue. His sister was truly blessed with good looks. Her appearance was quite stunning, like the descriptions in books. Shy as the moon, delicate as a flower, a beauty that makes fish sink and birds fall. Just looking at her, he felt like the words describing beauty had found a perfect example. After about an hour, The dumplings were all made. The plump dumplings were taken out of the boiling water, steaming with white vapor in the bowl. Their unique aroma filled the room, and the warm mist made the air look hazy and cozy. Gu Yuehui carried the dumplings to the table. Gu Jifeng couldn't wait and took a bite. The juice was rich, and the filling was salty and tasty. Dipping it in vinegar, he ate one after another, reluctant to stop. Gu Shihui was no better. He was wolfing down his dumplings as well. Even Yan Xiaodang, who had just eaten steamed eggs, ate 4 dumplings. Just after finishing their meal, the bell rang to record work points. Gu Yuehui's family took their record books, their round bellies sticking out, and headed toward the feeding area. Unlike before, when they were alone and ignored, now the Gu family was very popular, and the workers were very enthusiastic. Old Gu, record your work points. Your daughter is here too. Wow, she's really beautiful. Gu Shihui. Wait for me, wait. Shihui, let's go to the feeding area together to record our work points. Everyone's words seemed to be more about drinking and having fun, but their eyes kept flickering toward Gu Yuehui, who was holding Yan Xiaodang. Their attitude made Gu Jifeng feel proud but also a bit jealous. He looked at his daughter and sighed quietly. His daughter was now of marriageable age. Gu Yuehui remained indifferent to everyone. Even when someone gathered courage to talk to her, she gave no warm response, as if saying, "You ignored me before, now you can't reach me." Just as they were about to enter the breeding area, Chen Yusheng's voice came from behind. Gu Yuehui, wait. Gu Yuehui's eyes moved slightly. She turned to look at Chen Yusheng, who was panting as he ran over, seeming to have something important to tell her. What's the matter? Gu Yuehui's attitude toward Chen Yusheng was still calm and unchanged. However, her pause to talk to him was noticed by everyone. Suddenly, a thought appeared in everyone's mind. Does Gu Yuehui still like Chen Yusheng? They hadn't forgotten that her reputation as a marriage-obsessed girl was because of Chen Yusheng. Chen Yusheng looked at Gu Yuehui, who seemed so different from before. His heart felt both sour and happy. Sour because many people now saw her, and happy because she once liked him so much. If he changed his attitude, would she still like him like before? Chen Yin was originally following Chen Yusheng. Her punishment was over, so she could now come to the breeding area to earn points. But seeing the radiant Gu Yuehui, her mood was very complicated. The story of Tianjing was spreading wildly. She also realized how foolish she had been before, being blind and easily manipulated by Tianjing. After experiencing so much, she had become much calmer. Her brother, clearly, had also been captivated by Gu Yuehui's beauty and was starting to regret. Suddenly, she felt that many of her past actions had been pointless. Although she no longer disliked Gu Yuehui as much, she still didn't want to get too close. Partly because of her own foolishness, and partly because of Gu Yuehui's strange temper. She could tell that Gu Yuehui no longer liked her brother. How could someone's feelings change so quickly? Chen Yin was a bit confused, but she thought it was better not to marry into their family. She knew her brother's temper well. Now that he was so fond of Gu Yuehui, if she married in, the little girl who once made things difficult for her might not have a good outcome. Chen Yin glanced at the two of them, hesitated, and finally said nothing. She lowered her head and entered the breeding area. Chen Yusheng noticed the gazes around him. Not sure what he was thinking, he swallowed hard and said, "Let's go to the side. I have something I want to talk to you about." Gu Jifeng frowned and suspiciously glanced at Chen Yusheng. He didn't have a good impression of this person. Chen Yusheng felt uncomfortable under Gu Jifeng's gaze. He knew he had been rude to Gu Yuehui before, and now he wanted to make amends, but it was awkward. He kept avoiding eye contact. Gu Yuehui thought for a moment and asked, "About Tianjing?" Chen Yusheng was surprised and asked instinctively, "You already know?" Gu Yuehui hesitated for a moment, then handed Yan Xiaodang to Gu Jifeng and walked to the side with Chen Yusheng. Since Tianjing was sent to the labor camp, there was little news about her. When news did come, it was usually from the militia team. The team that had the most contact with the labor camp was Chen Yusheng. He was the nephew of the militia leader Lei Dachu, so he naturally knew more. She was curious too. When Tian Xiang went to the labor camp, She wondered if he used any tricks to get Tianjing out. Chun Yusheng also knew she didn't get along well with Tianjing, so he paid extra attention to her. He thought of using this as an opportunity to talk to her. This person was always fake and disgusting, always with a purpose. She had been busy with wall paintings recently and didn't have time to deal with him. Maybe she should wait until Tianjing came back from the labor camp? Otherwise, how could she let her take the blame? What's the matter? Gu Yuhui slightly raised his chin, his red lips looking charming under the lantern light. Her beautiful eyes were very cold. Even standing face to face with him, she gave him a feeling of being elusive and unstable, as if he could never quite grasp her. This made him uncomfortable, but unable to change it. Chun Yusheng was silent for a long time. Gu Yuhui frowned and looked at him coldly, then turned and left. Wait! I really need to talk to you. Chun Yusheng quickly grabbed Gu Yuhui's wrist, but was harshly pushed away. She even wiped her hand with a look of disgust, which hurt Chun Yusheng's heart. His lips trembled as he wanted to ask why she changed so quickly, but thinking of Tianjing, he didn't ask. Instead, he focused on the main point. Tianjing is doing well in the labor camp. The militia team decided to let her go home early. Gu Yuhui's eyes flickered. Go home early? Chun Yusheng nodded slowly, his tone sounding a bit sad and lonely. Yes, this is a piece of news I worked hard to find out. I know you and Tianjing don't get along well, so if you knew earlier, you could handle it better. Gu Yuhui thanked him and then asked, I also want to know if Ren Tianxiang has been sent to the labor camp. Chun Yusheng was slightly surprised. Ren Tianxiang? Recently, he had only asked about Tianjing and had no idea that Ren Tianxiang had also been sent to the labor camp. Suddenly, images of Ren Tianxiang waiting outside Tian's house with his bare bottom flashed in his mind, making it hard not to think of other things. Chun Yusheng's face darkened, and his mind raced. Gu Yuhui nodded and deliberately guided the conversation. As far as I know, Ren Tianxiang chose to go to the labor camp for Tianjing. Do you know if anything has happened between them recently? Hearing Gu Yuhui speak in a calm tone, Chun Yusheng's spirits lifted. He wasn't afraid of her asking questions, only worried she might ignore him completely. He said seriously, I need to find out about that, but don't worry. As soon as I get any news, I will tell you first. Although Chun Yusheng was not a good person, he was quick-witted. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Gu Yuhui wants to pair Tianjing and Ren Tianxiang together, fearing she might bother him later? This idea lingered in his mind, making his heart feel a bit hot. He could only think this way now, otherwise he couldn't explain why Gu Yuhui cared so much about Tianjing's love life. Gu Yuhui didn't know what Chun Yusheng was thinking. After thanking him, she followed Gu Zhifeng into the breeding area. As soon as she entered, she saw the workers gathered around the wall painting. They clustered in groups, pointing and talking about the artwork, praising it. That girl from the Gu family is really talented. Look at her efficiency. Yeah, she's really good. Her painting is much better than Lin's. Our labor team is going to shine this time. I wonder if the officials will give us a reward. Rewards are for Gu Yuhui. What does that have to do with us? Gu Yuhui ignored their words and went straight into the office to record her work points. Next to her, Gu Zhifeng looked very pleased. Most of what he heard before was sarcasm, especially about his daughter being eager to marry. It made him want to rush out and fight someone. But now, who wouldn't envy having such a good daughter? What is this called? This is what people call the cycle of fortune turning. These words also reached Chun Yusheng's ears. He is tall, and when Liao Yuan saw the wall painting, he felt a sense of pride. If he married a talented and beautiful wife like that, it would be a real honor. He looked at Gu Yuhui's graceful figure ahead, his eyes slightly firm. After all, one is unmarried, the other is not yet married, and there are still chances. Suddenly, someone called him softly and charmingly. Little Chun team leader? Chun Yusheng shivered and turned around. He saw the widow Li Chaoing, twisting her waist and walking toward him with charm. Since she came to see him last time to solve a problem, her gaze on him had changed. He wasn't stupid and naturally understood what Li Chaoing was thinking. But he, a promising squad leader, a model worker at home, might someday get a job in the commune through his uncle's connections and become a city dweller who eats government grain. How could he be interested in a widow? Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in Chen Yusheng's mind. Eating government grain and living in the city? Thinking about Gu Yuhuai's attitude toward him, he understood that it was probably because of his recent issues with Tianjing that she was upset, leading to the current situation. To fix it, he might need to put in some effort. For example, becoming a city person. Rural women all want to get into the city for a better life, and Gu Yuhuai probably wanted that too. He couldn't waste more energy on collective work. He needed to find a way to get into the city. Gu Yuhuai remembered her work points and saw Chen Yusheng and Li Chaoying when she left the house. She looked calm, but inside, she was slightly amused. She had thought that Chen Yusheng and the widow might have caused some trouble, even had a child, and that everything was Tianjing's plan. But now she saw that Tianjing was just one factor. As soon as Chen Yusheng saw Gu Yuhuai, he pushed away Li Chaoying and tried to go over to explain. Gu Yuhuai ignored him and carried Yan Xiaoteng home. Li Chaoying looked at Chen Yusheng's gloomy face and sneered. I thought you were devoted to Tianjing, but it turns out your target has changed. You're after Gu Yuhuai now? No, that's not right. I remember she used to want to marry you. So, when she was fat, you didn't like her, but now she's thin and pretty, and you're interested again? While speaking, Li Chaoying slowly approached Chen Yusheng, gently tugging at his collar. She whispered in his ear, Captain Chen, isn't every woman different? I may not be as pretty as her, but my figure is much better. Chen Yusheng looked at her with disdain, then glanced around. By now, most of the people recording work points had already left. He sighed in relief and was about to step back, but Li Chaoying grabbed his shirt front. Her voice was very tempting. Don't believe me? Feel for yourself. Chen Yusheng's pupils shrank. Before he could speak, Li Chaoying left a parting word and walked away without looking back. Tonight at the reed marsh by the village. Chen Yusheng clenched his hand slightly at his side, shook his head, and quickly left after recording his work points. He wouldn't go. Mixing with a widow, what future could he have? Although Li Chaoying had a good figure, her face wasn't as pretty as Tianjing's, let alone compared to Gu Yuhuai now. The two were worlds apart. As they left, a small, scruffy-looking man with a sneaky face crawled out from behind the haystack in the yard. His eyes darted around as if he was thinking of something, and he chuckled softly. Gu Yuhuai returned home, washed Yan Xiaoteng, and then coaxed her to sleep. Gu Zifeng and Gu Shihui, exhausted from the day, also went to bed early. The house was very quiet. Gu Yuhuai entered the sumer space and began her daily work. Over the past few days, she had accumulated a lot of rice and flour. She also cleared a piece of land to plant cotton and various vegetables. The space was thriving with a scene of abundant harvest. Every time she entered the sumer space, she felt very relaxed. The biggest change was at the edge of the field, where ginseng seeds had grown. Over time, the ginseng sprouted leaves and even bloomed small ginseng flowers. This promising development added a bit of brilliance to the plant army in the space. She harvested vegetables from the field and replanted. In the thatched storage house, things were now clearly divided. Rice and flour, cotton, corn, radishes, greens, and more, each piled into small mounds. To Gu Yuhuai, these grains were as valuable as mountains of gold and silver. After finishing her chores, she started running around the thatched house. This had become a habit. After leaving the sumer space, she looked at Yan Xiaoteng, who was sleeping peacefully. She gently touched his fair, smooth face, counting the days in her heart, wishing he would come sooner. She also felt a bit of hope, wondering how he would react when he saw Yan Xiaoteng. Gu Yuhuai thought about Yan Xiaoyu from the past life. Did he smile? Her heart felt warm. Wang Hui returned home from work and sat on the sofa, not moving for a long time. She frowned as she thought about the police report she received today. The news connected Zhou Lanci, the kidnapper, Yan Xiaoteng, his fiancée, and others into one story. Yan Xiaoteng was in Zhou Lanci, and he was saved by Yan Xiaoyu's fiancé. She wondered why she didn't know Yan Xiaoyu had a fiancé. But none of that mattered now. The important thing was whether he should tell Yan Xiaoyu about this. If he did, would Yan Xiaoyu leave Beijing early and go to Zhoulansi? Although Yan Xiaodang was simple-minded, because he was the son of Ji Qing and Yan Shuji, his older brothers and sisters cared a lot about him. Once the news spread, Yan Xiaoyu would definitely leave. But now, someone was planning to deal with him. If he left early, wouldn't that cause trouble? She couldn't tell him. If she did and the plan failed, the blame might fall on the Song family.
Wang Gui's brow furrowed tightly.
Suddenly, she heard the door open outside. She quickly hid her worries and put on a relaxed, normal expression. She stood up and looked at Song Jinan, who was exhausted from returning home. She softly asked, "Jinan, you're back? Why so late today, Mom?" Song Jinan called out, then moved his arm. "Oh, I was looking for shouting." Hearing this, Wang Hui paused, hiding her expression even better. She didn't ask much, only said, "Are you hungry? I'll cook for you." Song Jinan nodded, looking a bit tired. These days, he had been out early and late with friends, but unfortunately, there was no news of shouting. It had been so long, she was afraid he had already left Beijing. Beijing was their territory, and once he left, it would be hard to find him again. Now, they could only hope for news from the police. Thinking this, Song Jinan didn't even change his shoes. He ran into the kitchen, patted Wang Hui's shoulder, and asked, "Mom, how is it? Have you heard anything about shouting these days?" Wang Hui's eyes flickered slightly, and she sighed. "If there was any news, wouldn't I tell you?" Upon hearing this, Song Jinan felt a bit disappointed. He exhaled a heavy breath, then massaged Wang Hui's shoulders carefully and said seriously, "Mom, you must pay close attention. Absolutely pay close attention. When you get any news, tell me right away." Wang Hui smiled and turned to Song Jinan saying, "All right, I understand. The kitchen is smoky, so you should go out now." Song Jinan nodded and turned to leave the kitchen. As soon as he left, Wang Hui's face darkened. It seemed she needed to report the situation quickly. The affairs in the capital city were too far from Gu Yuehui. She couldn't get involved now. But she couldn't stay idle because Gu Tinghui had returned. Gu Ruihui and his group had been gone for several days, and there was no news about them. Gu Zifeng and Gu Shihua didn't talk about it openly, but they were worried inside. Gu Yuehui had already let go of the matter and was indifferent about it. When Gu Tinghui returned, he had a stubbly chin and looked somewhat worn and tired. Gu Yuehui placed a bowl and chopsticks in front of Gu Tinghui and said, "Big brother, have some noodles." Gu Tinghui's mouth was dry. Looking at the steaming white noodles in the bowl, he felt very hungry. He licked his lips and said, "You haven't been back these days, and our food has gotten so good. Such white noodles, they can't be cheap, right?" Gu Yuehui smiled but said nothing. He checked the time, it's almost noon, and said, "I'll go call Dad back." Gu Tinghui waved his hand and quickly ate a big mouthful of noodles. The noodles were chewy and tasty, and he said, "No need. It's not urgent if he comes back. We'll talk later after work. Nan, bring me some garlic." He ate the garlic with the noodles, and soon his whole body felt warmer. Gu Yuehui sat by the Kong with Yan Xiaodang in his arms, watching Gu Tinghui eat. His eating was not particularly messy, but after these days of staying in the hospital, exposed to the elements, he looked a bit weathered. Gu Yuehui asked, "Did Lin Jinshu not feed you enough?" Gu Tinghui paused slightly and shook his head, saying, "How could I eat her food? I took some money and food stamps when I left, but outside is never as good as home." Gu Yuehui nodded. These days, seeking medical help outside meant staying in hospitals everywhere, and life was hard for everyone. Being able to eat a warm meal was already good. She asked, "Where's Gu Ruihui? Did he have his leg amputated?" Gu Tinghui stopped eating when he heard her calm tone. He put down his chopsticks, hesitated for a moment, and said uncertainly, Nan Yu, I don't hate him, but from now on, that's just how it is. Big brother, you probably won't tell me to forgive the person who almost killed me, right? In this life, I got this life from heaven." Gu Yuehui's voice was soft and faint, like a breeze that could away easily. Gu Tinghui was stunned. "From heaven? What does that mean?" Gu Yuehui smiled and then said, "Enough, I won't talk about myself. Let's talk about Gu Ruihui. How is he?" If his leg really has to be amputated, I'm afraid Dad won't be able to rest easy once he hears the news. No, Gu Tinghuai shook his head. Lin Jinshu cares a lot about him. She spent a lot of money and hired the best doctors to treat him. The leg wound was sewn up again, and it was saved, but he might walk with a limp in the future. Gu Yuehuai pursed her lips lightly and nodded. Being a limping person is better than being disabled. But compared to the pain in his body, he probably felt even worse from the pain in his heart, right? Gu Tinghuai's face also looked very complicated. On one hand, he and Gu Yuehuai were both angry at Gu Ruehuai. Even if he was not allowed to come back in the future, he wouldn't say a word. When you do something wrong, you have to face the punishment. But if that punishment directly affected his body, he felt reluctant. Seeing Gu Yuehuai looking bored, Gu Tinghuai changed the subject and slurped his noodles. Have you finished your wall painting? Gu Yuehuai nodded. Yes, I finished it 2 days ago. In the past 2 days, she had been cooking meals for Gu Zifeng and Gu Shihui during her free time, or taking in shouting up the mountain to pick some fruit. Most of the late autumn fruit had already fallen, and the remaining ones were sour and small. She thought about making them into canned fruit. Maybe it would taste better. Gu Tinghuai nodded and asked, "What did the team say?" "The work points have been settled. The rest is still unknown. We'll wait until the commune people come to check, then we'll see. Maybe we'll get lucky and find a job at Huangying commune," Gu Yuehuai said with a smile. Hearing this, Gu Tinghuai's eyes brightened, and the gloom caused by Gu Ruehuai's situation finally eased a bit. The family wasn't just unlucky. After all, there was something worth celebrating. While they were talking, Gu Zifeng and Gu Shihui returned from work. They moved quickly, probably having heard about Gu Tinghuai's return. Even though Gu Ruehuai was not the best, he was still part of the family. "Big brother, how is he? Is he okay?" Gu Zifeng's voice was heard before he even entered the door. Gu Yuehuai got up to serve noodles to the two of them. She had kneaded quite a bit of dough. Gu Tinghuai finished the last bowl of noodle soup, let out a big burp, and finally felt his mood stabilize after the stormy times. When he turned around, he saw his father, Gu Zifeng, looking very energetic and lively. His eyes showed clear worry, indicating he had been very concerned about Gu Ruehuai. On the other hand, Gu Shihui appeared very calm, as if he wasn't curious about what had happened. His cold and indifferent look was just like Gu Yuehuai's. Thinking about the warm family dinners they used to have made his heart feel a bit uncomfortable. Gu Tinghuai explained what had happened, and the room fell into silence for a long time. "Dad, the second brother will probably stay with Mom from now on," Gu Tinghuai said after a moment of thought. It's better to face the truth quickly. Although he had raised his son for 20 years and it was normal for him to leave and acknowledge his biological mother, once he entered the Qin family, he would call Qin Wanjiang dad. This change was a kind of pain for Gu Zifeng. Gu Shihui looked up at Gu Tinghuai. He had guessed this already, and now it was just confirmed. Gu Zifeng also knew about this. After a while, he sighed deeply. "Let's just do it this way. From now on, the second brother will stay with her. It's also a way to put my mind at ease." "All right, don't mention this again." Everyone nodded silently, understanding that the words Gu Ruehuai would become a taboo topic in the future. Gu Yuehuai finished cooking the noodles and handed them out to Gu Zifeng and Gu Shihui. She said, "Big brother, since you're back, can you help me take care of Xiaotang for a few days? I have some things to do and can't manage it." She wanted to take advantage of her free time to continue selling grain and chickens in the black market. She could earn a few yuan a day, and over a month it added up to a good income. Without a proper job, she couldn't just sit around doing nothing. With her summer space, even if the militia raided the black market, she could put her goods into her space. As long as no physical evidence was found, and there was no proof, no one could accuse her of illegal trading. So going to the black market was not very dangerous for her. It was also a viable option. Although going from the brigade to the commune is not far, she spends every day rushing back and forth with Yan shouting. It's not only tiring for her, but also for the young girl. She is at an age where she needs to grow, and her spirits are gradually recovering. Everything is moving in a good direction. Gu Tinghui pauses, thinks for a moment, and says, "All right, I will go to work, and the third child will stay at home to take care of Xiaodong. As the eldest son in the family, he is supposed to look after his younger siblings." Gu Shihui loves studying, but his days are mostly spent working, so he has little time for school now. Letting him take care of Xiaodong is better than him going to work. Sure enough, when he hears this, Gu Shihui's eyes light up. Gu Zifeng shakes his head and starts eating his noodles, not commenting on the decision made by the children. Although he believes everything is improving now, with the family's strength, life will get better and better. But the children are grown up and have their own ideas. He doesn't want to be a traditional father who makes all decisions for them. Gu Yuehui looks at Gu Shihui and nods, saying, "That's also good." Gu Shihui is a good candidate for studying. His situation is improving, and studying conditions are better now. His future will be smoother. But he wonders if he will still meet his sister-in-law from the past. Suddenly, outside, the sound of a gong being struck rings out. Gu Zifeng is surprised. "What's going on?" Gu Tinghui frowns. "It seems the brigade has some matter. Should we go and see?" Gu Yuehui, feeling no interest in the commotion, shakes his head. "I won't go. I'll stay here to watch Xiaodong. You all go." Without further words, Gu Zifeng and the others leave together. Gu Yuehui tidies up the dishes, then enters the room to check on the sleeping Yan Xiaodong. He then goes outside to make some sweet syrup and canned fruit. Last time, he bought 3 jean of sugar from the supply store, and sometimes he boils sweet syrup eggs for Xiaodong. He really likes eating them. Making sweet syrup in jars isn't difficult. Just cook the fruit and sugar together in the right proportions and put them into jars. The sweet smell fills the space, making people feel happy just by smelling it. Gu Yuehui mixes some chopped lychee into the sour fruit, not worried about questions. There's no lychee here, so it must be wild fruit picked from the hillside, though he doesn't know what kind. Just as he finishes boiling the syrup, Yan Xiaodong wakes up. The little girl loves sweet things. As soon as she gets up, she drinks some sweet water from her bowl, filling her belly until she looks round and full. She licked her spoon. When Gu Yuehui came to take the bowl, she moved her small mouth slightly and said, "Eat well." Gu Yuehui's eyes moved slightly. He reached out and gently touched Yan Xiaodong's head, softly encouraging her. "Xiaodong is so good. Sister taught you once, and you remember, right? Speak more. Everyone will like Xiaodong even more." Yan Xiaodong smiled with her small mouth. Compared to half a month ago, she no longer looked silly. Also, during this time, she was fed chicken and eggs every day. The thin girl had completely changed her look. Her small face was white and delicate, with pretty features. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were still not very lively, but they were bright. She no longer looked shadowed and gloomy like before. She was wearing a small floral jacket made by Gu Yuehui, which looked very nice. Honestly, when Yan Xiaodong and Gu Yuehui stood together, almost no one doubted they were sisters. It's not because they looked alike, but because both had fair skin. One was a great beauty, the other a little beauty. In the big labor team, they looked like a bright, beautiful sight, very eye-catching. Gu Yuehui touched Yan Xiaodong's small face, her eyes shining brightly. Every time she looked at the girl, she would think of Yan Xiaoyu. The brother and sister looked very similar. But Yan Xiaoyu's features were even more delicate than Yan Xiaodong's. However, he was stubborn and fiery, like a blazing flame. People's attention was always on his fiery personality, not his looks. Yan Xiaodong was full after eating and drinking. Gu Yuehui also tidied up and brewed a pot of bamboo leaf tea with well water. She picked tender bamboo leaves, dried them in the sun, and they absorbed the flavor. When brewed, the tea was sweet and refreshing. With the help of well water, it was very cool and thirst-quenching. She had been giving bamboo leaf tea to the field these days. Just as she poured the tea, Gu Zifeng and the others returned. Gu Tinghui looked very strange. He exchanged glances with Gu Shihui. They looked at each other awkwardly. Even Gu Shihui's ears were slightly red. He seemed embarrassed, perhaps because of something he heard. Gu Yuehui raised her eyebrows. "What happened?" Gu Zifeng's mouth twitched. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Chen Yusheng, I heard that last night, something happened in the reed marsh at the west end of the village. Widow Li and Qin Yusheng. Well, they were discovered. His words were vague, but Gu Yuehui understood immediately. She was a bit surprised. Yesterday, Qin Yusheng was shy and tried to win her favor, but tonight he was with Li Chaoing? Was it the influence of past life circumstances, or is Qin Yusheng simply a bad person by nature? However, she didn't dwell on it too much. After all, Tianjing and Qin Yusheng were now in the past. He and Gu Ruihui had both been eliminated, and they were no longer useful in dealing with Tianjing. The only person who could still be of use now was Ren Tianxiang. She wondered if Ren Tianxiang had succeeded or not. Why was there no news? Gu Yuhui looked calm, which made Gu Tinghui and Gu Shihui glance at him a little more. Perhaps out of curiosity, Gu Tinghui couldn't hold back and asked, Nan, are you not angry? Gu Yuhui was a bit surprised and asked back, angry? Why would I be angry? As she spoke, she suddenly remembered her past reputation. She had gone to great lengths for Qin Yusheng, even doing things that were not very dignified. Now, looking back, she found it funny, but nothing more. However, after such an incident, she was afraid that for a while, everyone in the team would look at her with strange eyes. Thinking of this, Gu Yuhui felt a headache coming on. She decided she should go to the black market during the day and come back at night. While she was pondering this, a shout came from outside. Gu Yuhui. Come out, I need to talk to you. Gu Tinghui was startled. It's Qin Yusheng. Gu Shihui looked a bit unhappy. He's not being punished by the team, and is just coming to find you why? There was just an incident with Widow Li. Can't he be a bit more quiet? He has to drag others into it to feel satisfied. He had never liked Qin Yusheng then or now. Especially after seeing how he looked down on Gu Yuhui before, and now that he was desperate and unable to get what he wanted, Gu Shihui felt even more disgusted. Thinking this, Gu Shihui said, I'll go and chase him away. Qin Yusheng seemed to know he was now in a tricky situation. Gu Yuhui might not want to see him. After thinking for a moment, he added, Gu Yuhui, I want to talk to you about Tianjing. Hearing this, Gu Shihui paused and turned to look at Gu Yuhui. He also knew about the issues between Gu Yuhui and Tianjing. It seemed like they had a deep grudge. Gu Yuhui didn't hesitate. She got up from the bed, lifted the curtain, and went outside. Qin Yusheng stood outside the yard, his face bruised and swollen, clearly beaten. The culprit was only the family of Li Chaoing. He couldn't think of anyone else. He didn't expect that these two would be sleeping together so early. When he saw Gu Yuhui, Qin Yusheng's eyes lit up, but then he remembered his current situation and felt sad. His behavior had become problematic, and the team had criticized him together. If he didn't handle Li Chaoing well, he might lose his position as the leader of the 6th production team. The thought of losing his job was hard to bear. But giving up Gu Yuhui and being with Li Chaoing made his heart ache like a needle stabbing him. So, after the meeting ended, he hurried here just to see Gu Yuhui, even if only for a moment. When Gu Yuhui approached Qin Yusheng, she saw people in the distance pointing at them. She asked directly, what happened to Tianjing? Although Qin Yusheng already knew that Gu Yuhui was more interested in Tianjing than in him, he felt a little hurt that she didn't care about his issues with the widow Li. His voice was low and sad. Can you ask me about it? Gu Yuhui just looked at him silently, her face cold, as if she was looking at a stranger she didn't know. Qin Yusheng felt a little in his heart. He looked away and said, nothing happened between me and Li Chaoing. Yesterday, she asked me to go. Gu Yuhui looked impatient. She didn't want to hear about his romantic affairs with the widow Li, so she interrupted him and asked again, what happened to Tianjing? Qin Yusheng clenched his teeth, trying to suppress the emotions swelling inside him. Let me finish first. He was already feeling down and wanted to talk to someone, but the person he wanted to talk to didn't want to listen. Li Chaoing asked me to go to the reed marsh yesterday. I didn't go, but she said if I didn't, she would come to my house tonight. To avoid trouble, I went. But when I arrived, she was all ready. I'm innocent. I didn't do anything with her. When he said the last words, Qin Yusheng almost shouted. He told the truth, but no one believed him. Li Chaoing insisted that he was the one who was with her in the reed marsh. even claiming to have a witness who saw them together. Now, no one believed him at all. God knows he was innocent. Gu Yuehui originally didn't want to listen, but after being forced to hear this news, her eyes flickered slightly. Witness? Is it Lu Er? Chen Yusheng was relieved when she responded and nodded. I just arrived yesterday. That widow Li suddenly started shouting, saying I forced her. Later, Lu Er came out to testify. But I really didn't do anything. Li widow is nothing compared to you in my heart. How could I possibly be involved with her? Chen Yusheng spoke, trying to show his loyalty. Gu Yuehui pretended not to hear and silently thought. In the past life, when the truth came out, Li widow was already pregnant. Due to public opinion, even though Chen Yusheng loved Tianjing, he had to turn around and marry Li Chaoying. In this life, everything happened earlier. The only thing the same was the witness remained the same. Lu Er, short, chubby, and looking somewhat shady, was nearly 40 and unmarried. Because he lacked strength and was slow when working in the fields, the team assigned him the lightest chores, raising pigs and cattle. He worked steadily and gained a lot of experience in caring for animals. When pigs and cattle in the 10-mile area had issues, people would come to ask him. Gradually, his reputation grew, and outsiders called him the cattle and pig keeper. In the past life, it was also Lu Er who testified, claiming he had personally caught Li widow and Chen Yusheng in the act. Chen Yusheng, aiming for the deputy team leader position, married Li widow. However, his heart always belonged to Tianjing. Their marriage was not harmonious. Later, Tianjing followed Song Jinan back to the capital and became an official's wife. When the Gu family had trouble, she fled the Dalhousie production brigade. After that, there was no news of Chen Yusheng or Li Chaoying. Why did Lu Er keep appearing in this matter, no matter the time? Gu Yuehui narrowed her eyes slightly and thought. After considering Chen Yusheng's words, she had a faint suspicion. However, she didn't plan to tell Chen Yusheng her guess. Suddenly, she realized that Lu Er might still be useful. Even if he wasn't, she had no intention of helping Chen Yusheng clear his name. She had once become a resentful daughter because of him. Now, he would also have to bear the shame of being involved with the widow. Fate turns in cycles. Fairness will come eventually. Most importantly, she still held a secret that made me very curious. I wonder how Chen Yusheng felt when he married Li Chaoying to become the team leader, then suddenly lost that title. Gu Yuehui looked calmly at Chen Yusheng for a while, feeling a faint sense of satisfaction. In life, everyone must take responsibility for what they do. That includes Tianjing and Chen Yusheng. No one can escape. Chen Yusheng noticed Gu Yuehui's gaze, pressed his lips, and asked softly, Do you trust me? Gu Yuehui chuckled lightly. Does it matter if I trust you? If the party secretary and director don't trust you, it's useless. Hearing this, Chen Yusheng's eyelids drooped. Gu Yuehui pretended not to see his displeasure, slightly raised the corner of his eye, and asked, Is Tianjing behaving herself at the labor camp? I thought she wanted to threaten you last time. And what about Ren Tianxiang? Is he there too? Is he at the labor camp? When he mentioned this, Chen Yusheng couldn't be angry anymore. His body tensed up, and his lips pressed into a line. His eyes flickered, and he pretended to be calm as he said, What can she threaten me with? I paid the money, and I'm the one who distributes the wages. She should feel guilty. Gu Yuehui raised his eyebrows slightly, but said nothing. Chen Yusheng continued. Tianjing is behaving herself. She'll be back soon. But how did you know Ren Tianxiang went to the labor camp? I only found out by asking around. Tianjing just went, and he followed her into the camp. His tone was a bit doubtful, and his initial sympathy for Tianjing disappeared. This woman had once betrayed him by giving him a green hat. Her relationship with Ren Tianxiang was clearly not innocent. Gu Yuehui said, I often saw Ren Tianxiang visit Tianjing before. They seemed very close. Now that I think about it, it's normal for him to go to the labor camp for her. But did anything happen between them there? Chen Yusheng shook his head. No. Tianjing behaved well and apologized sincerely. She should be able to go home soon. Gu Yuhui nodded. Good. Thanks for telling me. It might be difficult to handle Li Chaoying's situation, so I won't keep you. I'll head back now. After speaking, she waved her hand and went straight back to her room, leaving Qin Yusheng standing there, lost in thought. As soon as she left, Gu Shihui came over and asked with a frown, "What did that guy say to you? Did someone tell you nice things to make you believe in him?" "Brother, let me tell you, those are tricks to fool young girls. Don't trust them." Gu Yuhui listened to Gu Shihui's angry tone and felt a little relieved. Since her rebirth, she has been troubled by Gu Ruihui's matters all the time. Now she has cut ties with him in a firm way, breaking the relationship and the cause and effect. But she still feels some regret inside. Luckily, her family is not full of heartless people. She is determined to change her older brother's fixed fate from the past and make sure he can be happy for his whole life. Gu Yuhui tidied up her basket, ready to go to the black market at Huangying Commune. A young girl tugged at her dress, unwilling to let go. In the end, Gu Shihui coaxed her and carried her back to the inner room. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief and leave. However, as soon as she stepped outside, she saw Huang Fengming rushing over in a hurry. Gu Yuhui was a little surprised. "Director Huang? What are you doing?" Huang Fengming, panting heavily, grabbed Gu Yuhui's hand and said, "Little Gu, come with me quickly. People from the commune are here. They are important figures. They are checking the wall painting you made in the team. This is a good chance. You should show yourself." Hearing this, Gu Yuhui raised her eyebrows. "People from the commune? So soon?" She thought it would take at least a week after finishing the wall painting for someone to come. But it's only been 2 days, and they are already inspecting it. If the wall painting passes the test and gets approved, it will catch the attention of the commune leaders. The large production team can benefit a lot. She didn't resist and followed Huang Fengming quickly to the breeding station. As Huang Fengming said, this was indeed a good opportunity to show herself. The two hurried over and soon arrived at the breeding station. Usually in the afternoon there are few people there. But now, both inside and outside, it was crowded with people. Even in the yard, there was a black car parked. A car like that was rare. There weren't many in all of Qing'an County. Some elders in the team had never even seen one. Huang Fengming squeezed into the crowd with Gu Yuhui, her eyes still admiringly glancing at the car. Not to mention the elders in the team, even she, as the women's director, had only seen a car before but never sat in one. She didn't know what it felt like to sit inside. "Little Gu is here. Little Gu is here." Hearing the shout, a few people standing among the crowd instinctively turned around. Wang Fui saw Gu Yuhui and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He took her to several commune leaders and said, "Everyone, this is Xiao Gu Yuhui. She painted all the murals in our team." The commune leaders looked a bit surprised, as they didn't expect the artist of these murals to be such a young and pretty girl. Gu Yuhui glanced at the people in front of her, finally fixing her eyes on the middle-aged man leading the group. He was tall and strong, dressed in a gray Zhongshan suit, looking very impressive. He wore glasses on his nose and had 2 small mustaches, giving him a lively appearance. This was the only leader she recognized, Qin Wanjian. She didn't expect that a mural about learning from design and agriculture would attract Qin Wanjian to come and inspect. Qin Wanjian, with his hands behind his back, gently chewed on the name. Gu Yuhui. He looked at her face, which resembled his wife's by 6 or 7 points, and his mind was filled with mixed feelings. Although he knew it was possible he might meet someone from her past when he came to the Dalhousie production brigade, seeing this girl who looked so much like her made him feel a bit nostalgic and subtly complicated. If only he had known her first, how could so many strangers have suddenly appeared and interfered? Gu Yuhui shot him a quick glance. Even if he didn't say anything, she could guess how he was feeling now. But none of that mattered. She nodded confidently, without a hint of shyness, and said clearly, "Hello, leaders. I am Gu Yuhui. These murals are all my work. If you have any questions or don't understand something, feel free to ask me." Qin Wanjian looked at her, a girl who was confident and composed, not at all timid or unworthy of the stage as he had imagined. Thinking of his own two daughters at home, his feelings grew more complicated. The leaders admired her attitude and began asking her about her inspiration for painting the murals. Gu Yuehua spoke freely. Her murals depicted scenes of villagers cutting mountains to create farmland, working hard to rebuild their hometown, and scenes of mechanized farming and a bountiful harvest. These were scenes from years later, representing prosperity. She painted them now for good wishes. Naturally, these images touched the hearts of the leaders. Who wouldn't want their people to live happily and have abundant food? Wang Fu and Wang Peixing both relaxed when they saw Gu Yuehua handling things well. They looked at Gu Yuehua with strange eyes, as if ever since she took on this task in the team, she always showed surprising qualities. It was a good thing that their team had such a talented person. Finally, Qin Wanjing approved and praised. Very good. Your team's wall painting is excellent, and Comrade Gu is also very good. If he was initially complicated about her, seeing her confident and natural manner when dealing with the leaders of the commune, he couldn't help but secretly admire her. She really did have some of Lin Jinshu's charm. He was never a petty person. If he truly minded, he wouldn't have married Lin Jinshu in the first place. Later, the commune will focus on promoting your team's wall painting. Be careful not to damage it, said another female leader from the commune, looking serious as she pointed to the colorful, lifelike wall painting on the wall. She was Yu Wen, the deputy director of Huanging Commune. Wang Fu nodded repeatedly. Director Yu, don't worry. He was a bit excited, unable to hide his happiness. For many years, their labor team had not been outstanding in discipline or grain production. They hadn't caused trouble with the commune leaders either. Now, they could finally feel proud. Once this promotion went out, many nearby teams would come to learn from them. It was truly a joyful moment. As she was about to leave, Director Yu turned back and said, "By the way, the grain collection is coming soon. Prepare your team." Hearing this, Wang Fu's happy expression faded, but he didn't dare say anything. He just nodded in response. He and Wang Peixing exchanged a look, both with worried faces. Meanwhile, Gu Yuehua's expression changed when she heard the words grain collection. Grain collection was a kind of tax on all agricultural production and income, both for collectives and individuals. In the 1970s, it was still done collectively by the production teams. It was a natural duty that had to be fulfilled. Why did Wang Fu and Wang Peixing's faces turn grim when they heard grain collection? Because every year, collecting grain was not easy. After receiving the quota from the commune, each team would broadcast the deadline and details for the collection. She wasn't concerned about the difficulties of the teams, but this time, the quota was quite large. The team had not properly planned their grain collection until the quota was assigned. Only then did they carefully dry, clean, and weigh the harvested grain, since the public grain had to be inspected at the grain purchase station. Although they knew the harvest this year was poor, they thought it wouldn't be a big problem. However, after submitting the public grain, the team realized that this year's yield was actually about 60% less than usual. They didn't even need to calculate work points. Everyone knew that this year's grain and work points were far from enough. But no one in the team dared to speak openly, fearing unrest. Instead, they reported the situation to the commune and the county, hoping the higher authorities would find a solution. The shortage of grain seemed to trigger a chain reaction, with nearby teams also reporting their shortages. This year was truly a year of famine. After dealing with the commune leaders, Gu Yuehua hurried to the black market with her basket. Today, she brought over 100 eggs, each about the size of a child's fist. If sold at 6 cents each, they could fetch 6 yuan, but since she had a large quantity today, she planned to sell them cheaper, at 5 cents each. The eggs were large and of good quality, so selling them at 5 cents was definitely a low price. She seemed to have a natural talent for trading. As soon as she set up her stall in the black market, customers kept coming. Eggs were clearly valuable currency. Compared to the supply and marketing station, which required egg tickets, her eggs were cheaper, bigger, and more affordable. All afternoon, she sold most of her eggs. Gu Yuehua massaged her sore wrist, picked up her basket, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, She heard He Lanzhang's voice. "Comrade Gu." He sounded happy and hurried over to her with big steps. "Comrade Gu." Gu Yuehui was a bit surprised. She looked up at him. "Comrade He? What are you doing here?" She glanced behind He Lanzhang. There, Cui Hejie was pushing a bicycle, watching them with interest, as if amused by something. He looked relaxed, as if everything was under control and he was enjoying it. He Lanzhang's eyes flickered for a moment. He awkwardly smiled and said, I was passing by with a friend." Gu Yuehui looked at him. He clearly wasn't good at lying. His obvious guilt suggested he knew she might come here, so he had come from that side. Gu Yuehui felt a bit of a headache. She wasn't afraid of others' hatred, but she was afraid of their affection. She looked back and realized she had never shown any special feelings toward He Lanzhang. They were just ordinary friends. She didn't understand why he suddenly cared so much about her, as if every time he saw her, his face would light up like a flower. He Lanzhang felt more and more guilty under Gu Yuehui's gaze. He asked, "Comrade Gu, have you eaten? Let me treat you to a meal." After asking, he felt a bit nervous. He used to be cheerful and generous, but since meeting her, everything seemed to change. Even his personality became more cautious, afraid of being rejected by her. Gu Yuehui answered vaguely, "How are things with Zhu Rongrong?" Hearing this, He Lanzhang's face slightly changed. He looked at Gu Yuehui and guessed something. A hint of sadness appeared in his eyes, but he still said, "I have nothing to do with Zhu Rongrong. It was just jokes between her father and my brother. Also, she is about to marry Lao Cui." "Lao Cui, you've met him. He's the one," He Lanzhang said, then pointed back at Cui Hejie, who was pushing a bicycle. Gu Yuehui's eyes flickered. She had experienced the prejudice of social status. Seeing Zhu Rongrong living in the County Revolutionary Committee compound, she knew Cui Hejie had gotten a big advantage this time. For him, it was probably a turning point in his life. But she was too busy with her own feelings to care about others' relationships. She looked up at the darkening sky and politely declined, "Comrade He, it's getting late. I need to go home. The road is far, so I won't eat with you today. Let's do it another time when we have free." Hearing this, He Lanzhang's face fell, and his handsome face showed obvious disappointment. He quickly cheered up and said, "Since I have my bicycle, I can give you a ride. It's not safe for a girl to be out so late alone." Gu Yuehui shook her head, "You're too trouble. You should be with your friends, or have other things to do. I won't bother you." After saying that, Gu Yuehui hurriedly left the black market, carrying her basket. Although the security was not very good now, she was not a helpless girl. The skills she learned in her past life had no chance to be used, but she had crawled out of a mountain of corpses and blood. She wasn't afraid of those monsters. He Lanzhang couldn't respond to her love. He was a good person and shouldn't fall deeper into it. Gu Yuehui walked quickly. He Lanzhang watched her distant figure with a sad look on his face. At that moment, Cui Hejie pushed his bicycle over and glanced at Gu Yuehui's departing figure. He teased, "Who would have thought that even in Huangning Commune, there are still women you can't handle?" He Lanzhang frowned. "I truly like her. I have never played with any woman's feelings." Cui Hejie subtly shrugged, but he forced a smile. "All right, I was wrong. Come on, let's go to the state-run restaurant for a drink." Recently, Cui Hejie had been feeling confident and didn't mind giving He Lanzhang some face. Honestly, if it weren't for his brother He Hongzhang's status, he wouldn't be so polite to him. He Lanzhang shook his head. "No, I won't go. I'm going home now. You should head back early too." After saying that, He Lanzhang took the bicycle from him and rode off. Cui Hejie's mouth twitched in annoyance. He glared after He Lanzhang's back and secretly thought, just wait. After the youth going to the countryside, he will definitely build good relations with those big city kids from the capital, aiming for a promotion. He wasn't as foolish as He Lanzhang. The opportunity was right in front of him, yet he still pushed it away. Zhu Rongrong wasn't very pretty, even a bit ugly, but she had a good father. His marriage wasn't really with Zhu Rongrong but with her connections in the County Revolutionary Committee compound. Thinking this, Cui Hejie smiled. He put his hands in his pockets, whistled, and slowly headed to the state-run restaurant. Once married, life wouldn't be so easy. He wanted to enjoy himself while he could. That evening, Gu Yuhui heard something as soon as he got home. Chen Yusheng was planning to report to the police that he would never marry Li Chaoing. Gu Yuhui was a bit surprised. In his previous life, Chen Yusheng had never been so resolute about Tianjing. Maybe he was upset because he was played this time and couldn't swallow his anger. But after so long, no one cared about the truth anymore. Everyone only knew that Chen Yusheng had slept with the widow Li, but he didn't want to take responsibility. He kept causing trouble, and asking the police to investigate would only make things worse. Gu Shihui held Yan Xiaodang and fed the little girl steamed eggs, speaking calmly. "Don't worry, we won't report anything. Everyone here is from the countryside, and they wouldn't dare deal with those who carry guns." His parents also wouldn't let him go. Gu Yuhui smiled and stopped worrying about Chen Yuesheng. Instead, he asked, "Is Xiaotang well behaved today?" Gu Shihui nodded, then looked a bit surprised. "Yuhui, do you think Xiaotang has become smarter?" He remembered when the little girl first came back. She didn't know anything, didn't speak, and looked a bit silly without any energy. But now, she's very different. She can eat by herself, go to the bathroom, and sometimes even say a few words. Gu Yuhui's eyes curved into a gentle smile. He was calm. "Maybe it's because our family has good luck." Gu Shihui didn't believe that, but he still asked, "Xiaodang is pretty. Once she recovers, she'll probably be a beautiful young lady. But does her family still have people? Should we help her find her family?" When talking about finding her family, Gu Shihui looked a little reluctant. Recently, he had gotten along well with Xiaodang. The girl was obedient and sensible, very different from when Gu Yuhui was a child. It made him feel better as an older brother. If she had to leave, he would really feel reluctant. Gu Yuhui shook his head. "Third brother, you don't need to worry about that. Tonight, tell me what you want to eat and I'll cook." Gu Shihui thought for a moment and said, "Big pot dishes with pancakes." Gu Yuhui used cabbage, potatoes, sweet potatoes, vermicelli, and half a chicken to make a big stew. The broth was fragrant and delicious. Then he rolled the dough into pancakes and stuck them to the edge of a cast-iron pan. As it simmered, a strong, tempting aroma filled the air. Gu Shihui looked at Gu Yuhui with some emotion and softly said, "Yuhui, you've really changed a lot." Gu Yuhui paused, a strange look in his eyes, and his voice was calm. "People always change after something happens." Gu Shihui wanted to say more, but just then, Gu Jifeng and Gu Tinghui returned. They were sweaty, with towels hanging around their necks, showing they hadn't taken a break all day. "Big brother, there's hot water just boiled in the pot.
Pour some out for Dad, to wash up."
"Dinner is almost ready," Gu Yuhui said, lifting the big stew and pancakes from the pot, filling the house with a delicious smell. "Okay," Gu Tinghui replied. The family was simple and peaceful, sitting around a small table, enjoying this rare moment of calm. "Yuhui, your cooking skills are good enough to be a chef at a state-run restaurant." Gu Shihui praised the meal she ordered tonight. Hearing this familiar compliment, Gu Tinghui couldn't help but smile. "Dad also said that. Maybe I should give it a try." Gu Yuhui chuckled. "That kind of popular position is so competitive that others would fight over it." "I won't bother." She wasn't joking. At the state-run restaurant, both chefs and waiters are considered very good jobs, enough to make people jealous. Simply put, working there includes meals, which are much better than the porridge and bread at home. That made sense. Gu Shihui looked a bit disappointed and sighed, then started eating quietly. Suddenly, Gu Yuhui remembered something and said, "By the way, I saw Qin Wanjing at the team today." Qin Wanjing, Gu Jifeng frowned. He didn't like this person much. They were rivals. Gu Yuhui nodded. "The mural is finished. The commune sent people to check it. They said they want to promote it heavily." Hearing this, the family relaxed. For the Gu family, this was already a rare, happy event. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, Gu Yuhui was woken up by loud knocking at the door. Secretary Wang Fu's voice was loud, knocking loudly on the wooden door. "Old Gu, are you up? Hurry up." Gu Yuhui dressed quickly and came out of her room. She saw Gu Jifeng rushing out from the inner room. He looked sleepy and confused, but when he saw Gu Yuehui, he waved her over and went to open the door himself. Secretary, it's so early in the morning, you. Gu Jifeng rubbed his eyes in some displeasure. When the door opened, his drowsiness disappeared instantly. Who is this? He unconsciously straightened up, sounding a bit nervous. Wang Fu glanced at the two people beside him, cleared his throat, and said, Where's Xiaogu?
Gu Yuehui, come out.
Comrades from Zhoulan City Police are here to see her. They said they want to investigate and follow up on the girl who was kidnapped. When the door opened, Gu Yuehui saw two police officers in uniform standing with Wang Fu. Their shoulders bore the badge of Zhoulan City Police. But less than a month after she brought Yan Xiaodong back, they already came knocking?
Could it be?
Could they have contacted the capital city? Contacted Yan Xiaoyu? This idea made Gu Yuehui's heart beat uncontrollably. She took a few steps forward and said, Officer, I am Gu Yuehui. I was the one who gave the statement at the police station. One of the officers looked familiar. He nodded politely and said, Hello, Comrade Gu. Please don't be nervous. We are here today to see the girl named Yan Xiaodong. Yan Xiaodong? Isn't it Gu Xiaodong? Gu Jifeng felt a bit confused. Gu Yuehui nodded and said, Officer, come in. Xiaodong is still sleeping. Gu Jifeng moved aside quickly and led the two officers and Wang Fu into the house. Once inside, Gu Yuehui led the person to the room. Yan Xiaodong was sleeping soundly. The girl's face was fair, and she looked healthier than half a month ago. Her small hand outside the blanket was chubbier, and she was neatly dressed. She looked completely different from the messy girl they saw before. The two officers' expressions softened a little, and they looked at Gu Yuehui with some kindness. They tiptoed out of the room. One officer said, Comrade Gu, you are taking good care of Yan Xiaodong. Gu Yuehui shook her head gently and said softly, It's what I should do. Then she looked up at the two officers with curiosity and asked, Have you reported this human trafficking case to Beijing? And have you contacted Yan Xiaodong's brother? His name is Yan Xiaoyu. The two officers looked at each other and said, A few days ago, the Beijing headquarters checked all the cases of human trafficking in the nearby cities and counties. We reported everything, but we haven't received any feedback. It seems they haven't contacted her family. Hearing this, Gu Yuehui's eyes flashed with a faint light. Sure enough, Yan Xiaoyu's life isn't easy now. His family is probably going through a chaotic time, with trouble everywhere. No one is looking for Yan Xiaodong, and no one has informed Yan Xiaoyu. But he will come back from the countryside eventually. One officer said, We hope Comrade Gu will continue to take care of Yan Xiaodong until her family finds her. The police had her statement and knew that Yan Xiaodong's brother and Gu Yuehui were engaged, so they felt somewhat reassured. But a few days ago, Beijing suddenly investigated the kidnapped girls, so they paid more attention and came to check again. Now it seems that Gu Yuehui is trustworthy. Gu Yuehui spoke very seriously. Officer, you can rest assured. Two police officers made some notes, and their visit was over. They left without even having breakfast from the Dalhousie production team. Once they left, Wang Fu finally relaxed. He had just gotten up early in the morning when the two officers from Zhoulan City came to see him. He was startled, thinking he had done something wrong. Only after hearing that it was the girl adopted by Gu Yuehui did he lead them inside. Honestly, these people are really afraid of dealing with police, always feeling like mice seeing a cat. Gu Jifeng also relaxed and said to Wang Fu, Party secretary, haven't you eaten yet? Want to have some at home? What's there to eat? I need to go to the team. The grain collection is coming soon, and there's a lot to do there, Wang Fu said, puffing on a dry tobacco pipe and walking away with his hands behind his back. Grain collection. Gu Jifeng was surprised. He hadn't heard Gu Yuehui mention it. Yes, the commune leaders said yesterday that the grain collection is coming soon, Gu Yuehui nodded. Now that the harvest has just finished, the grain has been gathered, so it's time to start the official collection. It's routine, of course. However, the disaster at the team will soon become obvious, and it will continue unresolved into next year. Gu Jifeng sighed and said, I don't know what the grain quota is this year. I hope they leave us some more so the people can have a good year, full and happy. Gu Yuehui looked at his father and sighed inwardly. that hope was doomed not to come true. Breakfast was ready. Gu Yuehua ate quickly and was about to carry his basket to the black market when his eldest uncle, Gu Tianfeng, arrived riding his bicycle. Seeing his worried face, it was clear something wasn't right. Gu Tianfeng sat silently on the kong, a traditional bed, like a sculpture. Brother, what's the reason for coming today? If there's no urgent matter, I need to go to work. Nan, what time is it? Gu Jifeng rolled up his sleeves and asked Gu Yuehua, knowing his daughter had bought a watch. Gu Yuehua looked at his watch. 6:30. Gu Tianfeng looked at the watch on Gu Yuehua's wrist with surprise. It was a Haisher brand watch, very popular, costing at least 80 or 90 yuan. Even if you had the money to buy it, you couldn't get a watch ticket, so it was a luxury item. His eyes flickered with amazement as he looked at Gu Yuehua. Could it really be, as Yanfeng said, that the Jifeng family had become wealthy? It's 6:30 now. Big brother, I really have to go. Daughter, pour a bowl of porridge for your uncle. Dad is heading to work now. As Gu Jifeng spoke, he hurriedly swallowed a bowl of porridge and prepared to leave. When he left, Gu Tianfeng became anxious. Hey, wait. Jifeng, big brother has something to tell you. Gu Jifeng frowned and sensed something was wrong. What is it? Big brother, tell me. Gu Tianfeng looked at his younger brother, thinking about his son who was preparing to get married. He hesitated but then said, well, that is, can I borrow 100 yuan from you? What? 100 yuan? Gu Jifeng gasped. 100 yuan? Gu Yuehua watched silently, without speaking. Gu Tinghua quickly said, Big uncle, you know our situation. We don't earn as much as you do working at the meat factory. 100 yuan, even if we sold our whole family, wouldn't be that much. Why would we lend it to you? Hearing this, Gu Tianfeng frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He considered himself the head of the family. Although he didn't do as well as Nia Peilon, he still had some influence at the meat factory. Life was comfortable and stress-free. How could he accept his younger brother's family refusing him? Gu Jifeng also understood his older brother well. He looked at Gu Tinghua and said, You go first. Gu Tinghua shrugged and signaled to Gu Yuehua, then left the house. Once he was gone, Gu Tianfeng looked at Gu Jifeng with hope. He knew his younger brother valued family. When he borrowed money before, he was sure he would repay it. Plus, the interest was high, so he wanted to keep the relationship. Gu Jifeng rubbed his hands nervously and said, Big brother, you know our situation. We're always saving to give our daughter a dowry. 100 yuan? Where would I get that? Besides, all our money is saved for her wedding. He wasn't lying. The things dug up from the backyard had to be kept for his daughter. No one else could have them, not even his sons, let alone siblings. Hearing this, Gu Tianfeng's face fell. As the head of the family, he still held some authority. He didn't mind that Gu Yuehua was standing nearby. He said, Jifeng, I'm not scolding you. When your daughter gets married, she'll be part of another family. What's the point of you giving her money? You still have 3 sons. Are you planning not to marry them off? Do you know how much bride price is needed nowadays? Gu Jifeng frowned slightly and replied, A son can't compare to a daughter. We're different. Seeing this, Gu Tianfeng didn't want to argue further and knew he was someone who preferred soft words over hard. He put on a gentle smile, pulled him to sit on the kong bed, and decided to reason with him kindly and emotionally. Suddenly, Gu Yuehua said, Big uncle, let my dad go to work. The family's money is all used to pay debts, so there's not much left. If you really want to borrow, I can decide to lend you 50 yuan, but you'll need to sign a promissory note. Although Big Uncle and Second Aunt borrowed money with their own little motives, they did so out of family love. She accepted this bond, so she was willing to lend 50 yuan, but only up to that. Human greed is well known. If Gu Jifeng and Gu Yinfeng knew how much money her family had, it would cause a lot of trouble and might even reveal the secret behind the treasure in the house. 50. Gu Tianfeng clicked his tongue, showing a moment of hesitation. But thinking about the worries at home, he smiled and said, Nanan still cares about Big Uncle. Fine, 50 it is. I'll write a promissory note. When your brother Gu Jiaga gets married, I'll definitely invite you to a wedding banquet. Gu Jifeng was a bit surprised and asked, Gu Jia is getting married.
When?
Who is the bride? Gu Jia is Gu Tianfeng's son, about the same age as Gu Yuehui. He didn't expect him to marry so young. Almost married. When mentioning this, Gu Tianfeng's eyes showed a hint of pride. He continued, his bride is the daughter of the director of our meat factory, an only child. Haha, we've really climbed up. Gu Jifeng nodded, feeling nothing special about this. He asked, what's the girl like? If he were choosing a daughter-in-law, he would first look at her character. Background and wealth weren't that important. Marrying someone you like, with good character and a happy family was what mattered. A family that's harmonious and well-fed. But if he married a troublemaker, even if she was the daughter of a high-ranking official, it wouldn't last long. It would eventually fall apart. Talking about character, Gu Tianfeng's face slightly changed and he hesitated before saying, she's quite pretty. Her father is the director of the factory, so her future life will definitely be good. Absolutely, he said absolutely, twice, unsure whether he was trying to convince Gu Jifeng or himself. Gu Yuehui glanced at him. In her previous life, Gu Jiru's life was not easy. The woman was indeed the daughter of the meat factory director and was quite beautiful. With such good conditions, why did she fall for Gu Jiru? Of course, it's not that Gu Jiru was not good enough. He, this unrelated cousin, was just a bit proud but not bad. He had gone to school, read books, and was tall and handsome with a proper appearance. However, these qualities alone weren't enough to impress the daughter of a boss. He needed some special qualities, right? Gu Jiru didn't have any outstanding traits. If he had to say, it was his strong tolerance. Because the daughter of the meat factory director was pregnant before marriage. Simply put, her cousin Gu Jiru was cheated on, became a father before marriage, and raised someone else's child. He knew about this, and it seemed Gu Tianfeng had also heard some rumors. Gu Jiru was happily married for a while, but everything changed after the child was born. The child didn't look like Gu Jiru or his wife. Whenever the child was taken out, it caused gossip because the child looked very much like a small leader at the factory, almost identical. People in the country love gossip, and rumors at the factory spread wildly. Even though Gu Jiru knew the truth, he couldn't stand the obvious betrayal and the constant arguments with his wife, which eventually led to their divorce. How did she find out? Because when Gu Jiru divorced, she was staying temporarily at Qin Wanjiang's house, seeking refuge with Lin Jinshu. But these past events are not worth dwelling on. She didn't plan to tell anyone about such absurd things. So, whether Gu Jiru would continue the fate from her previous life had nothing to do with her. Gu Yuehui turned back into the room and took out 50 yuan. Gu Jifeng saw the money in her hand and forgot to ask about Gu Jiru. He moved his lips, wanting to say something, but thought of Gu Tianfeng present and didn't speak. He wasn't sure how much money his daughter still had. 50 yuan wasn't a small amount. If it weren't for him, she probably wouldn't borrow it. All those things were for Nanan. How could he be so shameless to spend that money? Gu Jifeng felt uncomfortable inside and sat silently on the Kong, not saying a word. Gu Tianfeng looked at her with a slight smile. These were 5 neat bundles of money. Although his salary was not low, he couldn't save much money each month. This time, he managed to borrow some, which eased his urgent problem and was a big relief. He quickly wrote an IOU to repay the loan. The interest was 5 yuan per year. When he heard about the interest, Gu Tianfeng was a bit unhappy, but he remembered his own actions earlier and accepted it reluctantly. He thought to himself that once his family issues were resolved, he would repay the money as soon as possible. Although borrowing the money was not what he expected, Gu Tianfeng was still satisfied. Gu Tianfeng put 50 yuan in his pocket and turned to Gu Jifeng, saying, Jifeng, tomorrow noon Peilon will be at the state-run restaurant in the county to entertain guests. You should go too. Haven't you and Peilon not seen each other for many years? Gu Jifeng was surprised for a moment. After regaining his composure, he waved his hand and said, Forget it. Big sister never liked me. His voice sounded a bit bitter, which made Gu Yuehui feel uncomfortable. Thinking about the last time she saw Nye Peilon at the county health clinic, her expression turned cold. She said, Dad, take a day off tomorrow. Let's go together. That's... Forget it. Gu Jifeng hesitated but ultimately refused. He knew that his status was now very different from his sister's. If he went, he might only embarrass himself or even humiliate himself. He decided to let it go. How could he let his daughter suffer unfairly? Gu Yuehui turned to Gu Tianfeng and said, "Uncle, you can go back now. We will go at noon tomorrow." Gu Tianfeng looked at Gu Yuehui with a strange expression. He didn't expect that now not only was the money in the hands of this young girl, but she also made the decisions. It didn't seem like someone easy to deal with. Something might happen tomorrow. He silently thought to himself, but didn't say anything. He nodded with a smile and said, "All right, then I'll go back first." After speaking, Gu Tianfeng rode away on his bicycle. "Daughter, about the money." Gu Jifeng opened his mouth. Gu Yuehui shook her head and said, "Dad, don't worry. I have a plan." Gu Jifeng looked at Gu Yuehui and nodded gently. "Okay, then Dad is going to work." Gu Yuehui watched Gu Jifeng leave. At that moment, Gu Xiaohui got up. "Third brother, I left some porridge for you in the pot. Xiaodang is also in your care. I need to go out now," Gu Yuehui said as she carried her basket and hurriedly left the house. Today, many things happened one after another, which delayed her from entering the commune early. Although the end of the year was still a little while away, as it was nearing the year's end, the workers had worked hard all month to enjoy a good meal. Because of this, chickens and rabbits sold very well. Gu Yuehui was generous and carried 5 chickens and 3 rabbits. She was quick on her feet and soon arrived at the commune's black market. Selling goods was mostly uneventful. In the morning, she sold 2 chickens and 1 rabbit. Perhaps because the sumer space was rich in water plants, the chickens and rabbits grew very fat, and she earned over 5 yuan just from this. Near noon, Gu Yuehui bought 2 sesame seed pancakes to fill her stomach, costing 3 cents each. Despite being cheap, these pancakes were very filling. After eating 2 large pancakes, her belly was round and full. As soon as Gu Yuehui returned to the black market, she saw people panicking and running away. Upon closer look, it was the militia team searching the area. Anyone with items in their baskets was being caught and criticized, whether they were buyers or sellers. She frowned and felt a pang of sadness. It seemed she wouldn't be able to do business today. In the past few days, she had learned the rules of the black market thoroughly, but this was the first time she saw the militia team. They carried guns and acted arrogantly, showing no regard for these ordinary people just trying to survive. Suddenly, she remembered Gu Zifeng, who had been caught in her previous life. She could imagine how desperate and silent her father must have been when the militia caught him. It was her own daughter who had forced him into that situation. The thought tormented her with unbearable pain. Gu Yuehui took a deep breath, reached into her basket, and returned everything to the sumer space. When the militia team searched and saw her empty basket, they hesitated. They had initially thought she had caught a big sheep, but it turned out to be a fake sheep. The searching soldiers wanted to scold her for wandering around, but when they saw her face, they softened and couldn't say anything harsh. Instead, they said, "We are here to catch troublemakers. Comrade, please leave this area." Gu Yuehui nodded and turned to leave the black market. Before she reached the main group, she met Huang Fengying, who looked anxious. She was riding a bicycle, exhausted and sweating heavily. When she saw Gu Yuehui, she let out a sigh of relief. Huang Fengying wiped the sweat from her forehead. She turned the car around and hurriedly called out, "Quick, quick, Xiaogu, get in the car." Gu Yuehui raised an eyebrow and asked surprised, "Director Huang, are you planning to confine me?" Huang Fengying shot her a sharp look and said anxiously, "Of course. Your third brother said you went to the commune. Come on, hurry up, the leaders are waiting for you. So many officials, and they're only waiting for you. Let's go, we'll talk on the way." Gu Yuehui's eyes flickered slightly, and she started to guess a little. Although just a guess, she couldn't help feeling a bit happy inside. The commune leaders had already met her last time. If they came again, it probably meant they needed her for something. That's a good start. Maybe she could even get a good job from this. Gu Yuehui got on her bicycle, and Huang Fengying pedaled quickly back. On the way, Huang Fengming explained that the leaders were coming to praise her. Gu Yuehui casually asked, "Director Huang, do you think they will reward me?" Huang Fengming looked a bit envious and said, "Who knows? Those leaders are clever and don't tell us anything. The party secretary just told me to call you over quickly. But even so, I know they won't let you down. The big leaders from the commune are coming personally, so the reward will be good." Gu Yuehui's eyes twinkled. "Big leaders?" Qin Wanjing. Huang Fengming was surprised. "Oh, why do you know the leader's name?" She looked back at Gu Yuehui, a bit surprised by her attitude. Usually, common folks are very respectful and nervous when they see officials. Gu Yuehui simply shrugged. Huang Fengming didn't mind her silence and continued, "But it's not Secretary Qin, it's Secretary Yu." Secretary Yu? Gu Yuehui's eyes flickered. In her past life, she didn't have much contact with this person. She only knew that as the deputy secretary of Huanging Commune, she was very loyal to Qin Wanjing. Even though their ranks were similar, she had managed to become Qin Wanjing's close aide and loyal subordinate. "Yes, Secretary Yu. She's the only female leader in Huanging Commune," Huang Fengming said with respect. Even though she was the women's director of the Dalaozi production brigade, she still looked up to the official leaders of the commune. Women can hold up half the sky. For Huang Fengming, Yuan is more like a goal and direction she strives for. Next, Gu Yuehui didn't speak again. The two of them smoothly returned to the team. As soon as the bicycle stopped, Huang Fengming pulled Gu Yuehui toward the breeding station, worried that if they were a moment late, the commune leaders would leave. During this time, she and Gu Yuehui had gotten along well, and she hoped Gu Yuehui's life would get better. Gu Yuehui entered the breeding station office. The room was crowded, and at the front sat Yuan. She wore a military coat, black leather shoes, and had short hair cut to her ears. She wasn't very pretty, but her eyes and eyebrows showed a sense of competence and sharpness. It was clear she wasn't a woman who spent her days just taking care of her family. When she heard the door open, Yuan turned around. She first looked Gu Yuehui up and down, then looked away. Gu Yuehui narrowed her eyes slightly. She could sense a faint hostility in Yuan's eyes. It was strange. She and Yuan had never interacted in this life or the last. Why was there hostility? Suddenly, her eyes flickered as she thought of Qin Wanjing. If there was any connection, it was only through Qin Wanjing. Her mother married Qin Wanjing, and Yuan was Qin Wanjing's close confidant. Thinking of this, Gu Yuehui touched her face. She knew she looked a bit like Lin Jinshu. So, Yuan's hostility wasn't toward her, but toward Lin Jinshu. A faint smile appeared on Gu Yuehui's lips, a slight mockery. She hadn't expected that Yuan had held such feelings about Qin Wanjing all along. No wonder she divorced. Yes, Yuan was divorced. However, Lin Jinshu, though not competitive or aggressive, was skilled at winning men's hearts. Whether it was her father, Gu Jifeng, or Qin Wanjing, both had their hearts firmly tied to her.
Cheating? Impossible.
Gu Yuehui took a few steps forward and called out, "Deputy Secretary Yu." Yuan nodded coldly. She didn't make things difficult and said, "Comrade Gu, our commune has seen your wall painting. With your artistic skills, you are capable of a good job and can contribute to the collective and the unit." Gu Yuehui slightly curved her lips but didn't speak, waiting for Yuan to continue. These days, most jobs are assigned by the government. During the planned economy era, city people depended on their workplaces. Everyone was like, that the state turned and fixed in place and you had to stay there and work hard. At that time, where you were assigned affected your future and benefits. Everyone wanted a good job, but good positions were rare. They varied in pay, benefits, and type of work. Gu Yuehui believed she had already shown her best in mural painting. As long as the local leaders didn't target her specifically, she could find a good position. She didn't plan to spend her whole life in this job, but at least she would stay there for the next 5 years. She wanted to work hard for a few years, and after the 1977 college entrance exam was restored, she planned to study at university. In 1977, the college entrance exam, which had been paused for over 10 years, reopened to the public. At that time, being a university student was a very admired status. There was a saying, "Gold in 77, silver in 78. In her previous life, Gu Jiafeng faced great changes. Her father and older brother died, her second brother got married, and she had no one to rely on. She was almost forced out by Tianjing and had no time to take the exam. In the end, only Gu Shihui from her family got into university, but unfortunately, things didn't turn out well for her. Gu Shihui remembered that Tianjing had passed the exam with good grades and went to the best university in Beijing. Gu Yuehui's eyes darkened, hiding all her feelings. Yuan didn't know what Gu Yuehui was thinking and continued, "The commune thinks you should go to a position where you can use your strengths." After 2 days of discussion, they decided to send you to work at the Huangying commune's masses daily. Hearing this, the office became quiet, and everyone looked at her with envy. The Masses Daily belongs to the state news agency, which manages all kinds of news media across the country. Its readers are mainly officials and advanced workers, so it's a very respectable job. Some people assigned to the cleaning management station had to do dirty and tiring work like sweeping streets and cleaning toilets. Although they also worked hard, their social status was lower. Of course, every job deserves respect, and everyone who earns a living with their own hands is worthy of respect. Masses Daily. Gu Yuehui was also surprised. She originally thought that getting a job as an art director at a printing factory would be good enough, but unexpectedly, she was promoted directly to a very good position at the Masses Daily. Even as an apprentice, her monthly salary would be at least 17 yuan. Yuan glanced at her and said, "Yes, at the Masses Daily. I hope Comrade Gu works hard and takes her task seriously, solving every problem she encounters and achieving impressive results." By this time, Gu Yuehui had calmed down. She nodded and said, "Yes, thank you, Deputy Secretary Yu and all the leaders of the commune, for your trust and support. I will not let the organization down." Although surprised, she understood that someone must have been behind this, but she was determined not to miss this opportunity. The Masses Daily, as a national state-run organization, has an important status and great potential for growth. Yuan nodded and said, "Go back now. Report tomorrow." Gu Yuehui responded with a yes and left the office. She stood at the entrance of the breeding station, thinking about the new journey ahead tomorrow, and couldn't help but smile. She knew that after joining the organization, she would be assigned to a specific group and might not get her ideal job, but as long as she was in, there was a chance to change her fate. The most important thing was that she was finally leaving her tragic past behind. Fate, indeed, had taken a turn. Within one night, news spread that Gu Yuehui was assigned to work at the Masses Daily. Suddenly, her reputation soared, and some people even came to think her. In the past, the Gu family was seen as a family of troublemakers, avoided by others, who feared being looked down upon if they associated with them. Now they eagerly wanted to establish some connection, hoping to benefit from her success. On the way back from work, Gu Zifeng and Gu Tinghui were greeted with smiles and friendly waves from many people. "Old Gu, work's over? Come on, let's celebrate. Wow, old Gu, your daughter really made it. What kind of son-in-law do you want in the future? Tell me, I'll keep an eye out. Maybe I can find someone suitable and help set up a good match. Tinghui, how old is your sister now? Why don't you help introduce her to me and my wife?" Gu Zifeng and Gu Tinghui were confused by the lively chatter. To avoid the enthusiastic villagers, they quickened their pace home. On the way, they ran into Huang Fengming. Thinking about the strange behavior earlier, Gu Zifeng hurriedly called out, "Hey, Director Huang." When Huang Fengming turned around, she saw Gu Jifeng and smiled. "Old Gu, are you finished work?" Gu Jifeng didn't dare delay and quickly asked, "Director Huang, has my girl had any trouble? Why are so many people asking about her?" Huang Fengming chuckled and said with admiration, "I don't know yet. Your daughter, Xiao Gu, because of her good wall paintings, was recruited by the commune leadership. It's a great unit, the Masses Daily." Masses Daily? Before Gu Jifeng could react, Gu Tinghui exclaimed in surprise. Gu Jifeng looked at Gu Tinghui. He knew the importance of the Masses Daily, but he was curious. How did his daughter get into such a good place? Did Qin Wanjiang have a hand in it? As a father, he was happy that his daughter had such a good job. But as a man, If Qin Wanjiang helped arrange it, he felt a bit uncomfortable. His feelings were complicated, happy but also a little disappointed, unsure how to feel about it. Huang Fengying nodded. Exactly. The masses daily. You should go home and celebrate with Xiao Gu tonight. Gu Jifeng was lost in thought and didn't pay attention to Huang Fengying's words. In the end, Gu Tinghuai pulled him back. When they got home, they smelled a strong, spicy aroma. Gu Jifeng tried to hide his mixed feelings and looked at Gu Yuehuai, who was busy in the kitchen. He asked, "Girl, what are you making?" "Dad? Big brother, you're back. I made dry-fried rabbit pieces. The meat is very tender," Gu Yuehuai said calmly, not showing any excitement about her good news. Gu Tinghuai shook his head and asked in surprise, "Girl, how are you so calm?" Sitting on the Kong, Gu Shihui was teaching Yan Xiaodang to recite ancient poems. Hearing this, he looked puzzled and interrupted, "Big brother, what do you mean? What's so calm about? Did something happen to Yuehuai today?" He looked at Gu Yuehuai with suspicion. She had started cooking as soon as she got home, and there was no sign of any change. Today, she had learned to stay calm, no longer the girl who used to cry and fuss over everything. Gu Tinghuai repeated Huang Fengying's words. After hearing them, Gu Shihui's eyes nearly popped out. He looked at Gu Yuehuai with surprise, unable to believe that his sister was the one who got the job at the Masses Daily. He knew she loved studying and admired such organizations. He asked again, "Yuehuai, is what Big Brother said true? Are you really going to work at the Masses Daily?" Gu Yuehuai nodded and said, "Yes, I'll report tomorrow." Before Gu Shihui could speak, Gu Zifeng frowned and said, "Tomorrow? If you go to the commune every day, what time will you get up? Long trips are tiring and not safe." He always cared about his daughter and didn't want to ask too many questions about her work. Now, he was worried about her daily commute, especially since it would be dark when she traveled, which might be unsafe. Gu Yuehuai shook her head and said, "It's okay, I can manage." The opportunity was in her hands, and she wouldn't hesitate now that it was so close. At this moment, Gu Tinghuai said, "From now on, I'll take Nan to work in the morning and pick her up in the evening, then go back to work." Hearing this, Gu Zifeng nodded, thinking it was a good idea. But he knew Gu Tinghuai would have to work even harder. Gu Yuehuai frowned and refused. "No need. Big brother working all day is already tiring enough. You don't need to pick me up," she continued. "It's just work. I'm not that fragile. Walking every day can even help me stay healthy. I've lost so much weight recently, I need to build up my strength. And I'm not afraid of the dark. It's already safe on the road at that time." Gu Tinghuai was reluctant, but Gu Yuehuai stopped him and said, "No buts. Today is a good day. Let's eat first." She served up some stir-fried rabbit and brought out hot pancakes and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. For the Gu family, who used to only drink coarse rice porridge, this was a feast. Yan Xiaodang could now eat by herself and even express some simple needs. Seeing her hold the pancake and eat the eggs, her little mouth covered in oil, Gu Yuehuai couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, she remembered the homemade fruit can she made. She went back to her room, took it out and opened it. A sweet and sour aroma wafted out. Maybe because it was made with water from the space well, it smelled so sweet and refreshing. Yan Xiaodang sniffed the aroma, blinked her eyes, and said, "Eat." Gu Shihui also lifted his head from the bowl and asked in surprise, "Is this canned food?" "Yuehuai, did you make this yourself?" He sounded a bit shocked. Canned food was only sold at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. There were yellow peach cans, apple cans, and pear cans. The varieties were few, but all very expensive. Ordinary people couldn't afford to buy them for eating. They were mainly given as gifts when visiting friends and relatives. Of course, such gifts also required a bit of determination and effort to buy. Gu Yuehuai nodded and divided the canned food into several portions. "Yes, try some. I made it." Gu Jifeng looked at the snow-white fruit inside the bowl and said happily and proudly, "My girl has really grown up. Not only can she draw, but she can also make canned food. Life will definitely get better and better. Anyone who marries my girl will be very lucky." Gu Tinghuai agreed and nodded. He took a bite of the canned food, and a sweet flavor spread in his mouth, tasting very delicious. People in this era had suffered a lot from bitter food. Even a little sweetness made them feel hopeful about life. Gu Yuehui listened to the praise and accepted it confidently. The family finished dinner quickly and shared another can. At this moment, Gu Jifeng remembered the promise he made to Gu Tianfeng today and hesitated, saying, "My girl, you have to go to work tomorrow, but your eldest aunt." Gu Yuehui had already thought it through and said casually, "Dad will take a day off tomorrow noon. He'll go to the commune and wait for me. I can come out during mealtime and go to the county with you." Nya Peilon, a shrewd and proud woman, valued her reputation and didn't want to get involved with Gu Jifeng, a country person. If she didn't go with them, she was afraid her father might be eaten by those people. Gu Jifeng shook his head. "No, that won't do. It's your first day at work. How can I delay your job? Forget it, I won't go. Your eldest aunt didn't invite us, so let's forget it." When he said this, his tone was a bit complicated, showing some regret that he couldn't go. After all, he hadn't seen his eldest sister, older brother, and second sister for many years. The four siblings hadn't gathered together for a long time. Gu Yuehui looked at Gu Jifeng and smiled. "It's nothing. The first day at work is mainly to get familiar with the job, try on the uniform, and so on. It's usually pretty relaxed."
Don't worry, Dad.
"We won't stay long. We'll come back after the afternoon shift." Why did she come back to life? Wasn't it to change her family's fate, do what she wanted, and live the life she dreamed of? Since Gu Jifeng wants to see Nya Peilon, she will go along. As for the annoyance from others, she will never let Gu Jifeng bear it. When people respect me a foot, I respect them a yard. When people slander me, I take 3 measures to respond. The next day, before dawn, Gu Yuehui got up. Today was her first day working, a new experience for her in this life and the last. It felt strange, and she didn't sleep well. In the morning, she drank a glass of space spring water to wake up. For breakfast, she simply fried an egg and cooked some rice porridge. Just as Gu Yuehui finished cooking, Gu Tinghui came out of the inner room. She raised her eyes slightly. "Big brother?" Normally, he shouldn't be up at this time, but she knew he was up early to see her off to work. Although she refused yesterday, he still kept this in his mind. That's Gu Tinghui, always quietly caring for his family. Feeling warm inside, Gu Yuehui turned and fried 2 eggs for him. There are so many eggs in her space that she can't count them. With such resources, she wouldn't sell them all, as it would disturb the market. In her past life, her family's eggs were a rare treat, like celebrating the new year. This life, she wanted to achieve egg freedom. "Little girl, big brother will take you to work." Gu Tinghui stretched and went out to wash his face and brush his teeth. When he returned, he smelled the rich egg aroma and couldn't help but say, "Eating so well these days, you've probably gained 3 pounds. Gu Yuehui smiled. 3 pounds isn't enough. After breakfast, the siblings left together for Huangying Commune. The commune was not far from the team, but it was dark outside and there weren't many people on the road. Just as they left the team, they met Chen Yusheng, who was waiting there deliberately. He was squatting, holding a kerosene lamp, looking quiet and a bit intimidating. Gu Tinghui pulled Gu Yuehui behind him and asked sharply, "Chen Yusheng, what are you doing here?" Actually, there was no need to ask. Seeing Chen Yusheng waiting so early, it was clear he had heard about her starting work yesterday when the commune leaders came to assign her a job. He came specifically to wait. For a moment, Gu Tinghui felt very lucky that he had insisted on sending his sister. If he hadn't come, and Chen Yusheng caught any opportunity, in this dark and windy night, something might have happened, and help might not arrive in time. Thinking this, Gu Tinghui's face darkened. This person is really shameless. He used to be involved with Tianjing, and even talked about marriage, then suddenly became interested in their girl. That's one thing, but then he slept with Widow Li. Who has an easier life than him? If he had known Chen Yusheng was like this, he wouldn't have carried him down from the mountain in the first place. Chen Yusheng looked at Gu Tinghui and pursed his lips. He said, "Tinghui, I have something to say to Gu Yuehui."
Can you?
Before he finished, Gu Tinghui impatiently cut him off.
No.
He refused straightforwardly and sneered, Chen Yusheng, when Nanwan liked you, you looked down on her. Now that she's become prettier and has a good job, you've changed your mind and come back? Don't forget, who's the one that made her carry the shame of being a desperate bride? Enough. If you want a woman, you can go to the reform camp or find widow Li. I heard that recently, Li Chaoying's family has been causing trouble at your place. And you still have time to come bother my sister? While speaking, Gu Tinghuai looked quite disdainful. Gu Yuehuai was too tired to continue dealing with Chen Yusheng. He had already used up all his resources. He had no time to pretend with him, so he said, all right, big brother, let's go. Being late on the first day of work isn't good. Gu Tinghuai wanted to say more, but after hearing this, he nodded and protected Gu Yuehuai, walking away quickly. Chen Yusheng stood at the corner, watching the siblings walk away, then suddenly chuckled at himself. He always thought Gu Yuehuai's feelings for him were sincere and passionate. They shouldn't have faded so quickly. But since breaking up with Tianjing, he realized that Gu Yuehuai really had no feelings for him anymore. Gu Tinghuai was a bit worried, frequently glancing at Gu Yuehuai. Nanwan, big brother just now. Gu Yuehuai raised an eyebrow. Gu Tinghuai thought for a moment and warned him, Chen Yusheng isn't a good person. He's fickle and easily distracted. You should stay away from him. He remembered how much his sister once wanted to marry Chen Yusheng. Although she's now awakened, who knows if another Chen Yusheng might appear. A lover shouldn't make you lose your self-respect. Gu Yuehuai chuckled softly, but, recalling her past actions, she replied seriously, don't worry, big brother. Chen Yusheng and I have already gone our separate ways. There will be no more connections. Even if there were, it would be out of hatred and she would seek revenge. Gu Yuehuai silently added this thought in her mind. Gu Tinghuai felt relieved, knowing that his sister had understood. After a short while, they arrived at the Yellow Oriole commune. The Masses Daily office was located on Fuho Street, next to the commune's administrative office. It was easy to see the leaders of the Yellow Oriole commune there. Such a job would make anyone smile secretly. Although Gu Tinghuai often visited the commune before, he only went to the black market. He had never been to Fuho Street, where officials worked. He knew his family was involved in the black market, which was illegal, so he felt guilty. Also, he respected the rules. They walked for about 10 more minutes and finally reached the Masses Daily office. It was already 6:30 p.m. Gu Yuehuai said, Big brother, you've worked hard today. You should go home now. I can manage on my own. Gu Tinghuai hesitated but looked at the impressive Masses Daily office. He nodded and said, all right, I'll go back. I'll take Dad to see Auntie during lunch. Be careful. Gu Yuehuai nodded and waved at Gu Tinghuai at the door.
Got it.
Go back quickly. Gu Tinghuai left and she looked back at the office building. The Masses Daily office wasn't very big, but it was clean and tidy. It looked new, reflecting the fresh atmosphere of the new society. She had no connection with this place in her past life, but in this life, she would work here for many years. The feeling was not bad. Gu Yuehuai took a deep breath and pushed open the door to the office. Inside was a spacious hall. Although it was still early, many people were walking around. The Masses Daily was a busy workplace, with some people yawning, clearly having stayed up all night. She took out a letter of introduction from her pocket, which she received yesterday at the breeding station. It was given to her by Yuan. The letter listed the person she was supposed to meet today. To officially join the company, she first needed to meet this person, then be assigned to a group, receive her work uniform and badge, and only then would she be considered officially employed. The person she was to meet was Wei Luo, the chief editor of the Masses Daily. Ms. Wei is about 40 years old, slender and graceful, giving a delicate and refined impression. Her eyebrows are long and curved like a crescent moon, and there always seems to be a faint, lingering sadness in her eyes. She does not look like a successful businesswoman. Gu Yuehuai nodded to her and said, Editor Wei. Wei Luo was holding a pen, looked up at Gu Yuehuai, then took the introduction letter from her hand and read it carefully. She understood immediately. You are Gu Yuehuai from the Dalhousie production team, known for your good drawing skills. Our Masses Daily has plenty of news and articles. but we lack talented specialists. Some newspapers need illustrations and portraits, and we've been worried about finding such talent. We even asked the local office to help us find skilled artists. As for benefits, that's easy to arrange, but they must have real skills. A few days ago, she heard the name Gu Yuehua and saw photos of her wall paintings. Although the photos are black and white and lack color, the lines drawn with her brush are very skillful. It's clear she's not a beginner. Gu Yuehua chuckled softly. Yes. Wei Luo looked at her with some surprise. Few people are so confident and accepting of praise without modesty. This shows she is very confident in her artistic ability. She liked confident people. Thinking this, Wei Luo said, "Our Masses Daily has 5 sections: news, editorial, circulation, printing, and culture. You will join the editorial section." How does that sound? Gu Yuehua didn't hesitate and nodded. Thank you, editor. She felt a little strange. She had thought that in the workplace, there would be competition and exclusion. She expected that her sudden arrival might cause trouble or block someone's way. But on her first day, the editor was very kind and didn't make things difficult for her. The editorial section is the best place for her to show her talents. Everyone in this section holds important roles, including photographers, writers, proofreaders, and typesetters. She can serve as the art editor. Wei Luo nodded and stood up. All right, I'll take you there. The office of Masses Daily is divided into small rooms with people coming and going. When employees see Wei Luo, they greet her politely and also look curiously at Gu Yuehua, who is walking beside her. As a team of talented editors, the office has 3 rooms. They are divided into Group 1, Group 2, and Group 3. Gu Yuehua was assigned to Group 3. Wei Luo led her into the Group 3 office. As soon as they entered, everyone inside looked over at her. She said, "This is your new colleague, Comrade Gu Yuehua. Let's give her a warm welcome." At her words, loud applause erupted. Everyone in the office stood up and smiled at Gu Yuehua. Wei Luo checked her watch and said quickly, "All right, Qinglan, take little Gu to get her work uniform and badge, and help her get familiar with her workstation." Hearing this, a girl with a sweet face and a ponytail nodded in agreement. Wei Luo nodded and turned to leave. As she left, the office in Group 3 suddenly buzzed with activity. Everyone left their seats and crowded around Gu Yuehua, introducing themselves one after another. "Hello, Comrade Gu. I'm Huang Binbin. I work as a text editor. You can call me Binbin. New colleague, you look really good. Since you joined our editing team, you must be talented. What do you do? It's been a long time since we had a new colleague at the Masses Daily." That's pretty rare. Gu Yuehua glanced at her friendly colleagues and slightly curved her lips. She slightly bowed and said seriously and politely, "Just call me Yuehua. I am here to do art editing work. I hope we can work together and improve each other in the days ahead." Huang Binbin was surprised. Art editing? Wow, that's a rare position. Our Group 3 really needs someone like that. Nowadays, people find it hard just to go to school, let alone learn special skills. In the Masses Daily, a good art editor is highly valued, and the salary is higher than other positions. After saying this, Huang Binbin still asked eagerly, "Yuehua, where did you learn to draw? Did you go to high school? Or does someone in your family know how to draw? How did you get into the Masses Daily?" Before Gu Yuehua could answer, Wan Qinglan pushed forward and blocked her, saying, "Enough, Huang Binbin. You're such a chatterbox. Yuehua just arrived and hasn't adapted yet. Why ask so many questions?" Hearing this, Huang Binbin awkwardly smiled and stopped talking. Wan Qinglan then turned to Gu Yuehua and smiled. "Yuehua, let's go. I'll take you to get your work uniform and badge." Gu Yuehua nodded and said, "Thank you." The two of them left the office together. Wan Qinglan said, "From now on, we are all colleagues. Don't be so formal. My name is Wan Qinglan. I am also a writer and editor. We will have many chances to work together." Gu Yuehua smiled gently at Wan Qinglan. This new colleague was not tall, had a round face, and looked sweet. She had a bright, sunny aura that made people like her. The other colleagues in the office were also very friendly. It seemed that working here would be much easier than expected. Seeing Gu Yuehuai smile, Wan Qinglan suddenly froze. She said, Yuehuai, you are really good-looking. Gu Yuehuai smiled and asked, Really? Wan Qinglan licked her lips and said with a slightly complicated tone, Of course. I never lie. But before, the most beautiful employee at the Masses Daily was Lu Chang. Since you arrived, she's probably no longer the most beautiful. Gu Yuehuai's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing a faint hint of pity in Wan Qinglan's tone. It seemed her peaceful work life might not last long. Lu Chang, the most beautiful employee? Wan Qinglan perked up her ears, waiting for Gu Yuehuai to ask about Lu Chang. But after walking more than 10 meters without a word, she turned to look at Gu Yuehuai and asked, Aren't you curious about who Lu Chang is, Yuehuai? Gu Yuehuai shook her head calmly, showing no curiosity at all. Wan Qinglan couldn't help but sigh. People who aren't very curious make her, who loves to tease, feel useless. It's very frustrating and unfulfilling. She was about to start explaining more about Lu Chang when they arrived at the office. Wan Qinglan had to hold back her excitement and led Gu Yuehuai inside. They smoothly received their work uniforms and badges. The uniform of the Masses Daily was blue and very clean. Gu Yuehuai hung her badge around her neck. The name was written in pen. Editorial Team 3, Gu Yuehuai. She was now officially a staff member of the Masses Daily. Wan Qinglan didn't rush to take Gu Yuehuai back. Instead, she led her through the corridor, office, and printing factory one by one, introducing her to the office of the Masses Daily with a proud tone. Wan Qinglan talked so much, she was dry. She looked at Gu Yuehuai and said proudly, You see now, Yuehuai, our Masses Daily is a top-level organization and only special people can get in here.
You should be secretly happy about that.
Gu Yuehuai chuckled softly. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly heard Wan Qinglan excitedly shout,
Oh!
It's him! It's him! Wan Qinglan grabbed Gu Yuehuai's arm and shook it excitedly, almost like she was about to fly. Gu Yuehuai frowned and subtly pulled her arm away, then looked steadily in the direction she was staring at. Over there, a young man in a white shirt and a military coat was walking by. He was looking down at his camera, and from his expression, he seemed dissatisfied, with his eyebrows furrowed. Gu Yuehuai's face remained calm. She glanced at the still excited Wan Qinglan and asked, Do you like him? Hearing this, Wan Qinglan paused, not showing any shyness. Instead, she said strangely, like, No, you're overthinking. It's admiration, okay? Pei-yi looks good, but his eyes are a bit blind. Gu Yuehuai nodded without much interest. It's time to go back. She didn't care at all about who this Pei-yi was, what he did, or why Wan Qinglan admired him. She turned to leave. Wan Qinglan pouted and grabbed Gu Yuehuai's hand, acting cute. Yuehuai, can't you ask me? Satisfy your curiosity and indulge my sharing desire. Gu Yuehuai looked at her with a headache. It's time to go back to work. Hearing this, Wan Qinglan grinned, hugging Gu Yuehuai's arm happily. No worries, no worries. We can talk while walking. Your desk is right next to mine, so we can chat at work too. On the way, Wan Qinglan kept talking nonstop about the most talked-about gossip in Masses Daily. Gu Yuehuai listened silently, feeling a bit speechless. It was her first day on the job, and the first thing she learned about the organization wasn't work-related, but about people's personal gossip. She really wanted to remind Wan Qinglan that Masses Daily is a news organization, not an entertainment one. In simple terms, the gossip was that Pei-yi was transferred from Zhoulan City's Masses Daily to a remote place called Huangying Commune, where he became a photo editor. He was currently in the first editing group. He was handsome, talented, and had a good background. As soon as he arrived, he became a favorite in the organization. As the saying goes, a handsome man is paired with a beautiful woman. Lu Chang is the only daughter of Lu Yizhou, the deputy editor of the Masses Daily. Naturally, she is pampered and cherished. She is charming and pretty, and her voice sounds like honey when she speaks, quickly winning Pei-yi's affection. Therefore, Pei-yi and Lu Chang are considered a perfect couple at the Masses Daily. They have a good relationship, and it is said they are about to get married. Wan Qinglan admires Pei Yi because he once took a series of photos showing rural life, which were published in the newspaper and received a great response. The photos even earned praise and a bonus from the headquarters in Beijing. Pei Yi's talent is undeniable. People admire strength, and Wan Qinglan is no exception. Just after gossiping, the two of them went back to the office of the third editing team. Gu Yuehui glanced around. At this time, most employees had already arrived. The third editing team is a relatively new group, with not many people, only 6 staff members in various roles. Of course, after she arrived, the team became 7 members. In the office, besides Wan Qinglan and Huang Binbin, there were 3 men and 1 woman. Everyone was enthusiastic, but now they were all focused on their work and no longer chatting. Gu Yuehui sat down, tidied up her desk, then turned to Wan Qinglan and asked, "What are our recent tasks at the Masses Daily?" "Do I need to do anything?" Wan Qinglan chewed her pen thoughtfully and said, "Recently, we've been reporting on the Learn from Desai campaign. Here are some articles and photos. You can work on some nice titles or illustrations." Gu Yuehui looked at the photos in her hand and nodded. Does the third team not have a leader? Usually new employees like her are assigned to work by a team leader. Wan Qinglan shook her head. Our third team was formed not long ago, so there's no leader yet. If you're confident, you can try to make some achievements. Maybe after a while, there will be a chance to be promoted to team leader. Gu Yuehui raised an eyebrow. You don't want to be the team leader? Wan Qinglan chuckled. I'm just a girl without much ambition. What's the point of being a leader? I just want to work comfortably, write articles, edit manuscripts. My biggest wish is to work regular hours, but unfortunately, she ended up in the most overtime-heavy team at the Masses Daily. Even trying to slack off is impossible. Blue Yen pouted slightly, looking a bit sad, and said, "Here, our busiest days are Saturdays and Sundays because we need to prepare new newspapers every Monday. So, we must cherish our free time. When we're busy, it's no joke." Gu Yuehui understood and took a set of paper and pens, looked at the draft, and started drawing illustrations. The work of an art editor is neither very difficult nor very easy. It includes book cover design, newspaper illustration design, artistic lettering, artwork, and drawing picture books. It requires independent skills in selecting and organizing content, and the artwork must match the articles. When she drew illustrations, she needed to work closely with the text, so she often discussed ideas with the editors. On her first day, she adapted very well. When discussing the content and illustrations with Huang Binbin and Wan Qinglan to make sure they fit well together, everything went smoothly. She was good at thinking creatively and coming up with fresh ideas. In just one morning, Huang Binbin and Wan Qinglan were impressed by Gu Yuehui's drawing skills. Her ideas were very modern. The illustrations and artistic lettering she created were quite different from the old-fashioned style. Everyone started to see her in a new light and trusted her abilities. At noon, the bell rang, signaling the end of work and lunchtime. Gu Yuehui packed up her papers and pens and said to Wan Qinglan, "Qinglan, I have something to do at noon, so I won't stay at the office to eat. If I come back late, please help me ask the chief editor for a 1-hour leave." Wan Qinglan nodded. "Okay, go ahead." Gu Yuehui nodded and turned to leave. As she stepped out of Fu Ho Street, she ran into Gu Zifeng, who was looking for her. Gu Yuehui called out, "Dad." Gu Zifeng looked up and saw his daughter. His face lit up with happiness, and he hurried over. "Sweetheart, today's your first day at work.
How was it?
Did your colleagues give you a hard time? If you felt upset, don't carry it all by yourself, okay?" Her father's face showed concern, born from his background as a landlord's son. He had studied abroad when he was young and had seen a lot of the world. After experiencing great family changes, he understood human nature well. He knew that the kind of good company like the People's Daily was not for ordinary people, and he wondered if she could get along well there. Gu Yuehui shook her head and smiled. "Dad, I'm going to work, not facing a life-or-death situation. My colleagues are nice and friendly. They treat me warmly, and I like the work environment. It's not difficult at all. Don't worry about me." Gu Zifeng heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. That's good." Gu Yuehui looked at the watch on her wrist.
It was almost time. She said, "Let's go, Dad."
We'll go to the county's state-run restaurant. The earlier we go, the earlier we return. Don't delay my work. Okay. Gu Jifeng agreed repeatedly. The father and daughter headed to the county's state-run restaurant. When they arrived, they saw Nya Peilon standing at the door greeting guests from afar. Her outfit was not much different from the last time at the county health clinic. Her presence was strong and commanding, and she looked quite temperamental. Gu Jifeng stared blankly at his older sister. They hadn't seen each other for many years. He knew in his heart that his sister disliked her past background, but they were family. She had once fed him and told him stories from the school, and their feelings back then were genuine. Gu Yuehui remained calm. Since she no longer felt awkward about Nya Peilon distancing herself at the health clinic, nor cautious when meeting elders, she treated her like a stranger. Dad? Let's go over. Gu Jifeng hid his complicated feelings and nodded. As the father and daughter approached, Nya Peilon's face suddenly changed when she saw them. Her voice became sharp. Why are you here? Gu Yuehui smiled and straightforwardly revealed, Uncle invited us. Nya Peilon frowned and waved her hand. Hurry up. We have already cut ties. I didn't call you. These words hit Gu Jifeng like a thunderbolt. His throat moved and he said dryly, Sister, I came to talk to you. He really didn't want siblings who had supported each other since childhood to become strangers. He had seized this opportunity. If they could ease their relationship and act like normal relatives in the future, that would be enough. Nya Peilon looked at Gu Jifeng with a moment of complex emotion, but quickly regained her composure. She coldly said, Talking? I have nothing to say to you, the son of a landlord. Hurry up and leave. In her view, Gu Jifeng just wanted to get some benefit by sticking close. She was the wife of the county's Revolutionary Committee deputy secretary. Who wouldn't want such a connection? Gu Yuehui's eyes turned cold, and her voice was icy. Big Aunt really is forgetful. My dad is the son of a landlord, and you're also a daughter adopted by a landlord. Where do you think you're noble? Nya Peilon's face suddenly changed. You, she quickly looked around, afraid that others might hear her words. In the past, to leave behind her shameful history and identity, she changed her name and used her higher education to get a job in the county. This is how she met Du Jin, the secretary of the County Revolutionary Committee, and achieved a social leap. Since she became a government wife, everything from her past has faded away, and no one asks about it. She almost forgot her life as an adopted daughter living under someone else's roof. But Gu Yuehui's words instantly threw her into confusion. Gu Zifeng looked a bit sad, unsure if it was because of Nya Peilon's coldness or because of memories gone by. Gu Yuehui gently moved his fingers and said softly, My dad didn't come here to insult you. He's just thinking about the old brother-sister bond and came to see the two nieces who are about to go to the countryside. Even the big auntie doesn't want to lose face over this, but you insist on making a scene? Nya Peilon heard the threat in Gu Yuehui's words. It was clear she was saying, If you don't let us in, I will loudly expose your identity as a landlord's daughter. She felt a headache coming on, and also blamed Gu Tianfeng for inviting these two. Why did he bring them here? Rubbing her forehead, she looked around and lowered her voice. Don't talk nonsense when you go in. Gu Yuehui ignored her and took Gu Zifeng into the state-run restaurant. Today, the restaurant looked a bit empty compared to usual. There weren't many guests, but everyone was dressed in military coats and leather shoes, clearly not ordinary people. It showed that Nya Peilon had put effort into this farewell banquet. Gu Tianfeng and Gu Yinfeng had already arrived. Seeing Gu Zifeng and Gu Yuehui, Gu Yinfeng exclaimed, Why are they here? Gu Tianfeng had expected this and waved to Gu Zifeng. Zifeng Nanwan, come over here. Maybe because he borrowed money yesterday, Gu Tianfeng was no longer as gloomy and quiet as before. He was a bit more enthusiastic toward Gu Zifeng. After he sat down, he also poured water into Gu Zifeng's cup. Gu Yinfeng found it strange. While cracking sunflower seeds, he whispered to Gu Yuehui, Why are you here with your dad? Gu Yuehui held his cup and took a sip of the hot water inside. It's been a while since I saw Big Auntie. My dad wants to catch up with her. Gu Yinfeng saw clearly, chuckled softly, and rolled her eyes. Gu Yuehui just smiled silently. Nye Peilon had once been raised and cared for by her grandfather, and a lot of money was spent to send her to school. Otherwise, she wouldn't be living such a wealthy life today. Now that she's in power, she wants to push everyone away. Is that really possible? In this life, everyone who owes them must pay back, every penny and cent. Not long after, Nye Peilon brought two young women about the same age as Gu Yuehui into the state-run restaurant. Gu Yuehui looked on coldly. Nye Peilon's two daughters inherited her neat but not outstanding looks, and also inherited her husband Du Jin's short stature. They had no real advantages, but they were very familiar with the arrogant attitude of city folks. Du Yenyun is 18 years old, with two braids, holding her chin high like a proud little peacock. She looked around and suddenly saw Gu Yuehui sitting beside Gu Yinfeng. Her eyebrows furrowed, and she pointed at her directly.
Who are you?
My mom didn't invite you here. Everyone present looked at Gu Yuehui, exchanging glances. Gu Jifeng's lips moved, about to stand up, but Gu Yuehui said, Me? I suppose I could be your cousin? She propped her chin with her hand, watching Du Yenyun with interest as her face turned red. She raised her voice and said, Cousin? I don't have a cousin like you. You're talking nonsense. Mom, who is she? Why are you letting a stranger come in? Nye Peilon was annoyed by her shouting and looked coldly at Gu Yuehui. Enough, everyone sit down. Du Yenyun also pulled Du Yenyun back, glancing at Gu Yuehui's face and at Gu Jifeng sitting nearby, understanding the situation. She is 2 years older than her sister Du Yenyun and knows more about the Gu family. Although she looks down on the poor relatives of the Gu family, today's occasion isn't the time to cause trouble. They came here to collect money. The daughter of the county's Revolutionary Committee deputy secretary went to the countryside for work. How could these relatives and uncles not show respect? Her mother said everyone should give at least 50 yuan. She doesn't mind more relatives coming, as long as she can get the money. With money, even if she goes to the countryside, she won't suffer much. Everyone sat down, but some arrived late. When Nye Peilon saw the newcomer, she stood up to greet them with a big smile, almost overflowing with happiness. She reached out her hand to Zhu Feng and said, Team Leader Zhu, I thought you were too busy recently to come. Chubby Zhu Feng chuckled, Not at all. My two nieces are going to the countryside, so I had to come and see. Nye Peilon felt a stir in her heart. After exchanging a few words with Zhu Feng, she invited him to sit beside her. Gu Yuehui looked at Zhu Feng, feeling it was a bit familiar. Before she could react, Cui Hejie and Zhu Rongrong walked in side by side from outside. However, their expressions were different. One smiling, the other looking gloomy and cold. Nye Peilon quickly greeted, Oh, Rongrong, come here. Sit next to your dad. Zhu Rongrong nodded. Just as she was about to step forward, she suddenly saw Gu Yuehui sitting at another table. Her face changed multiple times, her expression growing gloomier. How are you here? Gu Yuehui sighed. She knew today wouldn't go smoothly, but she didn't expect to meet Zhu Rongrong here. She glanced at Cui Hejie, who also looked surprised to see her. Rongrong, do you know her? Zhu Feng looked in the direction of his daughter's gaze. When he saw Gu Yuehui's delicate, beautiful face, his eyes lit up slightly. In this remote village, such a pretty girl was rare. Zhu Rongrong's face darkened. She didn't answer, but simply said, I want to sit with her. Nye Peilon looked a bit uncertain. She glanced at Gu Yuehui, puzzled about how this rural girl knew Zhu Rongrong. Recently, she had been asking Zhu Feng for help, and since Zhu Rongrong was his only daughter, she naturally needed to treat her well. Thinking this, she smiled and said, All right, sit there then. Yanran, go over and sit with Rongrong. Du Yanran nodded with a smile, then trotted over to Zhu Rongrong, pulling her arm. Come on, Rongrong, sit with me. Zhu Rongrong sneered and shook off Du Yanran's hand, too lazy to bother with her. She sat directly beside Gu Yuehui. Du Yanran's face darkened a little, but remembering her parents' instructions, she swallowed her anger and sat next to Zhu Rongrong. Her allocated spot was in Zhu Feng's hands, so she could only lower herself before Zhu Rongrong, who was quite overweight. Cui Hejia sat beside Zhu Feng, the future father-in-law, letting Zhu Feng introduce the people at the table. Once everyone was seated, Nie Peilon signaled the waiters to start serving the dishes. The staff at the state-owned restaurant are indeed proud and aloof, but today, all the guests are well-known officials from the county. They certainly don't dare to act high and mighty, and delicious dishes are served one after another. Gu Yinfeng, though living a decent life, had never seen such a scene. As the dishes arrived, she started eating hurriedly and greedily. Her behavior made Du Yiran, sitting next to her, feel very disgusted, and her eyes showed clear disapproval. Her relatives are really not suitable for such occasions. If they can't pay later, she will be angry. Zhu Rongrong didn't eat anything. She tilted her head to look at Gu Yuehui, and the more she looked, the more suspicious she felt. After a while, she sat up straight and suddenly asked, "Have I seen you somewhere before?" Gu Yuehui raised an eyebrow. She understood what Zhu Rongrong meant. It wasn't about the time she met He Lanzong at the state-owned restaurant. She thought she looked familiar because, when she was still a bit chubby, she once sold her a pair of white mesh shoes with a flower pattern. She didn't hide it and straightforwardly said, "White mesh shoes with a flower pattern." Hearing this, Zhu Rongrong's face changed dramatically. Her lips trembled as she said, "It's really you?" She was surprised, but before she could react further, she grabbed Gu Yuehui's arm and lowered her voice. "How did you lose so much weight? How can you lose weight so quickly? Do you have some secret method? Can you tell me?" Gu Yuehui's mouth twitched. She looked at Zhu Rongrong with a complicated expression. She originally thought Zhu Rongrong would start a scene of jealousy over her husband, but instead, her first reaction was to ask how she lost weight. Such a strange angle. Zhu Rongrong saw that she wasn't speaking and gritted her teeth. Her voice softened and became gentle. "Can you tell me?" Gu Yuehui chuckled. "Of course. Exercise more, drink more water, watch what you eat, and get moving. Is it that simple?" Zhu Rongrong looked at her with some disbelief and suspicion. She had tried to lose weight before, but exercise didn't work, and controlling her diet made her stomach growl loudly. She had suffered a lot but saw no results. Over time, she always failed. She used to sell her shoes to her, and they were about the same size. Now, suddenly, she had become a beautiful woman. How could she not envy her? Maybe after losing weight, He Lanzong would see her differently. Moreover, even if it wasn't for He Lanzong, she was tired of being laughed at because of her appearance. Gu Yuehui thought for a moment. She was able to lose weight so quickly partly because of the Sumerian space well water. However, such things are naturally not to be spoken of. She said, "I'm not lying to you, but the key is to keep at it. Maybe you should try to persist a bit longer." Zhu Rongrong looked at her sincerely, not seeming like she was lying, and sighed deeply. "I used to try losing weight too, but I couldn't stick with it. She often felt hungry and dieting didn't work well for her, so she kept failing." Zhu Rongrong looked worried, but quickly thought about the current situation and asked, "Why are you here today? Do you have some connection with Du Yanran's family? I haven't heard you mention it before." Her overly familiar attitude made Gu Yuehui pause silently. She then replied, "Just some ordinary relatives, a coincidence." Zhu Rongrong nodded understandingly. She thought I knew it. Du Yanran's family always looks down on others. They used to look down on her family too. If her father hadn't taken on the work of the educated youth going to the countryside this time, they definitely wouldn't have invited them over. Of course, she had no interest in attending such boring gatherings. Du Yanran, who was nearby, heard Gu Yuehui distancing herself and looked at her in surprise. Inside, she felt a strange feeling. How could someone she valued so much be ignored by others? She didn't want to get involved at all. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Yuehui, you really know how to joke. We haven't seen each other in so many years, and you're still so straightforward. But your personality does suit Rongrong's taste." Gu Yuehui's lips curled into a cold smile. She had never dealt with Du Yanran in her past life, but as soon as she spoke, she sensed a hint of green tea, high-level, deadly, and subtle. It was the same type as Tianjing. She hated people like that the most. "Joke? Who's joking?" "Your mother changed her name after gaining power. She wasn't called Nya Palon before. I remember. I think her name was Gu Jinfeng, right? Forgetting your roots. And now you've come to this end. Her words were blunt, causing Du Yanran's face to change instantly. At first, I thought it was because of her pretty face, but now I realize that was only part of the reason. Helan Zhang is proud and ambitious. He doesn't want to rely on his family's arrangements or use marriage as a way to succeed. She lost from the start, defeated by her own attempt to lock Helan Zhang's future with her own. In that moment, Zhu Rongrong let go of her worries. She smiled, picked up the soda on the table, and poured 2 glasses. She handed one to Gu Yuehui. Thank you. Gu Yuehui frowned, finding Zhu Rongrong's way of thinking hard to follow. Du Yanran also frowned, confused about why Zhu Rongrong was acting so strangely and treating a country girl differently. Today, her goal was to make Zhu Rongrong feel better, maybe even get her to say some nice words about Zhu Feng. Rongrong, what are you drinking? She's probably drinking soda for the first time. I'll drink with you. What do you want to eat? I'll serve you some dishes. Looking down on me? Here, take it. Zhu Rongrong was annoyed because Gu Yuehui didn't move for a while. Gu Yuehui glanced at Du Yanran, whose face was turning red like a pig's liver, and didn't refuse anymore. She took the soda. Zhu Rongrong cheerfully clinked her glass with her and drank it all in one go. She lowered her voice and said, I'm getting married soon. That's my fiancé. As for Comrade, we're not meant to be. I'll leave him to you. Her tone was a bit emotional, and there was a faint feeling of sadness in her heart. After all these years, she had never liked someone so much before. What a pity. Gu Yuehui raised her eyebrows. Leave him to me. Zhu Rongrong looked at her irritably. Don't take advantage and act innocent. Helan Zhang is so outstanding. Don't you like him? Gu Yuehui honestly shook her head. He's good, but that doesn't mean everyone has to like him. I already like someone else. In a few days, he'll come here to work in the countryside. Zhu Rongrong's eyes widened in surprise. He's coming to work in the countryside? How do you know him? She didn't expect that the person she couldn't get was not even a backup for Gu Yuehui. She liked someone too, and she could tell from the gentle tone when Gu Yuehui mentioned liking someone. It was genuine. Gu Yuehui looked down. How do I know him? She and Yan Xiaoyu disliked each other from the very beginning. If it hadn't been for the rain causing the Knowledge Youth Station to collapse, leaving the young workers nowhere to stay, and forcing them to live with local farmers, she probably wouldn't have had any deeper connection with Yan Xiaoyu. Gu Yuehui slightly curled her lips and didn't answer the question. Instead, she said, we knew each other a long time ago. A very long time ago, even in her previous life. Zhu Rongrong looked at Gu Yuehui with envy. She admired the kind of relationship Gu Yuehui had. Suddenly, she said, the Knowledge Youth going to the countryside will start in about half a month. They will be assigned to different production teams. What's the name of the person you like? I can ask my dad to help. Maybe he can arrange for you to be in the same team. Gu Yuehui was a bit surprised. She thought her relationship with Zhu Rongrong was just average, yet she was willing to help with this. However, in her previous life, Yan Xiaoyu and Song Jinan both went to the Layazizi production team, and this time, there wouldn't be any mistake. Gu Yuehui thought for a moment and sincerely said, thank you, but no need. It's easier not to trouble you. Zhu Rongrong waved her hand. No trouble at all. Look at her. She just wants to flatter me, so my dad will help her get assigned to the same team as the son of the provincial governor. Dream on. She doesn't even look at herself. While speaking, she subtly pointed to Du Iran beside her. Gu Yuehui's face darkened. The son of the provincial governor, hearing this, Zhu Rongrong seemed to open a floodgate of words and kept talking nonstop. You don't know? There are several groups of informed people coming back to our county, including some from Beijing. Their families are high officials with strong backgrounds. She licked her lips and continued, I heard one of them is the son of the governor of H province. That's a top official. Everyone wants to get close to him. Gu Yuehui smiled faintly. Really? It turned out that even before Song Jinan arrived, he had already gained a reputation. No wonder the Layazizi production team was full of beautiful girls sneaking peeks every day, and the Knowledge Youth Station was almost overwhelmed. Sadly, the one who finally caught the attention was someone like Tianjing. Honestly, she hated Tianjing and had no good feelings towards Song Jinan either, even though he had never deliberately made things difficult for her. This is probably what people call biting the hand that feeds you. Song Jinan never tries to understand his wife's feelings and allows her to misuse his power. This itself is wrong, but he never realizes it. Zhu Rongrong nodded seriously. Of course, but I don't have that kind of thought.
Hee hee.
I used to like He Lanzhong, but now I believe I have to rely on myself. Cui Hejie seems honest, so I think he won't be bad. As she spoke, Zhu Rongrong's chubby face showed a hint of hope for her future life. Gu Yuehui frowned slightly, almost unnoticed. Cui Hejie is not a kind person. He is inherently mean. If he used tricks to get involved with He Lanzhong and Zhu Rongrong's marriage, she wouldn't believe it. Cui Hejie is like a fierce dog, just trying to please his boss. As long as it helps him climb higher, he will bite anyone his boss tells him to. Although Zhu Rongrong has some good qualities, Cui Hejie probably can't see them. He is definitely not a good person. Unfortunately, in her past life, she knew little about Cui Hejie and never asked about him. She pursed her lips slightly, looked at Zhu Rongrong without saying anything. Everyone has their own fate. Even if she spoke, she wouldn't believe it. She decided to wait and see. Zhu Rongrong thought for a moment and asked, "By the way, where do you work now? Can I visit you often?" Gu Yuehui looked confused. "Why do you want to find me?" Zhu Rongrong's lips twitched a little angry. "We've talked so much. Aren't we friends? Do you think I'm fat? Don't want to hang out with me?" Gu Yuehui rubbed her forehead. "I'm very busy with work. I probably don't have time to hang out." Her words were just loud enough to be heard by Du Yanran nearby. Du Yanran sneered. "Busy with work? Working hard every day, thinking you're so important. Do you even have a real job? Just scraping by every day, feeling inferior." Du Yanran was holding a grudge about not being shown respect. She spoke loudly, and everyone at the table looked over. Gu Jifeng's face darkened. He felt regretful. He shouldn't have come, and now his daughter is also being unfairly criticized. Gu Tianfeng and Gu Yinfeng looked embarrassed. Although they weren't just scraping by, among so many people, they could only be considered low-status workers.
They felt like the words were stabbing at them.
Nia Peilon also heard the noise and turned to look at her daughter, frowning with some displeasure. Gu Yuehui was quick-witted and not easy to bully. Today, her main goal was to invite Zhu Feng to dinner, and she didn't want any trouble to arise. Sitting nearby, Du Yunyun clapped her hands loudly and agreed. "Sister, Gu Yuehui doesn't really have a job. She spends every day doing collective farm work in the countryside, earning some work points to support herself. How can she call that a job?" Her voice was full of disdain, as if she wanted to crush Gu Yuehui into the dust. Zhu Rongrong looked at Gu Yuehui with an apologetic expression. She didn't expect that just asking a simple question would cause her such embarrassment. These two sisters, Du Yanyan and Du Yunyun, are really not good people. Gu Jifeng couldn't take it anymore and stood up, saying, "Nan Nan, let's go." He wanted to maintain good relations with his siblings, but that didn't mean he would tolerate others bullying his daughter. After greeting Gu Yuehui, he turned to Nia Peilon and said, "Big sister, all these years, I don't think you've done a good job of educating your daughter." Nia Peilon's face darkened like a pot bottom, feeling that everyone was looking at her strangely. Du Yunyun, who was shallow-minded, immediately stood up when she heard herself being mocked. She pointed at Gu Jifeng's nose and cursed loudly. "What did you say? A dirt farmer. I only invited you to eat a meal, and you think you're so special." Nia Peilon felt a headache coming on. She knew that today's meal would be uneasy. She lowered her eyes to look at Zhu Feng, but found that his attention wasn't on her spoiled daughter at all. But Nia Peilon looked up at Gu Yuehui, her eyes narrowing slightly, with a look of scrutiny. She suddenly realized she had underestimated this niece before. Although she was at the center of attention and faced all kinds of insults, her face showed no change. Instead, she remained calm, like an outsider. However, this calmness became sharp after Du Yunyun cursed Gu Jifeng. She slammed her porcelain cup onto the table with a bang. Her lips curled into a smile, but her words were as sharp as a knife. What did you say? A dirt farmer?
Du Yunyun, it seems my father was right.
Your upbringing is really worrying. From ancient times to now, who among your ancestors isn't called a dirt farmer by you? Whose ancestors didn't make a living by digging in the soil? Looking down on farmers? Then don't eat. If you're so noble, why don't you hang yourself with a rope? Oh, I forgot. No need to count 3 generations. Just 1 generation above your mother. She was raised by landlords. Everyone says landlords exploit farmers. Your dismissive attitude towards common people must have been learned from your mother, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire state-run restaurant fell silent. Nya Pelon's face turned pale, then red, then pale again. She hated her background the most. Now, being openly criticized by Gu Yuehui felt like being roasted over a fire, hurtful and humiliating. If her last words got out, it could also affect Du Jin's career. What a hateful person. She shouldn't have let her in. She was just being manipulated. Zhu Rongrong looked up, full of admiration, staring at Gu Yuehui. If she had that kind of courage, she wouldn't have been mocked for her weight before. It seemed she still had a lot to learn. Du Yunyun, being young, felt her heart pounding after hearing this. Her neck and face turned red as if bleeding, and she could only silently protest. I
didn't mean that.
It's not true. Nya Pelon couldn't stand it anymore. She waved her hand and said, Enough, everyone, be quiet. She took a deep breath, looked at Gu Yuehui, and forced a smile. Yuehui, we're family. Why get angry? Your cousin Yunyun said something wrong, and Aunt will naturally teach her. Just eat your meal. Then she looked at Gu Jifeng, who was standing stiffly, and said coldly, And you, 4th brother, sit down. Don't act like a child, or the guests will laugh at us. Gu Jifeng frowned, but didn't sit. He just looked at Gu Yuehui. Gu Yuehui sighed, picked up a soda from the table, and poured a glass for Du Yanyan. You're right about one thing. This is my first time drinking soda. People from the countryside aren't used to it. Too sweet and greasy. Plain water tastes better. After saying that, Gu Yuehui gave Du Yanyan a gentle smile. She put down the soda bottle, clapped her hands, and stood up to leave. She smiled and said, Let's go, Dad. Today wasn't a total waste. At least now I know the difference between officials in the county government and us folks from the countryside. Maybe I can even write a report about it, get it published with some good material. A report? Published? Material? Nya Pelon's face changed slightly, and everyone else looked at Gu Yuehui in surprise. Yuehui.
Wait.
It was all a misunderstanding. We're family relatives. There's nothing we can't get past. Don't speak in anger. Come, sit beside Auntie. Nya Pelon quickly stepped forward and grabbed Gu Yuehui's arm, trying to pull her to sit next to Zhu Feng. Zhu Feng was pleased to see this, with a subtle smile in his eyes. No need, I still have to go back to work, Gu Yuehui said with a smile, taking her work badge from her pocket and hanging it around her neck. The badge was blue, with large characters that read, People's Daily. Below that it was written in calligraphy, Editing Group 3, Gu Yuehui. Nya Pelon looked at her badge, and her face turned very ugly. You actually work at the People's Daily? At first, she didn't understand what Gu Yuehui meant, but now she did. She had become an employee of the People's Daily? With her? How could she get into such a place? Suddenly, Nya Pelon thought of Lin Jinshu. Now she was married to Qin Wanjing, and her status was naturally different. Although Qin Wanjing was just the secretary of Huangying Commune, he was quite capable, with powerful backing. The words, People's Daily, stirred up another wave of shock. This place was not easy to get into for just anyone. Without real talent and skill, you wouldn't last long here. It was a proper state-owned organization, and you couldn't just barge in. Gu Yuehui glanced at Zhu Feng, whose eyes were burning with excitement, then looked at Nya Pelon in front of her, feeling a wave of disgust. Miss Nya, since you've changed your name and identity, we are no longer related as aunt and niece. From now on, please call me Comrade Gu. Oh, by the way, my grandfather used to spend a lot of money on you. Now that you're successful, you've forgotten all about it. You're so unfilial. When you have time, remember to go back and pay your respects, burn some paper, understand, and your two daughters, who are so quick to speak without thinking. Today you offended me, a country girl. That's one thing, but what if tomorrow you offend some noble person from the capital? Will you be able to handle the gossip? That's enough talk. Be careful. Gu Yuehua raised an eyebrow with a faint smile. After stirring up the water, she and Gu Zifeng patted their bottoms and left together. Nie Peilon clenched her teeth and looked back at Zhu Feng. Sure enough, she saw him hesitating, as if moved by Gu Yuehuai's words. Du Yanran's face also turned pale. She looked at the soda in her cup, which was almost overflowing, trembling with anger. She originally planned to use her connections to get close to the governor's son from Beijing and build a relationship. But now everything has fallen apart, and there might even be rumors that could harm their family. Zhu Rongrong glanced at Du Yanran and sneered. Serves her right. This Du Yanran has always looked down on others, acting superior with her nose in the air. Relying on Du Jin's status, she's been arrogant in the courtyard. She used to bully Zhu Yunyan with her, trying to get some benefit. Well, she deserves it. Zhu Rongrong smiled happily, feeling more fond of Gu Yuehuai and deciding to be friends with her. Gu Yuehuai didn't care if Nie Peilon's farewell party went smoothly. She was still hungry and bought a few freshly baked sesame pancakes, eating happily. Gu Zifeng held a warm pancake, looking guilty. Nan, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought you here. Gu Yuehuai frowned. What are you talking about, Dad? The state-run restaurant isn't run by Nie Peilon. We can come and go as we please. No one can stop us. Besides, did you see me losing out? Hearing this, Gu Zifeng was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. He used to think his daughter was a spoiled girl who needed his protection. But he didn't realize that as she grew up, she could also shield him from the wind and rain. Back at Huanging Commune, Gu Yuehuai looked at the time and said, Dad, you should go home. I need to go to work. Gu Zifeng nodded. Before he could say more, Gu Yuehuai had already run off. He chuckled to himself, shook his head, and sighed softly, then hurried home. However, after just a few steps, someone stopped him. Gu Tianfeng shouted loudly, Zifeng, wait. Gu Zifeng was surprised and turned around. He saw Gu Tianfeng riding a bicycle, pedaling hard and calling out to him. There was also someone sitting on the back seat. When the bicycle stopped, he saw who it was. Big sister. Gu Zifeng was a bit surprised, confused about why Nie Peilon was chasing after him, coming to confront him. Gu Tianfeng wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered quietly, You guys are riding too fast. Gu Zifeng was puzzled. What are you doing? Nie Peilon's heart was filled with many thoughts. Suddenly, she showed some regret on her face and said, Fourth brother, I'm sorry. It's all because big sister didn't teach the children well, which made Yuehuai so angry. Don't mind it. Later, you should also talk to Yuehuai. Being too angry is bad for health. Gu Zifeng kept his lips pressed and didn't speak. He was not a person who beat around the bush. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost his family. He couldn't control whether his daughter was angry or resentful. That was not up to him. Seeing him silent, Nie Peilon's eyes flashed with a hint of anger and frustration. Of course, she didn't come here just to apologize. With tears in her eyes, she grabbed Gu Zifeng's hand and said, Fourth brother, are you also angry with big sister? Gu Zifeng felt a bit helpless, but didn't pull his hand away. Gu Tianfeng watched from the side, feeling very confused. In his memory, Nie Peilon was very disdainful of dealing with Gu Zifeng. She hadn't even asked about him all these years, as if afraid to dirty her mouth. What was going on today? Thinking about what happened just now at the state-run restaurant, he felt that Nie Peilon's hatred for Gu Zifeng's family was only growing. Why did she still want him to bring her here? What did this mean? Nie Peilon knew Gu Zifeng's attitude was softening. Her eyes flickered, and she wiped away the tears from the corner of her eye. She said, Look, after so many years apart, fourth brother and I are strangers now. How about this? When the time is right, you all come to our house for a meal. Big sister will host, and we can have a good chat, okay? Gu Zifeng's lips moved, unsure whether to agree. But Nyepalon had already made the decision. All right, we've agreed. Tomorrow, at noon, come to the gate of the County Revolutionary Committee compound and wait for us. Gu Jifeng looked in the direction of the Masses Daily newspaper and shook his head. Nanan still has to work, so she doesn't have time to go. Nyepalon paused, knowing she had caught her target. If she didn't come, how could that work? Her voice grew serious and a little unhappy. Fourth brother, are you deliberately refusing to reconcile with big sister? Have you forgotten who used to hold you and feed you, comfort you when you were sleeping? What she didn't say was that, as a child, she did so much just to please her adoptive parents and maintain her life as a young lady. She could only be extra kind to Gu Jifeng, her only biological child. Of course, these kindnesses now seemed not entirely useless. At least, Gu Jifeng's feelings for her were not completely absent. Sure enough, under Nyepalon's forceful words, Gu Jifeng finally loosened her grip, but still hesitated, saying, I can only tell Nan about this. If she doesn't have time to go, I'll go myself. Nyepalon didn't say anything more. She understood the idea of fishing with a long line. She also saw that Gu Yuehui was stubborn and probably couldn't be easily persuaded. She might need to use some special methods, and to threaten her. Only Gu Jifeng, the fool, could do it. Nyepalon smiled and said, All right, it's settled then. Big sister will cook some good food tomorrow to treat you. After saying that, Gu Tianfeng took her away. Gu Jifeng watched their figures, feeling warm inside, as if returning to childhood, when the four siblings sat around a small stove, reading books and telling jokes together. When Gu Yuehui returned to the Masses Daily, everyone had finished their lunch break. She went back to her seat and continued her work. Nothing special happened. Before leaving work, Wei Luo came by to ask how she was adjusting and looked at the illustrations she drew today. Wei Luo looked at the lively and humorous illustrations in her hand, nodded with satisfaction, and finally relaxed after seeing them. Very good, keep it up. Gu Yuehui nodded calmly and said, Thank you, Chief Editor. Being modest and steady makes her a promising talent. Wei Luo added this label to her in her mind, and was very pleased with the person recommended by the bureau this time. As she left, the office became lively. Wan Qinglan excitedly said, Chief Editor Wei is known for being gentle on the outside but strict inside. She rarely praises others. The most I hear her say is, The article isn't good enough, rewrite it. Huang Binbin also sighed. Yeah, Yuehui, you've just arrived, but you've already outdone us. Maybe soon you'll be the leader of our group. This sensitive topic caused a slight pause in the office atmosphere. Not everyone was as carefree as Wan Qinglan and Huang Binbin. Gu Yuehui smiled, but her voice was very calm. As a brick, I go where I'm needed. If the chief editor needs me, I work hard, stay motivated, and bring honor to the unit. Everyone's effort won't be wasted. We're not fools. Work well, and the leader position will go to the capable. Let's all work together and keep going. She can be modest, but she won't deliberately refuse or pretend to be humble, as that would seem fake. Since she has joined the organization, she naturally needs to plan for her future. No one wants to stay in a low-level position forever. When Gu Yuehui returned home in the evening, she learned from Gu Jifeng that they would be going to the County Revolutionary Committee compound for dinner tomorrow. She lightly tapped her fingers on the table, with a half-smile on her face. Big Aunt, she specifically came to find you just to invite us to dinner? Dad, are you sure Big Aunt is really like that? Gu Jifeng's lips moved slightly and he said reluctantly, Maybe. Maybe Big Aunt has changed her mind? He spoke with some hope, still trusting his sister after many years apart. Gu Tinghui frowned and said, Dad, based on what you said, today Big Aunt let her two daughters bully Nan. She didn't get any benefit, but she clearly doesn't like our family. Why would she suddenly change her mind? Is she planning something bad? Hearing this, Gu Shihui, sitting beside Yan Xiaodang, chuckled. Big brother, you're so clever. Gu Jifeng looked suspiciously at Gu Tinghui and Gu Shihui. What does our family have that she wants? You're overthinking it. When I was little, I had a good relationship with Big Aunt. Would she really forget about me? Gu Shihui's mouth twitched, giving Gu Jifeng a look that said he was being foolish. Gu Jifeng, annoyed by the look, picked up a broom from the bed and wanted to hit Gu Shihui, but seeing Yan Xiaotong's pretty face softened his anger. He lowered his voice and said, "You little brat. What's that expression for? Dad, can't you see? I think you're a fool." Gu Shihui finished speaking before Gu Jifeng could get angry again and continued analyzing. You and Big Aunt have a good relationship? Would she abandon her family and change her name if something happened? Would she not contact you for so many years? Would she be thinking of you? You're really flattering yourself. As for what she wants. Dad, you just said that when Big Aunt caught up with you, she repeatedly urged that Nanan go with her. Well, isn't that the problem? Nanan didn't give her face at the state-run restaurant. Why is she so polite and kind? I'll tell you, she wants Nanan. She's definitely hiding some bad plans in her heart. Gu Shihui's words were firm, making Gu Jifeng tremble. He stammered, "Really?" Gu Tinghui, feeling annoyed, said, "Dad, since it's come to this, you still don't believe it." Gu Jifeng quickly shook his head and looked at Gu Yuehui. Nan, Dad. Dad doesn't know. Don't go tomorrow. Big brother and I will go and see what she's really thinking. Gu Yuehui smiled and nodded. I wasn't planning to go either. Her thoughts were the same as Gu Shihui's. She suspected there was some hidden agenda, either trouble or theft. She had already been treated poorly at the state-run restaurant, yet she didn't hold a grudge and still wanted to invite her for a meal. What kind of logic is that? Suddenly, she remembered the intense, almost sickening gaze during the meal, the source of it. Gu Yuehui half closed her eyes. She knew the person watching her was Zhu Feng, and she also knew Nye Peilon was now trying to please Zhu Feng, hoping her daughter could get close to the provincial governor's son, Song Jinan, to improve her social standing. So Nye Peilon's goal was to have her niece, help flatter Zhu Feng? Thinking of this, Gu Yuehui's face looked strange. If she didn't go, wouldn't she be letting down Nye Peilon's good intentions? She always believed in clear distinctions between kindness and resentment, and she wouldn't let herself be used for nothing. Her niece was not as useful as her own daughter. With this in mind, Gu Yuehui softly said, "Dad, let's go together tomorrow at noon." Gu Jifeng shook his head and refused. "No need. Dad and Big Brother will go. You stay here." He treasured his daughter dearly. Since he suspected Nye Peilon had bad intentions, he didn't want her to take any risks. The County Revolutionary Committee compound was full of armed guards. What if something happened? Gu Tinghui also agreed. "Yes, Nan, you're still working. Why go there?" Gu Yuehui raised an eyebrow and sighed lightly. "All right, I won't go. Be careful tomorrow. See if Annie calls Zhu Feng over for dinner." She originally wanted to stir up some trouble, but since that was the plan, she decided not to go. Gu Jifeng hesitated and suddenly frowned. Zhu Feng? He remembered this person and noticed how Nye Peilon was very attentive to Zhu Feng during the meal, almost as if she had a favor to ask. Oh, and Zhu Feng's daughter was sitting at the same table as them. Yes. Gu Yuehui didn't explain further. Some things could only be understood by seeing for herself. Gu Jifeng is not Gu Ruihui. He cares about her deeply. If he knew Nye Peilon had such nasty intentions, he would surely feel regret and stop caring about this family. That might actually be a good thing. The family members went to sleep with many thoughts in their minds. After comforting Yan Xiaodong to sleep, Gu Yuehui entered the Sumer space.
Recently, she stopped planting wheat and rice.
Instead, she planted peanuts and cotton in the fields, preparing to extract oil and harvest cotton for winter. These are essential supplies. The Sumer space did not disappoint her. The harvest was abundant. From a small vegetable patch, she could harvest hundreds of kilograms of peanuts at once. With just 3 or 4 plantings, she could produce hundreds of jin of cooking oil. 100 jin is about 200 pounds, and from that much unhulled peanuts, she could extract over 30 jin of peanut oil. Now, cooking oil is scarce. The team can only share a little each time. People need oil, and selling it could be more profitable than selling raw grains. Life is just about surviving, so she has to think of ways to make more money. She now works as an art editor at the Masses Daily, not as an apprentice. She earns 25.84 yuan a month. After 3 years, her salary will increase to 36 yuan, plus a 5 yuan bonus. Compared to other factories, this salary is quite high. But after experiencing the thrill of earning over 10 yuan a day from the black market, her monthly salary of just over 20 yuan seems small. Of course, it's not much, but she treasures this job very much. In the 1970s, nothing was more secure than holding a stable government job. She could occasionally go to the black market, but at work, she had to do her best. She needed to prove herself, or all her hard work would be wasted. Business doesn't need to be rushed. After the 1980s, the trend of starting private businesses grew. Business was no longer restricted, and that was the time for her to take a chance. For now, she would earn her salary honestly. Gu Yuehui dug out the peanuts, packed them, and planted more. Then she went to collect eggs. Now, in the space, roosters and hens are in large groups. Fluffy yellow chicks are growing healthily, chirping non-stop. Plus, lively gray rabbits hopping around. Everything looks full of life. Gu Yuehui also thought of the herd of cows in the production team. She wondered if they could survive this cold winter. Thinking of the cows, she couldn't help but think of Lu Er, the herdsman. She wondered if the child in Li Chaoying's belly was his or Chen Yuesheng's. Perhaps this person still has some use. The next day, Gu Yuehui went to work as usual. Gu Tinghui accompanied her, saw her off, then returned to work himself. The first time is always unfamiliar, but by the second, it becomes easier. Today, she quickly got the hang of things. She spent little time creating colorful, unique illustrations, each one emerging from her pen. She learned to draw from Yan Xiaoyu. After her revenge was hopeless, she shut herself away for 10 years, drawing portraits every day. Each one was of Tianjing. She could almost draw her with her eyes closed. So, her portraits are much more vivid than her still-life paintings. Her work speed was very high, which made Huang Binbin and Wan Qinglan feel some pressure. They were both the kind of people who just went with the flow, waiting for others to tell them what to do. Now, with a competitive person in the office, they felt awkward. Time flew by quickly. When it was almost time to leave, Wan Qinglan packed her things and said annoyed, "Yuehui, why do you work so hard? You draw illustrations so fast that my drafts can't keep up. It's really tiring." Gu Yuehui thought for a moment and replied, "Our Masses Daily also publishes children's books or news picture books. Tomorrow, I'll ask the editor-in-chief to assign some tasks. I won't let my work affect your progress." Hearing this, Wan Qinglan's mouth twitched. She decided to let it go. There was no point arguing with such an eager person. Huang Binbin also looked at Gu Yuehui and sighed. He hunched his back and walked out of the office. He had a feeling that the relaxed, harmonious atmosphere in the office was about to be broken. No one would be able to work properly anymore. Gu Yuehui pursed her lips lightly, not bothering to think about others' opinions. She carried her shopping bag and lunchbox and left the office. As soon as she stepped outside, she bumped into a beautiful woman. She wore a floral vest, with a thick braid draped diagonally across her chest. Her features were delicate, and her skin was fair. She stood out in the crowd. Gu Yuehui immediately guessed who she was. In the office of the Masses Daily, she was a star, Lu Chong, an editor in the first group. Rumor had it she was dating Pei Yi. As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Gu Yuehui just thought of Pei Yi when he came out of the neighboring office. He was carrying a black leather briefcase under his arm, with a gentle and elegant demeanor, like a refined young gentleman. Pei Yi. Lu Chong's eyes lit up when she saw him. Pei Yi, who had been looking down and seemed lost in thought, raised his head. When he saw Lu Chong, a smile appeared on his face, though it hadn't fully spread. His gaze was then drawn to a faint figure entering the crowd nearby. She was dressed very simply, blending into the crowd almost unnoticed. She had a slim, graceful figure, with a back that seemed delicate and thin. From behind, she exuded a cool, independent aura, as if apart from the world. He couldn't help but look at her a few more times.
Pei Yi.
What are you looking at so intently? Lu Chong approached him and called a few times, but he didn't respond. She frowned and pouted, looking in the direction of his gaze with a displeased expression, but saw nothing. Huh. Pei Yi snapped out of his thoughts. Seeing Lu Chong's charming face, he quickly forgot about the figure he had just seen. Lu Chong looked at Pei Yi's handsome face and couldn't help but smile shyly. She linked her arm with his and said, "Let's go. Come to my house for dinner today. My mom has already prepared the food." Pei Yi hesitated and said awkwardly, That might not be very appropriate." Lu Chong raised her eyebrows and showed a proud expression. Ignoring his hesitation, she pulled him along and said, "I don't care. You have to come home with me for dinner today. How many times do I have to ask? You can't keep refusing me every time, right?" A look of helplessness appeared on Pei Yi's face. He didn't say anything further, but his eyes showed some resistance. It wasn't yet dark when Gu Yuehui returned home. The sky was just beginning to dim, and the workers had finished recording their work points. As soon as she arrived, she felt a heavy, oppressive atmosphere in the house. Gu Yuehui asked in confusion, "Dad, the house was so quiet that not even a kerosene lamp was lit, and the stove was cold." The only person unaffected seemed to be Yan Xiaodong, who was sleeping soundly in Gu Shihui's arms. "Little girl is back." Gu Jifeng's voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. Gu Yuehui frowned and asked, "What's wrong, Dad?" Hearing her words, Gu Jifeng suddenly had red eyes and silently covered his face with his hands. Gu Tinghui sighed and said, "Today we went to the County Revolutionary Committee compound. Zhu Feng was really there, and when he heard you didn't come, my older sister and Zhu Feng looked very unhappy. Dad, even if he's naive, knows they don't have good intentions. Father lost his temper on the spot, questioned my older sister, and in the end, was driven out by the security guards of the County Revolutionary Committee." Gu Yuehui listened and looked at Gu Jifeng. "Dad, you don't need to be sad about this, nor feel guilty towards me. This was done by Nye Peilon, not you. I understand your wish to make peace with them, and I don't blame you. Good and evil exist in the world. Gu Jifeng's desire to get along peacefully with his siblings is a kind act. He wouldn't blame Gu Jifeng's kindness because of Nye Peilon's bad actions, especially since it didn't harm her either." Gu Shihui, standing nearby, added softly, "Dad, you need to be more careful in the future." Hearing this, Gu Jifeng raised his head. His eyes, usually fierce, were now bright and red, but he looked sharply at Gu Shihui. "You little brat, when did it become your turn to lecture me?" He then swung his large hand like a fan onto Gu Shihui's head, making him grimace. After hitting Gu Shihui, Gu Jifeng sighed and looked at Gu Yuehui. Nan, I understand now. Some people just aren't meant to be together. Forcing it will only hurt ourselves. From now on, let's just focus on living our own lives." Gu Yuehui's lips curved into a gentle smile, and she nodded. Having Nye Peilon make Gu Jifeng see these truths was already worth it. Gu Shihui rubbed his head and asked, "Enough of these gloomy talks. What should we eat tonight?" As he spoke, his eyes looked at Gu Yuehui. Over the past few days, her cooking had spoiled his appetite. The meals his older brother made were no longer appealing. Suddenly, he understood what the book meant by delicious food and the desire to indulge. In the past, when life was hard, just filling the stomach was enough to make him happy. But now, things are different. Gu Yuehui looked at Yan Xiaodong and said, "Egg fried rice." The girl still needed good nutrition. She had been busy with work these days and couldn't take care of herself properly. Tonight, she wanted to prepare a special meal for her. White rice stir-fried with golden eggs, topped with some scallions. Aromatic and tempting. Hearing this, Gu Shihui eagerly nodded. Ever since his sister took over cooking, the family's meals had become more delicious. Gu Tinghui smiled and shook his head, asking, "Dad, is today the day we pay the public grain tax?" When this was mentioned, Gu Zifeng's face looked strange. He hesitated a little and said, "Have you noticed that tonight when we go to record our work points, the secretary and the director all look as if they've lost their loved ones? I wonder if there's been a problem with paying the grain tax." Gu Shihui couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Dad, even though you studied abroad when you were young, saying they look like they've lost their mother is too much. That's called mourning a loved one. Can you use words that sound more educated? Gu Zifeng's mouth twitched, annoyed, and said, I studied abroad and learned foreign words. You're talking about idioms. Gu Shihue choked and thought for a moment. He felt that maybe this excuse made some sense after all. Their little argument eased the heavy atmosphere a bit. Gu Yuehui cooked rice, beat some eggs, and narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that after the collective planning for grain, he had already noticed the frightening mismatch between work points and grain supplies. If ordinary villagers found out, the whole team might fall into chaos. Of course, this famine year was not only experienced by their team. However, the Great Labor Production team was already slow to react. Some sharper teams had already noticed the poor harvest this year and started trying to solve the grain shortage, but the gap was too big, and they were out of ideas. Thinking of this, Gu Yuehui said, whether or not there's a problem with paying the grain tax, from now on, I will buy some grain from the supply and marketing cooperative every day. Better safe than sorry. Dad, you don't need to worry so much. Just focus on working. Although she no longer had many grain coupons, they had plenty of grain to eat. She just needed to carry a basket to hide the rice, flour, and peanuts stored in her space, and it was no big deal. Gu Zifeng knew that Gu Yuehui had money. After thinking for a moment, he said sincerely, Girl, just buy some fine grains for yourself. Your brother and I eat coarse grains. Coarse grains are good for the stomach. Eating refined grains every day would be strange. Gu Yuehui raised an eyebrow and bluntly exposed, Dad, you've been eating fine grains since you were a child. Would you find it hard to adapt? Gu Zifeng's mouth twitched, and he awkwardly smiled. A real man doesn't boast about his past bravery. Gu Yuehui chuckled and shot him a sidelong glance, implying, Our family is doing well now. I will earn a lot of money in the future, and we can eat refined grains every day. So, there's no need to save. Do you understand? After speaking, he looked at Gu Tinghui and Gu Shihua, teasingly saying, Oh, right, and big brother and third brother, if you like any girls, just tell me. I can't bring girls to my side, but I can always gather some bride price money. This topic made the atmosphere cool down for a moment. After all, there are 3 brothers in the family, and only one has a girl he likes. Unfortunately, Gu Tinghui, realizing this late, blushed and said annoyed, What kind of talk is that for a young girl? He was indeed not young anymore. The young men who grew up with him from childhood are now all fathers. He's the only bachelor left. It's false to say he has no hopes for the future. But about liking a girl? Gu Tinghui thought about it but had no ideas, so he just shook his head. Next to him, Gu Shihua was not shy at all and asked curiously, Bride price? Why, I've never asked clearly. Where do you get so much money? Not only paying off debts but also buying fine grains every day. As a family member, he was really curious. What kind of life did the Gu family have before? Saying they ate irregularly might be an exaggeration, but he really never ate enough. Every time, he only ate until 6 parts full, then drank a lot of water before he could sleep. But now, life is getting better and better. Eating fine grains until his belly is round. That's something he never dared to imagine before. Moreover, he no longer needs to risk being caught by going to the black market with his father and brothers. He can stay at home quietly studying and taking care of the children. He truly liked this simple and stable life. Gu Yuehui was completely calm. Big brother didn't tell you? When I was a child, my grandmother gave me some jewelry. I kept it. After I turned over a new leaf, I took the jewelry to a shop in Zhoulon City to sell it, to get some money for the family. Gu Shihua frowned and asked suspiciously, Is that really how it is? He knew that the grandmother had many jewelry treasures, but those had long been confiscated. And judging by Gu Yuehui's previous personality, if he really had jewelry, he would definitely show it off proudly. Gu Yuehui looked a bit annoyed and said, Third brother, are you doubting me? Otherwise, where do you think the money came from? Did it fall from the sky? Dad can testify for me, right, Dad? Gu Zifeng nodded repeatedly and then patted Gu Shihua on the shoulder. Take good care of shouting and stop thinking so much every day. Gu Shihue grimaced and rubbed his head, muttering, No questions asked. Why do you have to hit? A gentleman speaks and doesn't fight. Understand? Gu Zifeng's eyes widened in anger. ready to strike again. But at this critical moment, Yen Xiaotang suddenly woke up. She looked up and saw Gu Yuehui busy at the stove, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. "Sister." Everything was quiet, and her clear voice was like a loud thunderclap to everyone. Since she arrived here and hadn't spoken before, people even thought she was a little mute. Gu Yuehui was used to this. She smiled and hugged Yen Xiaotang. "Xiaotang is so brave. Sister made you fried rice." Recently, with the well water nourishing her daily, the girl's condition improved more and more. She could now take off her pants by herself when going to the bathroom, started learning to wear socks, and could call people. Everything was moving in a good direction. Gu Shihui, a little excited, said, "Yuehui, do you think Xiaotang is better now?" Gu Yuehui thought for a moment and replied vaguely, "Maybe." She didn't know how much Yen Xiaotang could recover or if she could live like a normal person in the future. But she wouldn't give up using the well water for Yen Xiaotang. Whether it was 10 years or 20, she believed that someday, the suffering would turn into happiness. Although her answer was uncertain, everyone felt hopeful. At this moment, Gu Jifeng suddenly remembered something and asked suspiciously, "By the way, the last time the police came to visit, they said Xiaotang called." "Called Yen Xiaotang? Why does she have the surname Yen? Girl, do you know her?" Gu Yuehui paused slightly and smiled. "I've seen her before." Gu Jifeng's expression grew more suspicious. "Before? How long ago? Dad has never seen her?" If there was such a pretty girl in the 10-mile radius, it would have spread everywhere. "I've never heard anyone mention her." Gu Yuehui didn't want him to keep asking, so she said, "All right, the fried rice is ready. Let's eat." Yen Xiaoyu would come sooner or later. He was very cautious and kept everyone at a distance. If she hadn't accidentally taken a bullet for him in her past life, many things afterward might not have happened. She genuinely liked Yen Xiaotang and hoped that with her as a link, Yen Xiaoyu would treat her differently. That was her 10-year-long hatred, her only armor and light in her remaining life. In the morning, Gu Yuehui finished preparing breakfast, and Gu Tinghui regularly took her to work at Huangying Commune. Gu Tinghui handed her a large basket behind his back. "If you're busy and get off work late, Big Brother will come to pick you up." Gu Yuehui nodded. "Big Brother, you should go back now. It's almost time to start work." She watched Gu Tinghui leave before carrying the basket into her workplace. Wan Qinglan hadn't arrived yet, and Huang Binbin was yawning while sitting at his desk, holding a pen and doodling, looking like he was wasting time. Gu Yuehui placed the basket at her feet, grabbed her illustration portfolio, and left the editing team's third group to go to the chief editor Wei Luo's office. Before knocking, she heard voices arguing inside. The main speakers were Wei Luo and a strange middle-aged man, and the dispute was about the upcoming picture book publication of the Masses Daily, specifically the design and binding of the illustrations for classical poetry. Chief editor Wei Lu Chong studied painting in Zholan City. She is one of our most talented art editors at the Masses Daily. I ask, in our big team, who has more experience and qualifications than her? Gu Yuehui's eyes flickered slightly. Suddenly, she knocked on the door. Wei Luo, already annoyed by Lu Yizhou's noise, immediately responded and let her in when she knocked. Gu Yuehui pushed the door open and saw two people sitting on the sofa, tense and ready to argue. One was Wei Luo, the chief editor, looking delicate and a bit worried. The other was a well-groomed middle-aged man, whom she knew without guessing, Lu Yizhou, the deputy chief editor of the Masses Daily, and the person strongly recommending Lu Chong. "Xiao Gu?" Wei Luo looked surprised when she saw Gu Yuehui, then instinctively glanced at Lu Yizhou. Gu Yuehui nodded. "Chief, I've finished all the work in my team. I heard that our Masses Daily also publishes children's books and news picture stories regularly. I wonder if I can help with that." Wei Luo looked at her in surprise. Gu Yuehui naturally didn't want to just talk. She handed over a stack of her illustrations to Wei Luo. "Chief, these are the sketches I've drawn over the past 2 days. Please take a look." She's been working as an editor for over 10 years and has interacted with many art editors. However, Gu Yuehui can be considered one of the best. Her illustrations of lively horses, smiling faces facing the sun, and soaring eagles are very detailed and vivid. Just a glimpse gives a full picture, making people's hearts feel clear and bright. Lu Yizhou frowned as he looked at Gu Yuehui and then at Wei Luo, who was staring intently at the illustration draft. A bad feeling suddenly arose in his mind. He moved closer and looked, feeling a sinking sensation in his chest. Although he intentionally wanted his daughter Lu Chang to get the job of illustrating a classical poetry picture book and to achieve some success to improve her status at work, he had to admit that Lu Chang's skills were far below Gu Yuehui's. He sat up straight and glanced at Gu Yuehui. "Are you the Gu Yuehui recommended by Secretary Qin?" Gu Yuehui smiled. This question was obvious. It was clear she was there through connections. The deputy editor-in-chief was joking. "Recommended? I thought Secretary Qin valued my ability, and since the Masses Daily just happened to need someone like me, he acted as a middleman to connect us. Where's the recommendation in that?" Gu Yuehui was never a pushover. She came mainly to have Wei Luo arrange some work for her and to make achievements, preferably to become the leader of Editing Group 3. Unfortunately, she just happened to run into Lu Yizhou. Of course, in the workplace, success depends on one's own ability. If Lu Chang got the job because of connections, she wouldn't say anything. Lu Yizhou's face darkened, and his eyes showed displeasure as he looked at Gu Yuehui. He knew someone was parachuted in, but since she was from the countryside, he didn't pay much attention. Now he realized she was a difficult opponent. He was about to speak when Wei Luo said, "Enough, Editor Lu. Go back first. We can talk later if needed." Lu Yizhou was anxious. "Editor Wei." He knew these were just polite words. When she left the office, everything would be settled, and Lu Chang might not even get a sip of soup. Wei Luo raised an eyebrow but said nothing, just watching Lu Yizhou. Lu Yizhou hesitated, feeling annoyed. He glared fiercely at Gu Yuehui and left the office angrily. Gu Yuehui's expression remained calm, showing no fear or intimidation. Having experienced many things, she no longer fears the threat of a deputy editor. Wei Luo closed the draft and looked at Gu Yuehui, who was calm and composed. She smiled and said, "Little Gu, your ability is unquestionable. I trust you. Here I have a news picture book. Take it home and try adding some illustrations." Creating illustrated books of classical poetry and literature has become a top priority recently, so it can't be handed over to just anyone. She needed to think about this carefully and discuss it with other editors at her workplace. Who will ultimately get this opportunity is still uncertain. However, it's clear that successfully completing this task would be a great help to anyone. Gu Yuehui didn't look disappointed about not getting the classical poetry picture book. She calmly took the news picture book from Wei Luo and said, "Chief Editor, don't worry. I will do my best." After saying that, Gu Yuehui left the chief editor's office with the book and illustrations. Wei Luo watched her back, raising an eyebrow and letting out a small breath of relief. There's still more to come with the classical poetry picture book. Gu Yuehui was very focused on her work. As soon as she returned to the third editing team's office, she threw herself into her busy tasks. She kept an eye on Wan Qinglan, who arrived late, making faces at her. Huang Binbin sighed and shook his head at Wan Qinglan. "Get to work quickly." Wan Qinglan pouted, took out paper and pen, and started brainstorming ideas. The office was peaceful, and Gu Yuehui enjoyed this undisturbed atmosphere. She only left at the end of the day, carrying her basket and saying goodbye to her colleagues. On her way home, she didn't forget to slip into a quiet, deserted forest. She took rice, flour, and peanuts from the summer space, put them into her basket, and began preparing supplies. When the new year arrived, her family wouldn't have to worry about food. For a long time after, Gu Yuehui's life was simple and routine. Her room had become a storage for food. Bags of rice and flour were neatly stacked, and the full, round peanuts had been pressed into fragrant peanut oil at the oil mill by Gu Tinghui. A month passed quickly, and the temperature dropped significantly. By early winter, snow was falling gently. As the response was given, a tall, slender woman with a graceful figure stepped out from behind a thick curtain. She had a fair, oval face with two bright, cat-like eyes that were dark as ink. Sweat beaded on her delicate, pointed nose, and her red lips resembled peach blossoms. She looked like a proud red plum standing out against the white snow. Gu Tinghua looked away from Gu Yuehua and said, "Hurry up, it's getting late today." Got it, got it," Gu Yuehua replied with a light smile. He and Gu Tinghua stepped onto the snowy road toward the commune. Today was market day. People from nearby villages brought items to trade or sell small things to earn a little money. Meat, eggs, and grains were still not for sale, but other items could be bought or sold freely today. With the new year approaching, these markets not only helped families buy necessary holiday supplies but also allowed them to exchange extra belongings for money. The market lasted 3 days, as officially scheduled. Along the way, villagers wore smiles filled with hope for a better life. Many young men stared at Gu Yuehua with wide eyes, unable to help but chuckle foolishly. Their laughter annoyed Gu Tinghua, who quickly shielded Gu Yuehua behind him with a dark expression. Gu Yuehua found it amusing and said, "Big brother, I'm grown up. You can't hide me forever." Hearing this, Gu Tinghua paused, looked back, and realized he was being useless. He sighed quietly. He looked at Gu Yuehua from head to toe and thought more highly of his sister. She was like a shining gem, attracting everyone's attention. Recently, many marriage proposals had come to the door. Everyone knew about Gu Yuehua's good reputation in the Dalhousie production team. Now, when people mentioned his sister, she was no longer the spoiled, selfish girl who only cared about marriage. Gu Tinghua felt a mix of nostalgia and emotion. Soon, they arrived at the commune. Today, Huangying Commune was especially lively. Early in the morning, people set up small stalls along the street. Some sold tea eggs from carts, others sold roasted sweet potatoes and popcorn. The crowd was bustling and lively. "All right, you should go to work now. We'll come to find you at noon. We'll eat outside," Gu Tinghua said, watching the busy street with interest. Then he waved and walked away. Gu Yuehua entered Fuho Street and went into the Masses Daily newspaper office. Over the past month, everything went smoothly at work. She didn't encounter any trouble from others. Although her work on the classical poetry picture books still had no clear owner, she had completed the news picture book task, and Wei Luo was very satisfied. During this time, she worked confidently. Whenever she illustrated for the newspaper, she brought fresh ideas that surprised people. Although she is still new in her career, she is no longer an unknown person at the Masses Daily. Several editors-in-chief and deputy editors, led by Wei Luo, all think highly of her and seem to want to promote her. Her work on the classical poetry picture books has been on hold for a long time. She believes that in a few days, there will be a conclusion. Oh, and it's worth mentioning that she received a month's salary, 25.84 yuan. It's not a lot, but earning her own money makes her feel very secure when she spends it. Besides her salary, the Masses Daily also provides good benefits. Every month, they give her 20 jin of grain coupons, 2 jin of meat coupons, and in winter, 2 bundles of cotton coupons. Such treatment makes people envious when they hear about it. Gu Yuehua entered the office, took off his gloves and hat. Wan Qinglan came over eagerly and said, "Yuehua, shall we go out for wonton at noon?" "Sure, but my dad and my brother are coming too. If you don't mind, we can eat together." Gu Yuehua smiled, sat down, blew on his palms to warm them, and then started sketching. Wan Qinglan's eyes lit up with happiness. No problem, no problem." Gu Yuehua looked up at her and caught the joy in her eyes, silently. She never expected that her talkative and gossip-loving colleague, Wan Qinglan, would develop feelings for her older brother, Gu Tinghua. The story begins one morning. That day, Gu Tinghua, as usual, took her to work at the commune. Just as he was about to leave after dropping her off at Fuho Street, he accidentally bumped into a girl, knocking her down. The girl's papers fell to the ground. Gu Tinghua quickly apologized. The incident was quite simple, nothing exciting happened, but from then on, Wan Qinglan developed feelings for Gu Tinghua. Gu Tinghua is not as delicate as Gu Shihui, but he is honest and sincere. He is very suitable for marriage. Although he doesn't look as good as Gu Shihui, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, he stands out among ordinary people. Wan Qinglan was never a shy person. When she had a little idea, she didn't hide it. At first, when she asked about Gu Tinghuai, she was a bit indirect, but now she was openly asking. In her past life, Gu Tinghuai was never married and had no one he liked. She didn't know if Wan Qinglan was truly his destined partner. But she always believed in going with the flow. She wouldn't take sides or stop anything. If they were meant to be together, they would find their way. If not, forcing it wouldn't help. The morning quickly passed. At lunch, Wan Qinglan happily linked her arm with Gu Yuehuai and headed outside. However, as soon as they left the office, they ran into someone waiting at the door. Gu Yuehuai glanced at the person, then looked at Wan Qinglan, whose smile was a bit stiff. He felt a little worried. Yuehuai. Yao Meili, who was waiting at the door, saw Gu Yuehuai and waved happily. She was wearing a new coat today, with osmanthus oil in her hair, and the sweet scent was noticeable as she approached. Gu Yuehuai smiled softly and said, Meili. He forgot to mention one thing. His older brother, Gu Tinghuai, was much more charming than just attracting Wan Qinglan. Now, Yao Meili had somehow become a strong rival for the position of his sister-in-law. Gu Yuehuai let out a deep breath and asked, Meili, what are you doing? Yao Meili blushed and naturally linked her other arm with Gu Yuehuai's. Today is the day of the gathering. Uncle Gu and Big Brother Gu will come too, right? It's lively with so many people. Let's go shopping together. Gu Yuehuai felt like a sandwich, constantly thinking of Gu Tinghuai. He just wanted to hand over these two tricky situations to his brother. A love triangle. Her brother's death in her past life was truly unfair. Who wouldn't envy such a romantic fate? Wan Qinglan pouted, looking unhappy. She was even more annoyed when she saw the blush on Yao Meili's cheeks. She couldn't help but say, did the supply and marketing cooperative get all their business taken by the gathering? You're really free today. Everyone was at Huanging Commune and liked the same person. It wasn't the first time they met. Yao Meili was gentle, while Wan Qinglan was lively. They were very different types, and their meeting sparked some small sparks. Comrade Wan, you're joking. Millie Yao is not someone who likes to compete with others. She also noticed the tone of Wan Qinglan's words, but that doesn't matter. Since everyone likes it, they should each do what they are good at. Moreover, Gu Tinghuai being liked by Wan Qinglan shows that her judgment is good. Gu Yuehuai moved his arms and listened to the back and forth between the two women. His head hurt even more. The country girls trying to get a grain purchase permit for the city work hard to marry into the city. Even if they marry or someone disabled, they don't regret it, just to have enough to eat. The city girls mostly look at whether the man has a grain purchase permit and if they can eat commercial grain. His older brother never showed any interest, yet he easily gained the affection of two city girls. TSK. Gu Yuehuai shook his head. Fate is something that's hard to explain. Just then, a voice from Gu Jifeng came from nearby. Nanny. Gu Yuehuai breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly freed himself from the two women's arms and hurried toward Gu Jifeng. Wan Qinglan and Millie Yao also followed quickly. Gu Yuehuai took the hand of Gu Shihua and said, Dad, why are you so late? Hello, Uncle Gu. Wan Qinglan and Millie Yao had met Gu Jifeng before. They both relaxed the strange atmosphere from earlier, acting like two harmless little lambs, very obedient. Gu Jifeng smiled happily and nodded. He was a rough man and didn't notice that the two women had feelings for Gu Tinghuai. Gu Shihua was clever. He didn't need to ask, just from their eyes he knew. But looking at Gu Tinghuai's clear eyes, it was obvious he wasn't interested in either of them for now. Maybe he just hadn't realized yet. Gu Yuehuai held Yan Xiaodang and pointed at a vendor selling candied hawthorns. Xiaodang, do you want to eat candied hawthorns? Eat. Eat candy. Xiaodang's voice was soft but clear and crisp, with precise pronunciation. Okay, eat candy. Gu Yuehuai smiled and gently brushed his finger over Xiaodang's cute nose. Then he strode toward the vendor. A stick of candied hawthorn cost 4 cents. It was bright red, and when bitten, it was sweet and sticky. The little girl loved it very much, her pretty face full of satisfied smiles. In the past month, Xiaodang had changed dramatically. She had gained weight and was no longer as thin as when she first arrived. She looked lively, like a flower bud about to bloom. Under the nourishment of the well water in Shumi space, Yan Xiaotang can now express his thoughts like a normal person. Although he still speaks slowly, only 1 or 2 words at a time, he is much better than when he first arrived. At least, Yan Xiaoyu would be very surprised if he saw this. As the New Year approaches, the market is full of goods. New Year paintings, flowers, fruits, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, firecrackers, brooms, incense paper, and even street performers and rat poison sellers. While shopping, Gu Yuehui bought a few red hairbands for Yan Xiaotang. Passing by a fabric stall, she stopped to buy a few yards of cloth. Her space is already filled with cotton, and she plans to gather some from the cotton workshop to make new clothes for the new year. If possible, she also wants to make a few new quilts so that Yan Xiaoyu and his siblings won't be cold when they come. Gu Yuehui thought to herself and handed the purchased items to Gu Shihui. After shopping, everyone sat down at a wonton stall. The thin-skinned, large-filling wontons with tasty broth made everyone feel satisfied. Gu Yuehui fed Yan Xiaotang some wontons and asked, "Dad, is the production team about to have a holiday?" Gu Jifeng, eating a wonton, nodded and said, "Yes, it's coming soon in the next couple of days. It's about time to distribute the grain." Gu Yuehui thought about how every time she saw Wang Fu and Wang Peixing over the past month, they looked worried. The village leader's hair was turning white from stress. When the grain runs out, who knows what trouble might happen. Wan Qinglan was eating her wonton absent-mindedly. Hearing their conversation, she suddenly remembered something and looked up at Gu Yuehui with anticipation, asking, "Yuehui, since the production team is on holiday, can I come to play at your house?" Gu Yuehui instinctively looked at Gu Tinghui, but he showed no change in expression, as if Wan Qinglan's words had nothing to do with him. She couldn't help but twitch her mouth. What a blockhead. How will he marry if he's like this? Before she could speak, Gu Jifeng already agreed. "Come on over. You can play at our place." He thought to himself that his daughter had no friends since she was young and never had anyone close. Now that she finally met two, she should cherish them, so she wouldn't be lonely and wandering alone every day, which was quite sad to see. Hearing Gu Jifeng's approval, Wan Qinglan smiled happily and said, "Great." Yao Meili bit her lip, wanting to say something but feeling a bit shy, so she silently lowered her head. Gu Jifeng happily turned to look at Yao Meili. "Meili, why don't you come along? You can keep Qinglan company." Hearing this, some people were happy, while others felt worried. Gu Shihui almost spat out his dumpling, feeling sorry for his father's slow reactions. Like an outsider, Gu Tinghui suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, the team said there will be a meeting after work today. They say something important will be announced. Everyone should go. Let's finish our errands quickly, then go back to work. Wan, you should also go home early after your shift." Gu Yuehui raised an eyebrow. "Important? What kind of important thing?" Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. She calculated the time and thought that the young workers should have already started taking the train. In a few days, they would arrive at Huanging Commune. After a day or two of distribution, everything should be settled. Could she possibly see Yan Xiaoyu soon? Gu Yuehui shook her head. "Not sure yet. We'll find out at the meeting today."
No rules.
"It probably isn't anything bad." The secretary looks pretty happy. Gu Shihui finished his dumpling, then picked up Yan Xiaotang and hugged him. He said with a bit of annoyance, "Happy? That's because his face has been so dark lately. If he looks a little better, you can tell he's in a good mood, haha." After dinner, everyone parted ways, heading back to their own tasks, some to work, some to their jobs.
Then Kingnan said a hairworkstation. Curious.
She leaned closer to Gu Yuehui. "Yuehui, are you in a good mood?" Gu Yuehui was sketching illustrations and gave a soft, through her nose. Wan Qinglan happily cupped her face.
"Why?
"Are you happy I came to your house? Do you like me to be your sister-in-law? Come on, Yuehui. Can you give me some advice or help me out?" Gu Yuehui looked at her with a faint smile. "Aren't you working?" Right after work, Gu Yuehui packed her things and hurried back home. She was eager to find out if her wish was coming true, that the news was about to arrive. At the Dalhousie Production Brigade, Livestock Department. Today, the brigade was very lively. As soon as the workers finished, They all headed to the livestock department. Some even carried bowls of rice, looking curious as they watched the tired-looking secretary, Wang Fu, standing on the podium. Strangely, over the past few days, several team members have visibly lost weight, which looks a bit unsettling. Wang Fuyong raised his hand. Everyone be quiet. When Gu Yuehui arrived, she happened to hear Wang Fuyong speaking. Once the crowd quieted down, he said, "Today, Comrade Lin, the secretary of the Commune Youth League Committee, announced that in a few days, many educated youth students from different places will come to our county. When they arrive, some will be assigned to our team for work. But since our youth station has been empty for so long, it's not very clean. Let's work together to tidy it up, make it clean. We don't want the students to come and laugh at us." Wang Fuyong spoke passionately, but the members looked at each other with little enthusiasm. Gu Yuehui bit her lip lightly. Her hand, hanging by her side, trembled slightly. Her heart was full of excitement, bubbling over. She guessed right. When the educated youth go to the countryside, Yan Xiaoyu will definitely be assigned to the same large labor team as before. She had imagined many scenes of meeting him again, but now that it was about to happen, she felt a little nervous. She didn't know if Yan Xiaoyu would still like her in this life, or if he would believe some lies she might have to tell. She also didn't know if he would be willing to let her get close to him. Wang Fuyong talked about more things related to the educated youth going to the countryside before dismissing everyone. In recent days, he had been worried about food supplies, to the point that his hair had turned mostly white. He had been running to the commune almost every day, trying to get the leaders to give some advice. Unfortunately, the leaders were busy with their own tasks and had no time to manage their affairs. He couldn't imagine what would happen when the end-of-year grain exchange came and the team couldn't produce enough food. Gu Yuehui returned home, still feeling unsettled. She went into her room, carrying a basket full of unprocessed cotton. She turned to go outside. Gu Zifeng called out a few times, but she just said, "You all start cooking. I'll be back soon." That child. Gu Zifeng shook his head. Gu Yuehui carried the cotton to the team's cotton processing workshop. Usually the cotton harvested by the team was processed there. Some members also brought in cotton they grew privately to be ginned, but they had to pay extra for the labor.
Wow, so much.
Comrade Gu, you didn't plant less cotton this year. A woman working in the cotton workshop looked at her basket and exclaimed. Gu Yuehui smiled and said, "Auntie, this year we didn't plant cotton. It was all sent by my relatives. The village is small, so everyone knows who plants what. It's too risky to grow cotton openly, so I let my relatives handle it. Everyone knows I have relatives in the county." The woman sighed with envy. Gu Yuehui paid her $1 for her work, asking her to quickly pick the cotton. $1 is not much, but near the new year it's a small income. The woman happily agreed. "Your cotton is quite good quality," she said, looking at the large, white cotton bowls Gu Yuehui had spilled out. The yield seemed higher than what the village usually produces. Gu Yuehui didn't reply. She said, "Thank you, Auntie. No problem," the woman said, waving her hand and starting to process the cotton quickly. Gu Yuehui breathed a sigh of relief and left the cotton workshop to go home. On the way, she saw Chen Yuesheng and Li Chaoing arguing. Chen looked very angry, dark as a pot, while Li was crying with tears all over her face, acting as if she had been terribly wronged. For a moment, Gu Yuehui was confused. She had been busy with work lately and almost forgot about Chen Yuesheng. Li held onto Chen's sleeve tightly. "It's been days since I last saw you. If you don't marry me, I don't have the face to see anyone. I might as well run into your house and end it all." Chen pulled at his sleeve hard. I have nothing to do with you. Don't try to slander me." Hearing this, Li shouted loudly, "What do you mean? What do you mean?"
Lu er her så everything.
With witnesses. "If you want to deny it, I wonder if you can still wear the captain's badge." She then turned and ran toward the animal pens. Chen hurried to chase her, but when he turned around, he saw Gu Yuehui. His breath caught, and he quickly grabbed Li's arm, lowering his voice. "Enough, don't yell." Li also saw Gu Yuehui. When she heard Chen's words, she suddenly sneered and raised her voice a little. "Not yelling? Why shouldn't I yell?" Chun Yuesheng is a troublemaker and refuses to take responsibility. Chen's face turned red with anger. He almost dared not look up at Gu Yuehui. As the sky darkened, Gu Yuehui was too lazy to watch the opera. She didn't care about Chen Yusheng and Li Chaoying's progress. In the end, she just added fuel to the fire, making sure Chen Yusheng wouldn't feel good. She carried a basket on her back and walked away without looking back. Li Chaoying looked at her almost indifferent back and chuckled. Chen Yusheng, you're so determined to win Gu Yuehui back. But look, she won't even glance at you. What's so bad about me? I have your child inside me. At this moment, Chen Yusheng also looked away from Gu Yuehui, his neck veins bulging. Shut up. Li Chaoying's face showed both jealousy and envy. I won't. You like Gu Yuehui, but she already doesn't want you. Gu Yuehui is now the most beautiful woman in 10 miles around. She's educated, can paint, and works at the People's Daily. She's perfect everywhere. Anyone who marries her will treat her like a goddess. Chen Yusheng, you have poor judgment. You didn't want Gu Yuehui at first and liked Tianjing instead. Now it's too late to regret. Too late. Suddenly, a crisp slap sounded, and Li Chaoying staggered. She didn't throw a tantrum but covered her swollen cheek, glaring at Chen Yusheng and spat fiercely. Chen Yusheng, if you don't marry me, we'll go all out. Neither of us will get a good ending. The Chen family was well off, living comfortably. Chen Yusheng was handsome and successful. It was a wonderful match she never dared to dream of. If she didn't seize this chance, she would continue to live a miserable life. She had to fight for it. Chen Yusheng looked at the crazed Li Chaoying with a deep, somber gaze and said nothing for a long time. Meanwhile, Gu Yuehui returned home. Gu Tinghui had already cooked the dishes, stir-fried greens and plain rice porridge. Gu Zifeng helped unload the basket and asked, Nan, where did you go? Gu Yuehui helped Gu Tinghui serve the porridge and replied naturally, I bought some unprocessed cottonseed from the commune and sent it to the cotton gin to be ginned. We plan to make each family a new jacket for the new year. Gu Zifeng took a deep breath, looking worried. A new jacket for each person? That must cost a lot. No need. Just make one for your girl. We men don't need new clothes. Gu Yuehui was not paying attention. She watched the popcorn popping in the pot and said, Big brother, tomorrow noon, you come back and make some dough for me and Dian. I'll steam some buns and steamed bread tonight. Our family eats rice porridge and vegetables every day, and everyone will lose 2 pounds. Gu Tinghui smiled and nodded. Following Nan, our family is getting richer every day. Gu Yuehui smiled slightly and said, That's just the beginning. Our good days are ahead. She would do her best to ensure that everyone she loved could live a good life. The next day, Gu Yuehui arrived at her workplace on time. At noon, she took the afternoon off to meet Wei Luo. The cotton had probably been spun, so she needed to go home and cut the fabric. She also wanted to clean the educated youth site. She wondered if it had been repaired or if it was still in the same state of disrepair as before. When she returned to the Dalhousie production brigade, she heard 2 pieces of news. First, the brigade's cow was about to give birth. Lu Error had to stay in the cow shed, watching closely, because this cow was one of the brigade's most valuable assets. Second, Chen Yusheng was planning to marry Li Chaoying. Well, they had already done so. No wedding, just a trip to the commune to get a marriage certificate, then bringing the bride to Chen's house to finish everything. When Gu Yuehui returned, she just happened to see Chen Yusheng going to pick up Li Chaoying. Li Chaoying was wearing an old red jacket with a red veil over her head. Chen Yusheng was holding her hand as they walked back. Many villagers watched them, some trying to make noise, but Chen Yusheng's face was dark, not looking like a groom. He said nothing, like a puppet on strings, just completing a task that wasn't really his. Gu Yuehui didn't join the crowd. She bypassed them and went to the cotton workshop. The women working there were standing at the door, holding sunflower seeds and watching the scene. When they saw Gu Yuehui, they greeted her warmly. Oh, little Gu, why aren't you at work? Did you come back just for the cotton? Gu Yuehui smiled and asked, Auntie, my cotton should be spun now, right? Yes, it's ready, the woman said, putting the sunflower seeds into her pocket. She turned and went into the workshop, bringing out a neat stack of cotton fluff, soft and fluffy, like white cotton candy. Gu Yuehui reached out to touch it and said thank you. Thank you, Annie. Then she took the cotton and left. When she arrived home, she saw that the food was already cleaned up. Gu Tinghui had gone back to work, and Gu Shihui was not at home. She didn't know where she had taken Yan Xiaodang for a walk. Gu Yuehui took out the fabric she bought at the market yesterday and started sketching and making clothes. In the afternoon, she finished cutting the fabric. She stretched her sore waist and began preparing the filling to make steamed buns, using the ingredients available at home. She made a filling with mushrooms, black fungus, and diced chicken. She was skilled at cooking. After about half an hour, the steamer was filled with plump, white buns. The aroma of cooking filled the air. White steam rose from the pot, and the strong smell of buns spread out, drifting into each household. Anyone who smelled it couldn't help but salivate. Just as the buns finished steaming, Gu Shihui came back pulling Yan Xiaodang. Yuehui? Why are you back so early? Gu Shihui put down the basket, looking a bit confused. I took a day off. What did you and I do? Gu Yuehui washed a towel and wiped Yan Xiaodang's face. The little girl's face was a bit pale, but she was smiling, with sweat on her forehead. She looked like she had had a lot of fun. Gu Shihui also washed his face and said, I was worried Yan Xiaodang would be bored staying at home every day, so I took her up the mountain to pick some sour jujubes. Sour jujubes? Gu Yuehui leaned in to look into the basket. Sure enough, it was filled with a half basket of bright red, plump little fruits. They looked tempting, but tasted very sour. Gu Yuehui lifted the lid of the steamer. The buns inside were hot and round, steaming with heat. They looked very appetizing. The buns are ready. Come and eat. Gu Shihui looked at Gu Yuehui with surprise. You couldn't even make noodles before, but now it seems like you've learned everything. You understand everything. Big brother was right. Whoever marries you will be very lucky. Gu Yuehui picked up a bun and handed it to Gu Shihui. Isn't that enough to fill your mouth? Gu Shihui pouted. I'm serious. He took a bite, and the mushroom, black fungus, and chicken filling spread out in his mouth. It was savory and just right. The thin, elastic bun wrapped around the large filling, and each bite was very satisfying. Gu Shihui ate 3 big buns in a row, and his stomach looked visibly round and full. Yan Xiaodang also took a bun and sat on the other side of the bed. She ate small bites. The girl didn't have a big appetite, but she ate most of a bun. After finishing, she started to feel sleepy. The difficult task of putting the child to sleep was entrusted to Gu Shihui, who had just eaten and was full. Gu Yuehui tidied up and went out to the youth station. The youth station of the Dalhousie Production Brigade was not far away, next to the village elementary school. It was a large courtyard with a notice board on the gate, and the words, Dalhousie Youth Station, were already faint. When he pushed open the gate, inside there was a big parasol tree. The red silk tied around the trunk had faded. The members hadn't finished their holiday, and only a few young people were cleaning the youth station. They were all assigned by Wang Fu. They didn't complain, since cleaning the station could earn work points. There were several rows of earthen houses at the youth station, some with cracked roofs. A young person cleaning saw Gu Yuehui and said happily, Comrade Gu, why do you have time to come today? Gu Yuehui was now quite popular. Anyone who talked to her had something to boast about. Such a beautiful and lively girl was rare, not only in the Dalhousie Production Brigade, but even in the county. Gu Yuehui stood under the eaves and said, I came to see if I can help with anything. Before she could speak, she pointed at the eaves and said, This part is cracked and can't be lived in. Has the secretary said to patch it up? The young person shook his head and said, The secretary said no need to worry. The house has been unused for 2 years, and it's damp. When the time comes, the rural youth will choose a new place, and there will be good houses. Gu Yuehui nodded thoughtfully. In theory, such a matter was very important and should be taken seriously, but now the team's leaders were all focused on the shortage of grain. They worried every day about when the work points could be exchanged for grain. How could they care about the situation of the youth in the city? The young man added, It's okay. Our Dalhousie production brigade isn't big, and there aren't many youth here. Gu Yuehua nodded again and walked around the youth station before turning to leave. She remembered that in her previous life, many youth had been assigned to the Dalhousie production brigade. Back then, she didn't understand why. Now, she understood. Being the child of a provincial governor was a big deal. Everyone wanted to get in, even if they had to fight for it. On her way home, Gu Yuehua saw Lu Error from afar. He seemed to have just taken the cow for a walk. The pregnant cow was walking unsteadily, almost about to burst her belly. Gu Yuehua glanced over, and Lu Error, of course, was obvious, short and greasy. It's hard to believe he could have mixed with Li Chaoying without using some tricks. Otherwise, Li Chaoying's taste is hard to understand. Maybe that's why Lu Error always favored Li Chaoying in the past and no one ever doubted him. Lu Error was touching the belly of a cow, his eyes shining with greed. Suddenly, he sensed someone ahead. He looked up sharply. In the faint evening glow, Gu Yuehua stood straight, looking at him with cold eyes. Lu Error shivered involuntarily. Gu Yuehua ignored him. She stepped closer, examining the tall cow, then softly asked, "Uncle Lu, taking the cow out for a walk? This cow is now a treasure of our team. It's important that Uncle Lu takes good care of it." Lu Error awkwardly smiled. Yes. It's getting late, so I'll take the cow back now." Gu Yuehua raised an eyebrow. "Go back? Where to? Not to the feeding shed?"
Lu Error til his throat.
"The secretary said the cow might get cold in the shed, so I was told to bring her home. You know I live alone, no one else to worry about. I usually just stay close to the cow." Gu Yuehua squinted suspiciously at him. Did the cow also get taken home by him in the past? She vaguely remembered the cow died giving birth in the shed late at night. If it was really at Lu Error's house, how could that be? Lu Error didn't dare meet Gu Yuehua's gaze. He felt she was a bit strange, so he pulled the cow and left quickly. Gu Yuehua didn't stop him. She watched Lu Error hurriedly lead the cow away. The cow's clumsy body trembled, but it was clear Lu Error didn't seem to care much about the cow or be close to it. There's definitely something wrong with Lu Error. Gu Yuehua paused and watched until she couldn't see Lu Error's back anymore, then turned to go home. When she arrived, Gu Shihua was sitting in the yard reading a book. Gu Yuehua asked, "Did you sleep?" Gu Shihua looked up at her and nodded. "Yes. Where did you go?" "Nowhere." Gu Yuehua didn't mention she went to the youth commune. She went inside to keep making clothes. Gu Shihua looked at her back and shook his head. Always so mysterious. He realized that ever since his sister started to change for the better, she kept many secrets. Sometimes he even doubted whether the person in front of him was really Gu Yuehua. But upon reflection, he thought that the current Gu Yuehua was definitely better than before. Gu Shihua silently withdrew his gaze and was about to focus on his book when he suddenly heard heavy footsteps approaching from afar. He looked up and paused slightly. He hadn't seen this person in over a month and almost forgot about her. During her time in reform school, Tianjing had changed a lot. Her personality had shifted. She no longer appeared gentle and fragile, which used to make others want to protect her. Now, she seemed much tougher. Her appearance had also changed. Her cheeks were thin, her cheekbones prominent, and her hair a bit messy. Clearly, she had endured many hardships. Tianjing carried a thin quilt on her back and walked step by step toward home. When she passed by the Gu family, she saw Gu Shihua but only glanced at him briefly. There was no hatred or coldness in her eyes, just like she was seeing a stranger. Gu Shihua frowned, feeling an inexplicable sense of danger. As the saying goes, a barking dog doesn't bite. He felt that Tianjing had changed this time. She had become more dangerous. Thinking this, he couldn't concentrate on his book anymore. He lifted the curtain and entered the house. Gu Yuehua was making a jacket. He asked, "Yuehua, guess who I just saw?" Gu Yuehua shook her head. "Who?" Gu Shihua looked at her indifference and said loudly, "Tianjing." Hearing this, Gu Yuehua's hand holding the needle and thread paused slightly. "Tianjing?" She didn't look up and continued her work calmly, her voice steady. "She's back from reform school?" Gu Shihua nodded. "Yes, just now." I saw her carrying a big bag and a small one. She must have been released today. After saying this, he expected Gu Yuehui to ask more questions, but she remained silent. Gu Shihui's mouth twitched. Yuehui? Aren't you curious? Gu Yuehui was a little surprised. Curious? I've already cared. She'll be back sooner or later. What's so special about that? Honestly, Tianjing's return was a few days later than she had expected. She thought she would be released in less than a month. The delay was strange, and she wondered if something had happened in the reform school. Gu Shihui crossed his arms and shook his head thoughtfully. I think you should be more careful. Tianjing seems a bit strange, completely different from before. I wonder if she's hiding something bad, waiting to get back at us. Gu Yuehui smiled slightly. Is that so? Although she was smiling, her eyes showed no happiness. She knew what kind of person Tianjing was from her past life. Now that she was alive again, she wasn't afraid anymore. She had already died once. Why would she fear a living person's revenge? Tianjing carried her luggage home. Her father, Tian Daio, and Tian weren't there. The house felt cold and empty. She casually spread her bedding on the bed, stirring up a thick layer of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Tianjing coughed violently, wishing she could cough out her lungs. Her whole body felt exhausted, almost overwhelmed. Lying on the thin mattress, closing her eyes made her feel like she was in a labor camp. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Her gaze was empty, without any emotion. Tears streamed down her cheeks, then slid across her face and into her dirty hair. Gu Yuehui, Ren Tianxiang. She softly spoke two names, her voice filled with deep hatred. Just then, there was a noise outside. Tianjing suddenly sat up straight, her face full of fear. She jumped to the door like a startled bird, grabbed a stick to block the door, and shouted, "Who's there?" "Xiao Jing, it's only been a day since we parted. Have you already forgotten your good brother?" The voice was clear, but it carried a greasy, creepy tone. Hearing this, Tianjing's hatred grew stronger. She stared fiercely at Ren Tianxiang climbing in through the window. She wanted to hit him with the stick, but she couldn't. Her hand holding the stick trembled slightly. She gritted her teeth and asked, "What do you want?" Ren Tianxiang jumped inside from the window. A month of prison had made him thinner and taller. He still looked handsome, but his face was more serious and gloomy than before. "What do I want? Of course, I miss you. I came to see you. Not seeing you for a day feels like 3 years," he said with a smile, then reached out and took Tianjing's hand, tossing the stick aside. "Come on, let your brother get close to you." As she spoke, Ren Tianxiang bent down and carried Tianjing horizontally in his arms. Tianjing struggled fiercely. "Let me go. Let me go. You're crazy. This is my home." Hearing this, Ren Tianxiang seemed to find her words amusing. "Haha, your home? There's something you might not know. Since you were taken away by the militia, your father has moved away with your sister to stay with relatives." Hearing this, Tianjing's pupils shrank suddenly in disbelief. "What did you say?" "They left." She always knew that Tian Daio didn't like her, and her sister Tian didn't have much affection for her either.
But they are family.
How could they be so cruel, completely ignoring whether she would come back? Did they really abandon her for good? Ren Tianxiang seemed pleased by Tianjing's stunned expression. He leaned down and kissed her the mouth. "Are you upset? Don't forget, I'm still here for you." Tianjing's eyes flashed with disgust. She struggled a little more. "Baby, do you want to stop?" When he heard the word, baby, Ren Tianxiang finally calmed down a bit. He carried Tianjing into the room and placed her on the bed. Crossing his arms, he said, "Are you sure that baby has already been taken by Gu Yuehui?" Tianjing clenched her fists and said calmly, "I'm sure. It's her." If she didn't understand at first, she had truly seen the truth during her time in the labor camp. Gu Yuehui, the female lead, was not as dull as the book described. Instead, she was very scheming. It doesn't matter when she found out that the treasure was buried in the backyard. The fact that she was planting vegetables early and coincidentally discovered the treasure while digging shows that the story's golden finger must have fallen into Gu Yuehui's hands. Unfortunately, She didn't know what the golden finger was in the book before she transmigrated. Otherwise, she could have planned carefully to steal it. Now, she can only be cautious. As long as she kills Gu Yuehua, she won't have trouble getting the golden finger. But right now, that's not the most urgent matter. It's the youth going to the countryside. She has been in the labor camp for so long with no preparations. During the famine years, she had no food at all. How can she survive?
Gu Yuehua.
Hatred surged in Tianjing's eyes. Ren Tianxiang touched his lips, looked at Tianjing, and slowly sat down beside her. He reached out and wrapped his arms around her slender shoulders. Don't worry, we're in the same boat now. I will always help you. Hearing this, a trace of sarcasm flashed in Tianjing's eyes. If it weren't for the treasure in Gu Yuehuai's hands, would Ren Tianxiang, this selfish and shameless man, help her? Alright, go to bed early. We'll talk about tomorrow. Ren Tianxiang clumsily groped around Tianjing's body. Tianjing clenched her teeth and said firmly, Gu Yuehua lives next door. Do you really want her to find out? Ren Tianxiang frowned, hesitated for a moment, then said with a grim face, Humph, acting all high and mighty. After saying that, Ren Tianxiang turned and left. Hearing him leave in the dark, Tianjing's tense body finally relaxed. She closed her eyes, rubbed the spot where Ren Tianxiang had touched her, and a wave of nausea rose in her stomach. Memories flooded back to that cold, rainy night at the labor camp. That night, when she got up to use the bathroom, Ren Tianxiang covered her mouth with a cloth soaked with anesthetic, dragged her to a corner, and insulted her. At that time, he even thought about killing her afterward. But how could she die? Even after experiencing such things, she couldn't die. She crossed over not to follow the old path in the novel. She couldn't marry Ren Tianxiang, or she would end up suffering domestic violence and a miscarriage again. She knew Ren Tianxiang was only cooperating because of Gu family's treasure. However, her only condition was that she must not tell anyone about this. She absolutely couldn't be linked to Ren Tianxiang. Ren Tianxiang responded with a cold smile, but afterward, whenever he saw an opportunity, he would take some advantage, which made her extremely disgusted. One day, she would get rid of him. A strong murderous intent surrounded Tianjing. After a long moment, she took a deep breath and calmed herself down. The next morning, Gu Yuehua went to work again. As she and Gu Tinghuai stepped out, they saw Tianjing tidying up in the neighboring yard. Gu Tinghuai glanced at Tianjing, then looked at Gu Yuehua. He had heard about Tianjing's return last night. Seeing her, he agreed with what Gu Xiaohui had said. She had changed a lot. Gu Yuehua simply glanced at her and then ignored her, heading to the commune. Tianjing looked up as they left, then lowered her head and continued her work, preparing to go to work later. The family was short on food, and although she knew that by the end of the year everyone wouldn't get much, having something was better than nothing. She had nothing now. All her money had been taken by Ren Tianxiang. She didn't know how much time had passed before Chenin arrived. She stood outside the Tian family's yard, looking at Tianjing, who used to be glamorous and well-dressed, but now was very thin and had to work hard fetching well water and sweeping the dust in the yard. Tianjing looked up and was surprised to see Chenin. Xiaoyin, why did you come here? She forced herself to smile and went forward to open the gate, inviting Chenin inside. The house isn't tidy yet. Come in and sit in the yard. Would you like some water? Chenin didn't move. She looked at Tianjing with a kind but firm expression and suddenly smiled. Tianjing was stunned. The smile on her face froze. Xiaoyin, what are you smiling about? Smiling? Tianjing, have you fallen so low? I just heard you came back from the reform camp, so I came to see my old friend. No need for water. I might choke. Chenin's words sounded harsh, and Tianjing's face darkened instantly. She said, Xiaoyin, we had some misunderstandings, but that's all in the past. Aren't we friends? Chenin shook her head and smiled. My brother used to protect you. Now, no one wants to support you anymore, right? When mentioning Qin Yusheng, Tianjing's eyes flickered. Maybe she could still turn things around and use the leader of this production team to get through the current difficulties. Chonin saw she wasn't speaking and knew she was thinking of something bad. She waved her hand and sneered. My brother is already married. Stop dreaming. Though she spoke of her brother's marriage happily, Chen Yin's eyes showed no joy. She didn't like Li Chaoing, the widow who married her brother. Besides, after she married in, she caused chaos at home, which annoyed her even more. Li Chaoing had just moved in and started bossing everyone around. She acted as if she was already the head of the Chen family, commanding and arranging everything because she was pregnant. Her brother also looked very down. The lively family atmosphere of the past was gone. All of this was Tianjing's fault. If Tianjing hadn't deliberately seduced him, her brother would have married Guyu Huai long ago. Then she would have a beautiful sister-in-law working at the masses daily, and their home wouldn't lack food or meat. How wonderful that would be. Thinking this, Chen Yin's eyes grew more angry when she looked at Tianjing. Tianjing was surprised and asked, Married? How is that possible? Who did he marry? She didn't expect that just over a month of her absence, the Dalhousie production team would face so many problems. Her father and her sister moved away, and Chen Yusheng got married. Each event felt like a sudden shock to her. Chunin didn't answer directly. She asked, Did you see Guyu Huai just now? Do you know where she went? Today, her visit was just to find Tianjing upset. If she had to say what hurt her most, it wasn't her brother's matters, but Guyu Huai's. The better Guyu Huai was doing, the more painful it seemed for Tianjing. Tianjing's breath caught, and she sensed that what Chen Yin was about to say wouldn't be what she wanted to hear. Don't you know? Guyu Huai was promoted because her wall paintings were so good. The commune made an exception and let her work at the masses daily. She's a regular employee now, earning over 20 yuan a month. Tianjing, while you were suffering at the labor camp, Guyu Huai had already pulled ahead of you. Tianjing stared blankly at Chen Yin's moving lips, her head buzzing, her body swaying. Masses daily? Guyu Huai actually has such good luck. This scene isn't in the book.
Why?
Why is this happening? Seeing Tianjing so crushed, Chen Yin covered her mouth and smiled. Can't take it anymore? Tianjing, now Guyu Huai, and you are no longer on the same path. From now on, you'll only be able to look up to her. Tianjing clenched her jaw, her eyes reddening. She would never look up to Guyu Huai in her life. She still had a chance. Song Jinan was her opportunity to turn things around. Chen Yin sneered twice and stopped paying attention to Tianjing. She leisurely went to the village head's gathering point. Tianjing took a deep breath and kept cleaning until the bell for work rang. Then she went to the village head's place. She was originally part of the 6th production team, and Chen Yusheng was the one who assigned her tools. Once, they had a harmonious relationship, almost about to get married. But when they met again, their expressions were different. Chen Yusheng was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered. He didn't deliberately give Tianjing bad tools or ask about her time at the labor camp. It was as if she was just an ordinary member with no special connection. Tianjing couldn't help but think back to the past. Chen Yusheng used to speak to her gently, always leaving her the easiest tasks. Men, once they stop loving, can leave so quickly. Tianjing took over the farming tools, suddenly smiled, and spoke with little emotion. I heard you got married. Congratulations. Chen Yusheng paused. Whenever he mentioned marriage, he couldn't help but think of the chaos at home. He closed his eyes, said nothing, and led the workers to turn and head to the fields. Right now, he just wanted to focus on work. The later he went home, the better. Tianjing's eyes slightly narrowed. From his expression, she could tell his marriage wasn't happy, but she didn't know who he married. In later parts of the story, the main female character's past love interest is hardly mentioned, and she doesn't know his ending either. Oh well. Maybe she could find out and use the opportunity. Guyu Huai arrived at the masses daily and was immediately called over by Wei Luo. She entered the chief editor's office and saw Lu Chong and Pei Yi waiting there. She raised an eyebrow and understood what was happening. It seemed the work on the poetry picture book was about to be finalized. Lu Chong's eyes became wary when he saw Guyu Huai, even sitting closer to Pei Yi. Pei Yi acted very naturally and politely greeted her. Editor Guayu Huai nodded lightly and sat down on the other side. She had been at the company for a month. Occasionally, she would meet this young couple in the cafeteria, but they rarely spoke. Every time Lu Chong saw her, he looked like a black-eyed chicken. She didn't bother to pay attention, as it might cause suspicion. At this moment, Wei Luo returned, followed by a familiar person. Guayu Huai looked surprised at Cui Hejia, unsure why he was at Masses Daily. Wei Luo said, "Everyone's here. Come, let me introduce you. This is Comrade Cui Hejia, the guide for this youth rural movement, specially replacing the youth cadre, to explain the customs and traditions of our Huanging commune to the young people." Guayu Huai's heart moved. Youth guide, youth cadre. She wasn't fond of showing off, but after hearing news about Yan Xiaoyu, she couldn't help but step forward and ask, "Chief Editor, have the youth already arrived? How many are assigned to our Huanging commune? Where are they from?" Though she asked casually, she was already certain Yan Xiaoyu really had come to Huanging commune. In her previous life, Cui Hejia was a lackey for the wealthy children from Beijing, proud of trampling on the dignity of fallen high officials like Yan Xiaoyu. This life, it seemed not much different. Cui Hejia looked at Gu Yuehuai with a strange expression. Last time at the state-run restaurant, he learned that Gu Yuehuai worked at the Masses Daily. He didn't expect that she had just joined here and was already involved in the Youth Rural Aid Project in the capital city. That's impressive. Wei Luo smiled and said, "Let Guide Cui tell everyone about this." Cui Hejia nodded, politely greeted everyone, and then said, "This time, there are 90 young people coming to Qing'an County, with 30 assigned to the Huanging commune. I am responsible for the youth from the capital city, a total of 8, 2 women and 6 men. They will all be sent to the Dalhousie Production Brigade." Lu Chong instinctively looked at Gu Yuehuai. Dalhousie Production Brigade. She disliked Gu Yuehuai and had heard about her. She knew Gu Yuehuai was from that brigade. Cui Hejia nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. The Masses Daily was arranged by the county to send you to interview these youth, take photos, gather material, and publish stories in the newspaper." Lu Chong bit her lip, feeling reluctant to go. The youth from the capital city were highly valued by the county, probably mostly children of high officials. She had heard that these children liked to smoke, drink, gamble, and had bad tempers. They didn't behave well. Could they be easy to get along with? Thinking this, Lu Chong smiled and said, "I have other work to do, so I might not have time. I heard that Editor Gu is from the Dalhousie Brigade. Maybe this task should be handed over to her?" Wei Luo's eyebrows twitched slightly. Pei Yi then spoke up, "I am willing to go and take photos of the youth. He was a photographer and editor himself, so this kind of work was natural for him. Plus, the youth from the capital city, he wanted to meet them. Maybe he could make some good connections." Lu Chong's expression suddenly changed. She stared at Pei Yi, unable to believe he wouldn't side with her.
P. ignoratesh.
Lu Chong quickly turned her head, trying to fix her expression. Wei Luo didn't give her a chance. He made the decision, saying, "All right. This task is assigned to Xiao Gu, Xiao Pei, and Huang Binbin from the 3rd editing team. You must do a good job." Cui Hejia looked at his watch and said, "Tomorrow morning, the youth will leave by bus for the Dalhousie Brigade. Wait at the commune gate and go together. Take some photos along the way to show the youth going to the countryside." A group of people left the office with various thoughts. Gu Yuehuai's expression was relaxed, a smile on her lips, clearly happy. Just as they reached the door, Lu Chong suddenly exploded. "Pei Yi, what do you mean? You know I don't want to go, but you went against my wishes. Are you trying to go out and gather inspiration with her?" She pointed her finger at Gu Yuehuai. Gu Yuehuai ignored her and simply walked away. Pei Yi looked upset and quickly shook off Lu Chong's hand. "It's all for work. Don't cause trouble." After saying that, he also walked away. Lu Chong stomped her foot, then cried, and ran off to complain.